In a dense forest, a boy of about 12 or 13 with short black hair was desperately running, carrying a woman with long red hair on his back. His steps were unsteady and faltering, his expression panicked, as if something terrifying was chasing him. The boy's body was covered in wounds of various sizes, blood oozing out continuously, yet he dared not stop to rest, for that terrifying presence made his blood run cold. As time passed, the boy finally managed to break out of the forest and arrived in front of a village. Exhausted from the escape, he collapsed heavily at the entrance. The last thing the boy saw before losing consciousness was the spiral symbol above the village gate. Hurry, inform the medical ninjas, there are 2 casualties. Soon several medical ninjas rushed over. At the edge of the forest, 2 pairs of blood-red eyes stared intently at the boy, then vanished in an instant. When the boy woke up again, he found himself lying on a hospital bed, his body tightly wrapped in bandages. The nurse who had been waiting by his side sighed with relief and hurried to notify the medical ninja. Before long, hurried footsteps approached. A beautiful woman with shoulder-length cherry blossom pink hair, wearing a white coat and a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead, walked in quickly. She came to the bedside and carefully examined the boy's condition. Surprisingly, the originally terrifying wounds on his body had healed remarkably well, leaving only faint traces. Sakura was secretly amazed. This boy's recovery ability was almost comparable to Naruto's back then. Why was he so severely injured? Sakura asked softly, "Do you feel any discomfort?" The boy, ignoring his own injuries, immediately asked, "My mother. How is she?" "Excuse me, how is my mother?" In another ward, you looked at Karin, who was pale in bed, and asked worriedly, "Aunt Sakura, will my mother wake up?" Sakura gently patted Yu's shoulder and said in a gentle but firm tone, "She will." Suddenly, a growling sound came from Yu's stomach. Embarrassed, he looked at his betraying belly. Sakura chuckled and said, "Is this your first time in Konoha? It's lunch break now, let me take you to eat something delicious." Yu's cheeks flushed slightly, his voice low and awkward. I have no money." Sakura laughed heartily. "It's okay, I'll treat you." Yu stood in front of the shop, his gaze fixed on the plaque hanging high above, which prominently displayed the 4 characters, Ichiraku Ramen. Yu stood still, a flood of memories and thoughts surging in his mind. No wonder mother always said I must visit Ichiraku Ramen when I came to Konoha. It really does smell delicious. I am seeing Sakura leading a very unfamiliar boy into the shop, quickly greeted them. "Welcome. Sakura, who is this child?" Sakura didn't explain much, just smiled and said, "A friend's child. Miss Iam, please bring 2 extra large bowls of char siu ramen." "Coming right up." Yu cautiously looked around the shop. There were many people, but they all seemed happy. "Should be safe, right?" Sakura, sitting across from Yu, noticed the restraint in his eyes and chuckled softly. "Don't be so nervous. With Naruto around, everyone feels at ease. If you don't mind, I'll call you Little Yu." "Little Yu, how old are you this year?" Yu said shyly, "Just turned 12. Before long, Iam brought over 2 steaming bowls of ramen with 2 large char siu toppings that looked very appetizing. Yu was deeply attracted by the drifting aroma. Just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks, he politely glanced at Sakura. Sakura found it both amusing and exasperating. "Eat up, the ramen won't taste good when it's cold." Yu then devoured his meal, finishing a bowl in the blink of an eye. Sakura felt a sense of relief. Little Yu's eating style really resembles Karin's. Seeing Yu's still unsatisfied expression, Sakura gestured for Iam to bring another bowl. In the end, Yu devoured 7 bowls of ramen. Before leaving, Iam handed Yu an invitation ticket for the ramen contest scheduled 2 months later. On the way back to the hospital, Sakura asked, "Little Yu, what are your plans from now on?" Yu's original idea was to wait for his mother to wake up and go home together. But he was no match for those 2 blood-red figures. If it weren't for Suigetsu risking his life to open a path, he and his mother might have. After a long silence, Yu raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. "Aunt Sakura, I want to become stronger until I can protect everyone I want to protect." Hearing this, Sakura was stunned, then smiled with relief. "Little Yu, you have to work hard then. Oh, by the way, this afternoon, there's a supplementary exam for the Ninja Academy Genin promotion. You can go check it out." At that moment, the Ninja Academy was bustling with noise and excitement. The adults watching were discussing, "It's been many years since there was a supplementary exam for Genin. What's happening this year? I heard a newly graduated Genin, before being assigned to a team, was killed by a missing nin from the Mist Village. That's terrifying. Has the rogue ninja been caught?" "Not yet. They say he's still hiding near Konoha. The Hokage is furious, ordering the ANBU to search, but no trace yet." Inside the training ground, a boy much bulkier than his peers, after knocking down another boy, yelled, "The 5th one. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? Teachers, that means the Genin spot is mine." On the other side, a stout middle-aged man, looking at the fearful boys and girls, said helplessly to a woman with shoulder-length black hair and clear features, "Chingyue, it seems we can announce the result." Minami Sawagetsu was about to speak when a black-haired boy rushed into the academy in a fluster. "Excuse me, is this the place for the Genin supplementary exam? Excuse me, is this the place for the Genin supplementary exam?" Nan's Chingyue looked at the black-haired boy ahead. He had large black eyes, very cute, but somewhat unfamiliar. Tukong Dami, standing beside her, wore a serious expression and spoke to Nan's Chingyue. Qingyue, this boy is not on the Ninja Academy roster. The boy took out a letter from his pocket and handed it to Tukong Dami. Hello teachers. My name is Yu. This is my letter of recommendation. Tukong Dami took the letter and glanced at it casually. It was a standard recommendation letter. But when Tukong Dami saw the signature, his fingers trembled slightly. Nan's Qingyue, curious, followed his gaze. The signature read, Haruno Sakura. Tukong Dami forced a smile. Since it's recommended by Lady Sakura, I am reassured. Boy, you were called you right. The rules are simple: lose consciousness or go out of bounds, you lose. You nodded seriously and walked into the arena. The burly boy looked at the slender Yu with contempt. As Tukong Dami announced the start, the burly boy swung a fist the size of a sandbag and charged at you. Kid, remember, the one who defeats you is named Shimura Saburo. Take this. You watched as Shimura Saburo rushed at him. He lightly pushed off with his left foot, dodged to the right, and extended his right leg. Shimura Saburo was startled and tried to turn back, but couldn't control his momentum. He was tripped and fell heavily onto the muddy ground, his mouth full of mud. The onlookers were stunned. Is it over? Nan's Qingyue said calmly. These two are not on the same level. Tukong Dami, however, looked pleased. There's still 1 month until the Chunin exams jointly held by Konoha and the Cloud Village. This year's genin are a bit lacking compared to last year. The only decent ones in the village are those 2 boys from the Hataki and Hyuga clans. I heard the 4th Rakich's grandson, though a genin, is far stronger than an average Chunin. This boy Yu, I'm looking forward to his performance. Shimura Saburo, who had been knocked out of bounds, stood up unwillingly, struggled to his feet, and ran out of the Ninja Academy shouting, You just wait. My brother won't let you off. Tukong Dami gave Shimura Saburo a deep look, then turned to you and said with a smile, You, congratulations on becoming a genin of Konoha. This is Teacher Qingyue. She will handle the genin registration procedures. Nan's Qingyue led you into the tool room, took out a ninja tool pouch and handed it to him. While you was inspecting the genin starter pack, Nan's Qingyue handed him another item. It was a forehead protector engraved with the spiral symbol. Nan's Qingyue looked at you seriously. This is Konoha's forehead protector. It is a symbol of a Konoha ninja's identity and also a responsibility. I hope you can grow and gain something. You looked at the forehead protector with delight. This headband is so cool. It would be even cooler if there was a scratch line in the middle. Nan's Qingyue's face darkened, and she gave you a hard thump on the head. You rubbed the bump on his head and said pitifully, I didn't know that a scratch on the headband means a rogue ninja. Nan's Qingyue also felt a bit embarrassed. Don't cry. I'll treat you to Ichiraku Ramen. You pouted. Who's crying? Wait. Ichiraku Ramen. Then I'll reluctantly forgive you. I brought 2 bowls of ramen to Nan's Qingyue, and used table, smiling brightly. Little one, this is your 10th bowl of ramen today. Nan's Qingyue's pupils shook violently. This kid eats more ramen in 1 day than I do in a year. You felt a bit embarrassed, but soon noticed that his ramen had 2 extra-large chashu slices, while Nan's Qingyue's had none. You asked hesitantly, Teacher Qingyue, are you trying to lose weight? Why don't you eat chashu? Nan's Qingyue laughed and scolded him. You're the one trying to lose weight. Hurry up and eat. The chashu won't taste good when it's cold. You thought for a moment, then tentatively picked up a piece of chashu and put it into Nan's Qingyue's bowl. Teacher Qingyue, I can't eat that much. Nan's Qingyue froze for a moment, then her eyes became increasingly gentle. I'm not much older than you. From now on, call me Qingyue-jie. Sister Sakura said in her letter to find you a place to stay. After we finish eating, I'll take you to the ninja apartment. Okay, Qingyue-jie. Leaving Ichiraku Ramen, Nan's Qingyue took you to the Konoha ninja apartment. With the apartment aunt's recommendation, you chose a small but cozy room. Before leaving, the apartment aunt reminded you, the Hokage's new policy: new ninjas have 3 months of free rent, and after 3 months it's 10,000 ryo per month. 10,000 ryo? You was shocked. He knew that a bowl of Ichiraku Ramen cost 60 ryo, so 10,000 ryo meant 166.5 bowls of ramen. Nan's Qingyue patted you on the shoulder and comforted him. Don't panic, Xiaoyu. After you are assigned to a team tomorrow, you can start doing missions. D-rank missions can earn a team 50 to 500,000 ryo. You was puzzled. Team assignment? What team? Nan's Qingyue patiently explained. Under the guidance of a teacher, 3 new genin form a team to carry out missions and grow together. This Chunin exam also requires team participation. Chunin exam. Can I participate too? Of course, but only if you get the approval of the team leader. That's great. Xiaoyu, did you not hear the second part? After bidding farewell to Nan's Qingyue, you went to the hospital to visit Karin. Although his mother hadn't woken up yet, her vital signs were stable, and you breathed a sigh of relief. After all, surviving those 2 was already lucky enough. I wonder how Uncle Suigetsu is doing. In the hidden stone village, a white-haired, purple-eyed man with bandages wrapped around his upper body sneezed twice. I wonder if Karin and that kid you escaped safely. The next morning after training, you remembered Qingyue-jie's instructions and headed to the ninja academy. The sky was still dim and there weren't many people yet. You found an inconspicuous corner and stood quietly. As the sun rose, more and more adults accompanied their children into the ninja academy until it was bustling with noise. A middle-aged man with a black scarf and 2 hideous scars on his face spoke in a deep voice. I am Ibiki Morino, in charge of the team assignment this time. As the crowd gradually quieted down, Ibiki spoke slowly. Those whose names are called step forward. First Squad Tiao Yi Tailang. Present. First Squad Mutsuin Tuahai. Present. Third Squad Rixiang Huitian. Upon hearing this name, murmurs rippled through the crowd. It's him. The prodigy of the Hyuga clan. He is said to be the future heir of the Hyuga family. You watched the steady-footed boy with long black hair before him, as if even the tiniest speck of dust could not approach him. 7th Squad Xiao Zi. Present. 7th Squad Chimu Baizai. As soon as Ibiki finished speaking, another wave of whispers erupted around them. I heard he has extraordinary talent in earth release. He seems to have some connection with the 6th Hokage. Following the crowd's gaze, you saw a boy with short silver hair. Hearing the praise around him, the boy couldn't help but show a hint of pride on his face. 7th Squad Yu. Hearing his name called by Ibiki, you walked toward Chimu Baizai, and Xiao Zi, offering a smile and a nod. Xiao Zi had long purple hair, and when she smiled her dimples showed, making her quite adorable. Chimu Baizai, however, was rather outgoing, stepping forward to pat you on the shoulder, and speaking enthusiastically. From now on, just mention my name in Konoha. I've got your back. Suddenly you heard a woman's voice, gentle yet carrying a hint of coolness. 7th Squad Assemble. The 3 of them walked toward the woman. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind, her face was exquisitely beautiful, and she wore a black trench coat. Just standing there, she emanated an air of distance. The woman spoke slowly. I am the leader of the 7th Squad, Nans Qingying. Nans Qingying. He was taken aback upon hearing the name. Nans Qingying, Nans Qingyue. This teacher bears the same surname as Sister Qingyue. Upon hearing the name, Baizai also froze for a moment, then fell into deep thought. Nans Qingying. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere, but where? Before the 3 could speak, Nans Qingying tossed a scroll to you and vanished from the spot. Since everyone is here, it's time to carry out your first mission. Xiao Zi looked puzzled. Shouldn't we introduce ourselves first? I practiced my lines for a long time last night. Baizai put his hands behind his head and said nonchalantly. You check if it's one of those boring missions like helping old ladies find their pets or helping old men find their glasses. You opened the scroll and Baizai and Xiao Zi leaned in. On the mission scroll, it was clearly written, Jishan Village, 10 kilometers west of Konoha Village. A wild beast has been injuring people. Mission rank C. Reward 30000 Rio. Baizai couldn't help but rub his hands together. A wild beast. I hope it doesn't disappoint me, he. Xiao Zi felt a shiver of fear at the word, wild beast. Our first mission, and it's already C rank. You stared at the mission scroll, his mind wandering to 166.5 bowls of ramen. Just after noon, they arrived at the mission location, Jishan Village. The village was somewhat dilapidated, and at the entrance several men carrying weapons were heading out of the village. One of the young men, seeing you and the others approaching, promptly shouted, Kids, go back home. There's a wild beast here. It has already taken several children. Another middle-aged man noticed the forehead protectors on Yu's group, and said joyfully to a burly man beside him, Dezhuang, your Xiao Hua might be saved. These are ninjas from Konoha Village. Overjoyed, Dezhuang gripped Baizai's hand. Please, I beg you, save my Xiao Hua. It was Baizai's first time facing such a situation, and he was somewhat at a loss. Uncle. What happened? It turned out that half an hour ago, Dezhuang's daughter Xiao Hua was playing with some children at the village entrance, when a black bear charged out of the forest and snatched her away. The middle-aged man had gathered a few young men to prepare to enter the forest for a rescue. After hearing the story, Baizai puffed out his chest. Uncle, don't worry. I will bring Xiao Hua back safely. Soon, guided by the villagers, the 3 entered the forest. At the edge, traces of small animals could still be seen. The deeper they went, the denser the woods became, and the surroundings grew quieter. Suddenly, a rustling came from the bushes on the right side of the group. Everyone tensed up, holding their breath, not daring to be careless. A small rabbit darted out of the bushes, and Xiao Zi let out a long sigh of relief. It's just a cute little rab. Before she could finish, a large gray bear over 2 meters tall burst from the forest on the left and lunged at Dezhuang. Before Dezhuang could react, the bear was already upon him, a massive paw swinging straight at his face. A sharp clash rang out. Dezhuang's head was unharmed, a horizontally held kunai, having blocked the bear's attack. Baizai looked up at the bear with some strain, but his eyes burned with fighting spirit. You big guy got some strength, huh? The bear let out a furious roar at the human brat who had blocked its attack and swung its other paw at Baizai. Baizai leaped back, dodging with ease. The bear did not intend to let the opportunity slip and charged at Baizai. Baizai was about to counter when 2 kunai flew toward the bear's chest. Thrown by Xiao Zi, who had reacted in time. The kunai struck true, but they could not pierce the bear's thick layer of fat and fell straight to the ground. Seeing the bear's formidable defense, Baizai began forming hand seals. You Xiao Zi, it seems our tools can't do much to this big guy. Buy me some time. I'm going to take it down with a new technique. Xiaozi nodded seriously, pulled 2 kunai from her tool pouch, and hurled them at the bear, successfully drawing its attention. The bear indeed chased after Xiaozi, who ran in a zigzag, while throwing ninja tools at it. Yu also clumsily threw kunai at the bear, his movements somewhat awkward, not even grazing the bear's fur. Off to the side, Bai Zai couldn't help but mutter about how you had passed the tool-throwing exam. Oops. Suddenly Xiaozi tripped over a protruding tree root, and fell heavily to the ground. When she turned around, the bear was already upon her, its solid paw slamming down. Damn it! Bai Zai mid-hand seal saw Xiaozi in danger, and was about to rush to her aid, but a kunai whistling with fierce force pierced through the bear's paw, drawing a spray of blood. Finally! I hit something. Yu, the culprit, scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Amazing! Xiaozi stared at the bear's paw pierced by the kunai, astonished that the bear she couldn't harm at all had been so easily wounded by Yu. Sorry to keep you waiting. Taking advantage of the bear's pain and distraction, the prodigy of Earth released Chimu Bai Zai, who had been forming hand seals for 17 seconds, finally completed his jutsu. Earth released giant rock-crushing technique. 2 massive boulders rose from the left and right of the bear. With a single thunderous crash, the bear was crushed between them like a meat sandwich, losing consciousness. Just as Yu and the others breathed a sigh of relief, Dazhuang, who was standing beside the bear, exclaimed, "This is not the bear I saw." Hearing Dazhuang's words, Bai Zai was somewhat startled. "Uncle, do you mean there's another bear in the forest?" Dazhuang explained. "The one who took Xiao Hua was a black bear, and it was much shorter than this gray bear." Bai Zai felt a bit discouraged but soon rallied. "These large beasts are really hard to deal with, but don't worry, Uncle will continue searching for Xiao Hua." As they were about to move forward, Yu crouched down as if he had found something. Bai Zai also gathered around. "Yu, what's wrong?" Yu brushed aside the leaves on the ground, revealing the full picture. It was human footprints. And they were the footprints of an adult. Yu's expression turned serious. "It seems we need to be cautious." The group continued deeper into the forest, and the visibility grew lower the further they went. Suddenly Yu, who was walking in front, felt he had stepped on something. Following his gaze, Bai Zai's face turned pale. There was a kunai wrapped with a detonating paper attached to a thin thread. And the thread was broken. "You watch out for the detonating paper." Yu looked puzzled. "Ha! What's a detonating paper?" A violent explosion ensued and thick black smoke rose above the forest. A man stood on a slope admiring his handiwork, laughing wildly. "Ha ha ha, is Konoha running out of ninjas? Sending a few rookies to capture me, Lord Kara?" Before he could finish, 2 kunai flew toward him. Kara merely sidestepped, dodging the attack. In that instant, Bai Zai appeared behind Kara, thrusting his kunai at him. But Kara was prepared. He drew a kunai from his tool pouch and clashed with Bai Zai. The 2 kunai sparked brilliantly. After the exchange, both retreated. Kara remained calm, while Bai Zai's hand trembled slightly behind his back, clearly at a disadvantage in the clash. Bai Zai stared intently at Kara, his voice low. "Xiaozi, how is you?" Xiaozi's voice trembled from within the smoke. "You is gone." Seeing Bai Zai's dejection, Kara seized the chance to taunt. "That brat must have been blown to pieces. Don't worry, I'll send you to join him soon." With that, Kara pushed off his right foot and charged at Bai Zai. Bai Zai could only defend himself in haste, retreating as he fought. 2 kunai traced sparks through the dark forest. In a few breaths they had exchanged over a dozen moves, and Bai Zai's arms and calves bore several new wounds. Xiaozi, unable to dwell on grief, drew a kunai from her tool pouch and rushed at Kara, joining the fight. But even under their combined assault, Kara seemed at ease. After a few moves, he exploited a gap in Xiaozi's defense, kicking her several meters away, then pursued her before she could land. Not good. Seeing Xiaozi in danger, Bai Zai panicked and turned to assist, but unexpectedly Kara flashed a sinister smile. Just as Bai Zai was about to catch up, Kara spun around, catching him off guard, and swung his kunai at Bai Zai. "You're finished, kid." Bai Zai saw the kunai closing in but couldn't react in time. Suddenly a ghostly voice whispered in Kara's ear. "You're finished." Yu had appeared to Kara's right, without warning, thrusting his kunai at Kara's attacking hand. Despite Kara's desperate dodge, a deep gash was cut into his right arm, reaching the bone, and blood gushed out. Yu followed up with a kick, sending Kara flying several meters. He crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up dust. Seeing Yu safe and sound, Bai Zai and Xiaozi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Zai weakly patted Yu on the shoulder. "You bastard, I thought you were dead." However, Xiaozi noticed something and looked at Yu's left foot, her face turning pale. "Yu, your foot. Let me bandage it first." Bai Zai also looked at Yu's left foot and was shocked. It was a bloody mess with the white bone vaguely visible. Yu scratched the back of his head and said with relief, "That was close. I almost got blown up. Luckily I dodged quickly." "What the heck is that detonating paper? It's so powerful." Bai Zai shook his head helplessly. You bastard, did you never attend the Ninja Academy?" Seeing Yu nod seriously, Bai Zai's jaw dropped, just as he was about to say something. Suddenly Dazhuang exclaimed from the side, "Tch, that guy is getting up again." Bai Zai and Xiaozi's expressions changed as they looked at Kara. Kara slowly rose to his feet, his eyes ferocious and terrifying. "I'll make you wish you were dead." He formed hand seals, gathering lightning-natured chakra. In a few breaths, the lightning transformed into 3 white foxes that charged at you and the others. Baizai didn't dare to be careless. He formed hand seals. Earth release earth wall technique. A thick 3-meter-high wall of earth rose from the ground, shielding them. But unexpectedly, the seemingly solid wall was instantly pierced by the lightning foxes, forcing the 3 to scatter and dodge. Kara fixed his gaze on you in midair, flickered, and appeared before him, thrusting his kunai. You! Watch out! Baizai reacted and tried to warn him, but could only watch helplessly as the kunai pierced through Yu's figure. Seeing his attack land, Kara felt a surge of satisfaction and laughed heartily, but gradually his smile froze. The kunai had only passed through an afterimage. Xiao Zi was also astonished. Such a fast body flicker technique. Kara grew uneasy, searching for Yu's location. But Yu had already appeared above him, hooked his right foot downward and slammed Kara into the ground. Kara coughed up blood as he hit the ground, struggling to get up, only to see Baizai charging at him with a kunai. Forced to defend, Kara was thrown off balance. Just as he was about to counterattack, Yu rushed in from the right with a kunai. With his right arm injured, Kara gradually fell into a disadvantage. He tried to break free using his rich combat experience, but Xiao Zi threw a kunai that blocked his escape route. Seizing the opportunity, Yu threw a powerful punch that sent Kara staggering back several meters, then said to Baizai, "Baizai, finish him with your salt-baked chicken technique." Baizai retorted, "It's the Great Rock Crush technique." This time Baizai only took 6 seconds. 2 massive rocks closed in on Kara from both sides, but Kara sneered and retreated. "Don't underestimate me, this speed is like a turtle." Before he could finish, Yu used the body flicker technique to appear behind Kara, and punched him back into the path of the rocks. Thus Kara became the second meat and rock sandwich in this forest. After a short rest, the group ventured deeper into the forest. Soon they found a dilapidated wooden cabin from which the laughter of children could be heard. Whoever was inside seemed to have heard their footsteps. A woman pushed open the door. Yu, Baizai, and Xiao Zi were all stunned. It was actually teacher Qingying. As Byakuya and Xiao Zi puzzled over why instructor Nan's Qingying had appeared here, Yu stepped forward confidently and pointed directly at her. "I understand now. Instructor Qingying, you're working with that man." Just as Byakuya and Xiao Zi turned to Yu in stunned disbelief, Nan's Qingying had already closed the distance and gently raised her hand, delivering a sharp, playful rap to Yu's forehead that made him wince and grimace. Nan's Qingying raised her hand once more. Yu braced to flee, only to find a faint green array etched with intricate patterns shimmering beneath their feet. Sensing an unusual sensation in his left foot, Yu glanced down, and saw soft emerald light coiling around it. His wounds were slowly mending. "It feels so soothing." Beside him, Byakuya's arm and calf wounds were also healing steadily, until at last the memory surfaced where he'd heard instructor Qingying's name before. His uncle had once told him that among Konoha's younger generation, only 2 shinobi possessed extraordinary talent in Fuinjutsu: Nan's Qingying and Minano Ike. While the group tended their injuries, a timid little girl cautiously peered out from the wooden cottage, scanning the crowd, until her gaze settled upon the broad-shouldered man, whereupon she broke into a radiant smile and dashed toward him. "Daddy!" De Zhuang's heart, suspended in anxiety, finally settled. His eyes glistened with tears as he swept the girl into a tight embrace. "Xiaohua!" Several other children emerged from the cottage, and the middle-aged man realized, astonished, that every single child who had gone missing recently stood before him, none missing. Xiao Zi, puzzled, turned to Nan's Qingying and asked, "Instructor Qingying, what exactly is going on?" Nan's Qingying began to explain. This area was originally home to a grizzly bear and a black bear. Kara hunted and killed the black bear, skinned it, wore its pelt as disguise, and then abducted the village children. Xiao Zi grew even more bewildered. "Instructor Qingying, why did Kara abduct those children?" Nan's Qingying gazed westward, her voice lowering with gravity. "Numerous child abductions have occurred recently in the land of Earth. These incidents are almost certainly connected. Back in the village, the middle-aged man handed you a small sack and spoke with quiet apology. "We can never repay your immense kindness. This is 30,000 ryo. It's not much, but it carries the heartfelt gratitude of everyone. You reached out to accept it." When Nan's Qingying spoke, "Wasn't Jishan village recently attacked by bandits?" The man's pupils widened in shock, then clouded over with sorrow. "Yes, half the village was destroyed. We lost valuables, and over a dozen villagers' lives." After hearing this, Nan's Qingying turned away, her expression hidden from view. "Keep this money to rebuild the village, and buy grain." Amid villagers' tearful, grateful farewells, the group set off toward home. Xiao Zi gazed at Nan's Qingying's retreating figure ahead, her eyes alight with admiration. "Instructor Qingying is so cool." Byakuya rolled his eyes. "Isn't my new technique equally impressive? You surely agree, don't you?" Yu's eyes filled with sorrow, he murmured softly. "Gone. All my ramen. Utterly ruined." Suddenly Nan's Qingying halted and spoke calmly. "For the coming period, I will assign no new missions. Focus entirely on preparing for the Chunin exams." Then she turned to Byakuya. "Byakuya, after confronting Kara, you've surely grasped how Raitun techniques suppress Doton. During the upcoming Chunin exams, the 3 genin from Kumogakure will wield Raitun far more potent than Kara's." Byakuya's expression tightened. Instructor Qingying. I understand. Nan's Qingying then shifted her gaze to Xiao Zi. Xiao Zi. Your precision with ninja tools is exceptional, yet their impact remains insufficient. I recall you wield wind-natured chakra. There's an outstanding wind-style shinobi in our village. I'll accompany you to meet her tomorrow. Xiao Zi beamed with delight, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons, two delicate dimples appearing faintly on her cheeks. Thank you, Instructor Qingying. Yu eagerly jabbed a finger at himself. Instructor Qingying. What about me? What about me? Nan's Qingying looked at you, hesitated, then fell silent. Perhaps you should retake ninja tools class at the academy first. Byakuya and Xiao Zi recalled you stepping on the explosive tag, and burst into laughter. Only after Nan's Qingying departed did the three realize the truth. Byakuya spoke incredulous. We are allowed to take the Chunin exams. Xiao Zi nodded earnestly. Yes, we mustn't let Instructor Qingying down. You lowered his head, murmuring, Ninja tools class. What is it? Probably not edible. When you awoke it was already noon the next day. His stomach growling loudly, he absent-mindedly raked his fingers through his hair until it stood up in wild tufts. Ah. No money left for food. Suddenly you remembered something, and bolted downstairs. Moments later he stood inside Konoha's mission assignment center, scanning the bulletin board for suitable tasks. Soon, however, you shuffled out of the center, shoulders slumped and head bowed. What kind of missions are these? Eliminate rogue Jonin Muraoka Shuya of Iwagakure. Rank A. Eliminate rogue Jonin Muraoka Shuji of Iwagakure. Rank A. Investigate the disappearance of Sunagakure Jonin Sunetaro. Rank A again. Pursue and eliminate Miss Shinobi Onijima last sighted in Konoha Forest. Still rank A. You walked on, head down, oblivious to someone calling his name from behind. Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu. Thud. Ah. Who hit me? Wings grown strong have we? Pretending not to hear. Rubbing the rapidly swelling bump on his head you turned, only to see Nan's Qingyue standing there. You stammered apologetically. Sister Qingyue. I'm sorry, I was lost in thought. Nan's Qingyue's tone softened considerably. What were you thinking about? You rubbed his forehead again. I wanted to find a mission, but there wasn't a single one in the center I could take. Nan's Qingyue regarded you with newfound respect. Xiao Yu. May I ask your secret to such unwavering diligence? Yu's cheeks flushed faintly. No money. A beat of silence passed, before Nan's Qingyue spoke again. Xiao Yu, I know of a part-time job. Would you like to? Before she could finish you nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, yes. Soon Nan's Qingyue led you to their destination. A small wooden cottage whose entrance overflowed with vibrant flower pots. You glanced up at the signboard above the door. Yamanaka Flower Shop. Inside, a graceful woman with long golden hair moved gracefully among blossoms. Nan's Qingyue tugged you inside and greeted the woman with a warm smile. Sister Ino, long time no see. You've grown even lovelier. Ino fixed Nan's Qingyue with a mock-scolding look. Qingyue, you little rascal. Are you here to cause trouble again? With a playful tongue twitch, Qingyue nudged you forward. Not at all. Not at all. I've brought you a new part-timer. Xiao Yu. Say hello. You politely raised his hand. Auntie Ino, hello? Before Nan's Qingyue could cover Yu's mouth, the words were already out. In that instant you felt the gentle golden-haired woman's hair lift as if electrified, her eyes blazing with terrifying murderous intent. You little brat. What did you just call me? You had no time to react before Ino vanished from her spot, appearing before him in the next instant swinging a fist as big as a sandbag towards his head. A scream. You let out a cry of pain as the small bump left by Nan's Qingyue's knock quickly swelled into an even larger one. Kid, what did you just call me? Nan's Qingyue quickly stepped in front of you. Xiao Yu, someone as young, beautiful, and broad-minded as Sister Ino should be called. Big sister, understand? You nodded with a mix of understanding and confusion. I understand. Hello, Sister Ino. Ino's expression softened. That's a good kid. Your name is Xiao Yu, right? Working part-time here is very hard, you know. You said seriously. I'm not afraid. After discussing the salary, Yu's job training began, and Nan's Qingyue stayed watching with interest. As the bumps on Yu's head grew taller, his mistakes became fewer, and he grew more skilled at the work. As dusk fell, the flower shop closed. Ino was very satisfied with Yu's intelligence, eagerness to learn, and strong will. Xiao Yu, come work part-time often when you're free. You looked at the 150 ryo in his hand, a smile of both joy and melancholy on his face. Half a day's wages were already this much, enough for 2 bowls of Ichiraku Ramen. But his head seemed to have lost all sensation. You walked out of the flower shop and found Nan's Qingyue still waiting for him outside. He ran up to her excitedly. Sister Qingyue, let me treat you to Ichiraku Ramen. Nan's Qingyue smiled and nodded. What? My sister actually agreed to let you participate in this Chunin exam. Hearing this news, Nan's Qingyue was very surprised. After all, Yu and his team had only become genin a few days ago. Hyuga Kaiten and the held-back medal were a different story. You slurped a mouthful of ramen fiercely. Teacher Qingying is actually Sister Qingyue's older sister. Nan's Qingyue also slurped some ramen. That's right. Wait, Xiao, you don't change the subject. Do you know how dangerous this Chunin exam is? You shook his head and comforted her. Sister Qingyue, don't worry. Bai Zai Xiao Zi and I teamed up and defeated a Chunin. Nan's Qingyue's expression turned serious. Xiao Yu Yeyue Jing of Yunin Village has defeated over a dozen Chunin. He can even take on 3 Chunin at once and win. Yu's tone became earnest. Sister Qingyue, actually I'm very strong too. Nan's Qingyue looked at him tenderly and smiled. Alright, I understand. Starting tomorrow morning, I'll help you review ninja tool lessons. Otherwise you'll be eliminated by someone's explosive tag, before you even meet Yeyue Jing. Yu's face flushed slightly. Sister Qingyue, you're all making fun of me. At the residence of the 6th Hokage, Bai Zai looked at the silver-haired man wearing a mask before him and said earnestly, Uncle Kakashi, I want to become stronger. Can you help me? Hearing this, Kakashi found it incredible. Wasn't this guy Bai Zai just a few days ago thinking he was invincible? But soon Kakashi agreed. 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, meet at the training ground. Bai Zai was overjoyed. Yes, Uncle Kakashi. Under the moonlight, Xiao Zi stared at the 6 wooden stakes studded with kunai and shuriken ahead. Her fingers had begun to bleed and were trembling uncontrollably. Behind her, a tall woman with 4 short braids, a large iron fan on her back, yellow hair, and blue eyes said slowly, Let's stop here for today. Go back and rest well. The woman was about to turn and leave when she heard Xiao Zi's weak voice. Teacher Temari, I want to practice a bit more. Temari looked at Xiao Zi's stubborn eyes, stopped, and said in a somewhat serious tone. Xiao Zi, tighten your grip on your fingers. Try to infuse wind nature chakra into the ninja tools. Time passed quickly and a month flew by. Today was the first trial of the Chunin exam jointly hosted by my village and Yunin village. My village had become lively with ninjas from both villages chatting everywhere. Who do you think will be the first place in this Chunin exam? No need to ask, it's definitely our Yeyue Jing from Yunin village. I'm not so sure. Hyuga Kaiten from the Hyuga clan is also very strong. Are you forgetting about Hataki Bai Zai? He's the 6th Hokage's distant nephew. The discussions among the crowd were unending, but no one could convince the others. Yu, leaving my hospital, was about to head to the first round exam venue, my forest. Although his mother had not yet awakened, her condition was gradually improving. Suddenly you saw an old man wearing a white chef's hat struggling to push a worn-out 4-wheeled cart toward the bridge. Yu was about to help when he heard a commotion from the other side of the bridge. Old man, get out of the way. A young man with a hawk-like nose and a Yunin village headband casually pushed the cart aside. The cart toppled backward, about to hit the old man. Yu performed the body flicker technique and caught the cart. Grandpa, are you all right? The old man chuckled and thanked him. Little one, thank you. The hawk-nosed youth walked past Yu and the old man with disdain. Next time watch where you're going. Seeing the hawk-nosed youth's rude words, Yu was furious. Yu apologized to Grandpa. The youth raised an eyebrow and sneered. And if I don't? Seeing the two at odds, the old man cheerfully said to Yu. Little one, it's no trouble, no trouble. Too many customers today. My daughter and those 2 guys, Shi and Song, can't handle it. I have to hurry to the shop to help. You had to let it go. Grandpa, let me help you. The old man chuckled. Then I'll be in your care. Soon the two arrived at their destination. The old man wiped the sweat from his forehead and said cheerfully, Little one, we're here. Come try our shop's Ichiraku Ramen. By the way, little one, I'm Ichiraku. I don't know your name yet. You never expected that the old man was actually the old proprietor of Ichiraku Ramen, Ichiraku himself, the father of I am. Uncle Ichiraku, just call me Xiaoyu. Uncle Ichiraku told you to sit for a while and went to work in the back kitchen. Though old, his skills were still as good as ever. Soon I am brought a very generous bowl of Ichiraku Ramen to Yu's table, and said with a smile, Xiaoyu, thank you for helping earlier. I heard you're participating in the Chunin exam today. Make sure to do your best. Yu raised his chopsticks full of fighting spirit. Yo! After finishing his ramen, Yu hurried toward the forest of death. Though the outskirts of the forest were crowded with people, Yu still spotted Team 7 at a glance. Byakuya spotted Yu as well and waved. Yu, what took you so long? Yu replied with a hint of embarrassment. I helped an old man cross a bridge. Byakuya curled his lip. I've used that excuse at the Ninja Academy more times than I can count. Before they could catch up, a black-haired man with a spiky ponytail spoke lazily. I am the chief examiner of the first round of the Chunin exams, Nara Shikamaru. This round is simple. Each team of 3 will receive 3 scrolls, Heaven, Earth, and Man. After 3 days, those who hold 2 identical scrolls will advance to the next elimination round. As Shikamaru finished speaking, the crowd at the edge of the forest erupted in murmurs. The first round eliminates at least half of us. That's terrifying. I want to go home. Give me your scroll before you leave. Suddenly an untimely voice cut through the crowd. Don't worry, I won't let so many losers advance to the second round. Everyone turned to see a burly dark-skinned youth wearing a Kumogakure headband. On his left stood a provocatively dressed girl with a fiery figure, and on his right a youth with a hawk-like nose. You stared at the hawk-nosed youth, a chill in his gaze. It was the same guy from the bridge. Who is that brat? Why is he so arrogant? Several Konoha participants were about to challenge the youth, but were stopped by their companions. Hey, don't you know who he is? I don't care who he is, he needs to be taught a lesson. He's the fourth Raikage's grandson Yatsuki. I forget I said anything. The farce ended and Shikamaru with a look of utter despair directed everyone to enter in an orderly fashion. Before they parted, Nanzuo Kayakage advised, in team missions unity is important, but what's more important is coming back safely. The three felt a warmth in their hearts and replied in unison. Yes, Kayakage-sensei. You hidden in the grass asked in confusion Xiao Zi. Is our tactic really just to crouch in the bushes? Xiao Zi replied with a serious expression. There are 32 teams in this Chunin exam. As long as each of us holds 2 scrolls we can advance to the second round. We don't need to defeat too many teams. Conserving our strength is the safest strategy. Byakuya swatted at mosquitoes while saying, but there are so many mosquitoes here. Why don't we switch to another bush? Suddenly a rustling came from the bushes ahead. A Konoha ninja fled in panic, but before he could go far a figure flashed past and a kunai struck him. The Konoha ninja collapsed without a chance to react. The hawk-nosed youth sneered. If this exam didn't forbid killing, you'd be dead already. The hawk-nosed youth searched the Konoha ninja, took his scroll, and vanished. You muttered, Xiao Zi, why didn't you let me go beat him up? Xiao Zi explained patiently. I don't have much intel on the Kumogakure team led by Yatsuki, but I'm sure they're one of the strongest teams in this exam. The other 2 are probably nearby. Engaging them now isn't the best choice. You scratched the back of his head. I'll listen to you, Xiao Zi. As night fell after crouching all day, Byakuya's legs were numb. Xiao Zi took out 3 soldier pills from her bag, and handed them to you and Byakuya. Byakuya tossed the pill into his mouth with a hint of unease, then his eyes lit up. Xiao Zi, these soldier pills taste amazing, way better than any I've had. Where did you buy them? Under the moonlight Xiao Zi's cheeks flushed slightly. I made them myself. I'm glad you don't find them awful. Byakuya grinned. How could I? Before he could finish, a figure stumbled into the bush in front of them, locking eyes with you. Before you could speak, the figure grabbed his throat and lifted him into the air. In the moonlight, the 3 saw a Kirigakure headband with a horizontal line across the symbol. Byakuya's expression turned serious. Why is there a Kirigakure missing nin here? The rogue ninja wiped blood from his mouth and snarled. Rest in peace, brats. As he prepared to snap Yu's neck, the boy in his hand turned into a log. Not bad, kid. But that's all it is. The next moment Yu appeared behind the rogue ninja and swung his right leg, but the rogue ninja blocked it casually. You didn't dare linger and quickly retreated to Xiao Zi and Byakuya. Careful, this guy is strong. The rogue ninja began forming hand seals at a speed that dazzled Byakuya. Completing the seals, the rogue ninja extended his right hand and 3 deep blue vortices appeared. Water-style whirlpool devour. The 3 felt an overwhelming force pulling them toward the whirlpools, unable to move. Byakuya gasped, can't move. Suddenly a massive fireball flew toward the rogue ninja, forcing him to retract his hand and form seals quickly. Water-style water bullet technique. The 2 opposing chakra natures clashed, sending a searing cloud of steam spreading through the forest. Outside the exam grounds, a Chunin rushed to Shikamaru. Shikamaru-sama, was that water style? Could it be the Kirigakure missing nin Kajima? Should we send someone? Shikamaru waved his hand. The world of shinobi is full of variables. This too is a kind of trial. Don't worry, that girl Hyo is also there. I wonder which team is so lucky. Elsewhere, Byakuya stared at you, who was still holding a hand seal, in surprise. You, that jutsu of yours is pretty good. You seemed to recall something, furrowed his brow and stared intently into the smoke. A figure emerged from the smoke. The rogue ninja, completely unharmed. No more time to waste. The rogue ninja pulled out a kunai. Byakuya and Xiao Zi saw only a dark blur, and then the rogue ninja was right in front of them. You quickly drew his kunai to block the attack, but his blade snapped in 2 on impact. Ignoring the sharp pain in his palm, you whispered something into the rogue ninja's ear, then used the body flicker technique to flee in the opposite direction from Byakuya and Xiao Zi. Whatever you said, the rogue ninja's expression flickered with panic, and he abandoned Byakuya and Xiao Zi to chase after you. Byakuya and Xiao Zi were about to follow when the Kumogakure team, drawn by the noise, blocked their path. The leader of the Kumogakure team, named Ramu, looked smugly at the 2. He caught 2 stragglers. Byakuya, now furious, growled, "Get out of my way." Pretending to be terrified, Lamb said to his teammates, "Zwishi's Waka, this silver-haired brat actually told us to get lost. I'm so scared." Zwishi couldn't help but sneer. "Is this kid still asleep?" Xiao Zi whispered to Bai Zai. Bai Zai, they must be Team Lamb. Apart from Team Yujijing, the strongest squad from Kumogakure village. Bai Zai nodded and formed hand seals. Earth-style great boulder crushing technique. 2 massive rocks slammed toward Team Lamb from both sides, forcing the trio to retreat a few steps. Using the boulders as cover, Bai Zai appeared beside Zwishi and drove his fist into the man's abdomen. Caught off guard, Swashi was knocked to the ground with a single blow. Meanwhile Lamb formed hand, seals summoning several crackling lightning serpents that slithered toward Baizai. Lightning-style snake swarm. Seeing this, Baizai began to form seals. Earth-style ground sink. The ground in front of Baizai collapsed, trapping the lightning serpents in the pit. Swaka, who had been waiting, crept up behind Baizai, intending to join forces with the rising Swashi. But then he saw four shuriken hurtling toward him at high speed. Swaka barely dodged them and was about to taunt Xiaozi, who was not far away, when he saw that she had already completed her hand seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Swaka could only watch as the 4 incoming shurikens split into 8. With no room to dodge, he was struck multiple times and collapsed unconscious. On the other side, Swashi, unable to get Swaka's support, exchanged several blows with Baizai before being knocked down again. Unwilling but defeated, he too lost consciousness. 2 useless pieces of trash. Lamb was irked and completed his hand seals. Don't get cocky. Take this. Lightning-style lightning net. Blue lightning spread like a dense spiderweb, moving so fast that Baizai and Xiaozi had no time to evade. The piercing electricity coursed through their bodies, slowing their movements. Lamb's feet were covered in lightning chakra as he drew a kunai and walked toward Baizai. It's over. Before Lamb could finish, a kunai wrapped in green chakra flew toward him. Lamb narrowly dodged and the kunai embedded itself into the ground. Futile. The next second, Baizai's fist landed squarely on Lamb's face, sending him and his teeth flying. Lamb was utterly baffled, but just before losing consciousness, he saw the kunai in the ground wrapped in green chakra. That's wind chakra. No wonder my lightning net. Baizai retrieved 3 scrolls from the fallen trio and happily high-fived Xiaozi. Xiaozi, this time I really owe you. I wonder what face you will make when he finds out we've advanced. Come on, let's catch up to him. He can't be the only one acting tough. Suddenly an untimely voice reached their ears. Advance. Don't count on it. Baizai and Xiaozi turned to see a burly dark-skinned teenage boy sneering at them, flanked by a graceful girl and a hawk-nosed boy. Elsewhere, you was kicked flying by a rogue ninja from Kirigakure and crashed heavily to the ground, coughing up blood. The rogue ninja looked at him with mockery. You like playing the hero? Why are you on the ground now? You gritted his teeth, rose to his feet and wiped the blood from his lips. A rogue jonin from Kirigakure Onigashima. Is that all you've got? After their brief exchange, you had identified the rogue ninja. It was the same one he'd seen on the mission scroll at the mission hall Onigashima, a rogue jonin from Kirigakure. To buy time for Baizai and Xiaozi to escape, you had deliberately lured Onigashima away. There was also a second reason: he wanted to test himself against a jonin. But after exchanging blows, you realized that his pride, the substitution technique, the body flicker, and taijutsu were all far inferior to Onigashima's. Looks like I'll have to use that technique. You started to form hand seals, but failed to notice another Onigashima appearing behind him. As you sensed something amiss and tried to dodge, the Onigashima behind him exploded instantly. The blast sent you flying over 10 meters, scorching half his body with the searing heat. Onigashima looked at the fallen you and shook his head contemptuously. Kid, the biggest gap between us is combat experience. Time to end. Before Onigashima could finish, you, who had seemed gravely wounded, stood up again, staring defiantly at Onigashima. But this time he could barely stay on his feet and collapsed once more. Yu's consciousness faded. Through the haze, he saw Onigashima lunging at him with a kunai. But at some point, a blue-haired girl, wearing an ANBU mask, had appeared behind Onigashima. In an instant, Onigashima was frozen solid. The blue-haired girl snapped her fingers and Onigashima shattered into pieces along with the ice. The girl looked curiously at the unconscious Yu. What should I do with this guy? After an unknown amount of time, Yu regained consciousness. The burns on half his body were now covered with a thin layer of ice, and the wounds had almost healed. Yu patted his head to clear his thoughts. Who was that blue-haired girl? How long have I been asleep? The first exam isn't over, is it? I wonder how Baizai and Xiaozi are doing. Muttering to himself, Yu quickened his pace. Suddenly 3 figures blocked his path. One of them, a green-haired ninja, rubbed his hands together excitedly. Kid, what scroll do you have? Yu looked at the 3 Kumogakure ninjas and rubbed his own hands in anticipation. Heaven Scroll. What about yours? The green-haired ninja's smile widened. Mine is a Heaven Scroll too. I didn't expect to run into you with only half an hour left in the first exam. Looks like my luck is really good. You nodded. Seems like my luck is pretty good too. Huh? In no time you had taken down the 3 Kumogakure ninjas and retrieved 2 human scrolls, 2 earth scrolls, and 1 heaven scroll from them. This way everyone can advance to the second exam. But I need to find Baizai and Xiaozi quickly. You returned to the spot where they had separated, but they were nowhere to be seen. The surrounding area, with broken trees and sunken ground, testified to a fierce battle that had taken place. A sense of dread filled Yu's heart. He expanded his search, but even when the bell signaling the end of the exam rang, he had not found them. Left with no choice, he followed the crowd out of the forest of Konoha. Most faces wore expressions of disappointment. Looks like we'll have to wait for the next exam. That madman Hyuga Katen. Several of our Kumogakure teams were eliminated by his squad. Team Yujijing is also ruthless. I never expected such a genius as Hataki Baizai to lose so badly. Before the ninja could finish, you blocked his path. Where did you see Baizai? The man, intimidated by the cold gleam in Yu's eyes, tremblingly raised his hand and pointed toward a crowded area. Over there. And there's a girl with purple hair too. You pushed through the crowd and stepped inside only to witness a heart-wrenching scene. Baizai's body was charred black, his right hand twisted grotesquely, as if it had been viciously crushed. Wounds covered him from head to toe, some still seeping blood. Baizai lay motionless on the ground, eyes tightly shut, his breathing barely perceptible. Xiaozi was in an equally dire state. Her arms were covered in gruesome gashes, and her once lustrous purple hair was now scorched and unevenly singed, though she still clung to a sliver of consciousness. Nanzua Qingying's expression was grave, as she cast a healing formation over the two. You hurried forward and knelt down, his face etched with worry. Xiaozi, are you all right? Xiaozi's eyes cleared slightly at the sight of you. Biting back the pain, she forced a weak smile. Xiao Yu, I'm so glad. You're safe. With those words, Xiaozi slipped into unconsciousness. Medical staff arrived and lifted both onto stretchers. As he watched Baizai and Xiaozi being carried away, Yu hung his head in dejection. Suddenly, a gentle voice spoke beside him. Xiao Yu, leave Baizai and Xiaozi to me. The elimination rounds are about to begin. Keep moving forward, try to reach the end. That's what both of them hope for. Nanzua Qingying's words were calm yet infused you with resolve. He nodded seriously, and was about to head to the tournament venue, when he remembered something and turned back, raising his wrist. Teacher Qingying, I'll give it my all. For Baizai, for Xiaozi, and for you. Inside the conference room, the Chunin in charge of the exam were in disarray. One ninja wiped sweat from his brow and reported to Shikamaru in a flustered tone. Lord Shikamaru, only 15 ninja advanced to the second elimination round. Shikamaru remained unruffled. I thought at least 30 would make it. Don't panic. The second round proceeds as scheduled. The final 4 matches will be held 7 days from now. You entered the tournament venue, which was buzzing with noise. Besides the advancing ninja, many eliminated ones were also watching. He's Hataki Baizai's teammate. Hataki Baizai got eliminated. How did he advance? Did he just run away? Hearing the whispers around him, Yu only clenched his fists and said nothing, finding an inconspicuous corner to stand. As the second elimination round progressed, all 3 members of the Yatsuki squad advanced to the top 8. From the Hyuga Kaiten squad, Hyuga Kaiten and Metal successfully advanced. In the 7th match, a girl with a long black ponytail, named Kato Yoru from Hyuga Kaiten squad, faced another Konoha Genin. But she seemed unskilled in combat and was soon defeated. Just as Kato Yoru lost, a man with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a drooping watermelon-shaped head landed in the arena, followed by another boy with a green spandex suit and a similar bowl cut. The man gave Kato Yoru a thumbs up. Yoru, you did well, but there's still room for improvement. Tomorrow morning, you Metal and I will do 100 laps around the village. On our hands. Yoru clenched her fists, fuming. Who wants to walk on their hands with you? I'm a girl, you know. Teacher Guy is such an idiot. As the little commotion ended, you saw his name appear on the screen. Just as he stepped into the arena, an exam proctor approached and announced loudly. Since only 15 ninja advanced from the second elimination round, you automatically moves on to the next round. The moment the words fell, the venue erupted. That guy advanced again. He's just too lucky. Investigate him, I say. But soon the matchups for the third round appeared on the large screen. Konoha U versus Kumogakure EE. The girl beside Yatsuki landed lightly in the arena, drawing cheers and shouts from many young spectators. EE looked at you with apologetic eyes. I'm sorry. What Yatsuki and the others did was truly inexcusable. Before she could finish, Yu said expressionlessly. Let's begin. He said no more. Her long whip, entwined with purple lightning chakra, lashed out in countless streaks toward you. Many ninja in the stands were dazzled. So fast. I can't even see it. The whip carved charred marks across the ground. You did not dodge. With a sharp gaze, he caught the split second when the whip halted and seized it firmly with his left hand. The raging lightning chakra crackled in Yu's hand, his palm gradually blackening before their eyes. Yet you seemed to feel no pain. He took a half step back with his left foot and yanked the whip with all his might. He felt a brute force dragging her toward you. Before she could release the whip, Yu's right fist was already shooting forward, the fierce wind pressure closing in on her face. Helpless, she could only close her eyes. But the expected pain never came. Opened her eyes to find Yu's fist stopped less than a centimeter from her nose. I lose. Yi's expression dimmed, but she quickly accepted it. The onlookers, however, were not so quick to accept. How could my goddess lose so easily? That is too weak. But last round she crushed a fairly strong genin. That kid Yu just got lucky and found an opening. Definitely. Hyuga Kaiten retracted his Byakugan, and listened to the crowd's chatter, finding it utterly ridiculous. Luck. Foolish. You paid no heed to the gossip. He turned and left the venue. His next match was in 7 days. At Konoha Hospital you stood outside by Zai and Xiao Zi's room. His hand raised to knock hesitated several times before dropping. Just as he was lingering the door opened. You almost forgot to greet the person who opened the door. Aunt Sakura, hello? Sakura smiled when she saw you. Xiao Yu. Why don't you come in? You replied in a subdued tone. Aunt Sakura, I just came to see them. How are they? Sakura's brow furrowed. They're still unconscious. Xiao Zi's injuries aren't serious, but Bai Zai's right hand is badly hurt. He'll need a long rest. The Kumogakure ninja truly went too far this time. You said nothing, only waved goodbye to Sakura. Leaving the hospital he didn't dare pause, and soon arrived at the training grounds behind Konoha. Gazing at the cascading waterfall and the steep rocks, you decided to train that technique here. But after 7 days his progress was poor. Frustrated, you had no choice but to leave. Today was the final day of the elimination rounds. Within the arena of the Chunin exams the spectator stands brimmed with fervent onlookers. At the central dais sat 4 shinobi. Nara Shikamaru, the chief examiner, seated far left. Beside him Darui, the 5th Raikage of Kumogakure, his skin dark hair pale, and left eye concealed beneath a fringe of bangs. Next to Darui sat Gara, the 5th Kazakage of Sunagakure. His vibrant crimson short hair crowned by a bold AI character etched upon his brow, clad in a russet trench coat, a gourd slung at his waist. At the far right sat Naruto Uzumaki, the 7th Hokage of Konoha. Golden short hair framing a face marked by 3 upright whisker-like stripes on each cheek, radiating a sunlit incandescent smile. In the stands Ino Yamanaka, seated beside Kiyotsuki Nans, waved cheerfully as Sakura Haruno and Sarada Uchiha entered. Sakura, why so late? Sakura explained. There was an emergency at the hospital. Then she added. But Ino, didn't you say you dislike such events? At that Ino's eyes gleamed with sudden sharp anticipation. Hain is our shop's employee. Once he wins first place I'll promote our Yamanaka flower shop extensively. Business will surely boom. Sakura sighed, watching Ino's exaggerated expression. Oh you. Tension hung thick over the arena as Shino Aburame, wearing dark sunglasses, stepped onto the field to announce the first match. All breaths stilled, every gaze fixed upon the precipice of this fierce confrontation. First match, Konoha versus Kumogakure, Hain versus Isen. Beside Night Moon Izuna stood a sharp-nosed youth, who scoffed coldly before vanishing in a blur and landing soundlessly in the center. Several shinobi in the stands murmured in awe. Isen's speed rivals even seasoned Chunin. Hain won't be so fortunate this time. Where is Hain anyway? Only then did the crowd realize. The second competitor had yet to appear. Ino asked anxiously, could Hain have overslept? Kiyotsuki nodded gravely. Very likely. He's always been a bit absent-minded. I'll check his dormitory. Just as Kiyotsuki rose, a rhythmic slurping echoed from the entrance tunnel. A boy with short black hair and tattered clothes walked slowly into the arena holding a steaming ramen bowl, slurping audibly all the while. It was Hain returning from the hills behind Konoha. Shino Aburame, ever taciturn, fell into deeper silence. Then blinked, startled. Hain-san, are you prepared? Everyone is waiting. Hain glanced up at Ino and Kiyotsuki in the stands, whose glares could have scorched steel, and sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Then tilting the bowl he drained the last of the broth in one gulp, followed by a thunderous resonant belch. HRRK. I'm ready. As Shino declared the match open, Isen lowered his crossed arms, and held up 5 fingers smirking. Brat. I wanted to kill you back on that bridge. Unlike I'm no weakling. 5 seconds. That's all it'll take. Back on the bridge I already wanted to kill you. I'm not like 2. 5 seconds is all it'll take. The moment the words left his lips, Isen vanished, reappearing before Hain in 3 blinding teleports, his right hand clawing forward with 5 razor-sharp fingers aimed straight at Hain's chest. Hain merely stepped half a pace backward, evading the lethal strike with effortless grace. Isen recoiled mid-lunge, only to see a porcelain ramen bowl descending toward his face larger than life. Hain seized the bowl by its base and slammed it squarely onto Isen's nose. The ceramic shattered instantly, sending Isen hurtling backwards several meters before he crashed to the ground. Dazed and reeling, Isen staggered upright, only to feel warm blood dripping from his nose. He touched it, and recoiled in horror. His proud aquiline nose was now flattened, grotesquely misshapen. Calmly Hain said, 5 seconds have passed. Truth is, I've wanted to punch you since the bridge. And yes, this bowl came from old man Ichiraku's shop. Humiliated and searing with pain, Isen roared, Brat. This game ends now. He drew 2 kunai from his tool pouch. Chakra surged through his veins, coating the blades in crackling violet lightning, each edge gleaming with lethal, chilling brilliance. In the stands, Metal Lee, still wrapped in bandages, tensed visibly. He'd been eliminated by Isen in the previous round. Here it comes. Isen spun the blades in his hands, his expression turning venomous. Ninjutsu Phantom Shadow Blade Dance. Instantly he dissolved, leaving only the shriek of cleaving air behind. Dozens of afterimages darted across the arena. Hain withdrew a kunai from his own tool pouch, every muscle taut, every sense alert. Suddenly Issen reappeared before Hain. Blades descending. Hain raised his kunai to block, only for Issen to vanish again, re-emerging behind him, slashing with his right-hand blade. Hain barely parried, his kunai snapping clean in two. He leapt back, but not fast enough. A gash split open his right sleeve. Issen gave him no respite. Leaping, twisting, pressing, relentless, vicious attacks. Yet each strike missed. Deflected by instinct, evaded by millimeters. Issen's breath grew ragged. Such sustained velocity exacted a brutal toll. Even on him, frustration hardened into malice. You only run, don't you? Just like in the forest of death. Ha! That girl's cherished violet hair must look dreadful now. She was still trying to protect it when she lost consciousness. Before Issen could finish, a flash of killing intent ignited in Hain's eyes, and he charged forward. Yatsuki frowned. No. Hain's acting recklessly. Issen's lips curled upward, his left kunai slashed. Hain dodged, only for the right blade to materialize inches from his throat. You're finished. With a feral grin, Issen drove the blade deep, yet pierced only empty air. Where Hain had stood remained only a fading afterimage. Gasps erupted across the stands. That's the body flicker technique. Unbelievable speed. Before astonishment could settle, Hain appeared behind Issen and launched him skyward with a single kick. This one's for old man Ichiraku. Issen spat blood mid-air, twisting desperately to face the ground. Empty space met his gaze. Hain hovered above him, arms crossed, fists clenched like twin hammers, and brought Issen crashing down with devastating force. This one's for Byakuya. Issen struck the earth hard, then rebounded violently, flung upward by the impact. As Issen struggled to regain control, his limbs locked, paralyzed. When his vision cleared, Hain loomed before him, fist drawn back, wreathed in fury, and drove it straight into Issen's gut. This one's for Koisher. A plume of dust exploded outward. Issen embedded deep into the wall, unconscious, leaving behind a perfect human-shaped crater. As Shino moved to declare the victor, Hain began walking slowly, deliberately, toward the crumpled form of Issen. You continued walking toward Ijan. Amid the crowd's confusion, you had already arrived before Ijan lifted his foot and stomped heavily on Ijan's right foot. A crisp sound of bone cracking echoed across the entire arena. The originally unconscious Ijan was jolted awake by the sudden excruciating pain, letting out a pig-like scream. Just as Yu was about to stomp on Ijan's left foot, he noticed dense black insects crawling up his own foot. His foot seemed unable to move. Yu turned his head to look at the examiner wearing sunglasses, who was extending his right hand toward Yu. Shino adjusted his glasses and announced the match result. The winner of this match is Yu. Hearing Shino's words, the crowd finally reacted. This guy Yu was too ruthless, wasn't he? Ijan would probably have to spend months in a wheelchair. Ino rubbed her eyes. Was this the same little Yu who was a bit airhead? On the podium, Darui's face darkened. Naruto stared at Yu, lost in thought. Just as Yu was about to leave the arena, he felt a pair of murderous eyes fixed intently on him. Yu looked up, meeting the gaze without flinching. It was Yatsuki Izumi. After the first thrilling match, the audience's enthusiasm did not wane but grew even more intense. Because the next match featured Hyuga Kaiten from Konoha and Yatsuki Izumi from Kumogakure. Yatsuki Izumi looked at the boy with white eyes, his voice brimming with fighting spirit. Those people always like to compare us. Today I will prove to them that I am stronger than you. Hyuga Kaiten's tone remained calm. Are you so concerned about those people's opinions? Yatsuki Izumi grinned. No, I just enjoy the thrill of trampling a genius underfoot. The spectators in the stands argued endlessly, but today the verdict on who was stronger would be revealed. Back on the field, Yatsuki Izumi leaped forward like a bolt of lightning, charging at Hyuga Kaiten and unleashing a fierce right punch. Hyuga Kaiten swiftly raised his left hand, deflecting Yatsuki Izumi's attack. However, Yatsuki Izumi did not relent. He smoothly turned and launched another strike. This time his left palm swept in like a gale, aiming straight for Hyuga Kaiten's chest. Hyuga Kaiten sidestepped and struck out with his right palm, attempting to drive Yatsuki Izumi back. Yatsuki Izumi felt the sharp force of the palm, but he did not retreat. Instead, he gathered his strength and threw a punch. With a loud bang, Yatsuki Izumi was struck by Hyuga Kaiten's right palm, stumbling backwards several meters before barely regaining his footing. A cold glint in his eyes, Yatsuki Izumi charged at Hyuga Kaiten again. His left hand shot out with fierce momentum, but once again Hyuga Kaiten effortlessly deflected the force. At that moment, Yatsuki Izumi's left hand tightly gripped Hyuga Kaiten's arm, and his right fist slammed heavily into Hyuga Kaiten. Facing such a ferocious assault, Hyuga Kaiten dared not be careless, meeting the fist with his palm. In an instant, two powerful forces collided. In this intense clash, both fighters involuntarily staggered backward. But it was clear that Hyuga Kaiten had retreated farther than Yatsuki Izumi. In this round, Yatsuki Izumi had the upper hand. Without giving his opponent a moment to breathe, Yatsuki Izumi lunged forward, attacking Hyuga Kaiten again. The thrilling taijutsu duel drew cheers from the audience. After dozens of exchanges under Yatsuki Izumi's increasingly fierce onslaught, Hyuga Kaiten fell into a disadvantage. After being driven back by a punch from Yatsuki Izumi, Hyuga Kaiten gathered chakra in his right palm as if an invisible force was converging upon his hand. Gentle fist, empty palm. With a single palm strike from Hyuga Kaiten, a powerful surge of palm force materialized in the air, hurtling toward Yatsuki Izumi. Seeing the incoming palm force, Yatsuki Izumi realized it was too late to dodge. A dull thud echoed as the attack struck him directly, sending him flying backward like a puppet with its strings cut. Pain twisted his face and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Before Yatsuki Izumi could steady himself, Hyuga Kaiten had already closed the distance with swift steps. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Each palm struck with thunderous force, hitting Yatsuki Izumi's chakra points. Under such a barrage, Yatsuki Izumi's body flew through the air like a kite with a broken string. His massive frame crashed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Hyuga Kaiten wiped the blood from his lips and looked at Yatsuki Izumi lying on the ground. I have sealed your chakra points. You can no longer use ninjutsu. Is that so? The moment Yatsuki Izumi spoke, Hyuga Kaiten felt a piercing chill rise from his spine. A giant hand covered in blue lightning grabbed at Hyuga Kaiten's neck. Without a moment to think, Hyuga Kaiten's chakra surged wildly as he unleashed his most powerful technique. 8 trigrams, palms rotation. Hyuga Kaiten's body spun like a whirlwind, chakra gushing out and swirling around him, forming a hemispherical defensive barrier of chakra. Yatsuki Izumi, who had lunged at Hyuga Kaiten, was sent flying. So this is the rotation. As the smoke gradually cleared, all eyes fixed on Yatsuki Izumi in the arena. Shock and disbelief painted every face, punctuated by gasps of astonishment. What is that? What just happened? Hyuga Kaiten is in danger. Gaara couldn't help but admire. Yatsuki Izumi has actually learned that technique. The 5th Raikage Darui couldn't hide his smug grin. That kid and his older brother are the 2 most talented in Kumogakure now. On the field, Yatsuki Izumi's entire body was enveloped in a layer of lightning blue light flickering ceaselessly. This is the lightning release chakra mode. Yatsuki Izumi stared at Hyuga Kaiten, gathering chakra in his right hand. Let's settle this with this move, Hyuga Kaiten. Hyuga Kaiten's expression turned serious. Come. Yatsuki Izumi's form flickered, and his fist, wrapped in a thick layer of lightning chakra, hurtled toward Hyuga Kaiten. Lightning release, crushing fist. Hyuga Kaiten spun at high speed once more. 8 trigrams, palms rotation. After a deafening roar, the high-density chakra spiral hemisphere was shattered by Yatsuki Izumi's terrifying punch. Hyuga Kaiten was blasted into the wall, unconscious. The audience in the stands was shaken to the core. Hyuga Kaiten had lost. Impossible, absolutely impossible. In the stands, Uzumaki Himawari looked at Hinata with a hint of grievance. Mom, Kaiten and I lost. Before Hinata could speak, Boruto put his hands in his pockets. Himawari, I'll give this Yatsuki Izumi a good thrashing for you someday. Himawari wiped the tears from her eyes and nodded. In another section of the stands, Ino's expression grew serious. Little Yu, can he win? Nanzawa Sayoki said earnestly. Little Yu has undergone my rigorous training. Inside the arena, Shaoli helped Hyuga Hitomi to his feet, his gaze brimming with encouragement. Hitomi, join our special training tomorrow. Meter's eyes welled with tears as he clenched his fists tightly. At last, finally, Hitomi is truly joining our special training. This is youth itself. Ah! Hitomi's face darkened with an exasperated grimace. I haven't agreed yet. Xiaozi sighed and covered her forehead in weary resignation. Teacher Li Meter. Step aside, please. I still need to treat Hitomi. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li and Meter obediently moved aside. After halftime, Yagami Ino stretched his limbs and regained full vigor before leaping down from the spectator stands. He provocatively beckoned you upward with a curled finger, then pointed emphatically to the arena floor, signaling you to jump down directly. You ignored him entirely, turned, and descended the stairs calmly, emerging from the contestant corridor. Most Konoha shinobi in the stands hung their heads dejectedly, clearly doubting Yu's chances of victory. That Yagami Ino is overwhelmingly strong. Even the Hyuga clan's prodigy fell before him. This boy, it's bleak. You heard these murmurs of doubt, but paid them no mind, continuing forward steadily. Yet Ino of the stands refused to stay silent. She shouted fiercely at the surrounding shinobi. Yu is our Konoha shinobi. If you won't cheer for him, at least stop your incessant chatter. Several shinobi opened their mouths to retort, only to freeze upon recognizing her as Ino Yamanaka, one of the legendary Ino Shikacho trio. Silence fell instantly. Chingyue Nans retrieved a megaphone from her ninja tool pouch and raised it toward the arena. You, go for it. You will win. Though the cheers were meager compared to Yagami Ino's thunderous support, warmth bloomed in Yu's chest. Few, but profoundly precious. As Shino announced the match's commencement, Yagami Ino did not rush to attack. You're fortunate. You strode steadily toward him. I know. Yagami Ino continued unruffled. But you still don't grasp what lies ahead. Ichiban may be worthless, but you passed. You quickened his pace. I know. You Konoha. Before he could finish, Yagami Ino's expression shifted. You, who had stood at a distance moments earlier, vanished and reappeared before him in a single blur. Yagami Ino barely raised his fist when you delivered a crushing kick, sending him flying several meters, face first, into the dirt. Incredible speed. So this boy has been holding back. A collective gasp rose from the stands. Had Ichiban not lain unconscious in the hospital, his expression would surely have darkened further. Yagami Ino shed his arrogance, launching himself skyward with lethal intent toward you. You neither dodged nor flinched. His right fist met Yagami Ino's thunderous blow head-on. Both recoiled backward and neither gained advantage in that exchange. Yagami Ino's heart surged with shock. His taijutsu rivals mine. Yet, clenching both fists, crackling blue lightning coiled around his knuckles, as he soared midair, descending with devastating force upon you. Lightning release heavy hammer. You leapt backward. The spot he'd occupied collapsed inward, erupting in a cloud of dust. But Yagami Ino granted him no respite. Within the swirling dust you sensed a lethal intent. Before he could draw breath, Yagami Ino materialized before him, fingers splayed into razor-sharp claws, fingertips blazing with raw lightning. Lightning release tiger hunt. You twisted sharply right. The air shrieked as 10 deep ghastly gashes split the wall behind him. Ino exhaled, slowly relieved. That was close. Suddenly remembering something, she turned to Chinue Nans beside her. Chinue, why isn't you using ninjutsu? Could it be like Shaoli? Chinue Nans shook her head, her expression grave. No, it's not that. Yu's chakra reserves are far below those of peers his age. Ino stared astonished, then turned her gaze back to you, dodging relentlessly across the arena, and murmured softly. You, don't get hurt. Nearby Sakura fell into quiet contemplation. How strange. Isn't you the child of Karin? The Uzumaki clan's vast chakra reserves. Yagami Ino glared at you, darting across the field. Each strike missing its mark. Frustration mounting. Do you only run? You remained silent, evading again, until his movements narrowed, cornered against the arena wall. As Yagami Ino's monstrous fist hurtled toward him, you sprang airborne. Yagami Ino sneered, surging after him, his lightning-wreathed right fist radiating murderous intent. Now, where will you flee? In the stand some children closed their eyes, unable to bear witnessing bloodshed. Seeing Yagami Ino closing in, you finally smiled, then drew several kunai wrapped in explosive tags from his ninja tool pouch and hurled them toward him. Yagami Ino attempted to evade, only to watch each kunai veer harmlessly past him, scattering outward in a wide arc. He scoffed contemptuously. Is this your final desperate gambit? Ino seized Chinue Nan's shoulders and shook her vigorously, leaving Chinue dizzy and disoriented. Chinue, is this the result of your rigorous training? Aha! Chinue Nans stammered, breathless. It shouldn't be like this. It's nothing like our drills. Sakura interrupted their commotion. Look now. They turned skyward, where Yu's hands blurred through rapid hand seals too swift for most shinobi in the stands to follow. A colossal fireball erupted from Yu's mouth, surging toward Yagami Ino. Fire release, great fireball technique. Yagami Ino stared at the searing sphere, then froze. Explosive tags encircled him on all sides. His gaze shifted, from fury to wariness to raw terror. That wretch. He lured me into the air from the start. The flames ignited the tags, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. Scorching heat roared outward, burning many spectators' eyes with unbearable sting. Terrifying power. Yagami Ino plummeted from the inferno, crashing into the ground and carving a deep crater. Cheers erupted across the stands. Yet the Hokage's party on the dais kept their eyes fixed on the smoldering blaze. Gaara's voice held newfound admiration. Though that young one performed admirably, the true battle has only just begun. You remained vigilant on the field, eyes sharp and unwavering, locked onto the flames. Suddenly the fire dissipated, revealing Yagami Ino wreathed in lightning, his gaze burning with fury. His right side was charred, black blood oozing from scorched flesh. Only the formidable defensive power of his lightning release chakra mode had saved him from annihilation. Now, you shall witness true terror. The moment he spoke, Yagami Ino fragmented into streaks of azure afterimages, darting with blinding speed around the arena perimeter. Unbelievable speed. This is the lightning release chakra mode. You tracked every movement with unblinking focus, refusing even a flicker of hesitation. Though you had watched Yagami Ino battle Hyuga Hitomi from the stands, experiencing that oppressive aura firsthand proved far more overwhelming than imagined. Here he comes. A deafening sonic boom heralded Yagami Ino's direct assault. You struck forward with a punch, only to find his opponent vanished. Suddenly icy dread pierced Yu's nape. Yagami Ino had appeared behind and slightly to his right, slashing downward with a hand blade charged with violent lightning chakra. Lightning release, thunderclap, thousand-step dance. Before you could turn, he was hurled violently, slamming deep into the wall beneath the stands. Dust billowed, the entire seating area trembled violently. A horrifying technique. Is this the famed Yagami family sword hand? Truly extraordinary. Embedded in the rubble, you spat a torrent of blood, his consciousness slipping into haze. No, I'm fading. Just as you teetered on the edge of unconsciousness, two familiar voices echoed from above. You, are you alright? You stay awake, damn it. As the smoke dissipated, the crowd was astonished to find a massive hole blasted into the wall beneath the audience stands. A black-haired youth stood amidst the rubble. This guy you can still stand. Yi Yuejing sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. Wouldn't it be better to just fall down? You ignored him, turning his gaze to the audience. A faint smile crept across his lips. There, with his right arm in a cast and Xiao Zi with both hands wrapped in bandages, they looked at him with anxious expressions. Seeing you unscathed, Bai Zai pretended to be indifferent, waving his only movable left hand. You beat Yi Yuejing to a pulp. You smiled and raised his right hand toward Bai Zai and Xiao Zi. Mission guaranteed. Yi Yuejing, watching Yu's calm demeanor, gnashed his teeth. What guarantee do you have? With that, Yi Yuejing transformed into a bolt of lightning and lunged at you. Yu's smile vanished, his gaze turning icy as he stared at the onrushing Yi Yuejing. He retrieved 4 shuriken from his ninja pouch, and with a flick of his left hand, the spinning blades flew toward Yi Yuejing. But under the terrifying defense of the lightning release chakra mode, the 4 shuriken were deflected. Yi Yuejing let out a contemptuous laugh. Is this your final move? I don't even need to dodge such attacks. You said softly, is that so? You took out a dark scroll from his ninja pouch. A puff of white smoke, later a black short sword appeared in his right hand. When the audience saw the black short sword, many burst into laughter. In the arena, Yi Yuejing laughed even louder. Ha 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 ha, I thought you were going to pull out something impressive. It's just a dull, unsharpened short sword. You looked at the black sword, which others deemed utterly ordinary, and a trace of nostalgia filled his eyes. It was the birthday gift his mother had given him on his 12th birthday. But before you could dwell on the memory, Yi Yuejing, now impatient, charged at him again. This farce ends now. Lightning release, collapse fist. You did not dodge. He held the short sword horizontally before him. Just as the crowd expected him to be blasted away again, they were astonished to see. This time you did not retreat even half a step. In the audience, Yi stood up, her eyes filled with shock. This guy. Actually, on the field, Yi Yuejing's astonishment surpassed everyone else's. His own attack had been blocked by that unremarkable little sword. As Yi Yuejing puzzled, a bolt of lightning suddenly spread from the point where his fist met the blade, swiftly enveloping the entire sword. What? Yu is actually a lightning-type ninja. Did he learn to infuse lightning release chakra during the battle? Exclamations of surprise arose from the audience. Yi Yuejing's heart jolted, but he quickly regained his composure, his punches growing faster and faster. Yet with Yu's adept swordsmanship and the enhancement of lightning release chakra, Yi Yuejing gained no advantage. Instead, he gradually fell into a disadvantage. While Yi Yuejing was still frantically parrying Yu's increasingly fierce attacks, he failed to notice the lightning release chakra surging in Yu's left hand. Nearby, the shuriken attached to a thin wire shimmered with lightning and flew toward Yi Yuejing's back. Under the influence of lightning release chakra, the 4 shuriken moved faster and struck with greater force. Yi Yuejing sensed the chill behind him, but it was too late to dodge. The 4 shuriken breached his defense, wounding his back and causing him to cough up blood. In that split second of distraction, Yu, short sword in hand, stood back to back with Yi Yuejing. A spurt of blood erupted from Yi Yuejing's chest, and he crashed heavily to the ground. Just as the crowd thought the battle was decided, Yi Yuejing staggered to his feet, his gaze filled with resentment as he stared fixedly at you. You forced me. With that, Yi Yuejing formed an inverted triangle with his hands and held it before his chest. Blue lightning gathered rapidly between his palms. Around Yi Yuejing, an invisible, powerful magnetic field seemed to emanate. You tried to approach but was repelled. On the rostrum, the 5th Reikage Darui rose to his feet, then slumped back down, his eyes filled with disbelief. The old man actually taught Yi Yuejing this secret technique. Even if he wins, he'll be bedridden for the next month. In the audience, Hyuga Kaiten activated his Byakugan to observe the field, then spoke to his companion. That guy Yi Yuejing is gathering all his chakra into his palm. Looks like this is the final blow. Xiao Yi murmured. Even from the stands I can feel such terrifying power. That guy Yu. Xiao Zi looked at the arena and spoke to Bai Zai beside her. Bai Zai, do you think you will win? Hataki. Bai Zai shook his head with a smile. I don't know, but I'm sure that guy you won't give up easily. Debris on the ground trembled. Watching Yi Yuejing's nearly tangible blue chakra, Yu exhaled, then extended his right hand, fingers curling together. In an instant, blue lightning release chakra appeared in Yu's right palm, then spiraled up his arm. In the audience, Ino looked surprised. Sakura, is that Chidori? But soon Ino dismissed the thought. The lightning around Yu's right hand had turned white. On the rostrum, Gaara recalled the Chunin exam years ago and spoke with a hint of nostalgia. That jutsu resembles Chidori, but it seems to use less chakra, yet the density is much higher. Naruto nodded, but his gaze never left the arena. Yi Yuejing stared at Yu, his eyes nearly manic. Die! Lightning heat ray bullet. As he spoke, the lightning sphere between his palms shot forth like an arrow, so fast that most could only see a blur. On Yu's side, the white lightning in his right hand had also condensed. What should I call this technique? Let's call it white lightning. Driven by the white lightning, Yu's figure burst forward. The incoming lightning sphere was pierced through in an instant by the white lightning in his hand. Before the residual force of the explosion could reach him, Yu was already before Yi Yuejing. In Yi Yuejing's terror-stricken eyes, Yu's right hand, wreathed in white lightning, was now at his chest. On the rostrum, Darui's face changed drastically as he stood up in panic. No! That was the old man's precious grandson. If he died in Konoha, even if the power disparity between the two villages was vast, the old man's temper would shatter the peace between Kimogakure and Konoha. Just as Yi Yuejing's heart was about to be pierced, a right hand, wrapped in white bandages, grasped Yu's forearm. I love you, Gaara said with a smile. Such incredible speed. Darui breathed a sigh of relief and slumped back into his seat. This might be the greatest crisis I've faced since becoming the Raikage. Inside the arena, Yu looked warily at the golden-haired young man who had grasped his right hand. He was about to step back when he realized his right hand had already been raised high by the man. The first place of the Chunin exam, jointly held by Konoha and Cloud, this time goes to you. Hearing the 7th Hokage's words, the crowd finally reacted. Thunderous applause erupted from the stands, accompanied by continuous cheers. Yatsuki Aizu actually lost. Unexpectedly, Yu is really strong. I knew that guy would win all along. Hey, you weren't saying that before. Minazuki Suzetsu stood up joyfully. Well done, Xiaoyu. Ino was already imagining the immense popularity of her flower shop, her eyes sparkling with golden light. So much money, so much money. Inside the arena, Naruto looked at Yu, who seemed regretful, and asked, were you trying to kill him just now? Yu nodded seriously. Yes. I will never forgive anyone who harms my comrades. Besides, wasn't that what he was thinking earlier? Yu pointed disdainfully at the collapsed Yatsuki Aizu, who now stared blankly, muttering to himself. It would likely be a long time before he could regain his fighting spirit. Hearing Yu's answer, Naruto nodded. But then his next words instantly silenced the entire clamorous arena. Would you like to become my disciple? After a moment of silence, the arena erupted once more. The 7th Hokage actually wanted to take Yu as his disciple. He is one of the 2 strongest shinobi in the world. Boruto, seated in the audience, was also astonished. Dad taking a disciple? Amidst the burning gazes of the crowd, Yu rejected without a second thought. Sorry, I'm not familiar with you. Hearing Yu's response, Naruto was stunned, and so was everyone present. Kurama inside Naruto's body burst into mocking laughter. Hahaha, Naruto, you're so lame. Sarada pushed up her glasses in shock. That guy actually refused the 7th Hokage. Ignoring everyone's reactions, Yu walked toward Byakuya, and Xiao Zi in the audience, smiling. Mission complete. Byakuya finally snapped out of his shock. You idiot. That was the 7th Hokage. Yu shook his head. But I really don't know him. Xiao Zi pouted angrily. Idiot. That's the 7th Hokage of Konoha, the hero who saved the ninja world in the 4th Great Ninja War, my most admired shinobi. Yu was a bit surprised. I didn't expect that uncle to be so amazing, but I really don't know him well. Not far away, Sakura and the others also approached. Ino patted Yu on the shoulder, laughing continuously. Hahaha, it's been a while since I saw Naruto get shut down like that. Kind of nostalgic. Byakuya saw Sakura and stepped forward sincerely. Thank you, Aunt Sakura. Thanks to you, Xiao Zi and I could come watch Yu's match. Minazuki Suzetsu suddenly understood. So that's why Sister Sakura came so late. Sakura smiled and waved her hand. If you want to thank someone, thank your teacher Qingying. She nagged me for a long time. Otherwise, with these 2 kids so badly injured, I wouldn't have let them run around. Indeed, Byakuya and Xiao Zi's presence had calmed Yu's nerves considerably. After all, his new technique had never succeeded once during training. But Yu was puzzled. He turned to Byakuya. Byakuya, why isn't teacher Qingying here? Byakuya scratched his head. She went on a mission. Just not sure why she hasn't returned yet. Minazuki Suzetsu added from the side. My sister went to a small village near the land of Earth's border. I heard there have been cases of missing children there too. Yu quickly asked, is there any danger? Minazuki Suzetsu hesitated as if wanting to say something. Not sure, but probably no danger. She went alone. It seems since that incident. Seeing that Minazuki Suzetsu didn't want to elaborate, Yu didn't press further. After leaving the arena, the group went to Ichiraku Ramen to celebrate. Upon hearing that you had won first place in the Chunin exam, and had thoroughly beaten that hawk-nosed boy on the bridge, old man Ichiraku cheerfully added an extra-large serving of chashu to Yu's bowl. Everyone sat around the table chatting happily. Just then, a black-haired girl wearing red-rimmed glasses beside Sakura caught Yu's attention. Those glasses. I've seen them somewhere before. And the girl gives off a very special feeling. Sarada noticed Yu staring at her and asked, is there something on my face? Yu's cheeks flushed slightly. He quickly lowered his head and shook it. And no. During the conversation, you learned that the girl was actually Sakura's daughter, Uchiha Sarada. Night fell. After bidding farewell to everyone, you went to the hospital and talked to the still unconscious Karin about everything that had happened. Mom, when will you wake up? The next morning, you arrived at the Yamanaka flower shop only to be stunned by the sight before him. The Yamanaka flower shop was packed inside and out with a large portrait placed outside depicting you holding a flower pot while working. Beside the portrait, 2 lines of red characters were written. I am you, the first place winner of the Chunin exam. I endorse the Yamanaka flower shop. Yeah. Ino, spotting you outside the crowd, waved her hand. Xiao Yu, over here. Too embarrassing. You quickly covered his face, preparing to flee the scene, but was pushed in by enthusiastic customers. There were so many customers that if Ino hadn't called in reinforcements in advance, you might not have fallen to Yatsuki Aizu, but he would have fallen here. Inside the shop, Sai and Inojin were working hard, while Choji was secretly slacking off only to have his ear viciously twisted by Ino. And so for several days you was busy at the Yamanaka flower shop. It wasn't until the 6th day after the Chunin exam that this wave of popularity gradually subsided. Before leaving work, Ino handed you a thick envelope. You opened it and exclaimed, "So much money. Is this all for me?" Ino smiled and nodded. "These past few days, thanks to your fame, the shop's business has been booming. Shall you next time you win first place in another competition, I'll be rich." You nodded seriously. "Next time for sure." You had just finished eating at Ichiraku Ramen when he bumped into Hataki Byakuya, who was rushing over. Byakuya was out of breath, speaking in fragments. Teacher Chingying was right. The Yamanaka flower shop, Ichiraku Ramen. There's always a place to find you. Yu's eyes lit up. Teacher Chingying is back. Did something happen? Byakuya nodded. Yes, no time to explain. We need to go to the Hokage's office now. Without asking further, Yu followed Byakuya to the Hokage building. Pushing open the office door, you saw several familiar figures. The 7th Hokage Nara Shikamaru, teacher Chingying, Team SIXS teacher Rock Lee Hyuga, Kaiten Metal Lee Seo Sarada, and 3 other ninjas you didn't recognize. Seeing everyone had arrived, Shikamaru, standing beside Naruto, spoke in a low voice. Intelligence from Iwagakure, the 4th Tsuchikage, has been attacked. When everyone was present, Shikamaru beside Naruto said, in a low voice, intelligence from Iwagakure, the 4th Tsuchikage, has been attacked. Upon hearing this news, everyone present was struck with an expression of utter astonishment. Baizai couldn't help but ask, Lord Luwan, could it be that this mission is? Luwan nodded, his tone grave as he replied, Yes, I have summoned your 3 squads here to reinforce the Hidden Rock Village. Rishiong Huitian inquired, Lord Luwan, do we have any intelligence on the enemy? Luwan took a deep breath before speaking slowly. According to the message from the Hidden Rock Village, the 4th Earth Shadow was ambushed while visiting the Hidden Sand Village. The casualties included 7 Jonin, 15 Chunin, and an unspecified number of Genin. Among them, 1 Jonin possessed a particularly bizarre ability. Although the 4th Earth Shadow managed to repel the attackers and slay 5 Jonin, the Hidden Rock Village also lost 3 of their own Jonin, and the 4th Earth Shadow herself was wounded. Everyone present gasped in shock. After all, that was a person who, like the 7th Hokage, bore the title of Kage. Among the 3 strangers, you did not recognize a young man with short brown hair and a blue scarf draped over his shoulders spoke up. Lord Luwan, did the intelligence report describe the ability of that strange Jonin? Luwan fell into thought. Very little. The 4th Earth Shadow stated that she was completely unable to move when facing him. By the way, that Jonin was wearing a blood-red robe. Be extremely cautious. A blood-red robe. Yu involuntarily clenched his fists, his body trembling uncontrollably. The same attire as those. Could it be? Nan's Chingying noticed Yu's agitation, walked over to him, and gently patted his shoulder. Are you alright? Yu took a deep breath and then shook his head. I'm fine, Teacher Chingying. Thank you for your concern. Seeing that no one else had questions, Mingrun stood up and gave his instructions. This mission will be led by my Wan. Follow orders and stay safe. Yes, sir. After leaving the Hokage's office, the group began introducing themselves. The young man with short brown hair was the leader of this mission. Maiwan, the grandson of the 3rd Hokage. The boy with spiky golden hair resembling leaves and blue eyes was actually the 7th Hokage's son, Xuanhua Boren. The youth with blue and white hair, amber eyes, and pale skin was Boren and Zhuoyang Na's teammate Yu. Half an hour later, the 3 squads gathered at the village gate and set off toward the Hidden Rock Village. Maiwan, walking at the forefront, vigilantly scanned the surroundings, never relaxing his guard. Suddenly he was startled by a loud shout from behind. It was Xiao Li. Huitian Mei Ta, let's begin our special training right now. Rishiong Huitian looked bewildered. What special training? I didn't know about this. Mei Ta, however, was brimming with enthusiasm. I'm ready. Baizai leaned in. What special training? Count me in. Boren, who was following behind, looked somewhat expectant. Yue, should we join their special training? Yu replied calmly. If you join, then I will too. But the moment Boren witnessed what happened next, he immediately abandoned the idea. At Xiao Li's command, Mei Ta planted his hands on the ground, rapidly moving his upper limbs, and soon disappeared into the distance, leaving a trail of dust. I'm heading off first, Teacher Xiao Li. Xiao Li followed closely behind. Huitian Baizai, keep up. Watching Xiao Li and Mei Ta vanish from sight, Xiao Yi could only lightly press her forehead and let out a helpless wry smile. Those two. At least Huitian is still sensible. Before she could finish, Xiao Yi was horrified to discover that the proud genius Rishiong Huitian was also imitating the move, placing his hands on the ground and crawling forward clumsily. Xiao Yi felt a surge of despair. Just as she was about to complain to Xiao Zi beside her, she saw the same look of terror in Xiao Zi's eyes. Following Xiao Zi's gaze, she saw another genius, Chimu Baizai, also placing his hands on the ground in a similar fashion, mumbling to himself. If this is the path to becoming stronger, then I will not back down. No sooner had he spoken than Bai's eye stumbled and fell flat on his face, getting a mouthful of dirt. Yet he quickly scrambled up and continued crawling forward. The others were left exchanging bewildered glances. After 3 days of rapid travel, they finally reached their destination, the Hidden Rock Village. It was a village encircled by an unbroken chain of towering peaks nestled within a treacherous cliff of jagged rocks. The mountains stood like giants with clouds and mist swirling around them. Xiao Yi and Xiao Zi, on their first journey far from home, were utterly awestruck by the sight. Mai Wan stepped forward to negotiate with the guards at the village gate, who were on high alert, and only then were they allowed to enter. Compared to the bustling prosperity of the Hidden Leaf Village, the houses here were mostly built of stone and earth, rough and plain in appearance. The people lived simply, yet their faces wore smiles of happiness and contentment. After walking for some distance, they arrived before the Tsuchikage building, where 2 guards blocked their way, speaking with a wary expression. This is a restricted area of the Hidden Rock Village. No entry without authorization. Mai Wan stepped forward and said politely, "We have been invited by the Tsuchikage to provide reinforcements. Here is the token. Please examine it." With that, Mai Wan produced a scroll and handed it to one of the guards. After checking the token, the guard nodded and signaled the other to let them pass. As the group entered the building, they overheard the 2 guards whispering behind them. "The Hidden Leaf Village sent a bunch of kids. That's downright insulting. Yeah, what use are these children?" Borin and Bai's eye flushed with anger, and were about to turn back to retort, but Mai Wan promptly stopped them. Though dissatisfied, Borin and Bai's eye heeded Mai Wan's words and refrained from clashing with the guards. They understood that the most important thing now was to complete the mission, not to argue. Led by a reception ninja, they arrived at the Tsuchikage's office and pushed open the door. To the left of the desk stood a burly man wearing a hidden rock cap, a nose like a dumpling, a yellow scarf around his neck, and a rock-style vest. The Tsuchikage's guard Chitu. To the right was a young man with white hair, purple eyes, and a large sword slung across his back. Seated in the office chair was a black-haired woman with a delicate face, a tall figure, and bandages wrapped around her left shoulder. The 4th Earth Shadow Haitu. However, when you saw the white-haired man, the joy in his heart momentarily dispelled his gloom. He rushed toward the man, his face beaming with a radiant smile. "Uncle Shueiwe." Guideng Shueiwe saw the newcomer, and a bright smile spread across his face. "Looking spirited, huh? How's Xianglin doing?" Yu's mood sank slightly. "Mother is still unconscious." A flicker of gloom passed over Shueiwe's expression. Then he patted Yu's shoulder. "Don't worry, your mother isn't the type to be easily taken down." Nan's Qingying and the others were stunned. It was the first time they had heard Yu mention his mother, but they never expected. Haita looked at Shueiwe with a puzzled expression and asked, "Shueiwe, who is this child?" Shueiwe chuckled. "A troublesome kid from a friend's family." Mai Wan stepped forward and said to Haitu, "Lord Tsuchikage, the 7th Hokage, has ordered us to provide reinforcements." Haita nodded and smiled. "That Mingran is indeed reliable." Mai Wan continued, "Lord Tsuchikage, could you describe the abilities of that strange Jonin?" "That strange Jonin. The moment I looked at him, my body became completely paralyzed. Moreover, he didn't form any hand seals or cast any genjutsu. If Shueiwe hadn't intervened in time, I would have." Haita paused, as if still haunted by the memory. Mai Wan grew more puzzled. "Lord Tsuchikage, is there anything peculiar about those men?" Haitu recalled something. The blood on those men was black, and they seemed to feel no pain, like they had no sensation at all. Only piercing their hearts could stop them. Everyone looked astonished. Shueiwe added, "The smell on those men was strange. It didn't seem like the scent of the living." Mai Wan was about to speak, when suddenly a tremendous boom echoed from outside the Tsuchikage building, followed by a wave of screams and cries for help that swept through the entire Hidden Rock Village. Enemy attack. Gazing through the window, the group's faces paled. What had moments ago been a tranquil village now blazed with fire, its streets choked with clashing shinobi and desperate civilians crying for help. "Damn it!" Ignoring the searing pain of his wound, Kuratsuchi burst through the door. Concerned for her safety, Mizuki and Akatsuchi followed closely behind. The squad advanced in tight triangular formation, covering one another with disciplined precision. Konohamaru swiftly issued orders. Understood. They rushed toward the battlefield. The 3 members of Team 7 stood amid shattered bricks, rubble, and lifeless bodies. Rage surged within them, fierce and uncontainable. At that moment, a desperate cry pierced the air. "Help me! Someone! Save me!" Following the sound, they saw a grievously wounded shinobi collapsed on the ground, frantically calling out. A guard from the Tsuchikage's headquarters. Yet before him loomed a black-robed shinobi, raising a kunai high above his head, poised to strike. As Shiko and Byakuya lunged forward to intervene, a figure shot past them like lightning. In the blink of an eye, that figure materialized behind the black-robed shinobi. Yu lunged forward, his short sword crackling with lightning-infused chakra, driving it straight through the enemy's heart without hesitation. Black blood sprayed violently as the assassin crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Shiko and Byakuya hadn't even registered Yu's movement. Stunned, they could only marvel at the staggering leap in his power. Nanziki Kageo watched in quiet astonishment. So much progress in so little time. These Konoha children were far stronger than he'd imagined. The guard, chastened by his earlier underestimation, offered repeated earnest thanks. As you opened his mouth to reply, he spotted another black-robed shinobi appearing directly behind Shiko, and shouted urgently, "Shiko, behind you." Shiko reacted instantly, leaping rightward while drawing 4 kunai from her tool pouch and hurling them at the assailant. Her hands already weaving seals. Kunai shadow clone technique. In an instant, the 4 kunai multiplied into 8. The black-robed shinobi failed to evade. Struck repeatedly, he collapsed, bleeding heavily. Just as Byakuya exhaled in relief, the black-robed shinobi rose again. Black blood oozing steadily from his wounds, yet utterly impervious to pain. As he lunged toward Byakuya, Byakuya drew his kunai and engaged. After several swift exchanges, he drove the blade deep into the shinobi's chest. Yet even as he breathed again in relief, the figure rose once more. Byakuya finally snapped. What is wrong with these people? Beside him, Shiko quietly wondered whether he dozed off earlier in the office. Byakuya, the 4th Tsuchikage, warned us. Their weakness lies in the heart. No matter how grievous their injuries, they will rise again. Byakuya wore an expression of utter disbelief. I must have fallen asleep. I didn't hear that. After dispatching the black-robed shinobi before he could speak, a shadow streaked toward him. Blindingly fast, leaving no time to react. Such speed was beyond any genin, and even most chunin would struggle to match it. Could it be? You moved to assist. But a shimmering azure barrier materialized around Byakuya. Recognition flashed across Yu's face. He turned, and saw Nanziki Kageo, one hand sealed, speaking softly with quiet pride. You've done well. But this opponent is a jonin. Leave him to me. Yu rolled his eyes and charged forward, only to halt abruptly as a storm of kunai rained down from above, forcing him to retreat. 7 black-robed shinobi now stood before you, and 5 of them bore the unmistakable bearing and skill of seasoned chunin. Byakuya and Shiko exchanged grave glances, preparing to strategize. When suddenly Yu's right hand erupted with brilliant white lightning. White lightning! In an instant, Yu's hand pierced straight through a black-robed chunin's chest. His assault relentless, unstoppable. Yu's expression hardened as he dashed toward another black-robed chunin. Though prepared, the shinobi still fell victim. Yu's hand tearing through his torso. This time, however, the strike missed the heart. And Yu found himself surrounded. Staring at the black-robed shinobi skewered through the chest, Yu's pupils contracted sharply. Then, multiple kunai descended upon him from all sides. Shiko cried out, "Yu! Danger!" Suddenly a graceful figure soared past. Her right arm sweeping Yu up at the waist before launching like an arrow, bursting clean through the encircling chunin. Only then did Byakuya relax, murmuring in, "I never knew Teacher Kageo could move so fast." Gently setting Yu down, Nanziki Kageo spoke softly. "Yu, this technique." Before she could finish, the black-robed shinobi surged after them. Yet Kageo remained focused solely on Yu, seemingly unaware of the ambush. Byakuya opened his mouth to warn her, only to watch as Kageo, still sealing with one hand, summoned a crimson array beneath the attackers. A pillar of roaring flame erupted skyward, consuming them utterly, reducing them to ash. Shiko gazed at Nanziki Kageo with newfound reverence. Teacher Kageo is truly formidable. Yu lowered his head like a chastened child bracing for reprimand. To his surprise, Kageo simply placed a gentle hand atop his head and smiled. "Yu, this technique is exceptional. Byakuya told me you developed it independently. Truly remarkable." Overjoyed by her praise, Yu lifted his eyes, only to see Kageo's retreating back, already moving toward the next battlefield. "But your timing was off. Next time I'm not present, exercise greater caution. Let's go. More allies need our support." The 3 nodded silently and hurried after her. "Yes, ma'am." Elsewhere, Yoru had just subdued a black-robed genin, when another concealed behind a crumbling wall launched a stealth attack, only to be intercepted by Rock Lee's leaf hurricane, sending the shinobi flying. "Yoru, are you alright?" Though untrained for combat, Yoru was already weary, but she forced a smile. "I'm fine." Tears glistened in Lee's eyes as he gave her a thumbs up. That is the essence of youth. "Yoru, join our special training next time." "No way." In another sector, Konohamaru wielded his chakra blade against 2 black-robed jonin, yet fought with effortless mastery. Multiple wounds scarred the 2 jonin, but pain seemed meaningless to them as they pressed their assault relentlessly. "We can't afford to stall like this," Konohamaru thought grimly. Then, 2 dense spheres of chakra coalesced rapidly in his palms, spinning like miniature cyclones, as he hurled them toward the jonin's hearts. Spiral twin Rasengan. The force sent both jonin skidding backwards several meters, their abdomens deeply caved in. Yet somehow they evaded the killing blow. Incredibly tenacious. Konohamaru's brow furrowed with concern. Lava release lime cement technique. Racing onto the battlefield, Kuratsuchi expelled torrents of lime from her mouth, then merged them instantly with water release, hardening into rapid-setting cement that immobilized a black-robed jonin, rescuing wounded Awagakure shinobi. Kuratsuchi raised her hand to strike again, when suddenly jagged black spikes shot toward her with terrifying velocity. Too fast to evade cleanly, she twisted aside, then locked eyes with the attacker, the same eerie jonin clad in blood-red robes she'd faced earlier. "What do you want?" Kuratsuchi demanded, voice laced with fury. The grotesque Jonin cackled. I merely wish for every soul in Iwagakure to bury my homeland alongside me. The eerie Jonin slowly removed his mask, revealing a face grotesquely scarred. During the Third Shinobi World War, that old devil Inoki, fearing the Kurosumi clan's bloodline limit, issued a ruthless order to slaughter our entire family. This face of mine was also his doing. An impossible. Grandfather would never commit such an atrocity. Black Earth retorted, disbelief flooding her features. The eerie Jonin let out a cold snort, refusing to waste further words on Black Earth, and swiftly formed hand seals. Shadow needle technique? And as the words left his lips, the shadow behind him erupted, transforming instantly into countless obsidian needles too fine and swift for the naked eye to track, raining down upon Black Earth like a lethal storm. Faced with this sudden assault, Black Earth's gaze sharpened. Her hands flashed through seals. Earth release, earth dome wall. Thick semicircular earthen barrier surged from the ground, intercepting every black needle before they could strike. In the next breath, her hand signs shifted again. A colossal stone pillar erupted from the earth, surging upward with thunderous force toward the eerie Jonin above. The eerie Jonin darted aside with effortless grace, evading the pillar. But at that very instant he sensed an overwhelming presence descending from above. He glanced up, only to see Black Earth suspended midair, having leapt without warning. Her fist, encased in unyielding rock, hurtled downward with the crushing weight of a mountain collapsing upon an egg. Rock fist technique, she cried softly. The stone-wrapped fist cleaved the air with a deafening roar, aimed squarely at the eerie Jonin. Yet just as the rock fist neared its mark, Black Earth felt her arm seize. Locked rigidly in place as if bound by invisible chains, her entire body froze, paralyzed beyond will. No. And her once eloquent face paled to the hue of bleached parchment. Enri, still so naive, little girl. When you reach the other side, tell that old devil Inoki, the one who slew you was Kurosumi Kajishi. A cruel, jagged smile twisted Kurosumi Kajishi's lips. His right hand coalesced shadow into a spiraling black spear, forged in an instant, and shot forward like lightning, aimed straight at Black Earth's heart. Earth release hardening technique. And at that razor-thin moment, a towering stone giant materialized before Black Earth, intercepting the spear's fatal thrust. Yet the black spear's power was cataclysmic. The stone giant shattered in a single shuddering instant. Seizing the opening, Akado rushed forward, swiftly pulling Black Earth to safety on solid ground. Once distance stretched between them and Kurosumi Kajishi, Black Earth realized, astonished, that the paralyzing restraint had vanished. A flicker of triumph lit her eyes. Your binding range must be limited by distance then. Kurosumi Kajishi only laughed. A mocking hollow sound. And what of it? Just as Black Earth and Akado believed danger receded, an icy dread slithered up their spines. Kurosumi Kajishi stood motionless ahead. Yet his voice echoed unmistakably from behind them, and they whirled around in panic, only to behold a sight that turned blood to ice. From a pool of viscous black sludge upon the ground, Kurosumi Kajishi emerged, slow, unhurried, while his previous form dissolved into murky liquid. Once more, Black Earth and Akado found themselves locked in his uncanny, inescapable bind. With his left hand, Kurosumi Kajishi forged another spiraling spear, then advanced step by deliberate step toward Black Earth. Ni's face wore a predator's grin as he spoke. Your Excellency, the Tsuchikage. Please die. The spiraling spear shrieked through the air, a black bolt of annihilation, hurtling toward Black Earth. Her eyes widened in terror, limbs straining futilely against paralysis. At the spear's final fatal inch, a shadow interposed itself before her. Akado, arms flung wide, shielding her with his own body. Akado, move! Black Earth screamed in horror. But it was already too late. The spiraling spear pierced him clean through, blood blooming crimson in the air. Akado grunted, his face draining of color. Yet he held firm, anchoring himself with every ounce of strength to block the weapon. And tears traced silent paths down Black Earth's cheeks. No. Fragile smile flickered across Akado's lips as he whispered, voice fraying. Forgive me, little Black Earth. I can't protect you anymore. His head bowed slowly. His body went slack, collapsing into silence. Brother Akado. Black Earth cried, grief tearing through her vision, blurring with tears. Kurosumi Kajishi withdrew the black spiraling spear. Akado's massive frame crumpled, thundering lifelessly to the earth. Black Earth scrambled to his side, shaking his cold, unresponsive arm. Tears bursting forth like a dam broken. Brother Akado, wake up. Ever since grandfather and father passed, you were the only one who truly cared for me. Nonly Kurosumi Kajishi's merciless laughter answered her, cold, hollow, echoing. Don't fret. Soon you'll be reunited. And with that, his right hand reformed the black spiraling spear, its aura now thick with death. As he strode forward step by inexorable step, despair swallowed Black Earth whole. Her spirit shattered, her will extinguished. Only sorrow remained, vast, suffocating, endless. She sank helplessly to the ground, trembling, tears streaming unchecked down her face. Just as Black Earth teetered on the brink of oblivion, 16 wind chakra-infused shuriken tore through the air, blasting toward Kurosumi Kajishi like a gale-made steel. Kurosumi Kajishi watched the shuriken approach, his lips curling faintly upward. then vanished in a blur, evading them effortlessly, only to find two colossal boulders hurtling toward him at terrifying speed. He did not flinch. With a single languid sweep of his spiraling spear, both stones exploded into dust. Yet, before the debris settled, a flash of white light struck his front. White lightning, NYU roared. His right hand channeling monstrous lightning chakra into a searing, blinding current of white electricity, surging straight at Kurosumi Kajishi. Then, suddenly, he felt it, an alien suffocating force locking his limbs. In danger. Yu's heart lurched. But no matter how fiercely he struggled, his body refused to obey. Kurosumi Kajishi exhaled slowly, then sneered, "Not bad for brats, but your run ends here." And he lunged, spear raised high, cutting the air with lethal intent, aimed straight at Yu's chest. Byakuya and Koisher watched in horror, then sprinted desperately toward Yu. And Kurosumi Kajishi ignored them entirely, his mouth twisting sideways. Too late. Before the laugh escaped his lips, his expression locked, frozen mid-sneer. And before Yu, a radiant blue hexagonal array shimmered into existence. A flawless, impenetrable barrier. Kurosumi Kajishi's spiraling spear struck the array, and halted, utterly motionless, unable to pierce even a hair's breadth further. And nearby Minamisawa Kagekage sighed, softly murmuring, "We made it." As heightening Zu prepared to strike Yu again, a green figure swept in like a whirlwind. Yu collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, while Shaoli froze midair in an odd posture, his face clouded with confusion. "Why can't I move?" Just as heightening Zu raised his hand to deliver a fatal blow to Shaoli, Maipan appeared behind him, his right palm swirling with a massive Rasengan radiating terrifying power, and struck Heighten Ingzu squarely in the back. The colossal Rasengan hurled Heighten Ingzu over 10 meters before detonating with a thunderous blast, carving a vast deep crater into the earth. Xiao Zi stared in awe at the devastating strike. So powerful. I've heard elders say Maipan-sensei is the undisputed successor to the 7th Hokage. Bai Zai nodded solemnly. Uncle Kakashi once told me that when Maipan-sensei was our age, he defeated the Hell Path Pain, who invaded our village, and Pain wielded the Rinnegan, the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. As the smoke slowly dissipated, everyone stared in shock. The crater held only a pool of blood. Heightening Zu had vanished without a trace. Damn it! He escaped. Shaoli snarled, scanning the ruins furiously for any sign of Heightening Zu. Maipan gazed silently across the devastation. Shattered walls and fallen shinobi strewn everywhere. Then murmured heavily, "Let's tend to the wounded first." Meanwhile Shueigwa stood wordlessly beside the weeping Kuratsuchi, then stepped forward and gently drew her into his arms. Night fell upon Iwagakure. Gradually the village emerged from chaos. Workers hurried along the streets, repairing damaged homes, and villagers gathered to lend hands, rebuilding their home together. Inside the Tsuchikage's office the air hung thick with gravity. Maipan stood by the window watching the scarred landscape, below, his expression stern. After a long silence he turned and said, "It seems we gravely underestimated our adversary." 9 Jonin participated in this assault, alongside dozens of Chunin and Genin. In contrast, Iwagakure suffered catastrophic losses: 5 Jonin, 15 Chunin, and 36 Genin killed in action. Moreover, over 200 civilians were injured or slain. After a moment's contemplation, Nan's Qingying spoke quietly. These black-robed shinobi's bodies were already decayed, yet their hearts still beat. This forbidden technique closely resembles the Heighten clan's shadow puppetry, recorded in ancient texts. Xiaoyi looked startled. The Heighten clan. Weren't they eradicated decades ago? Maipan nodded. Then everything falls into place. Legends speak of the Heighten clan's bloodline limit, a power capable of immobilizing shinobi. Yet, during the Third Shinobi World War, the Third Tsuchikage ordered their annihilation. That eerie Jonin is likely the last surviving heir of the Heighten clan. Xiao Li still shuddered inwardly. That man's ability was utterly uncanny. I couldn't move, not even for an instant. Nan's Qingying bit her thumbnail, then offered her assessment. Yet even the most bizarre techniques possess vulnerabilities. Heightening Zu first restrained Xiaoyu, but when he attempted to bind teacher Li, Xiaoyu regained mobility, and he failed entirely to block Maipan-sensei's assault. Clearly this ability operates under strict conditions and limitations. Next time we'll coordinate our attacks, covering one another. Maipan regarded Nan's Qingying with growing admiration. Then we'll act precisely as Qingying suggested. It's late. Everyone should rest. After leaving the Tsuchikage's office, Xiao Zi glanced toward Bai Zai. Bai Zai, have you seen Xiaoyu? Bai Zai scratched his head. I haven't seen Xiaoyu since the battle ended. High atop a mountain peak in Iwagakure Yu sat alone, head bowed, his expression sullen and withdrawn. That enigmatic Jonin clearly isn't the one I seek. Suddenly soft footsteps echoed. Then a tall, slender figure approached silently. Yu lifted his gaze toward the sound. The figure was Yondaime Tsuchikage Kuratsuchi. Without a word she settled beside him and sat down gently. Silence enveloped them. Time itself seemed suspended. At last Kuratsuchi broke the stillness. Little one, do you have someone precious? At the question a spark flickered in Yu's eyes. He nodded vigorously, yes. To me Mom is the most important person. And Uncle Shueigwa, Uncle Chongwu too. Your mother must cherish you deeply. You touched the pendant at his chest and smiled warmly. She does. Even though she's strict with me. I know she only wants me strong enough to protect myself. She also told me, only I may scold or strike you. Anyone else who dares harm you strike back twice as hard. As he spoke, you instinctively clenched his fist. Tears shimmered in Kuratsuchi's eyes as she whispered, Grandfather, father, and my senior brother. They all loved me, fiercely shielding me tenderly even after I became Tsukikage. Yet now they're gone. You reached out and tugged gently at Kuratsuchi's sleeve, his voice pure and innocent. Auntie Kuratsuchi, don't be sad. Mom once told me. If you miss someone, just look up at the moon. They'll feel your longing too. Kuratsuchi raised her eyes to the full moon hanging high above. Its silver light spilled across the land, illuminating the deepest, brightest memories nestled within her heart. Suddenly resolute, she wiped away her tears and sharply tapped Yu's forehead. Brat. Who are you calling auntie? Yu rubbed his head, pouting up at Kuratsuchi. Everyone keeps tapping my forehead. Kuratsuchi walked away, her silhouette fading into the distance. Then paused, turned and flashed Yu a radiant smile. Little one. Thank you. At dawn the next day, Kuratsuchi convened everyone in the Tsukikage's office and began calmly. Last night I reviewed countless archives. Heightening Zu's binding technique is called shadow binding. It is a ninjutsu that immobilizes targets by locking onto their shadows through the user's pupils. The binding effect weakens progressively with each additional target restrained, and its effective range is limited to 5 meters. Kuratsuchi massaged her temples, clearly exhausted from the sleepless night. Does that mean, if we move fast enough to evade his visual lock on our shadows, we can break free? Shaoli raised his hand eagerly. In theory, yes, but there's another critical factor: the Heighten clan's unique shadow marsh technique. This secret art allows the user via hand seals to conjure a black swamp within a 5-meter radius, within which the caster may instantly swap positions with any point in the marsh. Hushed murmurs rippled through the room as everyone pondered countermeasures. Then, knock knock. The office door swung open. An intelligence operative entered. Tsukikage-sama. The Heighten clan's hideout has been located. Then let's move. No hesitation remained in Kuratsuchi's eyes. The lair of Hei Tanning Zoo was located in a cave northwest of Yenin village, surrounded by a sinister swamp. Bai Zai frowned as he surveyed the marsh that reeked of decay. Is this the bastard's nest? What a disgusting place. Bai Zai looked around and shouted. Where are you? Come out. His voice echoed over the swamp, but there was no response. Suddenly Bai Zai sensed a dangerous aura rising from beneath his feet. Looking down, he saw countless black arms erupting from the swamp, lunging at everyone. Not good. Dodge. Bai Zai yelled, swiftly sidestepping several black hands. Mu Yi, on seeing this, formed hand seals and spat out a blazing stream of fire, conjuring a massive fiery dragon that swept toward the black hands. Fire-style fire dragon flame bullet. The dragon soared through the air, roaring fiercely, incinerating the black hands one by one, and sending up a thick plume of black smoke. From the thick smoke, dozens of black shadows emerged like phantoms, lunging at the people from Yenin village and my village. Hei Tu's eyes turned cold as she stared at Hei Tanning Zoo. How many have you killed? She demanded. Hei Tanning Zoo sneered. They were merely tools for my revenge. Being my puppets is their honor. Shadow waterfall technique. At that moment, the swamp behind Hei Tanning Zoo surged upward like a violent torrent. This force, as if drawn by some mysterious dark shadow, crashed toward Hei Tu at an astonishing speed, like a colossal waterfall descending from the sky. Hei Tu's eyes narrowed. She quickly formed hand seals, lava-style stone seal technique. She inhaled deeply and spat out a thick stream of concrete. The concrete spread rapidly in midair, forming a sturdy wall in an attempt to block the powerful swamp torrent. However, the impact of the swamp waterfall exceeded Hei Tu's expectations, and the concrete wall was instantly shattered. But Hei Tu did not relent. She continued spewing concrete, gradually solidifying the swamp. Meanwhile, Hei Tanning Zoo charged like a ghost, wielding a black spiral spear. His movements were swift and fierce. Hei Tu could only cautiously defend, retreating step by step to create distance. What's the matter? Dear Tsukikage-sama, you can't defeat me like this. Hei Tanning Zoo taunted with a sneer. Hei Tu said nothing, but a resolute glint flashed in her eyes. Seeing Hei Tu's silence, Hei Tanning Zoo's smile widened. Is this how you avenge Chi Tu? He continued to mock. Suddenly Hei Tu stopped, retreating. Hei Tanning Zoo, thinking she was provoked, felt a secret delight. But then he heard her calm, firm voice. At this distance, it shouldn't affect the others. Hei Tu rapidly formed hand seals, while Hei Tanning Zoo, spear in hand, closed in like a black lightning bolt. Just then, an earthen wall 3 zhang high rose from the ground, standing like an indestructible barrier, blocking Hei Tanning Zoo's path. Hei Tanning Zoo tried to change direction, only to find himself surrounded by solid earthen walls. He attempted to form hand seals to escape using the Shadow Swamp secret technique. But Hei Tu changed her gestures, and dozens of sharp rock spikes from within the walls flew toward Hei Tanning Zoo like a storm. Forced to abandon his seals, he dodged the deadly attacks. Above the earthen walls hung a massive rock sphere 3 zhang in diameter, like a heavy mountain. Hei Tu stood firmly atop the rock sphere, continuously releasing powerful chakra, applying the super-added weight rock technique to the sphere. With a furious shout, Earth-style super-added weight meteorite. The already enormous rock sphere grew even heavier and plummeted with terrifying speed, smashing directly onto Tanning Zoo trapped within the earthen walls. Boom! A thunderous crash. The earthen walls where Tanning Zoo stood were instantly crushed, dust flying, and the ground shook violently. Bai Zai and Bo Run were still shaken. Such terrifying power. Truly those bearing the title of Kage were formidable. Heitu landed lightly, breathing heavily, clearly drained by that technique. But then Heitu suddenly remembered something, her expression shifting. She quickly warned, "Everyone be careful. The shadow puppets haven't stopped moving. He's still alive. Devour you." The sinister voice sent a chill down everyone's spine, a wave of fear creeping up their backs. At that moment, dozens of shadow puppets darted into the stone pile from all directions like ghosts, their movements swift and voracious like a pack of starving wolves pouncing on prey. In an instant, a series of bone-chilling crunching sounds emanated from the stone pile. A sound of invisible terror that drilled into the ears and sent shivers through the body. Moments later, the stone pile burst open and a black shadow shot toward Heitu at incredible speed. Before she could recover, the shadow seized her, lifting her body into the air. The others, stunned by the sight, rushed forward to help. But as the smoke gradually cleared, a massive black figure emerged before them. This black figure had only 4 pale eyes and 8 thick tentacles, its entire body covered in countless twisted, grimacing heads. The most prominent being Tanning Zoo's head in the center. Tanning Zoo had now lost most of his reason, leaving only one thought: kill Heitu. Shueyu quickly mobilized his chakra, forming a massive water body, and struck fiercely at the shadow. Meanwhile, Mu Yi Wan bit his finger and slammed his palm onto the ground. Summoning technique. With a loud cry, smoke billowed. A purple toad wielding twin swords appeared on the battlefield with Mu Yi Wan standing atop its head. "Toad Goro, let's go." Toad Goro leaped without hesitation, charging at the dark shadow with fierce momentum. Next, Xiao Li's entire body radiated green light, opening the 6th gate of view. He seemed like a burning green flame rushing toward the shadow at astonishing speed. Morning Peacock. His arms swung like a gale, fists flashing, sending countless blazing flames like meteors crashing into the shadow. Wherever the flames passed, dozens of holes were punched through the shadow. Seeing this, Meitar pumped his fists in excitement, joy spreading across his face. But his smile quickly froze. Despite the ferocious assault, the punctured areas of the shadow slowly regenerated. Toad Goro swung his blade at the massive shadow but stopped midair before making contact. Mu Yi Wan murmured, "Has the binding power also increased?" "Looks like." Before he could finish, 2 thick black hands reached straight for him. Just then, a massive blue formation appeared, blocking the attack. It was Nan Zhe Qingying's defensive formation. Immediately, Nan Zhe Qingying's hand seals changed rapidly, and a dazzling red formation materialized above the black hands. A blazing pillar of fire descended, incinerating the 2 thick black hands completely. Blazing flame formation. As the colossal black shadow faltered in motion, Shueyu, having assumed a massive form, charged forward to rescue Heitu, only to be violently repelled by 3 additional black hands moments before reaching him. Seeing this, Nan Zhe Qingying began forming hand seals once more, when suddenly the remaining 2 black hands unleashed a torrent of obsidian spikes toward her. Dense as monsoon rain and swift as lightning, they streaked through the air. Wind release gale palm. Baruto clapped his palms together, compressing wind into a raging tempest, attempting to scatter the spikes. Yet their sheer number and piercing force rendered even the gale insufficient to halt their advance. Fire release great fireball technique. Sarada exhaled a colossal fireball, hoping flame would intercept the assault. But the spikes pierced effortlessly through the inferno, continuing their lethal trajectory. 8 trigrams, palms rotation. Hyuga Hinata spun at blinding speed, generating a spiraling dome of chakra. A formidable defensive barrier against the incoming barrage. Yet the spikes still breached the rotation's defense. Earth release rock wall technique. Byakuya swiftly solidified a thick earthen rampart before them. Still, several spikes shattered through the wall and struck them. All 4 sustained wounds of varying severity, and just as the first wave subsided, a second volley descended upon them. Nan Zhe Qingying abandoned offense, entirely erecting a protective formation before the group, while Xiao Zi and Xiao Yi rushed forward to administer healing. At that moment, Li suddenly spotted 2 figures sprinting upward along the base of the black shadow. He squinted, and cried out in shock, "It's Metal and Xiao Yu." Upon hearing this, the others turned sharply, astonishment spreading across their faces. Nan Zhe Qingying's expression tightened with concern. "How did they get there? It's too dangerous." Metal shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, hurtling toward the shadow's left lower eye, delivering a devastating leaf hurricane kick mere instants before impact. But at the critical moment, a titanic black hand erupted from the void, seizing Metal's ankle, and hurling him violently through the air. Tumbling head over heels, Metal plummeted, on the verge of shattering against the earth, when a flash of emerald streaked across the sky and caught him mid-fall with unwavering precision. "Metal! This is the power of youth!" Li boomed. Metal, breathless with emotion, cried out, "Dad!" Father and son embraced fiercely, tears glistening in their eyes. Xiao Yi sighed, shaking her head with a wry smile. Truly those two are impossible. Where's you? Byakuya scanned the vast black silhouette, but found no trace of you. Meanwhile you raced ever upward, his right hand already coalescing a blazing torrent of lightning-natured chakra. To avoid casting a shadow requires either blinding speed, or another method entirely, and when one's form swells to monstrous scale that vulnerability becomes lethally absolute. Seizing the instant the black hand hurled metal skyward, you darted behind the shadow's lower right eye. White lightning. With a quiet incantation, a searing white beam erupted, piercing straight through the eye from behind. That fatal weakness, the blind spot. Simultaneously the colossal shadow shrieked in agony. Its right side black hands dissolved instantly into viscous pools of ink-black fluid cascading downward. Byakuya punched the air, elated. It worked. Brilliantly executed. He steadied himself, then sprinted toward the shadow's remaining right eye, only for the entire entity to convulse violently, unleashing countless black needles outward from its body. Though you dodged frantically, he was struck multiple times, hurled backward with brutal force, while the malevolent gaze of Kokuten Isu's charcoal black head locked onto him from the shadow's core. Brat, die. Two grotesque black hands lunged for you, claws outstretched to tear him limb from limb. Nan's Qingying paled. Her attempt to intervene came too late. Suddenly a slender figure descended from above. Her seemingly delicate fist, amplified by the ultra-heavy rock technique, shattered both black hands into dust with a single blow. Heitu swept you into his arms and carried him back to the group. Gazing upon the disintegrating behemoth, he murmured, "To pursue power without restraint is to be consumed by it." You nodded slowly, his understanding incomplete yet deeply felt. High above Kokuten Isu's consciousness crumbled into oblivion, his lips whispering, "Master, save me." Only infinite darkness answered. Just as the group believed all was over, the colossal shadow dissolved into the marsh, reappearing instantly before the cave entrance, where colossal limbs uprooted the entire hill as if plucking a weed. When they finally beheld the full extent of Kokuten Isu's lair, their expressions shifted, from shock to unbridled fury. Inside the cavern lay scattered bones of children's surgical tools arranged with chilling orderliness, and iron cages containing terrified young ones, eyes wide with primal dread. Heitu spoke, voice glacial. So this is the secret of the shadow puppet technique, and this is why its records were deliberately erased. Nan's Qingying's gaze lingered on the faces of the caged children before she spoke. I investigated recent child disappearances along the borderlands. Initially ruled as human trafficking, the case deepened. Bandit raids, vendettas, and unexplained violence all traced back to those vanished children. Only when I saw photographs of the missing here did I realize Kokuten Isu was the architect of it all. Even as she spoke, Nan's Qingying formed seals, summoning a shimmering azure barrier above the cages, deflecting the shadow's grasping hand. This entity is spent. Let us end it. Together. Gamawaru led the charge, leaping high, twin blades flashing, severing every black arm in his path. Shuei in liquid form drove a thunderous fist into the shadow's torso, sending it reeling backward. Kokuten Isu had long lost lucidity, unable even to deploy shadow binding or shadow marsh techniques. Yet Li, radiant with verdant chakra, soared above the shadow and unleashed Morning Peacock, incinerating its body into charred ruin. Before the shadow could recover, a crimson array beneath its feet detonated with crushing force. Amid excruciating agony, the central head of Kokuten Isu opened its eyes, only to find a woman with short black hair hovering before it, her right hand wreathed in swirling shards of stone. During the Third Shinobi World War, the Kokuten clan slaughtered entire villages to swell their ranks. Like you, they deserved death. Ultra-heavy rock fist. The vengeance of Kokuten Isu shattered utterly, along with his skull. Far beyond the borders of Iwagakure, deep within a remote forest, stood a bone-white palace, its walls forged entirely from countless human remains. Within its inner sanctum, a striking man with crimson hair reclined upon a throne, cradling a half-filled goblet of viscous crimson liquid, listening intently to a blood-red figure kneeling below. My lord, Kokuten Isu is dead. The red-haired man smiled faintly. A pity. Such a compliant servant is rare on this world. No matter. Time to inspect our newest experimental subject. The exquisite resonance of her soul's energy reaches me even here. Truly intoxicating. As everything settled, Heitu felt only a profound exhaustion. Suddenly a ray of sunlight fell upon his face. Heitu looked at the gradually clearing sky, and the ninjas of Yenin village cheering beside him, revealing a brilliant smile. Grandfather, father, senior brother, I will take care of Yenin village. Night fell, and the reception hall of Yenin village was brightly lit, the atmosphere exceptionally lively. The table was laden with various local specialties of Yenin village, their aroma tantalizing and mouth-watering. You sat at the table holding a turkey leg in his left hand, and a huge slab of meat in his right, stuffing them into his mouth with relish, eating with gusto. Just then Shaoli suddenly stood up, shouting with fighting spirit, Maitaru Baizai Huaiyan, let's compete to see who can eat more. Hearing this proposal, Maitaru immediately responded, Dad, I'm ready. Baizai, seeing the two already devouring their food, said anxiously, Hey, the start hasn't been called yet. He hurriedly increased his eating speed, trying to catch up. Meanwhile Hinata Huitian said with a look of disdain, "How boring." Yet his hands did not stop, instead they moved faster. Xiaoyi watching this scene couldn't help but remind them, "Hey you four, mind your manners. It's really delicious." Just as Xiaoyi was about to continue speaking, Xiao Zi laughed. "Xiaoyi, you should eat too." Then Xiao Zi picked up a pork knuckle and stuffed it directly into Xiao Ye's mouth. Konohamaru raised his cup and toasted Nan's Qingying. Nan's Qingying nodded slightly but did not raise his cup in response. Early the next morning many people gathered at the entrance of Yenin village. Haitu and Shueiwe stood at the front smiling, as they bid farewell to the group from my village. "Yenin village was able to overcome this crisis thanks to your help," Haitu said gratefully. "It is our duty. Villages helping each other. That is also what the 7th Hokage strives for." Konohamaru stepped forward and gave a polite bow. Before parting, Haitu gently patted you on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Little one, when you get back make sure to eat more. When I held you the other day you felt so light." Upon hearing this, Yu's face turned red to the tips of his ears, and he didn't know how to respond. The people around all burst into laughter, the sound of their laughter echoing in the air, a scene of harmony. The group from my village gradually faded into the distance, their figures disappearing from sight. Haitu and Shueiwe stood silently watching the direction they had gone, lost in thought. "That kid Yu is really something, isn't he?" Shueiwe turned to Haitu, a glint of admiration in his eyes. Haitu nodded slightly. He is truly outstanding. In half a year we'll meet again. How exciting. I didn't expect your mission this time to be so dangerous." Nan's Qingyue's eyes widened in surprise. I was almost crushed to death." At Ichiraku Ramen, Yu wolfed down his noodles, while excitedly telling Nan's Qingyue about his mission experience. "Xiaoyu, you must be careful from now on. Don't take such risks again. Big sister, actually." Nan's Qingyue looked at Yu with concern, her tone stern, but her eyes revealing deep affection. Before Nan's Qingyue could finish, Yu suddenly caught sight of Bai Zai, running toward the village entrance, with a mission scroll, while Xiao Zi followed closely behind trying to persuade him. "I'm going now, Qingyue Jie." Yu quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks and rushed out, catching up with Bai Zai and Xiao Zi. "Xiao Zi, what's wrong with Bai Zai?" Yu asked Xiao Zi curiously. Xiao Zi sighed helplessly. Alas, Bai Zai took a B-rank mission scroll from the mission hall without telling Qingying sensei, and is about to go on the mission. "Xiao Yu, please talk him out of it." "Bai Zai, what is this mission?" Yu asked, looking at Bai Zai ahead. "A small village near my village, close to the land of two, that has been frequently plagued by bandits. According to the intelligence we have, the bandit group consists of 5 members including 2 Zhongren and 3 Xianren." Bai Zai stopped and handed the mission scroll to Yu. You took it and carefully read the information. It doesn't seem too difficult. The 3 of us should be able to handle it." After reading the scroll, Yu said to Bai Zai with confidence. Xiao Zi reminded them seriously, "Don't underestimate the enemy. This is only the information we have so far. Xiao Zi, we've already defeated monsters much stronger than this before. Don't worry." You interrupted Xiao Zi with a smile, and quickly caught up with Bai Zai, who had already started walking. "You two are really..." Xiao Zi shook her head helplessly but quickened her pace to follow them. A day later, Nan's Qingying realized she could not contact the 3 members of Team 7, and a sense of anxiety crept into her heart. She hurried to the main gate of my village and asked the guard ninja about the situation. "You mean Chimu Bai Zai? Yesterday he left the village with 2 other ninjas carrying a mission scroll." "Oh right, one of those ninjas was you, the recently famous prodigy." Before the guard could finish, Nan's Qingying rushed to the mission hall. "Qingying-sama, how may I help you?" Inside the mission hall, the reception ninja asked politely. Nan's Qingying quickly asked, "Which mission did Chimu Bai Zai take?" Another day passed, and the 3 members of Team 7 were nearing the village mentioned in the mission scroll. Just then they suddenly felt a sharp aura behind them. Before they could react, Nan's Qingying appeared before them like a ghost, her cold voice ringing out. "You 3 very good. Qingying-sensei, it has nothing to do with them. I took this mission." Bai Zai shouldered all the responsibility. "I'm sorry, Qingying-sensei," Xiao Zi said in a low voice filled with guilt. "Qingying-sensei, don't worry. The 3 of us can handle it." You pouted defiantly. Nan's Qingying gave you a deep look, then turned to Bai Zai and said sternly, "Go back." Bai Zai gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, "Qingying-sensei, I can't go back." "Why?" Nan's Qingying frowned, looking at Bai Zai with confusion. Bai Zai raised his head, his eyes revealing determination, and said sincerely, "Qingying-sensei, at the Ninja Academy, everyone called me a genius. But now I realize that I am nothing but a frog in a well. If I live my entire life under the protection of my teacher and Kakashi-san, then that's all I'll ever be." Looking at Bai Zai's resolute expression, Nan's Qingying felt a deep sense of relief. The once arrogant Bai Zai had begun to learn humility, but Xiao Yu on the other hand seemed to need a bit of discipline again. After a moment of contemplation, Nan's Qingying said, "The mission continues. This time you must follow orders." Bai Zai's face lit up. "Yes." Inside the mission hall, a white-haired man in a mask was reading a mission scroll when suddenly a commotion arose beside him. "Who took this mission?" Kakashi looked up and asked, "What's going on?" Rokudame-sama 3 days ago a team from Kumogakure, 1 Shongren and 3 Zhongren, also took this mission. None survived. Kakashi was startled and continued. Which team took this mission? The staff member stammered, Chimu ba, bai zai, nanny. Kakashi vanished with a new mission scroll. I must make it in time. The 4 arrived at the village mentioned on the mission scroll. The houses were tightly shut, creating an eerie stillness. Faint traces of bloodstains could still be seen on some doors and windows, sending a chill through the air. Why won't the villagers open their doors? Are they afraid of those bandits? Xiao Zi asked with a frown, her voice laced with confusion. This village seems peculiar. Be cautious, everyone. Nan's Qingying warned softly, her eyes sharp with vigilance. Suddenly the door of a dilapidated house not far away creaked open. All eyes turned to the door where an elderly man with a kind face emerged, slowly leaning on a cane. Are you the ninja-sama here to eliminate the bandits? The old man spoke with a gentle, aged voice. I am the village chief. Thank you for taking the trouble to come. Please come inside, honored ones. You must be weary from the journey. The group exchanged glances and followed the old man into the house. Inside it was sparsely furnished with just one room and a hall. The living room held a simple wooden table, a few old chairs, and a slightly worn wooden cabinet. On top of the cabinet sat several unremarkable decorative items. Nan's Qingying scanned the room, her gaze finally settling on a vase placed on the cabinet. She studied it closely as if detecting something unusual. Just then the old man approached with a smile, carrying several bowls of tea. Ninja-sama, you must be thirsty after your long journey. Unfortunately, my humble abode has only plain tea to offer, the old man said warmly. Baizai eagerly grabbed a bowl of tea, ready to drink it in one gulp, when Nan's Qingying asked coldly, Old man, this univase doesn't look cheap. The old man was visibly startled, but quickly regained his smile. Honored ninja, this is a family heirloom. I'm not sure of its exact value. Nan's Qingying stared at him for a moment, then turned back to examine the vase. She murmured to herself, Old man, the painted enamel technique of the univase is a new craft that only emerged in the last 2 years. Moreover, such vases are typically prized by nobles and wealthy merchants. Tell the ambushers to come out. Xiaoyu Bai Zai Xiao Zi, enter combat readiness. Nan's Qingying commanded, addressing the 3 members of Team 7 behind her. In response, they instantly assumed battle stances, alertly scanning their surroundings. Suddenly the old man's once kind face twisted into a vicious snarl. You're sharper than the Cloud Village ninjas who came before. Attack! At his command, hidden enemies emerged from all sides, surrounding the 4 of them. There were over a dozen enemies clad in black ninja attire with cold expressions and various weapons. Clearly well-trained shinobi. Xiao Zi quickly assessed the enemy's strength. The intelligence was wrong. There are about 5 Chunin and 9 Genin here. Nan's Qingying directed calmly. Bai Zai Xiaoyu, you 2 focus on attacking. Xiao Zi provide support. Yes. They replied in unison. No sooner had she spoken than Bai Zai, kunai in hand, vanished in a flash like lightning, charging at one of the Chunin. The Chunin met him head-on with his own kunai. In an instant, a fierce clash erupted, sparks flying as the metallic ring of kunai striking echoed through the air. The Chunin felt a numbing shock in his hand, a pang of unease rising in his heart. How can this brat possess such power? Before he could react, Bai Zai delivered a swift kick, slamming into the Chunin's abdomen, and sending him flying several meters away. Meanwhile, a group of Genin lunged at Bai Zai like wolves. He quickly formed hand signs, muttering, Earth release, earth wall rush. Instantly sturdy earth walls rose from the ground around Bai Zai, shooting outward at incredible speed. They deftly avoided the other 3 members of Team 7 and slammed into the charging Genin. The Genin were sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the walls and losing consciousness. The entire house's walls collapsed in a thunderous roar. The remaining enemies retreated outside. As Bai Zai steadied himself, a Chunin charged at him with a kunai, murder in his eyes. Suddenly several shuriken glowing with green light whizzed through the air. The Chunin was caught off guard, struck multiple times, and gravely wounded. Seizing the moment, Bai Zai threw a decisive punch, knocking the Chunin to the ground and rendering him completely incapacitated. On the other side, Yu, wielding his lightning-sheathed short sword, cut down a Chunin. Seeing the favorable situation of Bai Zai and Xiao Zi, he thought the battle was decided. Until the ground beneath his feet suddenly collapsed, trapping him. A burly shinobi approached with terrifying speed, clearly beyond Genin or Chunin level. Yu's heart skipped a beat. This burly shinobi was far stronger than the previous enemies. He tried to free himself but found he couldn't escape easily. Just then the burly shinobi was upon him, swinging a blade directly at Yu. Yu's pupils contracted. So fast. But at the critical moment, a blue barrier appeared before Yu, deflecting the attack. The one who intervened was Nan's Qingying. Yu shot a grateful glance at Nan's Qingying, then quickly regained his composure for the next onslaught. Nan's Qingying stared solemnly at the burly Jonin, having already guessed his identity. Kimura Shuya, the rogue Jonin from Rock Village. Kimura Shuya laughed heartily when his identity was revealed. Being recognized by a beauty like you is my honor. A glint of greed and lust flickered in his eyes, as he stared at Qingying's graceful figure and licked his lips. With that, Kimura Shuya's chakra surged, and the surrounding rubble condensed onto his blade, forming a massive rock sword that exuded a terrifying aura. He let out a fierce roar, swinging the rock sword with overwhelming force toward you. You took a deep breath, lightning chakra crackling around his short sword with a sharp sizzle. He charged forward, meeting the rock sword in a fierce clash with Kimura Shuya. The lightning sword and rock sword collided with a deafening boom. Chunks of rock were sheared off, but the weight of the rock sword was immense, and Yu's short sword was sent flying into the distance. Yu clutched his bleeding hand, staring intently at the burly man shouldering the massive rock sword. This guy is no ordinary jonin. Kimura Shuya cast a contemptuous smile at the wounded Yu, then dashed forward with a rock blade in hand, arriving before you in an instant. Before you could even discern Kimura Shuya's footsteps, the massive blade, encircled by shattered stones, was already upon him, leaving no time to react. Fortunately, Nan's Qingying, who was not far away, intervened, promptly forming a blue defensive barrier that successfully blocked Kimura Shuya's attack. However, Kimura Shuya's assault was ferocious. After several strikes, visible cracks appeared in the barrier. Faced with this situation, Nan's Qingying remained calm. She swiftly changed her hand seals, and a purple formation materialized above Kimura Shuya. Thunder Punishment Formation. A colossal purple bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking Kimura Shuya directly. The speed was so great that he had no time to react. The impact left his body charred and clearly injured. As Nan's Qingying prepared to form another seal to launch an attack, she suddenly felt the rocks beneath her feet begin to tremble. Then a slender figure leaped out from the ground, wielding a sharp short blade aimed at Nan's Qingying. She managed to dodge, but the blade still sliced a deep wound on her arm, sending blood splattering. Teacher Qingying. The three members of Team 7 cried out in alarm, rushing to her side. The slender figure stood slowly beside Kimura Shuya, while the old man fawned behind them. Xiaozi quickly took out bandages to bind Nan's Qingying's wound, but when she saw the blackened arm, her heart raced with panic. The short blade was poisoned. Kimura Shuji, a rogue jonin from the hidden rock village. Nan's Qingying looked at the slender figure, then whispered to the three of Team 7. You go now. I'll cover your retreat. Teacher Qingying, what about you? Xiaozi's eyes were filled with worry. As long as you can return alive, that's all that matters. Nan's Qingying forced out the words, suppressing the searing pain. Xiaozi wanted to say more, but she saw Kimura Shuya grab the old man, and without a word of explanation, he swung his blade and decapitated him. Useless trash, can't even handle such a simple task, and now I'm this badly wounded. Fury twisted Kimura Shuya's face. In his eyes, the old man was nothing more than a disposable tool. Then, like a hunter eyeing his prey, he turned his gaze to the four members of Team 7, a sinister grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Two beauties, I'll spare your lives and have some fun with you. His laughter echoed through the air, sending chills down everyone's spines. Seeing the three of Team 7 still standing there, Nan's Qingying hurriedly barked, Go! Why are you still standing there? Run! However, Chimu Baizai, suppressing his inner fear, stepped forward resolutely, and said firmly, Teacher Qingying, Uncle Kakashi once told me that those who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. I will not back down. Nan's Qingying was deeply moved by Chimu Baizai's words. These children were indeed different from those people. But she knew she could not let these children be destroyed here, so without hesitation she knocked Baizai unconscious with a single palm strike, handed him to Xiaozi, and said sternly, Xiaozi, take Baizai back to the village. Staying here will only hinder my battle. Xiaozi, holding back tears, nodded heavily, and ran toward the rear with Baizai on her back. Nan's Qingying looked at Yu, who remained standing still, and was about to speak. But then she heard Yu roar in fury, Damn it! His right hand rapidly gathered lightning-natured chakra, as he charged toward Kimura Shuya. Xiao Yu! Nan's Qingying shouted anxiously, but it was already too late to stop him. Kimura Shuya laughed heartily, his rock blade beginning to gather fragments of stone, ready to meet Yu's assault. Earth release, heavy rock slash. Kimura Shuya roared, his rock blade descending with brutal force toward Yu. White lightning. A blinding flash of lightning erupted from Yu's hand, colliding with the massive rock blade. A violent shockwave rippled from the explosion of energies. Yu was sent flying dozens of meters, crashing heavily onto the ground. Countless bones were broken and blood gushed from his mouth. Yu writhed in agony, recalling the thousands of eyes upon him during the Chunin exam, the pride he felt when he destroyed the huge shadow. But now all of that was shattered in this single blow. Tears of shame slid from his eyes. Just as Yu turned his head away, he saw the old man's severed head with its eyes still open, and terror forced him to scramble backward on his hands. Kimura Shuya had no intention of giving Yu a chance. He leaped into the air, his blade glinting with a cold light, and swung it viciously toward Yu. Yu collapsed onto the cold ground, his heart ashen, and slowly closed his eyes. Drip, drip, drip. Yu suddenly realized he was still alive. He opened his eyes in astonishment, only to witness a sight that would be etched into his memory forever. Nan's Qingying stood before him, her right shoulder pierced by the blade, blood soaking her clothes. Yet she gripped the hilt, firmly pressing the sharp blade back, preventing it from advancing any further. Didn't scare you too badly, did it, Xiao Yu? Nan's Qingying forced a faint smile, her voice hoarse. Struggling against the intense pain, she slowly withdrew the blade and blood gushed out. With her remaining left hand, she tightly embraced you, and retreated carefully, laying him on the ground. Her left hand weaved seals rapidly, and a green light rose from her palm, forming a healing formation. The formation radiated a warm aura, quickly stanching the bleeding wounds on Yu's body. Still thinking of healing that brat? Kimura Shuya sneered, raising his blade to strike Nan's Qingying. At the same time, Kimura Shuji burrowed into the ground again, ready to attack at any moment. Nan's Qingying reacted swiftly, her left hand changing seals, conjuring a blue defensive barrier that successfully blocked Kimura Shuya's assault. Seizing the moment of Kimura Shuya's pause, a red formation appeared to his left. Blazing Flame Formation. However, due to her injured right hand, her seal speed was noticeably slower, and she only managed to burn Kimura Shuya's left hand. At that moment, Kimura Shuji suddenly burst from the ground, his short blade aimed at Nan's Qingying. Nan's Qingying barely dodged, but her right foot was still cut, causing her to lose balance and fall. Before she could rise, Kimura Shuya appeared before her like a specter. "I won't kill you. I'll just cut off your limbs." Cruelty flashed in Kimura Shuya's eyes as his blade swung down mercilessly. Nan's Qingying showed no fear. Instead, a tragic smile graced her lips. "I am different from those people after all." At that critical moment, a dazzling streak of white light cut through the air like lightning, its speed so astonishing that Kimura Shuya had no time to react. His right abdomen was viciously pierced, blood gushing out and splattering across the ground. His eyes widened in agony as he clutched his wound, a torrent of blood spurting from his mouth. "White lightning." A familiar voice rang out, cold and resolute. The crowd followed the sound and saw it was Yu. His right hand still dripped with blood, while his left hand gripped the short sword that crackled with electric light. "Xiao Yu." Nanzawa Qingying stared in astonishment, her eyes filled with disbelief as she looked at Yu, a complex emotion surging within her. "I'm sorry, Qingying-sensei," Yu said in a low, hoarse voice laden with guilt and remorse. "As long as you're safe, that's what matters," Nanzawa Qingying replied with a gentle shake of her head. Blood streamed from Kimura Shuya's right abdomen, staining his clothes, yet his eyes blazed with ferocious rage as he fixed his gaze on Yu. "You little brat, I'll tear you limb from limb." Wielding his rock sword, Kimura Shuya lunged at Yu, again his movements savage and fierce, as if determined to cut him down with a single blow. Suddenly the pendant on Yu's chest began to tremble violently, and a crimson light flickered in his eyes. In his perception, Kimura Shuya's movements became excruciatingly slow, as if time itself had frozen. Yu effortlessly evaded Kimura Shuya's attack, sidestepping with a swift motion. Then, with a sudden swing of his lightning sword, a bolt of thunderous light severed Kimura Shuya's right arm. Amid a burst of blood mist, the severed arm spun through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Clutching the stump of his right arm, Kimura Shuya let out a blood-curdling scream. "Aya! Impossible! How could that brat possibly see through my moves?" Seeing his younger brother gravely wounded, Kimura Shuji's heart ached as if pierced by a knife. He grabbed a short blade and charged at Yu. But at that moment, a blue barrier suddenly appeared, blocking his attack. Ignoring her own injuries, Nanzawa Qingying forcibly conjured a defensive formation to protect Yu. However, Kimura Shuji did not relent. He swiftly performed hand seals, earth release rock snake bind. A massive rock serpent coiled around Yu in an instant. As you struggled to break free, Kimura Shuji drew a poisoned blade from his ninja pouch and stabbed at Yu again. Without dodging, Yu extended his left hand and grasped the poisoned blade firmly. Bright red blood splattered instantly, while the venom rapidly corroded the wound. A vicious grin twisted Kimura Shuji's face, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "You're asking for death," he snarled, pulling out another poisoned blade to deliver the fatal blow. "Yet you showed no fear," he replied coldly. "Then we'll see who dies first." As the words left his lips, he swung the lightning sword again. A surge of white light erupted, and a bloodstain burst from Kimura Shuji's body before he collapsed backward. Seizing the opportunity, Yu slashed the rock serpent coiled around him with his lightning sword, shattering it and freeing himself from the bind. Kimura Shuji rose to his feet and began forming hand seals to unleash a ninjutsu, but he suddenly realized that Yu had already charged toward the fallen Kimura Shuya. His heart sank. He accelerated his hand seals, chanting, "Earth release rock snake charge." A colossal rock serpent emerged from the ground, hurtling toward Yu with tremendous force. Yu did not evade. Instead, he continued rushing toward Kimura Shuya, bringing his lightning sword down in a swift arc that pierced Kimura Shuya's heart with ease. At the same time, the rock serpent struck Yu, sending him flying violently. Nanzawa Qingying dragged her severely injured body to catch him, and they both tumbled to the ground. Holding his brother's corpse, Kimura Shuji's eyes were filled with boundless grief and fury. He glared at Yu, his teeth grinding, and roared, "Ah! I'll make you wish you were never born." Supporting each other, Nanzawa Qingying and Yu staggered to their feet. Pale and weakened, Nanzawa Qingying struggled to speak. "Xiao Yu, I'll draw their attention, Yu." But before she could finish, Yu had already charged at Kimura Shuji. Nanzawa Qingying's heart stirred again. Without time to think, she formed a hand seal. Meanwhile, Xiaozi pointed toward the battlefield. Beside her stood a white-haired man wearing a mask. "Sixth Hokage Qingying-sensei and Xiao Yu are over there." Suddenly flames erupted toward the sky in the direction Xiao Zi, had pointed accompanied by a wave of scorching heat. When the smoke cleared, the ground was littered with debris and rubble, a sight too horrifying to behold. Xiao Zi's eyes widened as she frantically called out the names of Nanzua Qingying, and you searching everywhere for them. Just then a blackened hand emerged from the rubble with great difficulty, trembling as it pointed in a certain direction. A hoarse faint voice said, "Xiao Zi, hurry, Qingying-sensei, she's badly injured." With those words, Yu's hand went limp and fell. Xiao Zi raced toward the sound. When she finally found Yu, tears streamed down her face. The sight of Yu was unbearable. His right arm was barely attached by a single strip of bone, his left hand and half of his body were corroded by black-purple poison, and his entire body was covered in wounds. The 2 knife wounds on his left side were less than half a centimeter from his heart, and countless bones were broken. Xiao Zi fought back her tears and carefully began treating the unconscious Yu. Meanwhile, Kakashi, following the direction Yu had indicated, found Nanzua Qingying, who was also gravely wounded and unconscious. He quickly took out a hemostatic powder from his bag and sprinkled it on Nanzua Qingying's wounds. After a long while, Nanzua Qingying slowly regained consciousness. She opened her eyes with great effort and turned to look at Kakashi. "Sixth Hokage, how is Xiao Yu?" Kakashi's expression was grim. Frowning, he said in a low voice, "Xiao Zi is treating him, but the situation is not optimistic." Hearing this, Nanzua Qingying dragged her heavy body and stumbled to Yu's side. When she saw the horrific wounds and his pallid face, a sharp pain pierced her heart and tears spilled uncontrollably down her cheeks. Fighting through the pain, Nanzua Qingying's trembling hands formed a green barrier attempting to heal Yu. "Qingying-sensei, Yu." Xiao Zi looked on with concern. "I'm fine." Nanzua Qingying gritted her teeth, though her face grew even paler. Just then 2 figures descended from the sky. The crowd looked up and saw Bai Zai and a graceful woman landing from above. The woman had a large ponytail of light yellow hair and a blue-purple mark on her forehead. It was none other than the 5th Hokage of Konoha village, Gangs Ho. Tsunade looked at Kakashi with a dissatisfied expression and complained, "Kakashi, how did you know I was in the nearby village? My luck was just starting to turn around." Kakashi's lips twitched beneath his mask. "Tsunade-sama, please use your skills to treat this little one." Tsunade gazed at the severely injured and unconscious Yu, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes before she hurried forward to perform medical ninjutsu. As chakra was continuously channeled into Yu's body, his wounds began to gradually heal, yet he remained unconscious. Night fell. In a hospital 2 kilometers from the mission site, Yu lay quietly on a hospital bed, wrapped in bandages, his breathing steady, but his consciousness still unrecovered. Tsunade emerged from the ward exhausted and let out a long yawn. Byakuya, waiting anxiously outside, rushed over and asked, "Tsunade-sama, how is Yu?" Tsunade rubbed her temples and replied, "His injuries are severe, but this kid has strong vitality. With timely treatment, he should wake up in a few days. Full recovery will take some time." Hearing this, Byakuya and Xiao Zi showed relieved smiles. Nanzua Qingying, who had been silently standing by, suddenly felt dizzy and staggered. Xiao Zi quickly supported her and asked with concern, "Qingying-sensei, are you all right?" Nanzua Qingying's face was pale. She forced a faint smile. "I'm just a little tired. Don't worry." After speaking, she slowly closed her eyes and leaned against the wall as if wanting to rest. Tsunade stepped forward to examine her. This young lady's wound is infected, and she was still toughing it out at the door. "It's been so long since I last returned to the village. How did it end up with so many fools? Get another room ready." 2 days passed in a hurry. Nanzua Qingying's injuries were under control, but she still needed plenty of rest. Yu remained unconscious. Nanzua Qingying, unable to rest easy, kept vigil by his bedside. At a training ground, Kakashi was earnestly instructing Byakuya. He told Byakuya, "Your earth-release ninjutsu has improved greatly, but to become a truly formidable ninja you still need relentless effort and training." Byakuya listened and nodded seriously. Meanwhile, Xiao Zi was humbly seeking advice from Tsunade on medical ninjutsu. Tsunade patiently answered Xiao Zi's questions and personally demonstrated how to apply medical ninjutsu. Another day passed. In his sleep, Yu had a terrible nightmare. In the dream, Qingying-sensei, Byakuya, and Xiao Zi all tragically died during a mission, and he himself fell in despair. Startled awake by the nightmare, Yu sat up abruptly in bed, drenched in cold sweat. Seeing Yu awake, Nanzua Qingying quickly stepped forward and embraced him. "Yu, you're all right? Thank goodness." Nanzua Qingying held him tightly. Listening to the sobbing in his ear and feeling the warmth of the embrace, Yu realized this was the first time he had seen Qingying-sensei cry. "I'm sorry, Qingying-sensei. It was all because of my arrogance that the team was put in danger, and you were so badly injured." Yu's heart was filled with guilt. Nanzua Qingying wiped away her tears and said gently, "It's all right. As long as you're alive, this injury is nothing." Sunlight filtered through the gaps between the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Byakuya and Xiao Zi gathered around the now awake Yu, chattering incessantly. "You finally woke up. We were almost worried to death. Yu, how do you feel? Is there anywhere that hurts?" Seeing their concerned gazes, a warm current surged in Yu's heart. Just then Tsunade walked in. Seeing you awake, a relieved smile appeared on her face. She carefully examined Yu's condition and then said to everyone, "This little one is recovering well. His body is no longer in danger." Hearing Tsunade's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Tsunade-sama," Yu said gratefully. Watching Yu bounce back, Tsunade was also somewhat amazed at his recovery ability. Before parting, Tsunade spoke to Kakashi with a serious expression. "Kakashi, I've heard that recently in the land of Wind ninja have been frequently disappearing. Remind Naruto to be more cautious." Kakashi nodded. "Tsunade-sama, I will relay your words to Naruto." 2 days later, the group safely returned to Konoha village. In light of Byakuya's performance during the mission, Nanzawa Chingying submitted a letter of recommendation to the officials in charge of the Chunin promotion exam. Byakuya silently resolved in his heart, "I must not let Chingying-sensei down." He was full of fighting spirit, eager to begin rigorous training to prepare thoroughly for the upcoming Chunin promotion exam. Xiao Zi was busy reviewing the valuable medical knowledge she had learned from Tsunade-sama over the past few days. As for Yu, he was exhausted and sleeping at home. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi and Naruto recounted the details of the mission. When talking about Byakuya, Kakashi's face showed a hint of comfort. "It's really surprising. Byakuya is only 12 or 13, yet he already has such a high level of awareness." Naruto couldn't help but recall the time when he himself had stopped Kakashi-sensei from going after Hirako. "Indeed, that little girl Chingying," Kakashi said with a smile. "I never expected 2 renegade jonin to appear on this mission. It's really remarkable that they survived. However, what amazes me is that even when severely wounded, that little guy, you still thought of his comrades first," Kakashi remarked with admiration. "That kid is indeed outstanding," Naruto agreed wholeheartedly, but recalling how you had rejected him, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. "It's also thanks to Tsunade-sama's help this time. Naruto, Tsunade-sama told me before she left that ninja have been frequently disappearing in the land of Wind recently." Kakashi suddenly changed the subject. "I've heard a little. Since Granny Tsunade specifically mentioned it, I'll instruct the reconnaissance ninja to strengthen intelligence gathering in the land of Wind and the border regions between the 2 countries. Naruto replied after a moment of thought. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, a rapid knocking came from Yu's door. Yu sat up sleepily from his bed, muttering to himself, "Who could be here so early?" He rubbed his eyes, reluctantly climbed out of bed, and shuffled slowly to the door, opening it. He was a bit surprised to see who stood outside. It was Chingyue. Nanzawa Chingyue looked at Yu with an anxious expression, her eyes full of worry and concern. Before Yu could speak, Nanzawa Chingyue began to examine him. She carefully checked his physical condition, and once she was sure he was fine, she finally let out a sigh of relief. "Last night my sister told me you were badly injured. I was so worried I couldn't sleep all night. I wanted to come see you last night, but my sister said she didn't want to disturb your rest." Nanzawa Chingyue spoke while gently patting her chest. Hearing this, Yu couldn't help but let out a big yawn and replied lazily, "Is there any possibility that you're disturbing my rest right now, Chingyue?" Nanzawa Chingyue chuckled lightly. "Then I guess I'll have to go eat Ichiraku Ramen by myself." She turned to leave. "Wait, I want to come too." Yu quickly called out to Nanzawa Chingyue and hurried after her. After all, it was Ichiraku Ramen. "What? You encountered 2 rogue jonin this time?" Nan's Chingyue nearly dropped her jaw in disbelief. "Yeah, and one of them was especially treacherous, only launching sneak attacks." Yu grumbled while slurping noodles. "Thankfully you all made it back alive. Hey Xiao Yu, I think with your current strength you could earn a spot to participate in the Ninja World Exchange Conference 5 months from now." Nan's Chingyue's eyes sparkled, as if she could already see Yu shining brilliantly on the arena. "The Ninja World Exchange Conference. What's that?" Yu asked curiously, having never heard of the term before. The Ninja World Exchange Conference is a tournament where 64 young ninjas under the age of 20 from across the ninja world are selected to compete in a friendly exchange, Nan's Chingyue explained patiently. It is intended to test and improve the level of the younger generation of the ninja world. The conference began the year after the 4th Great Ninja War, and is held every 5 years. The first champion was the 7th Hokage, the second was Sarutobi Konohamaru, and the third was a ninja from Kimogakure. At the mention of the 7th Hokage, Nan's Chingyue's eyes were filled with admiration. Yu felt his blood boil and quickly asked Sister Chingyue, "How can I get a spot to participate?" Nan's Chingyue patiently explained the spots are selected by the Hokage through recommendations from various organizations and jonin, from which 10 candidates are chosen. The list is announced 5 months before the tournament. In the first 2 months, young ninjas who are dissatisfied with the list can challenge the listed ninjas. Each listed ninja can only accept 1 challenge within half a month. Just then, outside the Ichiraku Ramen shop, the crowd began to stir. Someone shouted, "The list for the Ninja World Exchange Conference is out. Everyone come and see. Let me see who's on it." The crowd grew restless, everyone eager to know who would be participating in this year's conference. Nan's Chingyue and Yu stepped outside, standing at the edge of the crowd. First, Sarutobi Ao. As expected, the strongest of the village's younger generation. Upon hearing the name, people nodded in approval. As the standout of the younger generation in Konoha, Sarutobi Ao's strength and talent were undeniable. When the 8th name was read, the crowd stirred again. 8th Uzumaki Baruto. 9th Uchiha Sarada. Those two are only 13 or 14, but they're already at the top among Chunin. 10th you. Although you was the first in the last Chunin exam, he's far too young. I heard their team took down 2 Jonin during a mission a few days ago. That was probably thanks to their squad leader. I wouldn't know. The crowd buzzed with discussion full of anticipation and curiosity about these young, talented ninjas. The center of the discussion you was also puzzled who recommended me. Could it be Brother Qingying? Sister Qingyue, I'm leaving now. Before Nan's Qingyue could respond, you dashed off toward Nan's Qingying's office. Approaching Nan's Qingying's office, you heard a stern reprimand. Qingying, you're usually so composed. But why were you so foolish just now? Was it worth trading your own future for a precarious spot? Mizuno Ike has had his eye on this position for a long time. Teacher, it was worth it. Participating in this tournament and fighting ninjas from all over will greatly benefit Xiao Yu's growth. Nan's Qingying replied earnestly. Worth it? Do you know how precious the main position in Konoha's village protecting barrier formation is? You're betting it on this kid making it to the top 8. Top 8? It'll be a miracle if a 12 or 13-year-old brat with no connections can even keep his spot. The scolding inside grew louder. Standing outside the door, you felt a heavy weight in his heart. So his spot? I believe in him, Nan's Qingying said, her voice not loud but exceptionally firm. Every word carried an incomparable strength, as if it could pierce the soul. Outside the door, you was already in tears, biting his lip hard to keep from sobbing. As night fell, you slung a backpack over his shoulder and headed into the mountains. Moonlight spilled like water onto the ground, illuminating his path. Meanwhile, in a private room of a restaurant in Konoha, several young ninjas sat around a table enthusiastically discussing the upcoming Ninja World Exchange Conference. One of them said, in this conference the top 4 are all powerful Jonin. Their strength is beyond doubt. The 5th through 7th are experienced veteran Chunin not to be underestimated. As for the 8th and 9th, they have special identities. We can't afford to provoke them. Then the only one left is this 10th ranked guy. Another ninja added, I watched his match in the Chunin exam. That kid's lightning techniques are dangerous but not impossible to counter. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. A ninja wearing a hat stood up and said triumphantly, haha, everyone, let me be the first to challenge him. My wind-natured chakra can perfectly counter that guy. The group exchanged knowing smiles, convinced that the last spot was already in their grasp. Half a month later, you returned from the mountains and accepted the first ninja's challenge. Go Xiao Yu. Xiao Zi cheered from the sidelines. The ninja aiming to defeat you was named Yoshimura. After 20 exchanges, Yoshimura was defeated. Yoshimura is a veteran Chunin and he lost in just 20 moves. And you didn't even use ninjutsu. The crowd below buzzed with discussion. You waved to Xiao Zi and returned to the mountains. Half a month later, you came back and accepted the second challenger. Go Xiao Yu. Xiao Zi cheered from the audience. The ninja trying to defeat you was named Kishida. After 16 moves, Kishida was defeated. Kishida is a veteran Chunin, yet he lost in just 16 moves. And you didn't even use ninjutsu. The crowd murmured. You waved to Xiao Zi and returned to the mountains. Half a month later, you returned and accepted the third challenger. Go Xiao Yu. Xiao Zi cheered from the stands. The ninja trying to defeat you was named Unishin. After 12 exchanges, Unishin was defeated. Unishin is a veteran Chunin, but he lost in just 12 moves. And you didn't even use ninjutsu. The crowd below buzzed. You waved to Xiao Zi and went back to the mountains. Half a month later, you returned and accepted the fourth challenger. Go Xiao Yu. Xiao Zi and Byakuya cheered from the audience. The ninja trying to defeat you was named Shiko. After 10 exchanges, Shiko was defeated. Shiko is a veteran Chunin, yet he lost in just 10 moves. And you didn't even use ninjutsu. The crowd murmured. 2 months passed in a flash. During this period, you participated in 4 challenge matches and won them all, successfully securing his qualification for the Ninja World Exchange Conference 3 months later. After the match, you walked briskly toward Byakuya, and Xiao Zi, a radiant smile on his face. Byakuya, long time no see. Byakuya's face lit up with a happy smile when he saw you. He gave you a firm punch on the shoulder. You jerk, where have you been all this time? Tomorrow is the final match of my Chunin promotion exam. Don't forget to come cheer me on. You smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I'll be there. After saying goodbye to Byakuya and Xiao Zi, you went to the hospital to visit Karin, who was still unconscious. Her condition hadn't worsened, but it hadn't improved either. Back home, you soaked in a hot bath, then lay on his bed reflecting on the past 2 months of training. He had indeed made significant progress. But he seemed to have hit a bottleneck. Before the sun had fully risen the next day, you had already arrived at the venue for the Chunin promotion exam. He stood at the entrance, scanning the crowd, searching for familiar faces. At last he spotted Xiao Zi in the audience and hurried over to her seat. Xiao Yu. Over here. Xiao Zi waved, and with a smile you walked over and sat down beside her. Xiao Zi, who is Bai Zai's opponent? You asked softly, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Xiao Zi gave a mysterious smile and winked. You know him too. With that she playfully teased him, refusing to reveal more. Just then a figure emerged from the competition passage, drawing cheers from the audience. You looked closely and saw it was Chimu Bai Zai. Swaggering out of the passage, he waved to the crowd, a confident smile on his face. This idiot. Kakaxi sighed, covering his face in the audience. A man in a green jumpsuit with thick eyebrows, seated in a wheelchair beside Kakashi, watched by Zai's antics, and gave Kakashi a thumbs up laughing. Kakashi, this is youth. Meanwhile from the other passage a young man in white robes with black hair walked out slowly. His eyes were cold and deep, his steps steady and powerful. Huaitian, you realized with a start. So Bai Zai's opponent was Ri Xiong Huitian. The chief examiner Yu Nu Jinai stood in the center of the arena, his gaze sweeping over the two contestants. Begin. As Jinai's voice fell the entire arena tensed. The audience held their breath anticipating an exciting match. Kunai in hand Bai Zai charged at Huitian like a bolt of lightning, his speed astonishing. Huaitian don't hold a grudge after this. He said, a hint of a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Huitian smiled faintly, a subtle light flashing in his eyes. He sidestepped, slightly evading Bai Zai's attack. Simultaneously his right palm swiftly struck Bai Zai's wrist, nearly dislodging the kunai. Then his left palm came like a storm hurtling toward Bai Zai. Seeing this, Bai Zai channeled earth nature chakra into his other hand, coating his fist in rock, to form a rock fist as hard as steel. He unflinchingly met Huaitian's left palm. The collision of the soft fist and the rock fist generated a tremendous shockwave, causing the air around them to tremble violently. A sharp crack echoed through the air, and both combatants staggered back several steps to regain their balance. This round ended in a draw. Bai Zai actually learned the fourth Tsuchikige's technique. Xiao Zi was stunned, but a surge of joy welled up inside her. She knew how hard Bai Zai had worked, and seeing his growth filled her with genuine happiness. Soft fist, empty palm. Huitian gathered chakra in his right palm, and a sharp palm imprint shot toward Bai Zai, carrying immense power and speed, as if to tear the air itself. Earth release, earth wall technique. Bai Zai formed hand seals, and a massive stone wall rose from the ground, towering before him. As the smoke cleared, a deep palm imprint appeared on the hard stone wall. Soft fist, multiple empty palm strikes. Seeing his attack ineffective, Huitian did not lose heart. He quickly adjusted his tactics, gathering chakra in both palms, and alternating strikes, sending a flurry of palm imprints like a storm toward the earth wall. Unparalleled defense and sustained long-range attacks. Not just Bai Zai but Huitian is also improving, Xiao Yi murmured, watching the battle with emotion. With a series of thunderous crashes, the thick stone wall was shattered by over a dozen palm strikes, dust and debris filling the sky. But when the dust settled, people were astonished to find Bai Zai nowhere in sight. Where is he? Huitian wondered, alert. He scanned his surroundings warily but found no trace of Bai Zai. Just then the ground beneath him began to tremble and dense cracks appeared. Startled, Huitian leaped away. A massive fist shot up from the earth, aiming at his chin. Bai Zai had been hiding underground, waiting for the right moment to strike. The punch came with overwhelming force, leaving no room to dodge. Kakashi watched the battle with deep emotion. That kid Bai Zai has grown so much. He felt a profound sense of pride in Bai Zai's performance. But then Kakashi's smile suddenly froze. Huitian executed the rotation, sending Bai Zai flying viciously into the wall. That hurts. Bai Zai rubbed his head, grimacing in pain, but his eyes showed no sign of backing down. He struggled to his feet, his gaze locked on Huitian. Huaitian, let's settle this with our final move. Huitian smiled back. Come on, I'm ready. He assumed a stance, preparing for Bai Zai's final blow. Bai Zai leaped lightly into the air. Countless fragments of rock, as if drawn by some unseen force, gathered around his right fist, condensing into a giant rock fist 3 meters in diameter. With the rock fist formed, Bai Zai plummeted from the sky toward Huitian, at an astonishing speed, aided by gravity. Earth release, rock fist drop. Bai Zai roared, his voice echoing across the entire arena. At the same time, Huitian unleashed his ultimate technique, 8 trigrams palm rotation. He spun rapidly, his body radiating a blue light, forming a chakra spiral hemisphere to defend against Bai Zai's attack. The giant rock fist crashed onto the chakra spiral hemisphere like a meteor, producing a deafening explosion. The ground shook violently, and dust filled the air, obscuring everyone's vision. As the dust slowly cleared, both Bai Zai and Huitian lay on the ground unconscious. Their bodies were covered in dust, looking battered and weary. Yet both the audience and the referees were deeply awed by this spectacular showdown. The match ended in a draw. What a fight! Truly magnificent. Cheers erupted from the audience, one after another. The judges nodded in approval, their faces showing admiration for the high-level contest. After a heated discussion, the 6th Hokage Kakashi announced the final result. In this Chunin promotion exam, Chimu, Bai Zai and Ri Xiong Huitian are both promoted to Chunin. After a while, Bai Zai slowly regained consciousness. He sat up, abruptly rubbing his temples as he looked at the unfamiliar surroundings. Confused, he turned to Xiaozi and asked, "What happened? Where am I?" "Don't worry, Bai Zai. You fainted earlier, but it's fine. You and Huitian ended up in a draw, and both of you have successfully advanced to the rank of Chunin," Xiaozi explained with a gentle smile. Hearing this news, Bai Zai's face instantly lit up with ecstatic joy, and he began to wave his arms and dance excitedly. He murmured to himself in exhilaration, "Great! I finally become a Chunin. This is wonderful." Just then Xiaoye, who was not far away, enthusiastically suggested, Xiaoyu Baizai and Xiaozi, how about we go celebrate with some grilled meat? Sounds great. The 3 members of Team 7 chorused in unison. The group cheerfully made their way toward the barbecue restaurant. The barbecue restaurant was filled with a rich aroma, as everyone sat around the table enjoying the delicious food amidst bursts of laughter and chatter. Xiaozi, where did Master Qingying go? You asked curiously while savoring the grilled meat. Xiaozi furrowed her brows slightly, thought for a moment, and replied, Master Qingying went on a mission. You pressed on with concern. What kind of mission? Is it dangerous? Xiaozi shook her head helplessly, indicating that she didn't know any more details. I heard it's a very important mission, and Konohamaru went along as well. Rock Lee mumbled indistinctly, his mouth full of grilled meat. You said nothing more upon hearing Rock Lee's words. After bidding farewell to the group, he returned to the back mountain to continue his training. But no matter how hard he tried to refine his chakra, it felt as if it were locked without increasing by the slightest amount. Just as Yu was still troubled, a faint cry for help came from not far away. The voice sounded like a woman's, filled with fear and helplessness. Startled, Yu immediately followed the direction of the sound. He looked around trying to locate the source of the voice, but found no one nearby. Just then a tiny voice came from underground. Over here, I'm right under your feet. Yu looked down and was so startled that he jumped back. It turned out that a pink toad had its right leg caught in a trap, struggling in pain. What surprised him even more was that the toad could actually speak. What? A toad that can talk? Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. A sense of caution surged within him, worrying that this might be a trap or a genjutsu. Help me. The toad wept bitterly, tears streaming down its round cheeks. Its eyes were filled with despair, and pleading, evoking a sense of pity. Seeing the toad in such a pitiful state, Yu's heart softened. Despite his wariness, he decided to save it first. He crouched down, cautiously checking for any other dangers around, then slowly reached out to open the trap. Thank you, kind person. My name is Toadyu. The rescued pink toad exclaimed joyfully and repeatedly thanked you. Kind person, please wait here for a moment. With that, Toadyu took out a mysterious scroll from her pocket, carefully spread it on the ground, and then lightly hopped onto the scroll. In an instant, a mysterious puff of smoke rose, enveloping Toadyu. When the smoke cleared, Toadyu had vanished without a trace. After a while, another puff of smoke rose, and Toadyu reappeared on the scroll. She said excitedly to you, Kind person, Shima-sama has agreed. Come take my hand. I'll take you to a wonderful place. Yu was skeptical but couldn't suppress his curiosity. He took hold of Toadyu's hand. With a slight dizzying sensation, Yu felt as if he were being pulled through a tunnel of time and space. When he opened his eyes again, the sight before him left him utterly astonished. This was a paradise like utopia. Steep rugged peaks surrounded them, shrouded in mist. Streams babbled between the mountains, crystal clear. The ground was carpeted with lush green grass, exuding a refreshing fragrance. Yu had never seen such a beautiful landscape, and was completely captivated by it. Just as he was lost in the beauty, a purple-haired toad suddenly appeared before them. She welcomed him warmly. Little one, thank you for saving Toadyu. Xiao Jian, go fetch some fresh ingredients. I'll cook a feast today to properly entertain our guest. This toad was none other than the legendary Shima Sanin. Just then, a massive purple-red toad slowly emerged from behind the mountain. It had black tattoos on its body, a shield-shaped pot lid on its back, and a spiked trident in its hand, looking extremely imposing. The giant toad left you speechless, his mouth wide open in awe. Little one, let Toadyu take you for a stroll. Soon you'll get to enjoy a delicious feast. Shima said to you with a smile, gave a few instructions to Toadyu, then turned and left to prepare the food. Toadyu began to guide you through Mount Mayaboku, admiring the beautiful scenery. Suddenly a massive red toad with a giant pipe in its mouth, bandages wrapped around its waist, and a short sword tucked at its side leaped from afar and landed heavily before you. The ground shook violently from the impact, kicking up a cloud of dust. Xiao Yu, why have you brought a human to Mount Mayaboku? Toad Bunta, pipe in mouth, wore a slightly displeased expression. Bunta-sama, this benefactor saved my life. Shima-sama invited him to Mount Mayaboku as a guest. Toadyu quickly explained. Upon hearing that you had saved Toadyu, Bunta said generously, Saka, stranger, thanks for saving Xiao Yu. I am Toad Bunta. You can call me Boss Toad. Yu scratched his head and smiled. Hello, Boss Toad. My name is Yu. From afar, Shima Senin's voice rang out. Time to eat. Hearing that food was ready, Yu rushed over eagerly. This is insect soup. This is stir-fried insects. This is deep-fried insects. This is braised insects. This is stewed insects. Shima Sanin enthusiastically introduced her signature dishes, but you could hardly bear to look at the still wriggling bugs in the bowl. Though he knew it was all well-intentioned, actually eating them would be sheer torture. However, since he was already here, he couldn't let her kindness go to waste. So Yu steeled himself, picked up a chopstickful of braised insects and forced it into his mouth. The taste was indescribable. He struggled to suppress the urge to vomit and managed to swallow. The slimy texture and the foul burst of unknown flavor made Yu nauseous. The Ichiraku Ramen from last night began to churn in his stomach. Covering his mouth, he turned to run out and vomit when a puff of smoke rose before him. The figure in the smoke smiled brightly. Long time no see, Shima-ba. The voice struck you as strangely familiar. But in that moment he could no longer restrain himself and instinctively spat straight into the smoke. Aha! Naruto's shrill scream echoed from within the smoke. I'm so sorry, Hokage-sama. Yu hastily wiped his mouth with his sleeve and bowed his head apologetically toward Naruto. I had no idea it was you. Don't give it another thought, Yu. Naruto replied with a warm smile, waving his hand dismissively. Little Naruto, you've arrived just in time. Dig in while it's hot. Everything here is your favorite, Shima, the Toad Sage declared enthusiastically. Who even likes this stuff? You standing nearby seemed to reach a quiet decision. He stepped forward with unwavering resolve and bowed deeply before Naruto. Hokage-sama. Would you accept me as your disciple? Naruto was taken aback by Yu's words. But rather than answering outright, he posed a question. What is your Nindo? Yu's brow furrowed in confusion. He scratched his head, puzzled. Nindo? What exactly is that? Naruto smiled gently and explained. Simply put, it's who you aspire to become, or the path you choose to walk. After a thoughtful pause you began. Since becoming a shinobi I've met many remarkable people. Kind, gentle, and profoundly good. They treated me with warmth and faith. Even when others doubted me, they never wavered in believing I could succeed. So I vowed not to disappoint them, not to betray their trust. You paused briefly, then continued. Later I faced enemies whose power seemed utterly insurmountable. Sensei Qingying sustained grievous injuries protecting me. In that instant I understood only by growing stronger could I shield those closest to me. That is why I yearn for strength. Strength great enough to safeguard everyone I hold dear. Yu slowly raised his gaze, his eyes alight with unshakable conviction, as he locked his steady, earnest stare upon Naruto. A quiet warmth stirred within Naruto's chest. With a soft smile he extended his right fist. Yu blinked, then instantly grasped the gesture, raising his own fist to meet Naruto's in a gentle, resonant tap. Naruto grinned, his voice both firm and tender. Rest well tonight in Myaboka Mountain. Tomorrow our formal training begins. Gratitude bloomed across Yu's face as he spoke sincerely. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Naruto teased lightly. Still calling me Hokage-sama. Yu suddenly realized his mistake and quickly corrected himself. Yes, master. The next morning Yu rose from bed and stretched luxuriously. The night's sleep in Myaboka Mountain had been deeply restful. Soon after, Naruto strode into Myaboka Mountain, shouldering a bulging backpack and carrying 2 steaming bowls of Ichiraku Ramen. He placed the bowls on the table before Yu and asked with a grin, Hope you like ramen. Yu's eyes lit up at the sight, and he burst out thrilled, Ichiraku Ramen. I absolutely love it. Shima the Toad Sage watching nearby frowned in bewilderment. Humans actually eat this, yet it smells divine. I must study its preparation. As master and apprentice ate together, Naruto asked, You specialize in lightning and fire chakra, correct? Yes. Sounds just like Sasuke. Your white lightning technique is truly impressive, Naruto praised. Hey, I spent ages refining that move. What? You invented it yourself? That's extraordinary. Naruto exclaimed. So startled his ramen nearly spilled. Composing himself he added, White lightning is swift and piercing, but its raw destructive force remains limited. He offered an objective assessment of Yu's technique, pinpointing precisely where refinement was needed. Yes, Yu admitted quietly. This very shortcoming had long troubled him. Finishing his meal, Naruto stood and gathered chakra in his right palm. It swirled, condensed, and coalesced into a dense spiraling sphere. This is the Rasengan. It compresses chakra into the hand, forcing it to rotate at opposing vectors, creating a high-density, rapidly spinning chakra sphere. As he explained in detail, Naruto strode toward a massive boulder and thrust his palm forward with explosive force. A thunderous roar erupted. The Rasengan shattered the stone, blasting a deep crater and sending dust billowing skyward. Naruto turned back, brimming with pride and anticipation, expecting awe and admiration on Yu's face. Instead he found only bewilderment and quiet uncertainty. Yu furrowed his brow and asked earnestly, Master, doesn't your Rasengan lack the sheer power of Konohamaru's? Did he teach you this technique? Naruto nearly stumbled backward. Then golden chakra flared around him as he instantly entered sage mode. His right hand surged with overwhelming energy, forming a colossal Rasengan Shoho. With a deafening detonation, an entire mountain vanished. Reduced to rubble in an instant, Yu stood frozen, speechless with shock, behind the obliterated peak. Gamabunta, who had been bathing, stared wide-eyed in stunned disbelief. Yu, would you like to see an even more powerful Rasengan? Naruto asked, grinning. No, master, please. Yu waved, frantically awestruck beyond measure by what he'd just witnessed. Haha, excellent. Then let's begin training. Naruto's expression turned serious. The Rasengan has 3 stages: first, condensing chakra at the center of the palm; second, maintaining stable chakra, release; third, shaping it into a perfectly rotating sphere. We'll start with stage 1. I brought some balloons. He reached into his pack, but froze mid-turn, jaw slack in astonishment. There, hovering above Yu's right palm, was a fully formed chakra spiral, nearly 80% the size of a standard Rasengan. In the days that followed under Naruto's guidance, you mastered the Rasengan with remarkable fluency. Your insight is exceptional. The pace of your progress far exceeds expectations. But stage 2 is the true focus of this training. Do you understand shape transformation and nature transformation? Naruto asked. You shook his head. Think of your white lightning chakra assumes the properties of electricity. That's nature transformation. Shape transformation then channels it outward as focused discharge, enhancing speed and penetration. The Rasengan represents shape transformation pushed to its absolute zenith. Naruto paused then continued, now imagine infusing the Rasengan with lightning nature chakra. The resulting technique would be terrifyingly potent. Naruto extended his right hand. A perfect Rasengan shimmered in his palm. You feel it closely. You focused intently, and sensed the wind itself bending drawn irresistibly toward the spiraling sphere. A sharp piercing shriek split the air. For razor-edged wind blades spun violently around the Rasengan. With a flick of his wrist Naruto launched the Rasengan shuriken. It detonated yards away, erupting into a vortex of howling gale-force winds. You staggered, barely holding his ground. At last the tempest subsided, revealing a vast yawning crater gouged into the earth. Incredible! Yu's initial shock gave way to exhilaration. He raised his right hand, and a Rasengan formed instantly. Then with fierce concentration he flooded it with lightning nature chakra. Suddenly blinding lightning erupted. Then the Rasengan exploded, violently hurling you backward over 10 meters. Little you, are you alright? Mingren said, using a body flicker technique to appear beside you. Yu's right hand was badly charred, and the right side of his body was injured to varying degrees. I'm fine, Yu said, trying to lift his right hand but failing. Little you, take a rest. Grandma Shima, please help treat little you. Mingren said with some worry. Master, I still have my left hand, Yu said, forming a spiral sphere in his left hand. Just as he was about to infuse it with lightning release chakra, the spiral sphere vanished instantly. Little Yu, did the new technique succeed? The Shima sage beside him said excitedly. Yu scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Sorry, I'm out of chakra. Mingren smiled and shook his head, then seemed to think of something. Little you, take a rest first. We'll start another training session later. Master, what's the next training? After resting for a while, you had recovered considerably. Mingren kept it a mystery, leading you to a place with many toad statues where a pool of oil-like liquid lay in the center. On one of the statues stood a small green toad with white beard and eyebrows. Old man Shunzua, Mingren greeted the green toad with a smile. Little Mingren, long time no see. This must be the little you that the old lady mentioned. Thank you for saving the toad's jade, Shunzua sage said, smiling at you. Don't mention it, you said, scratching the back of his head with a smile. Old man Shunzua, I hope you can help little you learn sage mode, Mingren said earnestly. Sage mode? You looked puzzled. Sage mode creates sage chakra by absorbing a certain amount of natural energy. It allows one to enhance attacks and defenses by using natural energy, increasing the range and perception of taijutsu. Sage chakra can dramatically boost the power of one's ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Since little you saved the toad's jade, and is little Mingren's disciple, this old man is happy to help, Shunzua sage patiently explained. You took off his upper garment and sat cross-legged on the statue. Little you, this is toad oil, which can help you absorb natural energy. First, the spiritual energy and physical energy within your body must be balanced. On that basis, add natural energy, and only when the three reach equilibrium can you activate sage mode. If the natural energy is insufficient, you cannot learn sage chakra. If it is too much, it will lead to toadification, and in severe cases petrification. But don't be afraid. I'll be here with a stick to prevent you from turning to stone. Shunzua sage, holding a stick, applied an oily substance onto Yu's body. I understand. You calmed his mind, and with the help of toad oil slowly absorbed the surrounding natural energy into his body. The spiritual energy and physical energy within Yu's body reached a balanced state, and the absorbed natural energy easily harmonized with them. A facial pattern began to form around his eyes. Little Mingren, your disciple, has the highest affinity for sage art I've seen in all these years, Shunzua sage marveled inwardly. This kid is truly remarkable. Mingren also felt happy for you. Suddenly Yu's body trembled violently, and a sharp pain shot through his entire body. He spat out a mouthful of blood, the facial pattern disappeared, and the absorbed natural energy dissipated. Little you, are you okay? Mingren quickly stepped forward to support you. Master, I'm fine. Just now I felt the spiritual energy, physical energy, and natural energy in my body reach a balance. But in an instant my own chakra suddenly increased, breaking that balance. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. This old man has never seen such a situation, Shunzua sage fell into thought. I'll try again. You sat cross-legged again. Once more the spiritual energy, physical energy, and natural energy reached equilibrium. But in an instant his chakra surged again, breaking the balance. A stabbing pain ran through his chakra network, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Mingren sensed the anomaly supported you, and his body flashed with golden light as he entered Sage Fox mode. With the powerful perception of Sage Fox mode, Mingren sensed that within Yu's body besides the chakra you could use there was a massive amount of chakra that seemed to be sealed. And every time Yu's natural energy achieved balance, the seal on that massive chakra loosened slightly, releasing chakra that became available for Yu to use. However, that would break the balance of natural energy. Mingren tried to break the seal but finally shook his head helplessly. It seems the one who set this seal has reached an extremely high level of sealing technique. Mingren explained Yu's situation to Yu and Shinzua Sage. Is little Yu doomed to have his natural energy balance constantly disrupted by this continuously released chakra? Shinzua Sage was full of worry. Yu took a deep breath and then said with a smile, "Doesn't that also increase my chakra?" "You rascal. Old man Shinzua, while I'm away, please take care of little Yu." Mingren also smiled. From that day on, the cries of Yu could often be heard on Mount Mayaboku. Time flew by and 2 months had passed. The Ninja World Exchange Conference was now less than a month away. This morning sunlight streamed through the window into the room, falling on Yu's calm face. He slowly opened his eyes, ending the day's meditation. After 2 months of torment and suffering, Yu's control over chakra became increasingly effortless. From the initial unbearable pain in his chakra network to gradual numbness, and now to ease, he had gradually adapted to this painful training method. As time passed, his chakra volume had also increased significantly without his notice. However, at that moment, a huge yellow toad suddenly dropped from the sky, landing directly above Yu's head. It called out with a cheerful voice, "Little Yu, come play with me." Yu hurriedly dodged to the side but was still crushed into a large deep pit. Looking at the scene, Yu said helplessly, "Hamalong, you almost crushed me to death." It turned out that this mischievous toad was the son of Hamawentai, Hamalong. He was innocent and kind by nature, yet often did things that made people laugh and cry. "Hehe, I didn't mean to," Hamalong said with wide eyes and an innocent look. Yu smiled and waved his hand, but his heart was excited. He once again felt the surging chakra within his body. "Now I can finally practice a new technique." Yu condensed a Rasengan in his right hand and infused a large amount of lightning chakra into it. Suddenly he sensed trouble. The Rasengan exploded violently, and the powerful energy blast sent him flying more than 10 meters away. After a long while, Yu slowly got to his feet, staring at his right hand, now charred black, a lingering fear in his heart. Had it not been for the significant improvement in his physical constitution from being tempered by Senjutsu chakra during this time, his hand would have been destroyed. Yu took a deep breath and once again condensed a Rasengan. This time Yu learned his lesson and carefully infused lightning chakra slowly. However, as time passed, the Rasengan showed no change. It remained an ordinary Rasengan. Yu frowned thought for a moment, then decided to increase the chakra input. But just then he suddenly felt a surge of immense power burst forth from his hand. "Not good!" Yu cried out in his mind, trying to stop the chakra infusion, but it was too late. The Rasengan exploded once more, and the powerful energy blast sent him flying another 10 meters. Cough, cough, cough. Yu scrambled up from the ground, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. He shook his head with a bitter smile. It seemed the training for this new technique would require more attempts and exploration. "Xiao Yu, what are you playing? It looks like fun. Let's play together." Gamatatsu, who had been watching Yu's disheveled state, thought he was playing a fun game and hopped over excitedly. Yu's face darkened with exasperation, and he fell flat onto the ground. He lay there resting for a while before slowly getting up, muttering, "So tired. So hungry. I can't give up." Just then Naruto approached with a steaming bowl of Ichiraku Ramen and asked with concern, "Xiao Yu, how's the new technique training going?" Yu's face fell and he shook his head. "Master, I can't seem to find the key." With that, he picked up the ramen and began eating ravenously. Naruto pondered for a moment and said, "Xiao Yu, when I was training the Rasen Shuriken, I added the cutting property of wind nature chakra to the Rasengan. You can try to infuse your own understanding of lightning nature chakra into the Rasengan, then amplify that understanding infinitely." Yu's eyes lit up with sudden understanding and he nodded quickly. "I understand, Master." But then he remembered something and his face clouded with worry. "Master, has teacher Qingying returned safely?" Naruto paused for a moment, then smiled. Qingying completed an important mission successfully. She only suffered minor injuries. Nothing serious. But Konohamaru took quite a beating. When he learned that teacher Qingying had returned safely, Yu let out a sigh of relief. However, for some reason he still found it hard to feel any warmth toward Konohamaru. Yu went alone to a waterfall, sat quietly trying to calm his mind and contemplate what his definition of lightning chakra truly was. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck, and Yu had a revelation. White lightning. That's it. The characteristics of lightning nature chakra I seek are speed and penetrating power. With clarity dawning in his heart, Yu focused his mind once more, attempting to condense a Rasengan. But this time he didn't simply inject lightning chakra into it. Instead he sought to use the power of lightning chakra to transform the Rasengan into a form that perfectly embodied speed and penetration. Unfortunately, the process was exceedingly difficult. The first attempt failed, then the second, the third. All the way to the 12th, Yu still hadn't succeeded. He had lost count of how many failures he had endured today. Finally, when his chakra was completely depleted, he collapsed into an exhausted slumber. The next morning as sunlight fell upon his face Yu opened his eyes again. Without hesitation he rose and continued his arduous training. Time slipped by and before he knew it, the day of the Ninja World Exchange Conference had arrived. But Yu's new technique was still unfinished. Naruto quietly watched Yu's resolute and determined face, a flicker of emotion stirring in his heart. He understood the immense pressure Yu was under but he said nothing. Instead he turned to entrust Shimasage with the task. When it was Xiao Yu's turn to compete, he would immediately summon the summoning scroll. Yu collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion, sweat trickling down his forehead and soaking the earth. Yet thinking of teacher Qingying's earnest expectations and trust, he took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and forced himself to stand again. "I can do it!" he murmured, his eyes radiating an indomitable resolve. The day was one of great excitement for the entire ninja world, because the Ninja World Exchange Conference held once every 5 years officially began. The venue for this conference was set within the Land of Fire, in an open area 20 kilometers from Konoha village. Under the tireless efforts of Konoha's master builder Yamato, and his team, a square arena measuring 20 zhang on each side and luxurious seating for 2,000 spectators stood like a marvel on the land. "Sakura, it's so lively!" Ino exclaimed, looking at the bustling venue. Sakura nodded. "Yes, thanks to teacher Yamato." Sakura couldn't help but smile at the thought of teacher Yamato's pale face. Just then Byakuya and Xiao Zi walked over and sat in the row in front of Nan's Qingying. On Nan's Qingying's left was Sarutobi Konohamaru, and on her right was Nan's Qingyue. Nan's Qingying was chatting and laughing with Konohamaru, while Nan's Qingyue beside her rolled her eyes in displeasure. In the front rows of the audience sat many of Yu's acquaintances. In the Iwagakure section, the fourth Tsuchikage Kuratsuchi sat in the middle with Hozuki Suigetsu beside her, and on Suigetsu's other side sat a burly man with orange hair and orange pupils. In the Kumogakure section, the one seated in the center was not the fifth Reikage Darui but a burly old man, the fourth Reikage. To the fourth Reikage's left sat the fifth Reikage Darui, and to his right was an exuberant man in sunglasses gesticulating wildly, Killer B. After Naruto's opening remarks, the conference's organizer Shikamaru officially announced the start of the matches. The first match, Kumogakure's Yazuki Iwa versus Konoha's Yu. Naruto, who had just sat down to drink tea, spat out a mouthful of tea upon hearing Yu's name. Hinata gently patted his back. Naruto, drink slowly. On the Kumogakure side, Yazuki Iwa's massive frame leaped down, crashing heavily into the arena. He exulted inwardly. "I can't believe I get to take revenge so soon. I must wash away my shame in front of Grandpa." Meanwhile Naruto, who had just returned to the audience, stepped back onto the field. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he took out a summoning scroll and placed it on the ground. After a while the scroll showed no reaction. "What's going on?" Naruto scratched his head, a bit flustered. At that moment the Kumogakure ninjas began to jeer. They questioned, "Is this Yu scared? Why doesn't he show up?" Another voice chimed in, "I told you. There's no way a genin could beat Lord Yazuki Iwa." But on the Konoha side, the group of 5, Ino, Qingyue, Byakuya, Rock Lee, and Metal Lee, stood their ground with formidable presence, confronting the Kumogakure ninjas without fear. Ino and the others responded indignantly, "Can't handle losing? Then we'll make you lose again. Yazuki Iwa sure healed fast. I wonder if he'll recover this quickly again." Shikamaru, sitting in the audience, watched the scene and gave a wry smile. He shook his head helplessly, then turned to look at Naruto, who was about to head to Mount Mayaboku. Suddenly the summoning scroll gave off a puff of smoke. As the smoke slowly cleared, a young man with short black hair wearing a black long-sleeved shirt and a black windbreaker appeared on the arena. It was Yu, who had vanished for 3 full months. Naruto and Yu exchanged a glance, their eyes meeting in silent understanding, their mutual bond speaking volumes without words. Ino and Saigetsu looked at each other and smiled as Yu arrived just in time. Who taught him to be so late? They wondered. Nanzawa Saikage felt a flicker of curiosity as she gazed at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure before her. She longed to know where little Yu had been these past months, what he had experienced, and why he seemed like a different person. Beside Mizuki, the burly orange-haired man curled his lips, slightly, a gleam of relief shining in his eyes. He knew Yu must have put in tremendous effort during this time. Shikamaru cleared his throat and announced in a low voice, "Since everyone is ready, the match officially begins." As his words fell, the entire arena fell silent, all eyes fixed on the 2 figures in the center. Yatsuki I glared at Yu, sparks of fury blazing in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. I've been brooding over my last defeat. This time I won't let you off. I'll make you pay for what you did." His body emanated a powerful aura, lightning crackling around him as he entered the lightning release chakra mode. Yu smiled faintly, replying with composure, "Is that so? Then let's see." The audience buzzed with whispers. "Yatsuki I is going all out from the start. Looks like Yu is in for a tough time." Yatsuki I charged at Yu with blinding speed, but Yu remained motionless. "Is Yu frozen in fear?" "I knew the last Chunin exam was a fluke." The ninjas from the Cloud Village sneered coldly. The next moment their expressions froze. Just as Yatsuki I's heavy fist was about to strike, Yu sidestepped and struck him in the abdomen with a fist wrapped in lightning release chakra. Yatsuki eyes bulged, he lost consciousness, and his massive body crumpled to the ground. Dead silence filled the arena until Shikamaru began counting down. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. The winner is you of Konoha. The crowd snapped back to reality. What? Yatsuki, I lost just like that. He only used one punch. So you really is as strong as the rumors say. The stands were filled with disbelief. From the Cloud Village a roared in fury. Get that disgraceful eye out of here. Extra training when we get back. Ino and Saigetsu were also stunned, silently wondering. Is this really the same little you we knew? In just 3 months he's become this strong. Yu, however, paid no heed to the stares. He casually stepped off the platform and walked toward the Konoha stands. He exchanged a nod with Naruto, then headed toward Nanzawa Saikage. Teacher Saikage. Yu smiled as he greeted her, but when he saw Konohamaru sitting beside her he was taken aback. Little Yu, your training must have been grueling. Nanzawa Saikage noticed the scars peeking out from under his black long sleeves, a hint of pity in her eyes. Yu quickly rubbed the back of his head and replied with a grin, he not at all. Just then Byakuya, sitting in the front row, turned around and teased. Ooh, little Yu, your eyes are all for your teacher Saikage. You don't even see me and Koji, do you? Yu felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head, quickly responding. How could I forget you, Byakuya Koji? Long time no see. After a short reunion, Yu returned to the Konoha contestants' seats. At the head sat a brown-haired young man whose features resembled Konohamaru's. Yu's seat was the 10th beside Uchiha Sarada. They exchanged polite greetings, and then fell into silence. As time passed, the sun dipped westward, painting the sky with a splendid sunset. The 32 finalists had been decided and the matches paused for the day. Just as Yu was about to leave, he noticed a familiar figure from the rock village. His heart leapt with joy and he dashed toward that direction. Uncle Yugo! Yu called out excitedly, his eyes fixed on the burly orange-haired man, his face beaming with delight. From childhood, Yugo had been by Yu's side, playing with him and training him in taijutsu. Those days were hard but filled with happiness. Seeing Yugo again now, Yu was overwhelmed with emotion. Little Yu, you've grown up, Yugo said, a glint of pride in his eyes. Time had flown and the little boy had matured considerably. Then Kuratsuchi and Suigetsu stepped forward, smiling as they greeted him. Little one, long time no see. Sister Tsuchikage, Uncle Suigetsu, long time no see, Yu replied cheerfully. Kuratsuchi felt pleased inside. Sister Tsuchikage. Not a bad title. The next morning Yu arrived at the arena early. The previous day all 10 Konoha contestants had advanced to the top 32. On the field, Boruto was facing a young jonin from the Sand Village. Though Boruto pressured his opponent, he ultimately lost. From the Cloud Village, Yatsuki Ran versus Konoha's Uchiha Sarada. As Shikamaru announced the next match, the graceful figure beside Yu rose slowly. Sarada's eyes were sharp and determined. Though everyone said Yatsuki Ran was strong, she would not fear any opponent. At the same time, a roar erupted from the Cloud Village side. The fourth Raikage A, upon hearing the name Uchiha, was consumed by fury. He gritted his teeth and shouted to Ran on the platform. Ran, hold nothing back. Ran replied respectfully, yes, grandfather. With that, he vanished in an instant and reappeared on the platform. Yatsuki Ran's entrance stirred the crowd and murmurs spread. Someone exclaimed in surprise, Yatsuki Ran. That name sounds so familiar. Another person suddenly realized, I remember. He's the fourth Raikage's grandson and Yatsuki Ai's older brother. Someone else added, that's right, the prodigy who killed a rogue jonin at age 14. With the referee's command, the match officially began. The tension in the arena instantly escalated. Everyone held their breath, eyes locked on the two figures on the platform. Suolyangna's expression was solemn as she gazed at Yi Yulan before her, fully aware of his formidable strength and the need for utmost caution. Her double Tomo Xiaolunian emerged, yet to her astonishment, she could not discern even a single flaw in Yi Yulan's stance. Faced with such a powerful adversary, Suolyangna resolved to adopt a prudent strategy, first probing the true extent of his capabilities. Suolyangna swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing the ninja technique Huaduanfengzi and Huo Ji Shu. She expelled a burst of flames that scattered in all directions, dazzling like a phoenix racing toward Yi Yulan. Yi Yulan moved with agility, easily evading the attack, but he immediately detected several shuriken concealed within the flames hurtling toward him. A faint disdainful smile curled at the corner of Yi Yulan's mouth. Boring. A powerful surge of lightning emanated from his body, freezing the shuriken mid-air before they clattered to the ground. Yi Yulan looked up to find Suolyangna charging at him with swift determination. Her eyes were resolute, focusing all her strength into her hand, as she unleashed a powerful attack, Yinghuachong. Her fist bloomed like a cherry blossom, carrying immense force, as it slammed toward Yi Yulan. Yet just as it was about to strike, Yi Yulan's figure vanished from sight. A flicker of alarm crossed Suolyangna's mind. In the next instant, a hand wreathed in lightning chakra appeared before her, clamping directly onto her throat. She crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. On the spectator seats, Xiaowing rose with a worried expression, while Bo Ran on the competitor's platform let out a cry of shock. Leizong Lei Jiyen. A powerful current erupted from Suolyangna's entire body, forming a massive grid of lightning that surged toward Yi Yulan like a vast net. However, to everyone's amazement, Yi Yulan emerged completely unscathed. Is the daughter of Uchiha Sasuke only capable of this much? The Uchiha clan, after all, is nothing special, Yi Yulan said contemptuously. Hearing this, Suolyangna's gaze hardened with resolve. She clapped her hands together and executed Fengduan Lifengshang, a fierce gale roaring toward Yi Yulan. He was forced to release his grip and retreat. At that moment, Suolyangna rose to her feet, her right hand beginning to gather lightning chakra. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the double tomo in her eyes transformed once more, splitting into 3 tomo. 3 tomo Xiaolunyan. I will never allow you to defile the name of the Uchiha nor to insult my father. Suolyangna's voice rang with fury and determination. Suddenly Suolyangna moved. Her right hand clenched, and within her palm, a powerful current of lightning rapidly coalesced. The intensity of the current was so extreme that it emitted a piercing shrill sound, as if 1,000 birds were crying out at once. Lei Duan Shenyao, Suolyangna murmured. Her right hand flickered with lightning like a bolt surging incessantly. As she moved, the current crackled with a sound that sent chills down the spine. Suolyangna actually learned Shenyao. She spoke softly, her tone filled with surprise and doubt. Those around her turned their gaze toward her. They were all stunned by the strength displayed by this young girl. In that moment, Suolyangna became the focal point of the entire arena. Yet facing the charging Suolyangna, Yi Yulan remained remarkably composed. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile curling at his lips. A fine technique, but its flaw is too obvious. With that, his body suddenly flickered with lightning, vanishing in an instant. The next moment, Yi Yulan appeared behind Suolyangna. Due to the high-speed movement of Shenyao, Suolyangna was unable to react in time. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Yulan attacked his right foot wreathed in lightning chakra, kicking viciously toward the back of her neck. A dull thud echoed. Suolyangna's body flew like a broken kite, arcing through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground, more than 10 meters away. What? That's the third Reikage Shunshin Jishu. Several exclamations rose from the audience. Seeing the victory was assured, Yi Yulan said to Lu Wan, "You can start the countdown now." Before he finished, Suolyangna staggered to her feet, her voice trembling. "I haven't lost yet. I am the daughter of Uchiha Sasuke." But her incessantly shaking hands and the blood slowly trickling from the corner of her mouth told the true story of her condition. "Oh right, didn't Uchiha Sasuke chop off one of my grandfather's arms? Then I'll cut off one of his daughter's arms too." Yi Yulan recalled something, and with a Shunshin Jishu, he appeared before Suolyangna, his palm wreathed in lightning. Just as he was about to strike, a black-robed figure pulled Suolyangna into a protective embrace. Yi Yulan stared in terror at the 6 tomo Rinnegan, trembling uncontrollably. For the black-robed figure was none other than Uchiha Sasuke. Suolyangna leaned against Sasuke's chest, her face as pale as paper, her voice so faint it was almost inaudible. Her eyes were tightly shut with a trace of blood still at the corner of her mouth. "Father, I'm sorry. I lost." Sasuke held Suolyangna tightly, his eyes filled with deep affection. "Suolyangna, you performed admirably. Don't blame yourself." Xiaoying also rushed to the match platform, swiftly applying medical ninjutsu, her gaze full of concern and worry. Yu rose from his seat, staring at the severely injured Suolyangna, an indescribable pain surging in his heart. He didn't understand why he felt this way, yet the sensation was real and intense. At that moment, Yu noticed a figure swiftly dashing onto the platform. Looking closely, it was Xuanhua Bo-Ren. His face contorted with anger, Bo-Ren shouted at Yi Yulan, "You bastard! How dare you hurt Suolyangna so badly?" With Xuanhua Bo-Ren's appearance, more and more Konoha ninjas surged onto the match platform. Their faces bore expressions of anger and discontent, protesting against Yi Yulan. The ninjas from Cloud Village, not to be outdone, also rushed onto the platform, forming a standoff with the Konoha ninjas. Neither side yielded, the atmosphere tense to the extreme, as if a conflict could erupt at any moment. Just as the two sides were locked in a stalemate, a dazzling golden light descended from the sky, landing steadily in the center of the match platform. Everyone looked closely and saw it was the 7th Hokage, Xuanhua Mingren. Though reluctant, the ninjas from both Konoha and Cloud Village obediently stepped down from the platform. After all, in the presence of the Hokage, they dared not show any disrespect. "Xuanhua Bo-Ren, right? If I recall correctly, you've already lost," Yi Yulan said with a smile to Bo-Ren. Bo-Ren's eyes burned with unwillingness and fury. He grabbed the blood of Suolyangna from the platform with his right hand, pointing it fiercely at Yi Yulan, grinding his teeth. "Give me 2 more years and I will definitely defeat you." Night Moon Lan paid no heed to Boruto's words, merely offering a faint smile before turning back to her seat. As one intense match after another concluded, Yu finally faced his opponent. A rotund Chunin from the hidden stone village, Tsuchikura Oishi. Tsuchikura Oishi unhurriedly stepped onto the platform, and under the astonished gaze of the crowd, slowly raised both hands. "I surrender." His voice was low but resolute. Then, amid the bewildered stares of the audience, he leisurely descended the stage, leaving Yu momentarily stunned. In the spectator stands Tsuchikura Oki, couldn't bear to look, silently muttering to himself, "How could I have such a brother? Suigetsu, don't stop me. I'm going to beat that fat lump to a pulp. Suigetsu quickly held back Kuratsuchi, who was about to explode with rage. As the sky gradually darkened, the day's fierce competition finally came to a close. After a full day of intense battles, the 16 finalists had been decided. The ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village performed admirably, with 4 of them successfully advancing. However, apart from you, all the other 15 finalists were powerful jonin without exception. You alone went to a serene mountain peak, silently gazing at the bright moon hanging high in the sky. His heart was filled with determination and resolve, for as long as he won the next match, he could advance to the top 8 and secure teacher Qingying's position as the main guardian of the village's barrier array. Though everything seemed to be going smoothly, he knew that the opponents ahead would be even stronger. The remaining 15 jonin were undoubtedly elite ninjas of exceptional skill. Suddenly you heard a soft rustle of footsteps behind him. Xiao Yu, what are you thinking about? You snapped back to reality and quickly replied, Nothing. I was just looking at the moon. After saying this, he looked up at the sky again, but his nervous demeanor while lying was painfully obvious. Nan's Qingying chuckled softly, walked over to sit beside you, and gently patted his shoulder. Xiao Yu, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Making it to the top 16 of the Ninja World Exchange at your age is already remarkable. You shook his head firmly. But I want to reach the top 8. Nan's Qingying fell silent for a moment, sighing inwardly. How could she not know what Yu was thinking? It seemed he had already learned about the wager between her and the Leaf Village's higher-ups. Yet Nan's Qingying did not show it. Instead, she gently took hold of Yu's long sleeve. When she saw the arm covered in horrifying scars, she couldn't help but frown, her voice filled with worry and reproach. You little rascal, where have you been these past few months? Your hand is so badly injured. As she spoke, Nan's Qingying quickly formed hand seals, and a green light rose from her palms. With the flickering glow, a green formation appeared in the air, slowly enveloping Yu's arm. The green light within the formation, like warm sunlight, gently soothed Yu's wounded skin. I knew that no matter how badly I got hurt, teacher Qingying would be here for me. Yu grinned, rubbing the back of his head with a relaxed expression. Nan's Qingying shook her head helplessly, reached out, and lightly tapped Yu's forehead. Yu! Her eyes were a mixture of affection and concern. Time arrived on the 3rd day of the Ninja World Exchange, the day that would decide who advanced from the top 16 to the top 8. Yu sat in the audience, intently watching the spectacular matches on the stage. After several fierce rounds, it was finally Yu's turn to compete. Hidden Leaf Village Yu versus Hidden Mist Village Terumi Hair. Yu took a deep breath, slowly rose to his feet, and walked steadily onto the arena. His gaze locked onto his opponent. Before him stood a woman with a long black ponytail, eyebrows as delicate as willow leaves, elegant and natural, with a delicate face and a graceful figure. On the Hidden Mist Village side, beside the 6th Mizukage Chojuro, sat a middle-aged woman with emerald green eyes, long red-brown wavy hair crossed in a braid, her right eye hidden by her hair, and pink lips. She had a voluptuous figure, fair skin, wore a blue tube-top dress with a white belt, and was joyfully cheering for Terumi Hair. Little Hair, go for it. The middle-aged woman was none other than the 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. Mom, you're so annoying. Terumi Hair chided with slight embarrassment. My little Hair is in her rebellious phase. Terumi Mei complained helplessly to Chojuro beside her. Yet despite her words, her face was still radiant with happiness. On the arena, Yu and Terumi Hair stood facing each other, their eyes meeting filled with fighting spirit and determination. As Shikamaru announced the start of the match, Yu charged at Terumi Hair. With incredible speed, his figure, like a bolt of lightning, instantly closing the distance between them. Terumi Hair swiftly formed hand seals, chanting softly, Water-style water dragon bullet technique. A thick column of water surged into the sky like a ferocious dragon, blocking Yu's path. Seeing this, Yu flickered agilely, dodging the water column and appearing on its other side. However, he was met with a blazing pillar of fire. Without time to think, Yu hastily retreated, narrowly evading the fire column. Just then, 2 water columns rushed toward him from both sides, forcing him to fall back to his original position. Terumi Hair gave him no respite. She waved her hands, and multiple water columns merged into a massive torrent, crashing down upon Yu like a tidal wave. Yu felt immense pressure. He took a deep breath, quickly gathered lightning, natured chakra in his right hand, and shouted, White Lightning. Empowered by the speed of white lightning, Yu darted across the arena like a flash, easily evading the surging water columns, and charged toward Terumi Hair like a meteor at astonishing speed. But at that moment, a massive water wall abruptly rose before Yu, blocking his path. Yu prepared to shatter the water wall, but the next second he was astonished to find that the white lightning on his right hand had vanished the moment it touched the water. Fire-style great fireball technique. Realizing the water wall's strange property, Yu quickly retreated, formed hand seals, and spat out a stream of flame that condensed into a huge fireball flying toward the water wall. However, when the fireball contacted the water wall, it was abruptly extinguished as if devoured. Xiao Yu's fire and lightning styles are both countered. What should we do now? In the audience, Byakuya and Cheyenne were anxious, deeply worried about Yu's predicament. Seeing that Yu had not fallen, Terumi Hair's expression grew serious, and a glint of resolve flashed in her eyes. I'm sorry. It seems I must resort to more severe measures. Zhao Meiqing swiftly formed hand seals. After a flash of dazzling light, a crimson cloud instantly covered half of the arena. Boil, release, clear, rain technique. As her words fell, rain began to fall from the cloud. You stood in the rain, suddenly feeling the temperature of the raindrops gradually rising. Meanwhile, the audience in the stands also noticed this anomaly and exclaimed, "That's a bloodline limit. This young girl has mastered a bloodline limit at such a young age." While everyone was marveling, Yu remained unaffected by his surroundings. He knew he had to find a way to break through the rain. Since fire release and lightning release couldn't penetrate the water wall, he would have to use that technique. Yu took a deep breath, gathering chakra into his right hand. Then a high-density spiral sphere appeared in his palm. What? Rasengan? Yu actually knows Rasengan. That's probably not an ordinary Rasengan. The audience erupted in exclamations once again. Lu Wan looked with some surprise at Ming Ren, who was smiling outside the arena, and then understood. That Ming Ren. Bo Ren's face showed confusion. How does he know Rasengan too? Nan's Qingying also felt puzzled and looked at Mu Yiwan. Could it be that Mu Yiwan taught you? Mu Yiwan was equally bewildered. Yu swiftly charged towards Zhao Meiqing, knowing that, if he didn't act, the rain would likely reach an extremely high temperature. Zhao Meiqing also sensed that Yu's technique was very special. She immediately changed her hand seals, causing the rain to condense into a thicker, high-temperature water wall. Yu growled in a low voice, "Great Ball Rasengan." The water droplets began to whirl violently, and the Great Ball Rasengan with its immense force blasted through the water wall in an instant. The next moment, Yu's fist was already in front of Zhao Meiqing. Zhao Meiqing's heart skipped a beat. Not good. She had no time to react and could only close her eyes. However, the expected punch did not strike her. Zhao Meiqing slowly opened her eyes and found Yu's fist stopped just a short distance from her face without continuing the attack. "I lost." Zhao Meiqing blushed and lowered her head. "Next time we meet, I will be stronger." She raised her head, a determined glint shining in her eyes. "Same." Yu replied with a smile. "Winner Konoha's Yu." Lu Wan announced the result. Yu jumped up excitedly and ran around the arena. "I finally made it to the top 8. Thunderous applause erupted from the stands, and the other contestants in the competitor area also applauded in congratulations. "Ming Ren, Yu is really amazing," Chu Tian said with a smile to Ming Ren beside her. "Of course, just look at whose disciple he is." Ming Ren grinned smugly. Mu Yiwan in the audience unconsciously clenched his fists, filled with doubt. How does that kid know the Great Ball Rasengan? Could it be? After the third day's matches, Konoha had 3 contestants advancing to the top 8. Cloud Village had 2, Sand Village, Rock Village, and Rain Village each had 1. As night fell, the moonlight silvered the streets of Kumogakure. A young cloud ninja hummed a tune and stepped out cheerfully to enjoy himself. However, just as he turned a corner, a mysterious black-robed ninja suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. The cloud ninja frowned, eyeing the black-robed ninja warily, and said impatiently, "A rain ninja. What business do you have blocking my way?" The black-robed ninja let out a sinister laugh. "I'm hungry." The voice was low and hoarse like a demon from hell. On the 4th day of the Shinobi World Exchange, Yu's match was first. His opponent was a cloud ninja. But unexpectedly, the cloud ninja did not appear. The staff searched everywhere for the contestant, and even Ming Ren activated his sage perception. But the cloud ninja seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. Eventually, due to the opponent's forfeit, Yu advanced directly to the semifinals. In the subsequent matches, Konoha's Yuan Fei Qing, Cloud's Yi Yulan, and Rain's Wu all defeated their opponents and entered the semifinals. That night, the meeting room was brightly lit. The 5 Kage sat around a long table, their expressions solemn. Behind Ming Ren stood Lu Wan and Mu Yiwan. Behind Wa Ai Luo stood Qin Jiulang. Behind He Tu stood Xue Yu. As for Chang Shilang, Zhao Meiqing stood behind him with elegance and confidence. Finally, behind the Lu Ichila Bai appeared somewhat lazy and casual. Kazakage, it is rumored that ninjas have been frequently disappearing in the Wind Country over the past few months. Now a disappearance has occurred at the Shinobi World Exchange. Could there be a connection between the two? DeLuey frowned and raised his question. We cannot rule out that possibility. There are many similarities between these two incidents. According to our investigation in the Wind Country disappearances, there were no witnesses, no signs of combat, and not even a single trace left behind. What Ai Luo said in a low voice. Then Kazakage, do the attacked ninjas share any common characteristics? Zhao Meiqing narrowed her eyes, slightly offering her own insight. Only one commonality, the attacked ninjas were all Jonin. What Ai Luo's voice carried a hint of concern. Why target Jonin? Is there a reason? Faced with Chang Shilang's question, the meeting room fell into silence. Suddenly Xue Yu proposed a hypothesis. What if the culprit is one of the contestants? At this thought, everyone was shocked. Yi Yulan is the grandson of the 4th Reikage. I've watched him grow up. He can be ruled out. DeLuyi shook his head and said firmly. Yuan Fei Qing is my uncle's son, and the future heir of the Sarutobi clan. He can be ruled out. Mu Yiwan also spoke up to explain. Yu is my disciple. He has been training on Mount Mayaboku for the past few months. He can be cleared of suspicion. Ming-run crossed his arms and said slowly. Everyone was startled. They hadn't expected Ming-run to take a disciple. No wonder you knew the Rasengan. He was Ming-ren's apprentice. Hearing this, Mu Yi-wan couldn't help but clench his fists. Then there's one contestant left, Wu of the Rain Village. Hei-tu said slowly. I've watched his matches. He uses magnet release. Wai Luo frowned slightly. Keep an eye on this contestant. Meeting adjourned. The 5th day of the Shinobi World Exchange Festival dawned bright and clear. You arrived early at his designated seat, standing in quiet anticipation of the match's commencement. At that moment Sarada approached the competitor's bench, her arm wrapped in bandages. You asked with concern, shouldn't you be resting? Sarada replied earnestly, I insisted on coming. I intend to watch every match closely. Soon the match officially began. In the first bout, Konoha's Asuma Sarutobi faced Rain Village's Mu. Who do you think will win? There's no question. It must be Asuma Sarutobi. He is Konoha's prodigious shinobi, his strength formidable and undeniable. Who even is this Mu? I've never heard of him. No idea. Probably some unknown novice. Spectators murmured among themselves, eager to uncover the true prowess of this enigmatic figure clad entirely in black robes who dared challenge Asuma Sarutobi. As the match commenced, Asuma stood motionless, gazing at Mu across the arena. His eyes flickering with disdain. His hands blurred through hand seals, and a searing jet of flame erupted from his mouth. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. With those words, a colossal fire dragon surged forth from his lips, radiating blistering heat as it lunged toward Mu. Mu remained utterly still, making no move. Observing this, Asuma secretly smirked. Humph. Now let's see how you evade this. Yet at that very instant Mu raised his right hand, and flicked it lightly. A tempest of black iron sand spiraled outward, instantly smothering the flames. Then like a ravenous beast the torrent surged forward, bearing down upon Asuma. Asuma's expression shifted abruptly. He leapt backwards several paces, narrowly evading the iron sand assault. His gaze hardened. This opponent was far more dangerous than anticipated. Drawing a deep breath, Asuma formed new seals, and unleashed an even fiercer inferno. Fire release, great fire dragon bullet. This time the dragon loomed larger, jaws agape, roaring as it charged toward Mu. Mu remained unruffled. Raising his hand once more, he conjured a massive wall of iron sand that rose before him. Yet the fire dragon did not relent. It crashed through the barrier with brute force, and continued its relentless advance. Frowning faintly, Mu raised his hand again. Countless grains of iron sand coalesced midair, forming a colossal, impenetrable shield. The fire dragon slammed into the shield with a thunderous, muffled impact, but inflicted little damage. Gradually its fury waned, its form dissolving into wisps of smoke that vanished into the air. Asuma stared at the black-robed figure, astonishment flashing across his face. He had never imagined his fire release would fail so completely, or that his opponent could dismantle his attacks with such effortless grace. Fire release, great fire dragon bullet. Asuma exhaled torrents of flame. The ferocious dragon incinerated the iron sand to ash and bore down upon Mu from 3 converging directions. Mu raised his hand once more, summoning a towering wall of iron sand, but the flames consumed it utterly. One final dragon streaked unimpeded straight toward Mu. Mu was engulfed, swallowed whole by roaring flames, his silhouette blazing fiercely within the inferno. Asuma wore a triumphant grin, poised to strike again, when a sharp cutting wind sliced through the air behind him. He whirled around instinctively, only to see dozens of iron sand shuriken hurtling toward him at blinding speed. With no time to form seals, Asuma drew a kunai and parried frantically while retreating backward. Nonetheless, a shuriken grazed his left arm, drawing blood. After barely surviving the barrage, Asuma lifted his head, and froze in disbelief. The black-robed figure stood unscathed, untouched by flame or injury. A chilling thought struck him. Could this be Iron Sand Shadow clone? Asuma grasped the truth, but before he could catch his breath, Mu raised both hands, and the ground itself erupted, spewing a deluge of iron sand that surged forward like a black tidal wave. Realizing imminent peril, Asuma wasted no time. He wove hand seals with lightning speed. Fire release, grand fire technique. With a thunderous cry, Asuma expelled a monstrous conflagration, a wild primordial beast of flame that roared toward the advancing darkness. The inferno spread with terrifying velocity, as though determined to consume all in its path. Is this the legendary secret fire release technique, passed down through generations of the Sarutobi clan? Truly extraordinary. Komi, watching from below, murmured in awe. The blaze collided with the black tide, engulfing the arena in a billowing cloud of smoke. As it cleared, Asuma, wounded and breathing heavily, stared across the field. The black-robed figure stood intact, untouched. Mu extended his right hand, and a colossal fist of iron sand seized Asuma's right ankle. I surrender. Asuma gasped desperately. Exhausted and broken, he surrendered. Not out of pride, but sheer terror and despair. Yet Mu did not cease. His grip tightened. Asuma heard a sickening crack of bones snapping, followed by excruciating pain so intense it plunged him into darkness, unconsciousness claiming him instantly. Just as Mu prepared to strike again, he found himself immobilized, frozen mid-motion. Glancing down he saw a shadow black as pitch coiling tightly around his limbs like living rope. The match is over, Shikamaru stated calmly. From the stands Konohamaru leapt down, scooped up Asuma, and sprinted toward the medical ward at full speed. Mu watched Shikamaru dissolve the binding shadow, then curled a faint sinister smile. Don't worry. The boy isn't my target. With that he turned slowly, and descended from the stage. At that moment the crowd stirred, as if waking from a dream, erupting in stunned exclamations. Asuma Sarutobi lost. That Mu wasn't even wounded. He barely moved. Mu is truly overwhelming. He remained transfixed, unable to process what he had just witnessed. He had never imagined such power could reside in one so young. No. Suddenly you recalled the masked blue-haired girl he'd encountered in the Forest of Death during the Chunin exams. Her strength too had been extraordinary. Suddenly a slender hand gently tapped Yu's shoulder. He jolted back to awareness. "You. It's your turn," Sarada whispered softly. Only then did you notice Yagura Erashur already standing atop the arena. You walked forward steadily, step by step. Behind him Sarada's quiet encouragement floated on the air. "Good luck." All around you, on the stands in the competitors' area, countless voices rose in fervent support. "Go you! You! Smash that arrogant face of Yagura Arashi's! You've got this, kid! Show them Konoha's true strength!" Hearing those warm, unwavering voices you felt strength surge within him. Deep, steady, and unshakable. He understood whether he won or lost he would never stand alone. So many stood silently, fiercely behind him. Taking a slow, deep breath, you fixed his gaze ahead and strode resolutely onto the battlefield. He felt the weight of responsibility, not only for himself but for everyone who had believed in him from the start. "Konoha, and you." Yayue-lan stared at you with an icy glare, her gaze fixed and unyielding. "That bastard has brought disgrace upon the Yayue clan and Kumogakure, but I will reclaim our honor." You remained expressionless, responding indifferently with a single As the word left his lips, Yayue-lan shot toward him like a bolt of lightning, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Yayue-lan's right fist, wreathed in lightning-natured chakra, thrust forward with a fierce momentum. Seeing this, Yu's left fist, also enveloped in crackling lightning, met her attack head-on. When the two fists collided, a piercing crackle of thunder rent the air. Yayue-lan did not relent. She followed up with a sweeping kick aimed at Yu's side. Yu agilely sidestepped the kick and swung his left fist toward Yayue-lan. She was forced to retreat several paces to evade his strike. Yu pressed forward, resuming his assault. However, Yayue-lan drove her knee into him without warning. As Yu was sent stumbling backward, he managed to land a kick on her abdomen. Both of them retreated several steps, the initial exchange ending in a stalemate. Their abilities were evenly matched. "Let's end the warm-up here," Yayue-lan murmured, her eyes narrowing. As her words faded, her speed suddenly escalated, turning her into a black streak of lightning hurtling toward you. In the same instant, Yu's form blurred, becoming a phantom-like silhouette. Within the blink of an eye, they had clashed several times, their movements so swift that even ordinary Chunin could barely track their blurred outlines, let alone discern the specific techniques. Suddenly a series of leopard-shaped black lightning bolts burst forth from Yayue-lan's body, like roaring black panthers, launching a barrage of attacks at you at astonishing speed, and spreading outward in all directions. Caught off guard, Yu was struck by the lightning, a searing pain coursing through his entire body. To his shock, he found himself unable to move, as if bound by an invisible force. "That's black lightning!" someone exclaimed in astonishment. "That's a technique developed by the third Raikage. I never thought Yayue-lan would master it aside from the fifth Raikage." Another voice chimed in with awe. "Little Yu." From the audience, Byakuya and Little Purple turned pale, their faces etched with worry. Yet amid the gasps, Yayue-lan's fist, wreathed in powerful lightning, shot forward like a cannonball aimed directly at you. Facing this lethal strike, Yu showed no sign of retreat. He rapidly gathered lightning-natured chakra in his right hand, the light blazing like a brilliant star. "White lightning!" Yu roared, and the lightning in his hand erupted. With the speed of white lightning, he tore free from the binding force arcing through the air, as he charged toward Yayue-lan at an incredible velocity. Yayue-lan smirked contemptuously, using the body flicker technique to appear behind you in an instant. "Not good!" Sarada exclaimed from the competitor's seat, her heart racing with dread that history might repeat. But just as Yayue-lan prepared to deliver a kick to you, she failed to notice the slight curl of his lips, forming a cunning smile. The white lightning that had been surging forward suddenly reversed its acceleration. Seizing the moment, you drove his elbow straight into Yayue Jing's chest. Yayue Jing, completely caught off guard, was sent flying backward, a mouthful of blood spraying from his lips as he crashed heavily to the ground. From the stands, Kakashi couldn't help but remark, "This kid's control over lightning is truly eye-opening." You, looking down at the fallen Yayue Jing, said smugly, "After watching your match with Sarada last time, I started studying how to counter this situation. Did you think I would come unprepared?" Having said that, you immediately wiped the smugness from his face and refocused his attention. The lesson of suffering from overconfidence last time was still fresh in Yu's memory, and he was determined not to repeat the same mistake. Yayue-lan, realizing she had been outmaneuvered, burned with fury. She shouted in rage, "Damn brat!" At the same time, powerful lightning began to flicker across her body, coiling around her like venomous serpents, as if ready to unleash a fatal blow at any moment. Without hesitation, Yuelan entered the lightning release chakra mode, prepared to engage in a life-or-death struggle. You saw only a flash of lightning. He reacted swiftly but could only barely defend. Yet the force of that lightning exceeded his expectations, and he was sent flying several meters back by a single punch. Before he could steady himself, Yuelan's fist came again, too fast for him to block. The blow landed squarely on him, and Yu was launched once more, his body carving a straight line across the arena. He finally came to a halt just over a meter from the edge of the field. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. But before Yu could catch his breath, Yuelan had already appeared behind him. "I wasn't planning to let you out of bounds so quickly." Yuelan's voice rang out coldly. Yu's eyes widened in alarm. With a kick, Yuelan sent Yu hurtling into the air, then instantly appeared above him. Her right foot descended wreathed in raging lightning nature chakra, slamming Yu violently into the ground. Lightning release, thunderous obliterator. As Yuelan's cry echoed, a surge of immense lightning chakra exploded. The ground caved in, forming a massive crater and raising a thick cloud of dust. "Little Yu!" Ino and Saigetsu cried out from the audience, their faces taut with anxiety. Nanazawa Kayashi's face also turned pale, her eyes fixed on Yu in the arena. Only Naruto remained relaxed, patting the worried Hinata on the shoulder with a smile. "Don't worry, little Yu is fine." At that moment, a few coughs came from the field, followed by Yu's familiar voice, "Cough cough. Yuelan, your technique kicks up a bit too much dust." Hearing this, Yuelan's expression shifted drastically, a foreboding feeling welling up inside her. As the smoke gradually cleared, a figure emerged. Yu stood unscathed in the center of the crater. The onlookers were dumbfounded, jaws agape in astonishment. What just happened?" someone muttered. Yuelan's face was a mask of shock and disbelief. "How can this be? I clearly hit him. Why is that brat completely unharmed?" Only a handful of the most perceptive and powerful shinobi in the crowd had glimpsed what truly occurred. The moment before Yuelan's fist struck Yu's body had instantly appeared several meters away, as if teleporting, leaving only a white afterimage. And Yuejing had struck that phantom. Kuratsuchi studied Yu with keen interest. "That technique is quite amusing." Gaara also smiled at Yu, a hint of admiration in his eyes. "Naruto has taken on a fine disciple." Mei Terumi was equally intrigued by Yu. "This kid is impressive. By the way, Haru is only a few years older than him. Maybe I should play matchmaker later." Upon hearing this, Terumi Haru blushed, lowering her head, shyly too embarrassed to speak. Yu, paying no attention to the surrounding gasps, murmured to himself, "What should I call this technique? Since it was inspired by white lightning, I'll call it white flash." Back on the field, the enraged Yuelan performed a swift body flicker, and appeared before Yu in the blink of an eye, throwing a punch at him without hesitation. Yu reacted quickly, drawing his short sword to block Yuelan's attack, but was still knocked back several steps by the immense force. Yuelan gave Yu no chance to catch his breath. He used another body flicker to appear behind Yu. Lightning release, horizontal thousand dance. Yuelan concentrated the high-intensity electric current, formed by lightning release chakra in his hand, and charged at Yu like a falling meteor. Yu tried to dodge, but Yuelan's attack was too fast and fierce for him to react. With a loud explosion, Yu's body was split in two by the hand blade. However, as everyone stared in shock, they realized that what Yuelan had cut in half was merely a white afterimage left by lightning nature chakra. The real Yu had already taken advantage of that brief moment to appear behind Yuelan's sword in hand. The blade in his hand crackled with white lightning, and he swung it at Yuelan with unparalleled speed and power. Startled, Yuelan quickly performed the body flicker technique to evade the strike. But Yu's strike was too fast. Although Yuelan narrowly avoided a fatal hit, a deep gash opened on his shoulder, staining his clothes with blood. Yuelan clutched his wound, glaring at Yu, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "That white afterimage must have drained you a lot, right?" Yu smiled faintly and said calmly, "So did you." Suddenly both figures vanished from their spots again, leaving only clashes of white and blue light in the arena. Each collision caused intense energy fluctuations. Bang bang bang. After dozens of exchanges, both were heavily wounded. "Let's settle this with one move," Yuelan said with a sharp gaze. He retracted his thumb, and massive lightning gathered on the remaining 4 fingers. Could it be the third Raikage's 4-finger rush? Someone exclaimed in surprise. "That's an incredibly fearsome technique. I never expected Yuelan to master a jutsu of this level." Another person marveled. "Yu is in danger." The audience buzzed with worry for Yu's situation. Seeing this, Yu immediately extended both hands and rapidly formed 2 Rasengan. Even 2 Great Ball Rasengan can't withstand the 4-finger rush. Konohamaru watched Yu and shook his head. "Perhaps they aren't Great Ball Rasengan." Nanzawa Kajiki disagreed with Konohamaru. As a formation master, she keenly sensed the unusual movement of lightning nature chakra around Yu. Suddenly, Yu violently collided the 2 Rasengan in his hands, triggering an astonishing energy explosion. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a blinding white light burst forth, illuminating the entire arena. Yu slowly pushed his hands apart, and the Rasengan underwent an amazing transformation. Through constant compression twisting and stretching, the Rasengan gradually turned into a white spiral-patterned spear wrapped in lightning. The spear gleamed with dazzling lightning, as if a divine artifact from mythology radiating boundless majesty and power. That's nature transformation. The lightning release nature transformation of the Rasengan. Boruto on the contestant's stand suddenly stood up, his eyes wide with surprise and admiration. He stared intently at you, silently marveling. This guy is truly incredible. Xiao Yu really held back a trick? Nanzawa Saizuki said, excitedly clenching her fist, her eyes sparkling with excitement. That guy Xiao Yu actually did it. He's truly amazing. Naruto watched Yu, who held the white spear and was bathed in lightning, with a proud smile on his face. All show. Yuelon looked at Yu in the white light, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. His lightning nature chakra surged and he charged at Yu like a bolt of lightning. However, at that moment Yu spun around and directly threw the spear at Yuelon. What? With such high chakra density, he actually threw it. The crowd was shocked and somewhat incredulous. The spear transformed into a dazzling white light, flying toward Yuelon like a meteor with fierce momentum. The strike was extremely fast. Yuelon had no time to dodge, and could only raise his hand to meet it. Hell stab, four-finger rush. Yuelon bellowed, his right hand wreathed in massive lightning nature chakra, as he thrust fiercely at the spear. Lightning release Rasengan Phantom Spear. At the same time, Yu also unleashed his jutsu. Yuelon's four-finger rush and the spear collided in midair, producing a thunderous roar. The entire arena was shaken by the immense power, as if about to collapse. Light radiated everywhere, blinding to the eyes. What a powerful technique! The audience gasped in awe, having never seen such a powerful ninjutsu clash. I never expected Yu's technique to match the four-finger rush. Some people exclaimed in surprise. However, just as everyone thought the battle would reach a stalemate, the situation suddenly changed. Yuelon revealed a sinister grin and slowly pushed the spear back. Yu, in the end I win. But the next second his expression froze, as if time had stopped. Yu softly snapped his right fingers and a crisp sound rang out. Then the spear exploded violently, and a blinding light burst from its shaft, forming a huge white spiral hemisphere with a radius of nearly 5 zhang, about 16.5 meters. The hemisphere spun like a vortex, sending layer upon layer of fierce lightning-laden shockwaves, sweeping across the audience stands. Many weaker ninjas felt an immense pressure, their limbs growing numb, and some even found it hard to breathe. It was hard to imagine the terrifying power contained at the center of the explosion. I never expected that in just half a year this kid has grown so strong. Kuratsuchi showed a surprised expression. This guy Yu is amazing. Xiao Zi, we have to keep working hard too. Byakuya said excitedly to Xiao Zi beside him, who nodded seriously. Nanzawa Kajiki fixed her gaze on the 3 members of Team 7, her eyes full of relief and emotion. Seeing her students continue to grow and improve, she felt immense joy and pride. As a teacher, nothing made her happier than witnessing the fruits of her students' hard work. Beside her, Konohamaru clenched his fist tightly. The smoke gradually cleared, revealing a scene of widespread devastation with the ground covered in scorch marks. Yuelon lay there motionless, covered in wounds. His clothes were tattered and blood oozed from many wounds, a shocking sight. The residual power of lightning still lingered around, occasionally flickering with faint electric sparks. Seeing that the outcome was decided, Lu Wan walked forward and carefully examined Yuelon's condition. When he confirmed that he was still breathing, Lu Wan breathed a sigh of relief. Medical unit. Looking at the severely injured and unconscious Yuelon, Lu Wan murmured to himself, to survive this technique, that kid Yuelon is indeed the 4th Raikage's grandson. As Lu Wan announced the result of the match, Yu collapsed onto the ground with a sense of relief, letting out a deep sigh. This battle had cost him immense effort, but it also granted him growth and experience. At that moment, all he wanted was to rest and recover his strength. However, just then a commotion arose from the stands. Bai Zai Xiao, Zi Jing Yinan's Qingyue Shaoli, and Mei Tara rushed onto the stage, surrounding Yu tightly. Their faces beamed with joy and excitement, their eyes glistening with pride and elation. Great Yu! You won! Bai Zai shouted excitedly. Xiao Yu! You did it! Jingyi said with a smile. He was startled by their sudden actions, but soon felt their sincere blessings and support. The group worked together to lift Yu high into the air and then tossed him upward with force. Yu soared through the air for a distance before slowly descending, only to be caught again by the crowd. The audience burst into applause and cheers, the entire scene brimming with liveliness. Listening to the deafening acclaim from the stands, Yu's heart swelled with emotion and joy. He realized that this moment belonged not only to him but to the entire Muyi village. At the same time, the black-robed figure Wu silently observed everything from the sidelines. Concealed beneath his dark robe, his face was indiscernible, but his eyes betrayed a hint of excitement and anticipation. As night fell, Yu lay on his bed, his mind incessantly replaying the scene of tomorrow's final match. Flooded with thoughts, he tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Although he had successfully defeated Yuelon, facing the unfathomably powerful and ruthless opponent, Wu, he could not help but ponder how should he possibly deal with this. The more he thought, the more anxious he became. Yu simply stepped out of the tent, hoping to find some answer in the tranquility of the night. He strolled around the camp, his mood gradually calming. Just then a sharp chirp of a bird pierced the night sky, catching his attention. You followed the sound and saw a girl with short black hair standing in the distance, her right hand wrapped in blue lightning poised to charge at a massive boulder beside her. With a loud crash, the rock was instantly pierced, leaving a deep hole. The girl seemed dissatisfied with the result as her right hand, once again, gathered lightning-natured chakra. "Who's there?" The girl turned around alertly, her gaze sharp as an eagle's. When she saw you, the wariness on her face gradually faded. "Good evening, Zweljagna." You smiled and walked toward her. "So it's you." Zweljagna nodded gently and dispersed the chakra in her hand. "Your performance today was brilliant." You smiled and rubbed the back of his head, then sincerely thanked Zweljagna. For some reason, Zweljagna always made you feel a deep sense of familiarity. However, at that moment Zweljagna said dejectedly, "If only I could be as strong as you, then my father wouldn't be disappointed in me." Seeing Zweljagna's low spirits, you asked softly, "Your father must be very good to you, right?" Zweljagna paused for a moment, then replied, Although my father seems cold on the surface, he is actually very kind to me and my mother." You slowly raised his head, gazing at the starry sky, and said with emotion, "I've never met my father, but from my mother I learned that her greatest wish is for me to grow up healthy and happy. I believe your father thinks the same way. After you lost that match, wasn't he very worried about you?" Hearing this, Zweljagna felt a pang of comfort, but even more so a sense of sympathy for you. However, no amount of words could express her inner feelings. In the end, 1,000 thoughts converged into a simple yet sincere sentence. "You give it your all tomorrow. I and everyone will cheer for you." The 6th day of the Ninja World Exchange Conference, also the last day, the entire venue was exceptionally lively and abuzz with voices. Since the number of spectators far exceeded expectations, the Dahi construction team had to work overtime the previous night to expand the stands to accommodate the crowd. Now Captain Dahi was lying on his bed snoring heavily, clearly exhausted. In the stands, Jingyi and Qingyue waved their flags, shouting Yu's name loudly to cheer him on. Their voices were clear and loud, full of passion and energy. Meanwhile, Bai Zai beside them was dancing excitedly, yelling, "You beat him up good." In the Muyi contestants section, except for Yuanfei Qing, whose face was ashen, everyone else was cheering for you. Their voices intertwined, forming a powerful force that inspired you to forge ahead. Amid the cheers of the crowd, you steadily stepped onto the final battle platform. Standing opposite him, Wu, clad in a black robe, looked at you and revealed a chilling smile. As Lu Wan announced the start of the match, you immediately accelerated and charged toward Wu's back, throwing a fierce punch. However, his attack was easily blocked by a suddenly appearing black magnetic wall. "Too slow," Wu said coldly while slightly curving his palm. In an instant, a giant black hand burst out from the ground beneath Yu's feet, grabbing at him with astonishing speed. Yu hastily retreated, his hands quickly forming seals. "Fire release, great fireball technique." You spat out a blazing flame, forming a massive fireball that flew straight toward the black iron hand. The fireball collided with the iron hand, producing a loud explosion. The iron hand was engulfed in flames and reduced to ashes. Seeing this, the corner of Wu's mouth curled into a sinister smile, and he waved his right hand lightly. Instantly, countless iron sand shuriken rained down toward you. You agilely moved left and right, his body constantly flipping and leaping, effortlessly dodging the deadly projectiles. Wu clenched his left hand, and a giant iron sand hand directly grabbed you, squeezing hard. In the black hand, only a white shadow of you remained. The real you had already arrived in front of Wu, white lightning surging in his hand. White lightning. Yu's right hand directly pierced through Wu's chest, only to find it was just an iron sand shadow clone. Yu's right hand was caught by the iron sand, transformed from the shadow clone, unable to break free. Behind him, Wu raised his right hand and a deluge of iron sand swept toward you. Big ball Rasengan. Just as the iron sand was about to engulf you, you formed a big ball Rasengan, with both hands, its immense force directly dispersing the iron sand tide. Before Wu could react, Yu's right fist wrapped in white lightning struck Wu squarely in the face. Yu's fist struck Wu's face as swiftly and fiercely as lightning, producing a dull thud. Wu's body staggered backward, flying several meters before he barely managed to stand. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes growing more ferocious. "Could you seem much more delicious than that, Yuanfei Qing?" Upon hearing these words, Yuanfei Qing's face beneath the stage grew increasingly livid, a flicker of rage in his eyes, but more than that, fear. "Delicious?" You looked at his opponent with some confusion, unable to understand why he would say such a thing. Wu did not answer Yu's question. Instead, he pressed his palms together and several dark shadows separated from his body. These shadows gradually took shape, becoming figures identical to Wu. They stood there staring coldly at you as if waiting for a command. At that moment, the shadows slowly began to form hand seals, and in an instant countless sand-iron shuriken flew toward you like a raging storm. You dodged frantically, but the shuriken were too fast and too numerous. He could not avoid them entirely. Just as the countless sand-iron shuriken were about to strike you, he transformed into a flash of white lightning and vanished from where he stood. The next moment he appeared behind Wu, lightning crackling in his hand, forming a sharp lightning blade that pierced through Wu's abdomen. But when he realized that he had only pierced a shadow, it was already too late. The real Wu had already taken this opportunity to move behind you, his right hand condensed into a black blade shadow, and with a fierce momentum he stabbed directly at Yu's chest. Sensing the danger, Yu quickly retreated, but a bloody gash was torn across his chest, blood continuously seeping out. Looking at Wu and the several shadows beside him, you frowned. That technique, just now it didn't seem to be a substitution technique. Could it be? Suddenly a bold guess arose in Yu's mind. Then with white lightning swirling around his right hand and chakra flowing in his left palm, he dashed toward Wu. Wu and those shadows also moved simultaneously. They slowly raised their hands, and huge sand-iron palms rose from the ground, reaching for you with immense power. However, using the speed advantage of the white lightning, you easily evaded the black hand's attacks. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Wu, and the lightning blade in his hand pierced through Wu's abdomen once more. As expected, this time he had struck another shadow. You keenly sensed the disturbance behind him. He had already prepared, quickly turning around, forming a Rasengan in his left hand, and accurately blasted it into the shadow that was trying to sneak up on him. But to Yu's shock, what he struck was still a shadow. The real Wu had already silently moved to the other end of the arena, and Yu was now surrounded by several shadows. You guessed correctly, I can indeed swap positions with my shadows, but unlike your substitution technique, I don't need to gather chakra. I just need a thought. After saying this, Wu looked at you on the other side, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and continued, also a prize for guessing correctly. As soon as the words fell, the several shadows exploded violently, countless black substances erupting like a volcanic eruption, as if they would devour the entire arena. After the aftermath faded, Yu was covered in wounds, blood dripping from his lowered right hand, and the forehead protector below was stained with blood. Seeing this, Ino and Qingyue were filled with worry. Is Xiao Yu alright? Meanwhile, on the Cloud Village contestant stand, Yue Jing wore a look of schadenfreude, his eyes revealing a hint of smugness and mockery. At the same time, on the Leaf Village spectator stand, Bai Zai looked anxiously at Nan's Qingying, his voice tinged with urgency. Teacher Qingying, Xiao Yu. Nan's Qingying did not answer immediately, but silently watched Yu on the field. She seemed to sense Yu's unwavering determination, so she comforted Bai Zai. Don't worry, Bai Zai. Look at Xiao Yu's eyes. He hasn't given up yet. Wu pressed his palms together again, conjuring several more shadows. A smile hung on his lips. That's more like it, unlike that Yuanfei Qing who surrendered so quickly. On the contestant stand, Yuanfei Qing's face turned a deep purple upon hearing these words. Yu did not reply. He simply bent down and picked up the forehead protector from the ground, the movement causing his wounds to sting, making him wince. Yet his eyes were exceptionally determined, as if nothing could stop him. Yu carefully tied the Leaf Village forehead protector, then slowly drew a short sword with his right hand. Lightning-natured chakra began to surge, and the blade was gradually enveloped in white light. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 original 7 shadows. Yu counted to himself while simultaneously taking out 3 shuriken with his left hand. His body suddenly moved, charging forward like a cheetah. But this time Yu's target was no longer Wu, but the shadows Wu had created. He swung his sword, and with one slash the shadow behind him exploded instantly. At the same time, Yu threw the shuriken with his left hand, the shuriken wrapped in lightning-natured chakra, flying toward the left at an astonishing speed. The 3 shadows had no time to dodge and exploded with a bang. Just then 2 shadows suddenly appeared, charging at Yu with incredible speed. However, Yu showed no panic. He gracefully sidestepped these 2 attacks and swiftly swung his sword, accurately striking one of the shadows. Seeing the attack fail, the other shadow unhesitatingly chose to self-destruct, but surprisingly Yu had already vanished, leaving only a white afterimage in his place. The real Yu had silently arrived in front of Wu. At that moment, the last shadow threw itself at Yu, recklessly trying to stop him. Seeing this, Yu unhesitatingly swung his left hand and threw a punch. The shadow barely dodged this blow, and was about to self-destruct again when it suddenly found itself struck by a powerful force, flying uncontrollably toward Wu. What? The audience in the stands was stunned, their eyes wide open, unable to believe what was happening. In the crowd, only Naruto showed an expression of admiration and appreciation. I never thought Xiao Yu would learn frog kata in such a short time. With a burst of intense magnetic field, the entire arena was engulfed. When the magnetic storm subsided, people saw Wu trembling in the center of the storm. His right hand was gone, leaving only a mutilated body. Wu wailed in agony, countless sandirons swirling around him, forming a giant sandiron golem. As the black dust gradually dispersed, a sandiron golem 18 meters tall stood majestically in the arena. Hey, no way. On the Rock Village side, Shuei couldn't help but recall the trouble heightening Zhu had caused them before. Little one, how will you handle this time? Haita's eyes sparkled as she looked at you, full of expectation, hoping he would once again display astonishing strength. Shall you show everyone your growth? Nan's Qingying murmured. On the other side of the arena, Yu bit his finger and slammed his palm on the ground. Summoning technique. A huge cloud of smoke rose, and when it cleared, a giant purplish-red toad with black patterns carrying a shield shaped like a pot lid, and holding a spiked harpoon appeared in the arena. Gasps of awe rippled through the crowd. That's the great toad of Mount Mayaboku. Isn't that the summoning beast only the 4th Hokage Lord Jiraiya and the 7th Hokage can call upon? Could it be that Yu has some connection with the 7th Hokage? The audience murmured among themselves. Shikamaru glanced at Naruto, who was grinning from ear to ear on the stands, and shook his head with a smile. Minami-sei covered her mouth in surprise. When did you become the 7th Hokage's disciple? Beside her, Konohamaru clenched his fists once more. Standing atop Gamaken's head, he was brimming with resolve. He shouted, "Gamaken, let's go together." Gamaken raised his harpoon and charged menacingly toward the Iron Sand Giant. "I'm clumsy," came a low voice. With a mighty leap, Gamaken thrust his harpoon like a bolt of lightning, instantly piercing the Iron Sand Giant. But the Iron Sand Giant was not greatly affected. Its right fist swung out again with tremendous force. Gamaken reacted swiftly, pulling a shield from his back to block the blow. Yet the immense shockwave from the impact made it nearly impossible for the audience to keep their eyes open. Having successfully parried the Iron Sand Giant's attack, Gamaken twirled his harpoon and slashed, carving a deep gash into the giant's body. But the Iron Sand Giant retaliated fiercely, striking back with a punch that sent Gamaken's shield raised flying back more than 10 meters. Yu and Gamaken were astonished to see the gash on the Iron Sand Giant slowly begin to close. Gamaken pointed at the Iron Sand Giant's forehead and said calmly, "Yu, from my observation, the weakness of this Iron Sand Giant lies in the true body at its forehead. I'll hold off the Iron Sand Giant. You take care of the true body." Yu nodded, gathering a massive amount of lightning-released chakra in his right hand, ready to strike. "I'm counting on you, Gamaken." Just then the Iron Sand Giant made a sudden move. Its enormous black arm extended like a black dragon, lunging at Gamaken. Gamaken reacted swiftly, raising his shield to block the blow. With a deafening crash, both the Iron Sand Giant and Gamaken staggered backward. But Gamaken did not stop. Using the momentum, he kicked off the ground, launching himself into the air like a cannonball. He adjusted his stance midair and landed firmly atop the Iron Sand Giant's head. His harpoon gleamed menacingly as he drove it downward without mercy, aiming for the giant's head. Facing the sudden assault, the Iron Sand Giant reacted. It formed its hands into an iron sand shield to deflect Gamaken's attack. Suddenly, countless black hands erupted from the ground like malevolent spirits, tightly ensnaring Gamaken. Not good. Gamaken's heart sank, but he didn't panic. He strained with all his might to break free. Yet those black hands seemed to possess inexhaustible strength, leaving Gamaken's struggles futile. At that moment, the Iron Sand Giant freed its right hand, swiftly forming a razor-sharp black blade of iron sand. The blade gleamed with a chilling light. Then a brilliant white lightning appeared above Gamaken. Yu, holding a white spear, materialized and hurled it, without hesitation, toward the Iron Sand Giant's forehead. The Iron Sand Giant hastily conjured a thick layer of iron sand defense to protect its forehead. But Yu's attack was lightning fast. The spear pierced through the defense and struck the forehead directly. Lightning release, spiraling shadow pierce. Yu roared. The spear exploded, forming a massive white spiral hemisphere on the Iron Sand Giant's forehead. Under that earth-shattering blow, the colossal Iron Sand Giant finally succumbed and collapsed. "Yu, my summoning time is up. I must return." "I'm truly clumsy," Gamaken said slowly. "Thank you, Gamaken," Yu said gratefully. With a puff of smoke, Gamaken vanished and Yu landed softly on the ground. No sooner had he steadied himself than he heard the agonized wails of the Painless from within the dust. His heart tightened and he immediately became alert. Suddenly the Painless exploded, showering blood across the arena, to the shock of all. Then a massive crimson prison materialized out of thin air, enveloping the entire battleground. Taken aback by the sudden turn, Yu was stunned. He stared fixedly at the blood-red figure before him. Remarkably similar to the two crimson figures that had attacked him and his mother. "Who are you?" Yu demanded angrily, but the blood-red figure did not answer. With a wave of its hand, countless blood arrows shot toward Yu from all directions within the prison. The blood arrows came too fast. Yu had no time to gather chakra, and could only dodge desperately. Clutching his lightning sword, he swung it wildly to fend off the onslaught. But faced with ever-increasing arrows, he sustained several wounds. Coughing up blood, Yu ignored his injuries, retreating, while rapidly forming hand seals to gather lightning-released chakra. Just then the blood-red figure extended another hand, releasing a torrent of blood mist that surged toward Yu like a raging sea. In response, Yu quickly formed a white spear in his right hand, and hurled it without hesitation into the blood mist. Lightning release, spiraling shadow pierce. With a mighty roar, Yu poured all his strength into the attack. The spiraling spear, carrying immense force and destructive power, shot through the blood mist like a blazing meteor. Under its impact, the blood mist was torn open, revealing a massive gap. But a blood-red hand shot out from the gap, seizing Yu with astonishing speed. Yu immediately sensed danger and tried to gather chakra to use White Flash to escape, but to his horror, the chakra he had just mustered dissipated instantly. It was as if an invisible force had devoured his chakra, rendering him unable to use any jutsu. Then the blood-red figure's hand clenched violently. With a series of crisp, bone-breaking sounds, a searing pain shot through Yu. His body felt as if crushed by an immense pressure, countless bones fracturing. Though Yu had always shown remarkable resilience, he could not help but let out a scream of excruciating agony. Yet because the field was sealed by the blood prison, those outside could not see what was happening inside. They could only hear Yu's hair-raising screams. Nan's Qingying's heart jolted violently, her gaze fixed tightly on the blood-colored prison, completely unaware that her palm had been pierced by her nails from excessive forced blood slowly dripping. In the audience, Hinata looked anxiously at Naruto beside her, and asked in a low voice, "Naruto, will you be alright?" Naruto's expression turned grave. He stood up and stared intently at the blood-colored prison, replying in a low tone. "Yu's chakra is getting weaker." Inside the blood-colored prison, the blood-colored figure released its massive hand, and Yu fell from midair like a kite with a broken string crashing heavily onto the ground. The bones throughout his body seemed to have been broken countless times, every part sending piercing pain. Yu still struggled stubbornly to stand up, but eventually his body collapsed weakly onto the ground. The blood-colored figure slowly walked towards Yu, each step carrying a heavy sense of oppression, his voice as ferocious as a demon's. "I've been looking for you for a long time." Hearing the blood-colored figure's words, Yu raised his head with difficulty, and suddenly he noticed the pendant lying ahead. Enduring excruciating pain, Yu crawled forward with all his might, his right hand reaching out towards the pendant. Every movement sent a heart-wrenching agony through him. Finally, the tips of Yu's fingers touched the pendant. Just then, a blood-red foot appeared without warning above Yu's hand and stomped down fiercely. Yu endured immense pain, but he clenched his teeth and held onto the pendant tightly, refusing to let go until his hand and the pendant were crushed together. The blood-colored figure frowned, bent down to pick up the photo inside the pendant, and stared at the red-haired woman in the photo, muttering to himself, "This woman looks a bit familiar, but she must be just another test subject." After saying that, he gently pinched the photo, and it instantly turned to ashes, disappearing along with the sealing power inside the pendant. Outside the blood-colored prison, Naruto had already entered the Nine-Tails Sage mode. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Naruto jerked his head up. At the same time, Gara Killer, Biatarumi Mei, Kuratsuchi, Darui, Chijuro, Konohamaru, and Nan's Chingying also felt the powerful pressure descending from the sky. They all looked up at the sky and saw it covered with dense dark clouds. In the blink of an eye, a black lightning bolt tore across the sky, striking straight down toward the ground like a sword, piercing through the blood-colored prison. Inside the prison, Yu's eyes underwent a startling transformation. A blood-red whirlpool pattern emerged in his pupils. The blood-colored figure's expression changed, but before he could react, a black lightning bolt shot through the blood-colored prison and struck him directly. The terrifying power instantly dealt a heavy blow to the blood-colored figure, leaving his body unable to move. This lightning! What is going on? In the blood-colored figure's dazed state, Yu's right hand, crackling with black lightning, appeared before him like a phantom. As the blood mist in the arena gradually dissipated, Nan's Chingying anxiously searched everywhere for Yu's figure. Finally, under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Yu's right hand, flashing with black lightning, pierced through the chest of the blood-colored figure. The blood-colored figure let out a painful groan, and then revealed its true form. Shockingly, the blood-colored figure's body was covered in bloody, mangled wounds, and at its heart a twisted human face was growing. When the people of Kumogakure saw that face, their expressions instantly turned extremely grim, and disbelief filled their eyes. Gara keenly noticed the change in Darui's expression, and couldn't help but feel puzzled, quickly asking, "Fifth Raikage, what's wrong?" Darui took a deep breath, his face turning grave, and said slowly, "That face on the heart of the blood-colored figure belongs to the Kumogakure ninja, who went missing during the Shinobi World Conference." As soon as the words were spoken, everyone around was stunned, their faces full of shock. At that moment, Yu's pupils in the arena had returned to normal, but the killing intent in his eyes grew even stronger. He coldly demanded of the blood-colored figure, "What did you just say?" Just then, although severely wounded, the blood-colored figure still stubbornly fought back. Its head suddenly opened a huge mouth and lunged fiercely at Yu to devour him. However, Yu reacted with lightning speed. His eyes turned cold, and he directly split the blood-colored figure along with the face at its heart in two. With a dull thud, the blood-colored figure finally fell silent. Just then, Shikamaru was the first to snap out of it, quickly strode onto the stage, and announced loudly, "The first place of this Shinobi World Conference goes to Yu." However, the people in the audience were still immersed in shock, slow to come to their senses, and even forgot to applaud or cheer. They widened their eyes and whispered among themselves, "What was that just now? Is it Wu? Why is there a human face on his left chest? Has Wu been killed by Yu?" At this moment, Naruto, who had already deactivated his Nine-Tails Sage mode, looked at Yu on the field, whose eyes were filled with sorrow, and was also pondering what had just happened inside the blood-colored prison. Could you really have? In the audience, Chingyua's face was full of shock. She turned to Ino beside her in disbelief. Ino was also at a loss, unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, on the competition stage, after hearing Shikamaru announce his victory, Yu finally could no longer hold on. His body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. "Yu!" Nan's Chingying was greatly alarmed, and without hesitation she leaped down from the audience, rushed to Yu's side, held him tightly in her arms, and rapidly formed hand seals to perform a healing formation. Before the medical team arrived, a woman with short cherry blossom-colored hair came to the competition ground. "Let me handle it." The next morning, golden sunlight streamed through the window of Konoha Hospital, falling onto the hospital bed and illuminating Yu's face. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the warmth of the sunlight, but his heart still felt empty and lost. What did the blood-colored figure mean by test subject? Nan's Chingying, who had been sleeping beside the bed, also woke up. Seeing that Yu was awake, a glimmer of joy flashed in her eyes, and she hugged him tightly, asking with concern, Are you okay? Do you feel any discomfort? Feeling the warmth of Nan's Qingying's embrace, you was about to say something when suddenly a knock came from outside the ward, and then the door was pushed open forcefully. Byakuya rushed in with an anxious expression, followed closely by Xiaozi. The two of them had waited outside the door all night and finally witnessed Yu's awakening. Byakuya walked excitedly to the bedside and asked with concern, Are you alright, you guy? Seeing the dark circles under their eyes, Yu felt a warmth in his heart. I'm fine. Walking home, Yu's heart weighed heavy as the blood-red figure's words echoed incessantly in his mind. Suddenly 2 familiar silhouettes appeared ahead. Chongwu and Shueiyue. They looked deeply anxious, as though they had been searching for him relentlessly. Xiaoyu, are you alright? Chongwu's voice brimmed with genuine concern. Yu gazed at them, warmth stirring within his chest. Yet he shook his head gently. Uncle Chongwu, I'm fine. The blood-red figure had come for him alone. He refused to draw others into peril. After parting ways with Chongwu and Shueiyue, Yu returned home. Lying on his bed, his thoughts churned wildly. Sleep remained elusive. At dawn the next day, a sharp knock sounded at his dormitory door. Having lain awake all night, Yu rose and opened the door, to find Nan's Qingying standing there. A trace of worry softened her features as she said, Xiaoyu, why are your dark circles so pronounced? Are you unwell? Yu stifled a yawn, attempting to mask his exhaustion. Teacher Qingying, has something happened? The 7th Hokage has summoned us to the Hokage's office, where the 5th Kazekage is also present. It concerns vital intelligence about that blood-red figure. At those words, Yu's eyes lit up instantly, his weariness dispelled like mist at sunrise. Without hesitation, he seized Nan's Qingying's wrist and dashed toward the Hokage tower. Within moments, they arrived at the Hokage's office. Most of those assembled were faces Yu recognized: the 7th Hokage Shikamaru, the 5th Kazekage Gaara Konohamaru, and Sarutobi Aoi. A tall golden-haired woman with emerald eyes stood silently behind Shikamaru. Her hair bound in 4 short braids, a massive iron fan slung across her back. Another figure stood behind Gaara, a man clad in black full body, attire, his face painted with violet markings, a puppet strapped to his back. Once all had gathered, Gaara spoke. For some time now, we have been diligently gathering and collating intelligence on the missing shinobi. Through meticulous analysis, our intelligence division has preliminarily identified the enemy's lair in the southwestern region of the Land of Wind. Moreover, for the past 3 months, the enemy has remained completely dormant. Gaara paused briefly before continuing. Yet last night 5 of our reconnaissance shinobi were discovered and slain during surveillance. One mortally wounded managed to transmit critical data via puppet before death, confirming the enemy's stronghold lies beneath an underground palace in a village deep in the Land of Wind's southwest. Konohamaru glanced at Nan's Qingying, then asked Gaara directly, Kazekage-sama, do we have any intelligence on the enemy's combat capabilities? Gaara replied solemnly, according to last night's report, at least 6 such blood-red figures remain. What? At least 6? Sarutobi Aoi's face paled with alarm, and his recently healed right leg began throbbing anew. Konohamaru watched his wayward younger kinsman with weary resignation. Konohamaru, Qingying, Xiaoyu, and Sarutobi Aoi. You 4 shall form a reconnaissance team to investigate the disappearances in the Land of Wind. Kankuro of Sunagakure will assist you on site. Naruto spoke. And just then a clear, resolute voice cut through the silence. Naruto, I wish to join this mission. It was Temari. Naruto turned toward her, only for Shikamaru standing before Temari to whirl around and snap, Idiot, do you grasp how perilous this mission truly is? You haven't undertaken a field assignment in ages. Shikamaru hadn't finished before Temari interrupted. I know full well, but Gaara and Kankuro are my brothers and Sunagakure is my home. How could I stand aside while they face danger? Her gaze was unwavering, fierce, unyielding, as if etching her resolve into the very air. Shikamaru sighed softly. He knew better than to contest Temari's iron will. Yet after only half a breath's hesitation, he unclasped the jade pendant from his neck and fastened it around hers. Fool, return safely. You're not just Sunagakure's future. You're mine and Kankuro's too. Watching their faint blushes, Naruto, flushed slightly, cleared his throat and dismissed the assembly. As the group departed, he murmured softly, Xiaoshue, your assistance is required. Understood, Hokage-sama. A masked ANBU shinobi materialized beside Naruto, then vanished without a trace. That afternoon the team convened at the designated rendezvous and set out for Sunagakure. En route, Gaara turned to you. You are the sole person who has engaged the blood-red figure in combat. Can you describe its abilities? A flicker of contemplation passed across Yu's eyes before he spoke slowly regarding that blood-red figure. It can manifest a crimson prison and manipulate blood mist within it to launch attacks. More critically, colossal hands formed from the mist-drain chakra from anyone they touch. At these words, the assembled shinobi grew grave. The enemy's power was indeed formidable. Yu continued, though it consumed shinobi from Kumogakure, it never employed their techniques, relying solely on magnet release. This suggests its original identity was likely a shinobi highly skilled in magnet release. If absorbing Kumogakure shinobi wasn't to acquire their jutsu, then the most plausible purpose was sustaining its own physical form. Thus when I pierced that human face upon its visage the figure instantly disintegrated. In other words, the face embedded in its chest may be its true vulnerability. As you laid out his deductions the others listened in stunned silence. However implausible, the logic held undeniable weight. Gaara regarded you with quiet admiration, inwardly marveling, remarkable. Naruto's disciple not only surpasses peers in strength, but possesses extraordinary analytical acuity. Nan's Qingying meanwhile watched you in silent devotion. Her gaze tender, unwavering in its trust. Guided by you the team pressed onward. And 2 days later Sunagakure rose before them. As the sun dipped low casting amber light across the dunes the village emerged in the distance. A tranquil oasis encircled by endless desert radiating a unique ancient serenity. Just then, a contingent of Sunagakure shinobi approached. Among them a petite young woman with sun-kissed hair, and a sweet smile broke from the group and rushed to Gaara's side. Master, how did the shinobi world exchange go? Did anything fascinating happen? She asked eagerly. Recognizing his apprentice Matsuri, Gaara offered a rare gentle smile. This year's exchange showcased several exceptionally promising young shinobi. Matsuri. These are shinobi from Konoha dispatched to aid our investigation into the disappearances. Matsuri nodded politely. Then her eyes swept over the assembled team. Finally they settled upon you. She frowned slightly and turned to Gaara. Master, is he really one of the Konoha shinobi assisting us? He hardly looks like a formidable fighter. Gaara glanced at you, who stood stiffly, brow furrowed, and cleared his throat. Matsuri, he is this year's champion of the shinobi world exchange. What? Matsuri's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at you, utterly astonished that so youthful a boy could be the exchange's undisputed victor. Early the next morning before the sun had risen the group had already arrived at the outskirts of the underground palace where the blood-red figure had been seen. Konohamaru calmly arranged the formation, positioning Temari and Kankuro, who excelled at long-range combat, at the rear of the team to maximize their firepower. Nan's Qingying, who controlled the main formation, was placed in the center of the team to oversee the entire battle. You stood at the very back. As for Konohamaru himself, he walked at the very front with Sarutobi Aoi. After everything was ready the group slowed their pace and cautiously entered the entrance of the underground palace. Although it was still morning the underground palace was pitch black, so dark that one could not see their own hand. Konohamaru had no choice but to light a torch and lead the way forward. Just as they entered the underground palace a sinister laugh echoed from its depths. A figure in a blood-red robe bared its teeth, revealing a ferocious grin. Haha, letting that puppet go really lured in some high-quality ingredients. The underground palace was thick with a heavy stench of blood. Smears of blood and piles of white bones were visible everywhere on the walls and floor. Even battle-hardened Temari and Kankuro couldn't help but feel a chill creeping into their hearts. Oddly enough, however, they encountered no traps along the way. As they walked the group suddenly found 3 branching paths ahead, plunging them into deep thought. Each path was fraught with unknown dangers, making it difficult to choose. Maybe we should all go together. Sarutobi Aoi was also feeling somewhat afraid. Going together makes it easy to lose the target. If the blood-red figure escapes, it will only be harder to capture later. Konohamaru shook his head, rejecting the proposal. After a moment of contemplation, Konohamaru spoke. Temari, Kankuro, you two work well together. Take the left passage. Sarutobi Aoi, you two take the right passage. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 voices of objection arose. Brother Konohamaru, we have good synergy. Let's stick together. Sarutobi Aoi raised a dissent. I want to go with teacher Qingying. Yu's tone was firm. Left with no choice, Konohamaru went with Sarutobi Aoi through the middle passage, while Yu and Nan's Qingying took the right passage. Temari and Kankuro advanced along the left passage. Suddenly 2 blood-red figures appeared ahead. Kankuro, let's go. Temari pulled the large iron fan from her back and spoke with resolute eyes. It's been a while since we fought together, sister. Kankuro took out his puppet from behind. It was the former Akatsuki member Sasori of the Red Sand. Deep within the underground palace, the figure in the blood-red robe muttered softly, Ninja from Sunagakure have run into Blood 4 and Blood 5. Things are getting interesting. The 2 blood-red figures said nothing. They raised their hands and countless blood arrows flew toward the duo like raindrops. Wind release, great sickle weasel. Temari swung her iron fan, injecting chakra into the wind to create a storm that struck like a blade. The blood arrows were all scattered and several wind blades sped toward the 2 blood-red figures at an astonishing speed. Blood 4 raised a hand and a massive blood barrier appeared before him, blocking the wind blades. But Kankuro's puppet Sasori had already silently arrived behind the barrier, its twin rotary blades on the shoulders swiftly attacking Blood 4. Just then a giant blood-red hand suddenly extended from the side and grabbed hold of the puppet Sasori. It was Blood 5 who had been standing nearby all along. For a moment Kankuro was stunned to find that his puppet could not break free from the giant blood-red hand's grip. At the same time Blood 4 conjured a blood-red blade that shot swiftly toward the puppet Sasori. Just as the blade was about to strike the puppet, a violent storm suddenly erupted, forming a sharp air blade that instantly severed the giant blood-red hand. Kankuro seized the opportunity to quickly retract the puppet Sasori, narrowly dodging the attack. Kankuro looked at his sister with an embarrassed expression. "Sister, I was too careless." Temari did not blame him, saying calmly, "Save the apologies until after we win." With that, she began to gather chakra in her iron fan, ready to launch another attack. Wind release, air dance. With a soft shout from Temari, a powerful gust of wind surged from the iron fan, forming a furious tornado that swept toward the enemy with fierce momentum. The powerful airflow created by the iron fan surged like a raging torrent, sweeping past and stirring up dust that formed a murky barrier obscuring the two blood-red figures' vision. Blood 4 and Blood 5 quickly erected a blood wall for defense. However, the wall could not fully withstand the impact of the airflow and began to crack. Kankuro keenly seized this opportunity. He swiftly manipulated Sasori's puppet to extend a jet tube from its palm, unleashing a massive burst of flames. The flames surged forward like a roaring dragon, charging straight at the two blood-red figures. They pierced through the blood wall in an instant, engulfing them in blazing fire. Red's secret technique, Great Flame Bomb. Kankuro shouted, his voice filled with confidence and power. The scorching flames kicked up a huge cloud of dust, as if about to devour the entire cave. Kankuro looked smugly at the sea of fire before him, a smirk on his lips. These blood-red figures are nothing special. Temari was about to warn Kankuro not to be overconfident, when dozens of blood-red hands suddenly burst out of the smoke like demonic tentacles, reaching violently toward the two. Temari's face turned pale. She quickly retreated, trying to evade the pursuing blood hands. But Kankuro, caught off guard due to his earlier carelessness, was seized tightly by a blood hand and couldn't break free. Kankuro was horrified to find that his chakra was rapidly draining. He struggled to escape, but the giant blood-red hand held him fast. Seeing Kankuro trapped, Temari was frantic. She gathered chakra in her iron fan, ready to cut the blood hand, but then she felt herself slowly sinking. She looked down. The original rocky ground had somehow turned into a pool of blood. She tried to move her body but found her feet already submerged in the blood. As the smoke cleared, Blood 4, using his remaining right hand to control the blood hand, grinned viciously. "No one's getting away." Meanwhile, Blood 5 had already plunged into the blood pool, preparing to deliver the final blow to Temari. The dark, thick blood pool made it hard for Temari to breathe. Her consciousness gradually blurred and hallucinations appeared before her eyes. Suddenly, the jade-shaped pendant on her chest seemed to emit a brilliant light, pulling her thoughts back. She remembered Shikamaru and Shikadai waiting for her at home, remembered their warm smiles. She couldn't die like this. Outside the blood pool, Kankuro was barely alive, his face pale as paper, yet he still struggled, tenaciously refusing to give up. Temari gritted her teeth, bit her finger, and let the blood drip into the blood pool. Summoning technique, attack type, cutting dance. A white weasel wielding a sickle appeared in the blood pool, launching a series of fierce slashing attacks. The attacks covered a wide range, lasted a long time, and were extremely destructive. Each slash carried a fierce momentum, as if tearing the very space apart. After a continuous onslaught, the blood pool finally could not withstand the pressure, and was torn open with a massive gash. Saved. Outside the blood pool, the blood hand that had been gripping Kankuro was also severed in this wave of attacks, allowing Kankuro to break free. Temari asked with concern, "Kankuro, are you okay? Can you still fight?" Kankuro looked at the situation before him, and a surge of fighting spirit rose in his heart. He realized that this was not the time to back down. He had to give it his all. So, mustering his last ounce of strength, he manipulated the puppet Sasori to spew blazing flames from its palm. At the same time, Temari and the white weasel above began to swing their iron fan and sickle, generating gusts of wind that resonated with the flames below. Scorch, release, white whirlwind flame. The powerful wind pillar merged with the flames, transforming into a scorching white whirlwind. This immense force, like a ferocious beast, roared toward the blood pool and the blood wall formed by the blood-red figures. In the face of such power, the blood pool and blood wall were instantly destroyed. The two blood-red figures could not withstand the impact of this force either, and were ultimately incinerated, turning to ash. Only then did Temari's tense heart finally relax. Kankuro collapsed on the ground nearby, managed a faint smile. "Sis, that move wasn't bad." Temari rolled her eyes at him and pursed her lips, "Of course." But soon Temari frowned again, speaking with worry. "I wonder how they're doing." On the right side of the passage, two blood-red figures blocked the path of Yu and Nan's Qingying. Deep within the underground palace, the blood-red robed figure stood in the pool of blood, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his lips. He murmured with a hint of curiosity, "Little one, what other secrets lie within those eyes of yours? I hope you won't disappoint me." Just then, as Nan's Qingying prepared to strike, Yu reached out to stop her. "Qingying-sensei, let me take the offense this time. I'll leave the defense to you." Nan's Qingying said nothing, merely nodding slightly, as blue light flickered in her hands. Yu turned to face the two blood-red figures, a chill glinting in his eyes as a crimson vortex pattern swirled within his pupils. Nan's Qingying was astonished, her mind racing with thoughts. Xiao Yu's eyes. No, even his chakra nature has transformed. An intense coldness and darkness emanated. You gripped his sword in his left hand, white lightning coiling around it, as he charged toward the two blood-red figures. Shui-san and Shui-Lu raised their hands and countless blood-red arms surged toward you like a tidal wave. Yet in Yu's eyes these blood arms moved with noticeable slowness. He easily evaded them, his lightning-wreathed blade slicing through the obstructing arms one after another. His form moved like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Shui-Lu, his lightning sword swinging without hesitation. Shui-Lu struggled desperately to dodge, but was still struck by Yu's attack. His left hand was severed, blood gushing forth as he staggered backward in terror. Meanwhile, Shui-san on Yu's right suddenly opened a gaping maw and lunged straight at Yu. Seeing this, Nan's Qingying moved to deploy a defensive barrier to protect him. But Yu was a step faster. His right hand instantly transformed into a gleaming blade of radiant white light, delivering a swift, devastating side slash. The strike was as swift as lightning, landing precisely on Shui-san's neck, severing both his head and the twisted face that had emerged on his chest. Shui-san's body crumpled to the ground, motionless. Behind him, Shui-san's expression twisted into shock and fury. He extended his right arm, quickly grabbed Shui-san's remains, and dragged them back to his side. Just as Yu and Nan's Qingying were puzzled, a shocking scene unfolded. Shui-Lu opened his mouth and devoured Shui-san's body into himself. As Shui-Lu swallowed, a second horrific face suddenly appeared on the right side of his chest. At the same time, his aura surged, growing even more formidable. Then several sharp blood spikes burst from his body, hurtling toward Yu like arrows. Yu retreated steadily, finally returning to Nan's Qingying side. Truly unexpected. These blood-red figures can actually devour each other. Nan's Qingying exclaimed in awe. Yu said nothing, raising his hands to begin gathering lightning chakra. His gaze sharpened as if it could pierce through any obstacle. Meanwhile, Shui-Lu sensed the danger and reacted swiftly, summoning a colossal blood-red head that lunged toward Yu and Nan's Qingying with a terrifying aura. Yu's hands clenched tightly, white lightning flickering between them as they gradually formed two sharp lightning spears. With a powerful swing, he hurled the two white thunder spears like bolts of lightning toward the blood-red head. The white spears collided with the blood-red head in midair, producing a deafening roar. The entire cave trembled, light bursting in all directions. Finally, two dazzling beams of white light pierced through the blood-red head, continuing their flight toward Shui-Lu. Shui-Lu felt an unprecedented threat and hastily erected a blood-red barrier to block the fatal strike. Yet, even the powerful defense could not withstand the penetrating force of the white spears. Under the violent impact of white lightning, Shui-Lu's body began to crumble, disintegrating into dust. With Shui-Lu's disappearance, the right passage of the underground palace could no longer bear the force and collapsed entirely. Meanwhile, in the central corridor, Yuan Feiqing was fleeing desperately, his face bruised and swollen. A tall blood-red figure followed closely behind him, but upon closer inspection it was no longer humanoid. A blood-red giant over 10 feet tall stood, its veins clearly visible, bulging tendons threatening to burst through the skin. The giant's body was covered with more than a dozen twisted faces, each expressing agony and ferocity. Its thick arms swung wildly, each strike gouging deep craters into the ground. "Brother Konohamaru, help! I can't hold on much longer!" Yuan Feiqing cried out in terror and despair, feeling his body reaching its limits. He panted heavily as he ran, knowing that if this continued he would soon be caught. Meanwhile, Konohamaru was not faring well either. He had been sent flying over 10 meters by a heavy punch from the blood giant, crashing into the wall and spitting blood. Only now was he regaining his senses. Konohamaru bit his finger, slapped the ground, and summoned a small monkey. This was his summoning beast, Yuan Luo. Summoning technique Yuan Luo. Konohamaru shouted, his voice filled with determination and defiance. He knew this might be their last chance. If they failed, they would both die here. Just then, Yuan Feiqing was cornered by the blood giant, with no escape, forced to watch helplessly as the giant approached step by step. Suddenly a staff struck the blood giant's abdomen, extending rapidly and sending the giant flying deep into the underground palace. It was the Rui Jingu Bang, transformed from Yuan Luo. "Great! We did it!" Yuan Feiqing shouted excitedly. Yet Konohamaru did not relax at all, knowing that the battle was far from over. Unexpectedly, it's the ones from the central passage who arrived first. A voice came from the darkness, tinged with mockery. The blood-red robed figure slowly emerged, his silhouette shrouded in shadow, but his eyes glowed with an eerie light. He looked toward the entrance of the central passage, where two figures stood. Yuan Fei Konohamaru and Yuan Feiqing. It seems we're the first to arrive," Yuan Feiqing said smugly. But Konohamaru ignored Yuan Feiqing calmly, observing the depths of the underground palace. His gaze swept across the right corner, where an unknown formation emanated a mysterious aura. Then his eyes fell on the central blood spring, which still churned as if possessing endless vitality. The blood spring was connected to a dense array of containers, each filled with liquid, within which vague human shapes could be discerned. Bubbles occasionally rose from some containers, sending a chill down one's spine. In the container directly above the blood spring, the silhouette of a woman with long red hair was faintly visible. Konohamaru's gaze finally settled on the blood-red robed figure, his eyes filled with vigilance. "You're the mastermind behind all this, aren't you?" The blood-red robed figure did not speak, but instead turned his gaze to the blood giant lying on the ground nearby. At that moment the blood giant let out a deafening roar, stood up once more, and charged toward Konohamaru and Yuanfei Qing with heavy steps. Seeing this, Konohamaru's expression grew even more grim. He thought to himself, "This is not going to be easy." The Crimson Giant leaped with tremendous force, its right fist crashing down like a cannonball toward Mu Yiwan and Yuanfei Qing. Faced with such a ferocious assault, the two were forced to retreat repeatedly, while the ground was pounded into massive craters one after another. "Qing, we need to keep our distance and find the right opportunity to strike," Mu Yiwan warned Yuanfei Qing as he swiftly formed hand seals. With a low shout, Mu Yiwan expelled a stream of flame that carried a burning effect. However, the Crimson Giant showed no fear, charging straight into the fire, completely ignoring its threat. The flames only left a scorched mark on the Crimson Giant's skin, without causing much damage. Fire release, great flame technique. Yuanfei Qing seized the moment and spat out a fierce ball of fire, which spread rapidly toward the Crimson Giant. The giant was engulfed in searing flames, letting out a pained roar. However, before Yuanfei Qing could savor his triumph, he suddenly noticed a blazing giant rising from the sea of fire, charging toward him with raging flames. Seizing the opening, Mu Yiwan did not hesitate to bite his finger and perform the summoning technique. A massive purple toad wielding two swords descended from the sky, crashing down heavily on the Crimson Giant, but the giant punched it into a puff of smoke. Gritting his teeth, Mu Yiwan drew his chakra blade and charged at the Crimson Giant. Chakra blade, true one stroke. He infused the blade with wind-release chakra, causing it to emit a blue glow, and slashed at the Crimson Giant. However, the attack did not inflict much damage on the Crimson Giant, merely leaving two shallow wounds on its chest. In return, Mu Yiwan was met with a terrifyingly powerful giant fist. Startled, he hastily raised his arms to block, but the immense force was still overwhelming. Boom! A loud crash echoed as Mu Yiwan's body was sent flying backward like a cannonball, slamming violently into the wall. Intense pain shot through his body. He clenched his teeth and struggled to stay conscious. However, before he could react, the Crimson Giant was already upon him, ready to deliver a fatal blow. At that critical moment, a sharp wind blade sliced through the air like lightning, striking straight at the giant's wrist. Slash! Blood sprayed as the Crimson Giant let out a pained roar, its attack halting instantly. Seizing the opportunity, a puppet quickly flew over, grabbed Mu Yiwan, and rescued him from danger. The newcomers were Shouju and Qin Jiulang. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Shouju smiled slightly, gently waving her fan, which sent out a gentle breeze. At the same time, the right passage exploded open. Great ball Rasengan. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, thick smoke billowed out. Yu and Nanzai Qingying finally arrived at the depths of the underground palace. Seeing the injured Mu Yiwan, Nanzai Qingying quickly went to his side and performed a healing formation. A soft light enveloped Mu Yiwan's body, and his wounds healed at a visible rate. "Qingying, thank you." He took a deep breath and began to survey the depths of the underground palace. His gaze wandered around as if searching for something. As if guided by a special resonance, his eyes involuntarily fixed on the container above the blood pool. When he saw the pitiful state of the red-haired woman inside the container, Yu's pupils constricted sharply, followed by a surge of fury. The container seemed to be constantly draining the woman's energy, channeling it down into the blood pool below. The woman's eyes were tightly shut, her face twisted in pain, and her already ethereal form grew increasingly dim. An uncontrollable rage surged within Yu, his gaze turning sharp and fierce. He clenched his teeth tightly, his hands balled into fists, every muscle taut with anger. At that moment, he completely lost his reason, with only one thought in his mind: save that woman. "Mother!" Yu's voice was low and hoarse, as he transformed into a blinding white light, charging at the container with astonishing speed. His figure left a brilliant trail of light in the air, like a meteor streaking across the sky. However, just as he was about to reach the container, the Crimson Giant appeared on his right, its eyes gleaming with a blood-red light, exuding boundless murderous intent. It swung its right fist with immense power and momentum directly at Yu. A loud crash echoed as Yu was brutally smashed into the ground by the giant's fist, forming a massive crater. Yu coughed up several mouthfuls of blood and struggled to crawl out of the pit. His face was as pale as paper, but his eyes remained resolute. He stared fixedly at the container, the fire in his heart burning ever brighter. He could not let his mother suffer any more harm. No matter the cost, he would rescue her. Just as Yu was about to charge at the container again, the Crimson Giant launched another attack. This time its movements were faster and more ferocious, its fist howling toward Yu. A flash of determination crossed Yu's eyes. He had braced himself for the blow. However, at the critical moment, a massive blue defensive formation appeared in front of Yu. The one who acted was none other than Nanzai Qingying. However, the Crimson Giant's power was too overwhelming. Even Nanzai Qingying's defensive formation could not withstand its attack. With a sharp crack, the formation was instantly shattered by the giant's fist. Just as the giant's fist was about to strike Yu, its movement suddenly halted. The Crimson Giant's massive body was now covered in thick frost, standing in place like a colossal ice sculpture. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the darkness. She had beautiful blue hair, wore an ANBU mask, and her eyes were cold and sharp. It was the mysterious girl you had encountered in the forest during the Chunin exam. You did not stop, he continued rushing toward the container. But at that moment the frost on the Crimson Giant suddenly shattered, and its body regained mobility, blocking Yu's path once again. Yu halted, his eyes fixed on the Crimson Giant before him, a flicker of killing intent in his gaze. Shall you calm down? Acting like this will only make you accomplish nothing. Nanzai Qingying's voice reached Yu's ears. Hearing her words, Yu took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, and looked at the Crimson Giant, speaking slowly. Do you want to die that badly? The sword in Yu's hand shimmered with dazzling lightning, the electricity coiling around the blade like a winding white serpent. At the same time his pupils also changed, turning from black to blood red with a swirling pattern emerging. Temari stared in astonishment at Yu's eyes. Their gaze radiated an overwhelming, terrifying ocular power. Could it be? Konohamaru's heart lurched. This boy still possessed such formidable strength. Asuma Sarutobi curled his lips in disdain and muttered under his breath, barely audible. Nothing but pretentious theatrics. You vanished in a blur. Rushing headlong toward the Crimson Giant. The Crimson Giant roared and hurled its right fist forward with crushing force, aiming to intercept Yu's assault. Yet Yu swerved aside with fluid grace. Simultaneously, he swept his lightning blade across the giant's palm, carving a searing gash that tore upward along its arm to the shoulder, spraying crimson mist into the air. The massive Rasengan in his hand blazed like a falling star as it slammed into the giant's waist. The sheer explosive force drove the crimson behemoth staggering backward, skidding over 10 meters across the ground. Yet the giant swiftly regained its footing. The colossal Rasengan had inflicted little true damage. Enraged, it bellowed and charged Yu once more. At that moment the blue-haired girl stepped forward. With a gentle flick of her wrist, countless razor-sharp ice spikes coalesced midair, then rained down upon the Crimson Giant like a merciless storm. The icy projectiles pierced its flesh, leaving dense clusters of wounds that sent sharp jolts of pain coursing through its massive frame. Meanwhile, far away, Kankuro sprang into action without hesitation. He manipulated his puppet Sasori, whose palms erupted with a torrent of blazing fire, launching a molten projectile like a roaring cannonball straight into the giant's chest. Red secret technique, Great Flame Bomb. Kankuro shouted. Simultaneously, Konohamaru and Asuma Sarutobi refused to be outdone. They exhaled twin torrents of roaring incandescent flame. Fire release, Grand Fire Technique. Both cried in unison. Meanwhile, Nan's Qingying swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a vast crimson array hovering directly above the Crimson Giant. Blazing Array. Finally, Temari channeled every ounce of her wind nature chakra into her iron fan, and with a powerful swing unleashed several howling tornadoes. The vortices merged seamlessly with the inferno, intensifying the flames into something wilder, fiercer, more terrifying than before. Within that scorching maelstrom, the Crimson Giant let out a shriek of agony. Yu summoned 2 gleaming white lances in his hands, drew a deep breath, and hurled them with lethal precision into the heart of the blazing conflagration where the Crimson Giant stood. Boom! 2 deafening detonations echoed as one. The shock wave rippled outward with devastating force, shattering the weakened giant outright. Its massive body crashed heavily to the ground, motionless at last. Just as the group believed the threat vanquished, the scarlet liquid in the blood pool surged violently, engulfing the fallen giant completely. Before their horrified eyes, the giant's form swelled grotesquely, its stature ballooning until it towered nearly 3 zhang high. An oppressive, suffocating aura radiated from it, sweeping toward them like a tidal wave of dread. No! Asuma Sarutobi's face paled. How could this monster grow even stronger? My chakra is utterly depleted. Asuma Sarutobi slumped helplessly onto the ground, gasping raggedly for breath. Though I hate to admit it, my chakra is nearly exhausted too. Kankuro shook his head wearily, his body trembling with exhaustion, unable to continue fighting. Temari tightened her grip on her iron fan, gritting her teeth in resolve. But facing such overwhelming might, fear and despair clung thickly to every heart. Nan's Qingying turned silently toward Yu beside her. Konohamaru scanned the battlefield, frustration burning in his expression. Damn it! Let's retreat. But before he could finish, Yu cut him off. His gaze swept steadily across his comrades. Calm, unwavering, resolute. Could you all hold the Crimson Giant at bay for just a moment? Konohamaru frowned sharply, irritation flaring. This isn't the time for heroics, Yu. Now is no moment to play the lone warrior. Ignoring Konohamaru, Yu turned instead toward the red-haired woman suspended within the vessel above the blood pool, and whispered softly, "That is my mother." His words struck them like thunder. None had imagined the crimson-haired woman could be Yu's mother. After a silent pause, Nan's Qingying lifted her gaze toward the towering giant. Temari and Kankuro exchanged a knowing glance. Chakra flared in their palms as they locked eyes on the Crimson Giant, ready to strike at any instant. The blue-haired girl stirred faintly, her composure subtly shaken by Yu's quiet confession. Before Konohamaru could speak again, the Crimson Giant roared, a guttural, furious bellow, as it lunged toward them. Their faces hardened, they scrambled backward instinctively. Kankuro deftly maneuvered Sasori, its shoulder blades whirring like spinning blades. It only managed to carve a shallow wound across the giant's right forearm. In the next instant the giant smashed Sasori aside with a single brutal punch, sending the puppet flying. Kankuro recoiled violently, a trickle of blood blooming at the corner of his mouth. Having crushed the puppet, the giant pivoted instantly, charging straight for Temari. Just as its fist descended toward her, a thick layer of glacial ice suddenly encased its entire colossal frame. But in less than a heartbeat the ice shattered apart by the giant's raw, overwhelming power. Seizing the fleeting opening, Temari leapt back, swinging her iron fan to unleash several razor-edged wind blades that sliced cleanly across the giant's left arm. Elsewhere, Konohamaru and Asuma Sarutobi, depleted of chakra, could only hurl kunai and shuriken in desperate attempts to slow the giant's advance. Meanwhile, Nan's Chingying's hands flew through rapid seals, summoning a colossal violet array shimmering ominously overhead. Thunder Judgment Array. With a low command, countless violet lightning bolts descended from the heavens, striking the giant with deafening force. It roared in torment, then charged Nan's Chingying with murderous intent. At that very moment, a colossal phoenix forged entirely of glacial ice spread its wings and soared toward the crimson giant, wielded by the blue-haired girl. Furious, the giant swung its left fist, smashing the ice phoenix into glittering shards. Yet the immense energy contained within the avian construct inflicted grievous damage upon its right arm. Enraged beyond measure, the giant slammed its left fist into the earth, triggering a cataclysmic collapse. Dust billowed skyward as the ground fractured beneath them. Before they could regain their balance, the giant loomed before the blue-haired girl. Master, what bloodline limit could arise from combining lightning release and fire release? You asked Naruto during his training at Miyaboku Mountain. Naruto fell into deep contemplation. Such a bloodline limit was unheard of, but both lightning and fire releases possessed extraordinary destructive potential. To fuse them, the resulting power would be unimaginable. At that instant a spear, pristine white as fresh snow etched with vivid crimson veins, blazed across the air like lightning, striking the crimson giant with pinpoint accuracy and pinning it fast against the left wall of the underground chamber. And the one who had thrown it was you. Lightning Fire Spiral Absolute Shadow Spear. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the white spear adorned with crimson patterns exploded, forming a massive spiral hemisphere of flame, accompanied by thunder and lightning. It directly overturned the ground above the left side of the underground palace, reducing the blood giant to ashes. Even from dozens of meters away, the onlookers could still feel the searing heat and numbing sensation. This guy. Ken Jilong's jaw nearly dropped. This technique was terrifyingly powerful. Shoju couldn't help but marvel. Yuan Fei-Qing was already speechless with astonishment. The blue-haired girl also felt a sense of admiration. She hadn't expected that after nearly half a year apart this fellow had improved so much. Nan Zhe-Qingying approached you with some concern. You had nearly exhausted all his chakra. His right arm's clothing was burned away, revealing extensive patches of charred skin. You reckless fool, always acting so rashly. Nan Zhe-Qingying scolded softly, but her movements were swift. She formed hand seals and activated a healing formation enveloping Yu's injured right hand in layers of green light. Yu grinned, showing his teeth. He isn't that because Teacher Qingying is here. He rubbed the back of his head with his left hand, a hint of apology on his face. Just then, a sudden clapping echoed from the depths of the underground palace, the sound reverberating through the cavern. Following that, a figure draped in a blood-red robe slowly emerged, a massive scythe strapped to his back, as if he were an emissary from the underworld. It's been a long time since I've seen such delectable ingredients. The man murmured to himself, his gaze fixed on you, a glint of greed and longing in his eyes. You stared at the blood-red figure wielding the scythe ahead, and the fire of rage within him was reignited. Gripping the lightning sword tightly, he charged toward the man without hesitation. Too slow. The blood-robed man casually threw a punch that sent you crashing into the wall, leaving a massive crater in the stone. You spat out several mouthfuls of blood, countless bones in his body broken, yet he still struggled desperately to stand. Little you. Nan Zhe-Qingying rushed toward you. Who are you? Shoju demanded angrily. You may call this body of mine Blood Zero. I suppose you've come to investigate my test subjects. In that case, I have no choice but to send you all to your deaths. The blood-robed man's tone was icy. As his words fell, he raised his hand slightly, and a torrent of blood mist surged toward the group with overwhelming force. This time, it's really over. Yuan Fei-Qing collapsed to the ground in despair, his face as pale as paper. Mu Yuan gazed at the boundless blood mist, his heart filled with helplessness, knowing he was utterly powerless against such an attack. Shoju and Ken Jilong exchanged a glance and smiled bitterly in resignation. They knew escape was impossible this time, but the blue-haired girl still refused to give up, preparing for one last stand. Little you, don't be afraid. Nan Zhe-Qingying gently comforted you, holding him tightly in her arms. Yet at that moment a mysterious figure suddenly appeared before the blood mist, descending like a ghost. His presence instantly drew everyone's attention. Amaterasu. With a deep commanding voice, black flames surged forth like a mighty force, quickly engulfing and consuming the blood mist. Zuozhu! The crowd cried out in joy and relief. Zuozhu's arrival finally allowed them to breathe. Blood Zero stared at the one-armed man before him, a flicker of wariness in his eyes. But in the moment of his hesitations, Zhu, wielding the Kusanagi sword, closed in on Blood Zero with astonishing speed. Blood Zero couldn't dodge in time, and his right arm was severed cleanly. "Is this the power of your Rinnegan?" As Blood Zero's words fell, the severed right hand instantly exploded, releasing corrosive red liquid that sprayed towards Zhu. Susanoo, a purple skeletal frame, materialized instantly, fully blocking the red liquid. Seizing the brief moment, Blood Zero transformed into a blood mist carrying the container atop the blood pool, and swiftly flew toward the formation on the right side of the underground palace. "Farewell." Blood Zero left these final words before vanishing into the formation. The formation suddenly blazed with dazzling white light, as if it would illuminate the entire space. "Ameno Tajikara," Zhu muttered in a low voice, instantly appearing before the formation. He swung the Kusanagi sword without hesitation, slashing at the formation. But to his astonishment, the formation remained unharmed, not even a scratch. Yu, enduring the pain from his injuries, desperately stretched out his right hand toward the formation, but it was futile. As they stared in shock, the formation flickered again, and then Blood Zero and the container vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Zhu was about to turn and leave, when he heard Nanzai Qingying's voice. "Lords Zhu, please let me examine this formation." Nanzai Qingying carefully studied the formation, marveling inwardly. She had read extensively, and was well versed in various formations, but this one was unlike anything she had ever seen. "This might not be a formation from our world." She frowned, speaking softly. "Is there a way to reactivate this formation?" Zhu asked urgently. "I'll try." Nanzai Qingying took a deep breath, then slowly closed her eyes, focusing her mind to find a way to trigger the formation. More than 2 hours passed, and during that time the group's physical strength and chakra had recovered somewhat. Most of the Wind Country ninjas rescued from the containers were still alive, though unconscious. Zhu looked at the eerie blood spring in the hall, and was about to investigate, when he saw strange energy fluctuations detach from the spring, swirling around it. The blood spring, which had brimmed with immense vitality, gradually dried up. When the energy fluctuations finally returned to their original form, Zhu's face showed disbelief. "These are souls. Could it be impure world reincarnation?" But Zhu quickly dismissed the thought. He saw the souls contorting in agony, then all exploded, vanishing from the world entirely. While everyone was still in shock, a weak voice came from behind. Turning around, they saw a pale-faced Wind Country ninja speaking slowly. "That man is a demon." Kinjilong quickly stepped forward to support the Wind Country ninja and asked urgently, "What happened?" The ninja's voice was hoarse. "I was captured by a group of black-robed ninjas and thrown into a container. Every day I watched the blood-robed man pick people from the containers beside me, forcibly extract their souls, and then stuff them into the bodies of the living. Many people's bodies shattered instantly upon the soul's implantation, and the mutilated corpses were taken away by the black-robed ninjas. Those who survived became bloody, unrecognizable monsters." Due to his poor condition, the Wind Country ninja coughed for a long time before continuing. "Especially that giant. I don't know how many souls were stuffed into its body. We ordinary ninjas were forced to supply soul energy to the blood pool every moment. Later the black-robed ninjas seemed to disappear. After that, a soul with long red hair was locked into the container above. That soul seemed rare. The blood-robed man hasn't found a matching body yet. Oh, I remember hearing that the leader of those black-robed ninjas is called Hei Tanningzhu." Mu Yuan exclaimed. "Hei Tanningzhu? I never expected him to be involved in this matter." The group was overwhelmed by the Wind Country ninja's words, and fell into a heavy silence. Yu, however, sat alone in a corner, seemingly lost in thought. "This array's terminus lies in the land of water. It has been activated 3 times recently. Oh, grant me 1 more hour and I shall decipher it." Nan's Qingying spoke slowly, her voice edged with fatigue, yet her gaze unwavering. Konohamaru's face lit up with delight. "Truly worthy of you, Qingying. You've uncovered the clue so swiftly." Nan's Qingying offered a faint smile but made no reply to his praise. Instead, she turned her gaze toward Yu. She then bowed her head, once more wholly absorbed in her task. Sasuke stood silently nearby, lost in thought. "This array has been used thrice." Soon the array shimmered with brilliant white light. Nan's Qingying's voice, now frail and strained, murmured, "The array is active. We depart?" But before she could finish, she collapsed sideways. Temari rushed forward and caught her arm. "Qingying, are you all right?" Nan's Qingying waved her hand dismissively. "I am unharmed. Let us go." Sasuke, observing her condition, stepped forward. "Qingying, entrust the rest to us. Temari Kankuro, you remain here. The Wind Country shinobi still require your protection. Everyone else move out." With that, Sasuke strode into the array. Konohamaru followed closely behind, glancing back at Nan's Qingying with deep concern. "Qingying, rest well." Trailing Konohamaru came Asuma Sarutobi, hesitant and timid, his heart already retreating from the mission. Snow said nothing. She simply entered the array. Yu rose slowly, nodded solemnly to Nan's Qingying, and was the last to step into the transmission array. As he vanished within the light, Nan's Qingying watched his retreating silhouette, her heart heavy with quiet apprehension. The array flared once more, brilliant, blinding. And the group vanished from sight. On a coastal village near Kirigakure, a cloaked figure in black sat astride a colossal scorpion-like tail, the very appendage of Isabu the Three-Tails, whose body bristled with jagged spines. Isabu lay grievously wounded, unconscious. Suddenly the cloaked figure spotted a crimson mist hurtling toward him, and rose elated. "My lord, you have arrived at last. This turtle grows tiresome." A flash of white light descended. Sasuke and his companions materialized near Kirigakure. "Sasuke, where do we seek the Blood Zero?" Konohamaru asked. "We are close to Kirigakure. First let us consult the Mizukage." Sasuke led the group into Kirigakure. At the village gate several shinobi exchanged terse words upon seeing him. One immediately sprinted inward. Moments later Chijuro and Mei Terumi arrived, cautiously accompanied by Terumi's daughter Terumi Shomiai. "Sasuke, it seems Kirigakure still regards you with wariness." Konohamaru teased lightly. Sasuke shook his head, then turned directly to Chojuro Mizukage. "Have there been any anomalies in the Land of Water recently?" Chojuro blinked, startled, then recovered. "None whatsoever. Has something occurred?" The disappearances in the Land of Wind, and the abductions of Cloud Village shinobi during the Shinobi Summit, were orchestrated by a shadow faction who arrived in the Land of Water just hours ago. We suspect accomplices landed here even earlier. Konohamaru explained their purpose. What? The Kirigakure delegation recoiled in shock, but Chojuro had received no reports of missing shinobi lately. Suddenly a breathless shinobi dashed up to Chojuro Mizukage-sama. Just an hour ago fishermen reported combat on the western coast against a colossal turtle. What? That turtle may well be Isabu, the Three-Tails. Chojuro's expression darkened as he explained urgently. "No, they're after Isabu." At once Sasuke bolted toward Kirigakure's western shore. "Wait, Sasuke, we're coming too." Chojuro started to follow, only to be halted by Konohamaru. "Mizukage-sama, the enemy may strike Kirigakure itself. This place demands defensive strength," Konohamaru declared, grave and resolute. Without another word Konohamaru and the others set off for Kirigakure's western coast. Terumi Shomiai watched Yu's distant figure recede, brow furrowed. "Mother, Yu seems strangely altered." Mei Terumi nodded, equally unsettled. But time allowed no pause. She turned sharply to Chojuro. "Chojuro, mobilize defenses immediately. Leave no opening for the enemy." Sasuke and his team reached Kirigakure's western coast, only to find a single massive drag mark gouged across the sand, as if some immense weight had been hauled away. Following the trail they soon encountered a dense forest veiled in thick opalescent mist, a spectral white shroud enveloping every trunk and branch. The drag mark ended abruptly where the mist began. With the red-haired woman taken captive by Blood Zero, Sasuke hesitated, daring not to shatter the forest recklessly. Thus he led them forward with utmost caution into the eerie fog-draped woods. As they advanced the mist thickened. Vision blurred, distances dissolved. The surroundings blurred beyond recognition. They seemed trapped within a labyrinthine void. And the drag mark, once so clear, vanished utterly into the white. "Be wary," Sasuke cried, but instantly realized his comrades had vanished. Without warning they'd scattered, leaving only silent trees and endless suffocating fog. "Brother Konohamaru, where did they go?" Asuma Sarutobi asked, steadily staying close to Konohamaru. "Stay alert, Asuma," Konohamaru replied grimly, drawing his kunai from its sheath. His eyes scanned the mist-shrouded periphery, sensing disturbance. "It appears we've become separated," Yu observed quietly. Snow nodded, silent. Unnoticed twilight deepened, dense mist coiling through the forest like living breath. Yu and Snow remained lost within the mist-veiled forest. With no path forward, they sought a defensible haven to rest. Snow's hands flew through seals. Frigid chakra surged from her fingertips. Instantly layered ice barriers crystallized around them, forming a translucent fortress-like dome. Should intruders approach, the barrier would activate autonomously. "Thank you," Yu smiled faintly at Snow, then leapt onto a broad branch and closed his eyes. Night deepened. The mist-enshrouded forest pulsed with ancient perilous mystery. Snow leaned against the trunk, eyes closed, until she sensed Yu's chakra slipping beyond the barrier. Her brow tightened, but she said nothing. Elsewhere Konohamaru and Asuma Sarutobi fought exhaustion, but vigilance could not waver. They resolved to take turns standing watch, preserving strength for whatever danger loomed. Now Konohamaru slept while Asuma Sarutobi stood guard, eyes sharp, senses strung taut. Then, a faint rustle echoed nearby. Asuma tensed, throat dry. He tightened his grip on his weapon, ready for any foe. At that moment a figure emerged from the mist. "You? It's you. You nearly gave me a heart attack." Asuma exhaled in relief. Yet before his breath settled, Yu blurred, reappearing before him in an instant. His right hand blazed with searing white lightning, and drove unflinchingly into Asuma's chest. "You!" Asuma's eyes widened in disbelief. Blood spilled from his lips. He crumpled lifeless to the damp earth. Konohamaru snapped awake, his gaze locking onto the horror before him. Rage erupted raw and consuming. You? What are you doing? His voice cracked with fury. You offered no reply. Only a cold, hollow glance. Then with contemptuous ease he flung Asuma's limp form aside like refuse, and charged straight at Konohamaru. Conflict ignited. Deep within the mist-enshrouded forest inside a hidden palace the black-robed figure pressed his palms together, his lips curving into a cryptic knowing smile. Beside him Blood Zero absorbed Isabu's chakra with rapt focus. As the energy drained the Three Tails' colossal frame shrank, rapidly horrifyingly, into insignificance. Elsewhere Sasuke pressed onward without pause through the mist-shrouded forest, where a shadow flickered faintly amid the fog. His right eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly. Yet the shadow vanished instantly, leaving Sasuke unsettled by the uncanny occurrence. Dawn approached, its pale light beginning to pierce the veil of night. Yu slowly opened her eyes. Haku had not yet returned. At that moment a shinobi emerged from the distance. Broad-shouldered, clad in dark garb, bearing a massive cleaver across his back and a jagged scar slashing across his face, his stride deliberate and unyielding as he advanced toward you. Yu's gaze locked onto the shinobi, and her expression contorted violently, her eyes widening with unspeakable terror, her body trembling, uncontrollably paralyzed by fear. You, how are you still alive? Yu's voice trembled with disbelief and dread. The scarred shinobi remained silent, offering no reply. Without warning, he raised his great blade high, unleashing a ferocious horizontal slash aimed squarely at Yu's waist. Yu's eyes widened in horror. She tried desperately to form hand seals, but terror flooded her veins like a rising tide, freezing her limbs in place. She could only watch helpless as the blade descended upon her. At that razor-thin instant Haku appeared, launching a thunderous kick that sent the scarred shinobi hurtling backward over 10 meters like a severed puppet. Haku turned toward you, behind him concern etched in his voice. Are you all right? Yet the scarred shinobi rose unscathed, and charged forward, once more cleaver raised high. Noting Yu's vacant stare, Haku shook his head slightly, his lightning-edged sword clashing against the descending blade. Though he blocked the strike, the sheer force reverberated up his arm, searing pain flaring in his wrist. In a blur Haku reappeared behind the scarred shinobi, and bisected him cleanly at the waist. Yet grotesquely the gash sealed itself in an instant. The shinobi resumed his advance, cleaver gleaming. With no choice Haku swept you into his arms and fled, only for the scarred shinobi to materialize behind him without warning. Haku's pupils swirled crimson, attempting to summon aid, but nothing answered his call. No. My chakra is nearly spent. In the next breath the scarred shinobi delivered a crushing blow that tore a deep gash across Haku's back. Haku crashed to the ground, cradling you in his fall, gazing at the man who had shielded her, feeling his scalding blood spatter across her cheeks. You finally broke free from the suffocating grip of memory. As a child she had lived happily with her parents in a quiet, close-knit village, small in size yet rich in warmth and harmony, until one fateful day shattered that peace forever. To erase the last heir of her clan's Kekkei Genkai, and bury the truth, he slaughtered her parents and every villager. Only the 7th Hokage's timely arrival spared her life. Now faced once more with that scarred face, she could do nothing but tremble in abject fear. Was this truly the fruit of all her training? Haku's vision blurred as he murmured weakly, "Go. Leave me. I'll hold him off." Beneath her mask Yu suddenly smiled. The scarred shinobi charged again. Haku gritted his teeth, raising his lightning blade, only to find the man encased entirely in shimmering ice. "My name is Yu, not Hei." Slowly she removed her mask, and with it the ice fractured, shattering the scarred shinobi along with it. There stood a young woman, azure hair flowing like silk, lithe and graceful eyes like polished sapphire, and Haku flushed deeply, his composure crumbling. "I am Haku." Yu applied a layer of frost to his wound, and noticed a thin crimson streak tracing his right eye, yet she asked no questions. After a brief respite, they continued forward together. Unnoticed, the sun climbed steadily. Noon had arrived. "So 2 mice have dared enter the white mist forest," murmured a robed figure deep within the woods, then dissolved into silence and shadow. Suddenly Haku and you felt an overwhelming aura descend from above. Then in a blink the black-robed figure stood before them. "Who are you?" Haku demanded warily. "When did vermin earn the right to speak?" The cloaked figure flicked his hand, and an unseen force struck Haku like a hammer. Haku staggered backward over 10 meters, blood welling at the corner of his mouth. Wiping it away, his eyes widened in shock. What kind of technique was that? Beside him Yu's hands flew through seals, and in response countless razor-sharp ice spears erupted from every direction, raining down upon the cloaked figure. Yet he merely raised his right palm, and with a single effortless gesture the spears shattered like brittle glass. Yu reacted instantly, weaving another jutsu, layer upon layer of crystalline ice shields coalescing before her. Still they crumpled under the invisible assault, hurling her backward. "You, are you alright?" His attacks defy reason. Haku rushed to her side. Her eyes locked onto the cloaked figure's right palm, and froze in stunned revelation. Embedded there, pulsing with eerie power, was a Rinnegan. "Haku, be wary. His right palm bears a Rinnegan. His left may hold one too." You snapped back to awareness and warned him at once. Haku's expression hardened as childhood memories surfaced. the stories his mother had told him of the Rinnegan, but the cloaked man granted them no further time to speak. His right fingers curled slightly, and an immense gravitational pull seized Haku, wrenching him helplessly toward the figure. Shinra Tensei, Haku vanished, reappearing behind the cloaked man like a wraith, lightning blazing along his sword as he brought it down in a blinding arc. Yet the figure spoke calmly. Shinra Tensei. Spreading both palms wide, he halted Haku's blade mid-swing, as though gripped by an invisible, immovable force. Then a cataclysmic shockwave erupted from his body, hurling Haku dozens of meters away, flattening ancient trees in his path. You seized the opening, hands flashing through seals, summoning a radiant translucent ice phoenix that soared skyward before diving straight at the cloaked figure. He simply extended his left hand, and absorbed the phoenix whole into his palm. A fine chakra reserve, he mused, a satisfied smile curling his lips. You recoiled in shock, but before she could react his right hand shot out, and an irresistible suction dragged her helplessly toward him. In an instant her throat was clamped in his iron grip, her body suspended midair, while her chakra drained away at terrifying speed, siphoned relentlessly into his grasp. Then, a flash of motion, a figure streaked in like lightning, white lightning coiling around his right fist. Haku appearing at the cloaked man's right flank. The cloaked man smirked darkly, and hurled you straight toward Haku with brutal force. Haku caught her deftly, but before he could steady himself the cloaked man's right hand was already leveled at them. Too close to activate the Ikugen, or even evade. The impact struck Haku's back full force. A devastating blast hurled them both through the air, slamming them hard against the thick trunk of an ancient tree with a thunderous hollow boom. Haku, are you okay? You cried, her voice raw with anguish. I'm fine. He choked out, coughing blood, his face paling rapidly. Clearly the cloaked man's blow had gravely wounded him. Then a sudden thought sparked, and leaning close to Yu's ear he whispered softly, I have a plan. Two little mice don't think you can escape my grasp by hiding. Under these eyes of mine you cannot flee. The black-robed man sneered, his gaze sweeping across the surrounding woods, searching for traces of Yu and Shui. He strode step by step into the forest, each footfall releasing a suffocating aura. Suddenly a white long spear flew toward the black-robed man at an incredible speed. The man, unfazed, extended a hand to absorb it. Yet at that moment the white spear suddenly transformed into a puff of smoke. It was Shui using a transformation technique. Shui had intended to ambush the black-robed man with this trick, but he seemed to have anticipated it. His right hand executed the almighty push, sending Shui flying with tremendous force. Yu, who had been preparing to strike from the side, caught Shui steadily. How is this possible? Shui found it hard to believe. Two foolish mice. The black-robed man couldn't help but sneer, then removed his hat, revealing his face. Yu and Shui were stunned, for the man's eyes were a pair of Byakugan. Enough, it's time to end this tiresome game. The black-robed man extended his right hand, drawing Yu toward him. Yu turned into a white blur, landing more than 10 meters behind the man, and hurled his white spear. The black-robed man was about to turn and absorb the spear, but found his body frozen by an ice barrier on the ground. A barrier? When did this happen? Could it be? Shui, not far away, was making hand seals. If the feint couldn't freeze the man immediately, it would leave an ice mark beneath his feet. Seeing the white spear closing in, the black-robed man had no choice but to use the almighty push to deflect the attack. The universal pull cooldown 2 seconds remaining. The almighty push cooldown 5 seconds remaining. Yu blinked behind the black-robed man, a lightning sword in hand, ready to strike. Suddenly the black-robed man spun around, a black rod appearing in his hand, piercing straight through Yu's chest. Yu! Shui cried out in alarm from a distance. Yu collapsed heavily to the ground, his body severely wounded. Even the chakra within him became difficult to control due to the interference of the black rod. Yu seemed to have focused only on countering the universal pull, and the almighty push, completely ignoring the more unique abilities of the Rinnegan. The black-robed man said coldly. He extended his right hand, and a powerful suction force pulled Shui over. Using the last of her chakra, Shui formed hand seals, and released dozens of ice arrows flying toward the black-robed man. However, the ice arrows' aim was slightly off. They did not strike the black-robed man. Dying spasms. The black-robed man scoffed, his left hand swiftly executing the almighty push, sending Shui flying again. She crashed through several trees before finally stopping. Just then Yu, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly erupted. Gripping a short sword crackling with lightning, he slashed fiercely at the black-robed man's head. How is this possible? You were already suppressed by the black rod, how could you? Could it be? The black-robed man stared in astonishment, his mind suddenly recalling Shui's ice arrows that had missed their mark. It turned out those ice arrows were not off target. Shui had deliberately aimed to shatter the black rod lodged in Yu, freeing him. The black-robed man could only raise his right hand to block. Blood splattered as his hand was severed cleanly. Ah! The black-robed man let out a miserable shriek. From childhood, due to his elder brother's noble status, he had never suffered such injury. Yu was about to press the attack, but the man's remaining left hand unleashed the almighty push, sending Yu flying. I will torture you to death. The black-robed man's left hand conjured several black rods, which shot toward you at blinding speed. You had no time to use the white flash. Just as death seemed imminent, a figure stepped in front of you, taking the black rods through her body. Yu's pupils contracted sharply. The dark figure looked at him, forcing a hoarse smile. Now, it's your turn. To owe me a life. You must. Live on. Idiot. With those words, the figure's head drooped gently, as if losing all support, and her body slowly slumped to the side. Shwe. Yu's eyes widened, tears blurring his vision, as he screamed in heart-wrenching anguish. The black-robed man seemed somewhat displeased by the turn of events. He casually flung Shwe's gradually cooling body aside. The order of death changed. Boring. You desperately scrambled toward Shwe, but the black-robed man used the almighty push again, sending you flying. Yu's body tumbled through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled to rise only to collapse again. The black-robed man flashed a cruel smile. Next, it's your turn. Weakness is the root of all this. Yu's voice was low, filled with endless pain and unwillingness. A crimson spiral pattern appeared in his eyes, and one eye began to bleed fresh blood. The black-robed man was momentarily stunned, looking down at his left hand. Unbeknownst to him, eerie black flames had engulfed it, spreading up his arm, as if to consume his entire body. Ayaha! The black-robed man let out a piercing scream, his face twisted in agony. Having lost his Rinnegan, he was filled with rage and terror, an unbearable sensation. He flailed his arm wildly, trying to extinguish the dreadful black flames, but to no avail. Blood again flowed from Yu's right eye, and the black flames wrapped tightly around the man's right foot. He struggled like a stray dog, hopping deeper into the forest. Yu rose with difficulty, enduring the stabbing pain in his right eye, staggering forward. His body had reached its limit, every step was unbearably heavy. Yet he did not give up, gritting his teeth and pressing on step by step. Finally, Yu could no longer hold himself up and collapsed heavily. His face was covered in dirt, and a trickle of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. But still, he did not give up, using the last of his strength to slowly rise again. Thus Yu walked and rested, falling and rising again and again. After an unknown time, Yu finally reached Shwe's side. He gently shook her shoulder, trying to wake her, but found her body was ice cold. Terror and despair surged in Yu's heart. Tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. Cough. Cough. Stop shaking, or I'll really be gone. Suddenly a faint voice sounded. Shwe slowly opened her eyes, looking at the weeping Yu, a faint smile curling at her lips. The wounds on her body were covered by a thick layer of ice, stemming the bleeding. Even so, she appeared extremely weak. Seeing Shwe awake, Yu cried, even harder, tears streaming uncontrollably. Stop crying. You look really ugly when you cry. Shwe said softly, trying to comfort you. None of your business. On the other side, Zhuju had also successfully entered the dilapidated palace deep within the white mist forest. The palace was filled with dense fog, and the atmosphere was eerie and oppressive. Zhuju vigilantly observed his surroundings, searching for traces of Xueling. Xueling sat upon a throne constructed of white bones, looking down at Zhuju with haughty disdain. His eyes were filled with cold mockery, as if he regarded Zhuju as a mere ant. To Xueling's left stood a transparent container, inside which a red-haired woman was imprisoned. Her face was pale as paper, her eyes tightly shut, as if she were lost in a deep slumber. To Xueling's right, a small turtle, resembling a three-tailed creature, was laboriously crawling. You seem to care deeply about this woman. You've pursued me for so long because of her. Xueling remarked, his tone tinged with curiosity and puzzlement. Zhuju remained silent, but his Rinnegan began to rotate, exchanging positions with the small three-tailed turtle beside Xueling. 1,000 birds! Zhuju murmured, his right hand crackling with lightning as he charged toward Xueling. Xueling quickly conjured a crimson defensive barrier blocking Zhuju's attack. Yet Zhuju did not relent. The power of the 1,000 birds intensified, eventually shattering the barrier and piercing through Xueling's chest. Just as Zhuju thought he had succeeded, he suddenly sensed an anomalous presence. Turning his head, he discovered Xueling standing unharmed beneath the throne. This is my current strength. Xueling's voice rang out, brimming with confidence. Raising his hand, Xueling summoned countless blood-colored hands that surged towards Zhuju from all directions. These blood hands resembled malevolent specters, exuding a terrifying aura. Zhuju grasped the Kusanagi blade, infusing it with lightning-natured chakra, while activating his Sharingan to perceive every blood hand. He wielded the 1,000 birds blade, weaving through the mass of blood hands, severing them one by one. In the instant the blood hands were cut, Xueling seized the opportunity to appear before Zhuju. In the center of his palm, a crimson orb of blood materialized, containing devastating energy. Zhuju's Mangekyo Sharingan spun, emitting a mysterious radiance. A colossal purple Susanoo manifested behind him, effortlessly deflecting the blood orb's assault. Simultaneously, the Susanoo shielded the red-haired woman, ensuring she suffered no harm. The explosion of the blood orb was immensely powerful, instantly obliterating the dilapidated palace. Not far away, you watched the immense shockwave of the explosion with concern. Beside him, Xue, noticing Yu's worry, spoke softly. You, my injuries have healed considerably. You should go. You nodded and dashed toward the depths of the white mist forest. As the smoke cleared, Suiju's Susanoo remained unscathed. So this is the Susanoo. Xueling not far away raised both hands, summoning a vast sea of blood that surged toward the Susanoo. The Susanoo swung its blade, cleaving the sea of blood in two. The terrifying force directly obliterated several distant mountain ranges. Xueling dared not underestimate the situation. He mobilized all his chakra, condensing the sea of blood into a colossal crimson giant nearly as tall as the complete Susanoo. The fist of the crimson giant collided with the Susanoo's fist, producing a thunderous roar. The residual shockwave scattered the clouds above the white mist forest. In the distant Kirigakure, window panes of many residential houses shattered. Chang Shirlang and Zhao Meiming looked toward the Susanoo and the crimson giant in the white mist forest with concern. Yu gazed at the colossal purple Susanoo, feeling an inexplicable resonance in his eyes. Deep within the white mist forest, each clash between the crimson giant and the Susanoo left the crimson giant at a disadvantage. Yet thanks to its formidable regenerative ability, it could still contend with the Susanoo to some extent. The Susanoo's blade severed the crimson giant's right arm, but a new limb quickly grew back. Uchiha's Suiju, you cannot defeat me. Xueling, ensconced within the crimson giant's head, grew somewhat arrogant. Is that so? Suiju replied coldly, a streak of fresh blood trickling from his right eye. The long sword in the Susanoo's hand became wreathed in scorching black flames, as if it would incinerate the entire world. Flame release Kagetsuchi blade. The Susanoo swung its blade with earth-shattering momentum, descending from above to strike the crimson giant with tremendous force. With a single strike, the Susanoo cleaved both the colossal crimson giant and Xueling in two. Though the crimson giant possessed powerful regenerative abilities, the relentless black flames eventually reduced it to ash. As the Susanoo gradually dissipated, Suiju coldly observed Xueling, who was now reduced to half a body. Yet he noticed it was still writhing, attempting to regain vitality. What a pitiful creature. Not even human, Suiju sneered. However, just as Suiju prepared to end Xueling's life, the latter suddenly burst into a maniacal laugh. Whose pitiful remains to be seen. That red-haired woman's life is in the palm of my hand. Xueling threatened triumphantly. What did you say? Suiju's voice turned icy and ruthless, brimming with fury and murderous intent. The fire in his eyes seemed ready to incinerate Xueling. You and that brat both care so much about this red-haired woman. I knew she would be your fatal weakness. With a single thought, I can make her soul vanish from this world completely. Noticing the change in Suiju's expression, Xueling laughed even more wildly. The soul of the red-haired woman within the container awakened. It hurts so much. The red-haired woman clutched her head, looking at the transparent container around her in confusion. She prepared to smash the container with a punch, only to find it completely unharmed. How the hell did I end up in this damn container? The red-haired woman glared furiously at Xueling, demanding, You half-bodied freak, did you put me in this container? Xueling curled his lips into a cold smile. This container consumed hundreds of souls. It's perfect for imprisoning a high-quality ingredient like you. Xueling ignored the red-haired woman and turned to Suiju, sneering. Uchiha's Suiju, how about this? Exchange your life for hers. Quite a bargain, don't you think? The red-haired woman was stunned. Suiju, what happened? Suiju remained silent. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the woman glared at Xueling and cursed. You ugly freak, I'm not going down without a fight. She tried to break free from Xueling's control, but found her power completely suppressed. Xueling let out a cold laugh and activated his secret technique once more. An excruciating pain that struck directly at the soul overcame the red-haired woman, forcing her to clutch her head. At that moment, Suiju appeared before the red-haired woman and spoke softly. Xianglin, I'm sorry. In the past, when my heart was consumed by revenge, I did many terrible things to you. I even wanted to kill you. Now this is my chance to atone. The red-haired woman lifted her head, tears glistening in her eyes. Suiju, what are you going to do? Suiju turned to face Xueling, speaking with resolve. Let her go. I'll submit to whatever you want. Xueling's face showed a flicker of surprise at Suiju's words. He had never expected Suiju to be willing to sacrifice his own life in exchange for the red-haired woman, and he was overjoyed. As Xueling prepared to act, no one noticed that Xianglin behind Suiju was slowly forming hand seals. Karin clasped her hands together, and a mysterious light surged forth from her palms. Instantly, a colossal white Shinigami manifested behind her. Qi-Ling stared in disbelief. Could this tiny planet truly summon the Shinigami from the netherworld? No. This was merely a manifestation, a fragment of the Shinigami's essence. Yet only when he felt his own soul being wrenched free by the Shinigami did he grasp the gravity of his plight. What are you doing? If I die, you will perish too. Qi-Ling cried out in panic. Karin sneered coldly. I couldn't care less. She turned her gaze toward Sasuke, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Sasuke, you owe me nothing. What I cherished was that boy. The one who saved me during the Chunin exams. She sighed softly. I wonder how you is faring. I truly wish to see him one last time. Shiki Fujin. Before Sasuke could activate his Rinnegan, the Shinigami severed both Qi-Ling's and Karin's souls. Mother, you arrived at last. Only to witness this harrowing scene, the Shinigami swallowed their souls whole before vanishing from the mortal realm. At Konoha Hospital, Sakura wept silently beside Karin's still body. How could this be? In her final moment, Karin glimpsed you wearing the Konoha forehead protector, and smiled serene and content. You rushed forward and collapsed where Karin had vanished, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Wiping them away, he laughed through his sorrow. Mother, look. I've grown so strong. Mother, I've become a Konoha shinobi. Teacher Kayakage Inone Kiyatsukine and everyone in Konoha have treated me with such kindness. Mother, Byakuya really is a fool. But Shirahito is truly kind. Mother, I think I've fallen for someone. Mother, my comrades and I have undertaken countless missions. I trembled in terror the first time I saw that immense shadow. Mother, I won first place in both the Chunin exams and the Shinobi Exchange Summit. Mother, the 7th Hokage took me as his disciple and taught me extraordinary jutsu. Mother, Ichiraku Ramen is absolutely delicious. I long to share a bowl with you. Sasuke quietly covered his face and vanished from sight. Mother, I miss you. More than words can ever convey. At Miyaboku Mountain, you returned to Konoha and gently laid Karin's remains within a secluded shadowed cave. Mother, you always loved quiet places. I pondered long before choosing this sanctuary. But don't feel alone. I'll visit you often. You stepped from the cave and turned to Gamaken. Gamaken-sama, I entrust this place to you. Gamaken spoke slowly. Though I am clumsy, rest assured. I shall guard it faithfully. You bowed deeply to Elder Fukasaku standing nearby. Elder Fukasaku, thank you for permitting my mother's eternal rest here. And for allowing me to bring our home with us. Indeed, you had reverse summoned the very house he and Karin once shared in childhood. Haha, trifling matters. After all, you is a cherished friend of Miyaboku Mountain. After organizing Karin's belongings, you found a journal. Unusual in its weight and texture. He flipped through a few pages, then set it aside. After bidding farewell to Elder Fukasaku and Lady Shima, you returned to Konoha. Having fasted for 2 days, he approached Ichiraku Ramen. When Byakuya suddenly sprinted toward him. I finally found you. The 7th Hokage has summoned you to his office. His expression was grave. Did you cause trouble? You pondered but found no answer. Unaware, he arrived at the Hokage's office and pushed open the door, to find a circle of solemn faces fixed upon him. The 7th Hokage Uchiha Sasuke Hatake Kakashi Nara Shikamaru Minamisuwa Kayakage Yuki, and Sarutobi Aoi stood in silence. At the sight of you, Aoi, his chest bandaged, grabbed you's collar in fury. Why did you attack me and Mato Guy in the White Mist Forest? Why? You frowned bewildered. Guy-san, what happened to him? Aoi's voice rose trembling with rage. See this wound on my chest. Your white lightning pierced me clean through. Guy-san took the blow to protect me. He remains unconscious, gravely injured. Sasuke spoke calmly. That day, leaving the White Mist Forest, I found Guy carrying Aoi, wounded, bleeding. His final words before losing consciousness were, "You tried to kill us." Yuki refused to believe it. Impossible. After we scattered in the White Mist Forest, you remained with me the entire time. Naruto finally broke the silence. Yuki, were you truly with you the whole time? Yuki hesitated. He did step away briefly, but Naruto raised a hand, halting her words, then turned his gaze to you. Why did you leave? You answered soberly, to train. Naruto's tone hardened. Did you assault Guy and Aoi? You shook his head. No. Naruto stepped forward. Though I trust you, I cannot dismiss Guy's testimony either. With both sides offering conflicting accounts, the council has decided for now you are suspended from field missions, while the investigation proceeds. You said nothing. Instead, he looked toward Minamisuwa Kayakage, and saw only turmoil in her eyes. Disappointment flickered across his face, followed by a hollow, bitter smile. Then, with one sharp motion, he tore off his Konoha forehead protector. No need for suspension. I did intend to kill Guy and Aoi. The reason is simple, they blocked me from saving my mother. And because of them, she died. His expression twisted into something feral. Then what? Will you execute me now? Stunned silence fell upon the room. Your mother. Kayakage reached out to grasp Yu's hand. But he jerked away, casting the forehead protector aside before striding out without looking back. Yuki, alarmed, hurried after him, only to find the corridor empty. Naruto, shall we send someone after him? Shikamaru asked, his voice heavy with concern. Naruto shook his head, his expression clouded with sorrow. No. Let you cool down first. Kakashi watched him, eyes shadowed with quiet understanding, as if gazing upon his own younger self. He knew well the anguish tearing at Naruto's heart. Kayakage drifted home absent-mindedly, her gaze lingering on the stark white ceiling as her thoughts wandered far away. Ever since the Shinobi Exchange Summit, you had changed. Profoundly, especially within the subterranean palace. That transformation had deepened beyond measure. What should I do? Time slipped by unnoticed. 3 days passed. During those days you journeyed alone, braving perilous terrain, until at last he stood before Iwagakure. Cloaked in black against the howling desert winds, his figure cut a solitary, resolute silhouette, As he stepped onto this land both foreign and hauntingly familiar, an indescribable tide of emotions swelled within him. Yu gently traced the cover of his mother's journal, his eyes burning with unwavering resolve. What was Orochimaru's experiment, mentioned here? Why was my mother entangled in it? These questions gnawed at him. Determined, Yu resolved to begin with his mother's past, to unearth the truth buried beneath that enigmatic experiment. The diary mentioned that his mother and Uncle Mizuki once served under Orochimaru in their youth, so he set off on his journey to Iwagakure without hesitation. At last Yu arrived at Iwagakure. Under the guidance of the village's ninja, he met Kuratsuchi and Mizuki. When Mizuki saw Yu, a delighted smile spread across his face. "Kid, what brings you here to see me?" Mizuki asked with a grin. Yu's voice was somewhat low as he spoke slowly. "Uncle Mizuki, my mother has passed away." Hearing this, Mizuki and Kuratsuchi behind him were both stunned. Their eyes widened in utter shock. "Xiao Yu? You? What did you say?" Mizuki's voice trembled. Although he had learned earlier that Karin had fallen into a coma, he still could not accept this reality. Kuratsuchi recalled the confessions Yu had made to her before, and her heart was filled with sympathy and compassion. She gently patted Yu's shoulder and comforted him. "Xiao Yu, are you all right?" Yu nodded, and though my heart still aches from time to time, there is now a mystery that needs to be solved. Yu turned his gaze to Mizuki and asked softly, "Uncle Mizuki, do you know Orochimaru?" Mizuki slowly recovered from his grief, nodded, and replied, "Yes, Karin, Yugo and I were once all subordinates of Orochimaru." Yu continued, "Mother left behind a diary that mentions Orochimaru succeeded in an experiment that was very important to her. I am very curious. What exactly was that experiment?" However, Mizuki shook his head, indicating he was not sure. Recalling the past, he said, "I only remember Karin once telling me that the experiment was related to Yu Xiaoyu, but as for the specifics, Karin didn't tell me. Perhaps that guy Yugo might know something." Upon hearing this, Yu quickly pressed, "Uncle Mizuki, do you know where Uncle Yugo is now?" Mizuki sighed helplessly. Yugo said he would continue searching for traces of the blood-robed man. As for where he is now, I have no idea either. Maybe you can go directly to ask Orochimaru. He should be able to give you the answer. Orochimaru? Yu frowned slightly, his eyes flashing with wariness. Yes, Orochimaru is now in Odogakure. Xiaoyu, that guy is extremely cunning. Mizuki warned with a hint of lingering fear. Thanks for the warning. I'll be careful." Yu nodded slightly in gratitude. Then he turned and left the Tsuchikige's office. Watching Yu's retreating figure, Kuratsuchi's expression turned somewhat grave. She turned to Mizuki and asked in confusion, "Mizuki, why isn't Xiaoyu wearing Konoha's headband? And the aura he exudes is also strange." Hearing Kuratsuchi's words, Mizuki also realized belatedly. After several days of traveling day and night, Yu finally arrived at the entrance of Odogakure. The village looked very desolate, with only a handful of passers-by. Many events had occurred here, especially over a decade ago, when Orochimaru allied with Sunagakure to attack Konohagakure, causing immense destruction. Because of Orochimaru, other ninja villages regarded Odogakure as an outcast, causing the village to become increasingly desolate. This situation only improved after the Fourth Great Ninja War, when Odogakure began actively working to mend relations with other villages. The guards at the gate promptly addressed him politely. "Distinguished guest from afar, is there anything we can help you with?" He replied with neither humility nor arrogance. "Please inform Orochimaru that you wishes to visit him." Just then a passing ninja overheard their conversation, and couldn't help exclaiming, "It's the champion of the Ninja World Exchange Conference. You? I finally get to see him in person." Soon the messenger ninja returned and led you to a laboratory. The lab was filled with a faint herbal scent, and various experimental apparatuses were neatly arranged. Before the apparatus stood a ninja with long black hair, pale skin, and snake-like eyes, intently recording data. He was none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. "Are you Karin's child? It's been a long time since we last met." Orochimaru smiled at Yu, his tone gentle. Yu furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of doubt in his eyes. "You know me?" He searched his memory but could not recall any connection with the person before him. Instead of answering Yu's question immediately, Orochimaru shifted the topic. "Karin, is she doing well lately?" After a moment of silence, Yu replied, "My mother passed away a few days ago." A flash of sorrow passed through Orochimaru's eyes. "Then what brings you here to see me today?" Yu took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on Orochimaru, and said earnestly, "What exactly was the experiment that was so important to Mother 13 years ago?" Orochimaru's expression grew increasingly solemn. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. "I promised Karin that I would never mention this matter to anyone, especially you." Yu's countenance hardened. "What if I insist on knowing?" Orochimaru put down his notebook. "I heard you're the champion of this year's Ninja World Exchange Conference. Let me see how much Karin's son has grown." The moment Orochimaru finished speaking, Yu's figure flickered, and appeared before him in an instant. In his hand, a short sword gleaming with lightning arced toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru observed Yu's attack, a glint of admiration in his eyes. Impressive speed. Then his body was sliced in half at the waist, the upper torso falling to the ground, yet his face remained composed. At that moment Orochimaru's two have suddenly transformed into a swarm of white snakes swiftly slithering toward you. Undaunted you brandished his lightning sword, cutting through the snakes one by one. Suddenly you sensed a sharp aura behind him. As he turned around, a blade that kept extending lunged at him from his back. Unable to dodge, you could only block with his lightning sword. The overwhelming force pushed him back dozens of meters, even sending him flying out of Otogekyure's territory. What is this sword? You wondered in confusion. He felt his fingers tingling, astounded by the immense power. However, he had no time to ponder further. A dense swarm of snakes was surging toward him from the ground, and you reacted instantly. He gathered lightning nature chakra in his right hand. Lightning release spiraling shadow spear. A white spear shot from Yu's hand, carrying immense lightning power, obliterating the snake swarm. A massive crater was left on the ground, and you stood at its edge, alertly scanning his surroundings. Through the smoke, a sharp long sword pierced forth like a white rainbow. Yu executed white flash, leaving a dazzling white afterimage on the ground, while his true form appeared before Orochimaru like a phantom. He raised his lightning sword ready to strike. Yet at that critical moment, a swarm of fierce snakes suddenly burst from Orochimaru's right sleeve, swiftly coiling around Yu's body, as if to bind him tightly. Hidden shadow snake hands. You tried to break free, but the snakes held him fast. Let's stop here. Just as Orochimaru was about to pick up his notebook, Yu's right hand began to flash with dazzling white lightning, and a powerful current surged through his entire body. In the blink of an eye, the snakes wrapped around him turned into charred black cinders. It seems I need to take this seriously. A flicker of surprise crossed Orochimaru's eyes, as he gripped the Kusanagi sword and charged toward you like a whirlwind. Their weapons collided fiercely in midair, sending sparks flying. After dozens of rounds of fierce combat, Orochimaru finally found an opening, and delivered a vicious kick to Yu's abdomen. Yu's body was sent flying more than 10 meters away, crashing heavily onto the ground. When Yu raised his head again, the sight before him left him utterly shocked. Countless giant snakes emerged endlessly from Orochimaru's mouth like a towering wall, advancing toward him with terrifying momentum. Man-Shi Luo formation. You condensed two Rasen Kyokei spear attacks in both hands and threw them toward the snake swarm. The spiraling lightning spheres continuously decimated the snakes, but as their power faded, the sky full of serpents continued their assault on you. Yu's brows furrowed tightly as lightning and fire nature chakra wrapped around his right hand. A pure white spear with crimson patterns appeared in his grasp, which he hurled with all his might toward the snake swarm. The lightning spear wrapped in flames pierced straight through the snake swarm. Orochimaru's expression turned somewhat serious, and he bit through his finger. Summoning Jutsu Fivefold Rashomon. As Orochimaru completed his hand seals, 5 gates painted with ghostly faces rose before him. The spear exploded with tremendous force, forming an enormous spiraling sphere of flame, intertwined with lightning that incinerated the entire snake swarm. The 5 Rashomon gates could not withstand this power, and collapsed one by one with lightning and flames rushing toward Orochimaru. As the smoke cleared, you looked ahead, breathing heavily. Orochimaru's right arm was gone, his body charred black, yet his expression could barely contain his excitement. This jutsu is truly magnificent. You could hardly believe it as Orochimaru's skin was slowly regenerating, his right arm growing back before his eyes. It's time to end this, you. Orochimaru's hands formed seals at incredible speed. Giant snake bodies coiled upward, and in an instant 8 white serpents let out piercing hisses, opening their massive maws to reveal sharp fangs as they ferociously lunged at you. The Sound Village ninja watching from afar erupted into excited cheers. It's Orochimaru-sama's 8-headed great snake. Their eyes filled with reverence. The 8 white serpents were colossal, and upon the head of the central snake stood a figure. Orochimaru himself. A faint smile played on his lips as his hands moved rapidly through seals. The 8 enormous snake heads charged at you like cannonballs. You retreated repeatedly, but could not escape the white serpent's attacks. He threw his Rasen Kyokei spear, which pierced through one of the white serpent's heads like lightning. To everyone's astonishment, the white serpent's head regenerated instantly, as if possessed of endless vitality. Yu's heart skipped a beat, and before he could react, a white serpent's tail wrapped tightly around him. Yu struggled desperately, but the serpent's strength was extraordinary, binding him firmly. White lightning flashed from his right hand as he attempted to break free, yet the serpent's body only bore a charred mark. As time passed, Yu felt his breathing growing increasingly difficult, his consciousness gradually fading. It's over, Orochimaru muttered to himself. Suddenly a strand of eerie black flame appeared at the white serpent's tail, spreading rapidly across the 8-headed great snake's body. Orochimaru's heart skipped a beat. He reacted immediately, mercilessly severing his own tail. But in that instant, the white serpent's right head was engulfed by black flames. Orochimaru gazed in disbelief at what was unfolding before him. When he saw Yu's blood-red spiral-patterned pupil, shock crossed his face. Mangekyo Sharingan. As expected, Yu's gaze was as sharp as a blade. With merely a glance, blood streamed from his right eye. Immediately, the remaining 7 heads of the 8-headed great snake were consumed by black flames. Yu's right eye, overused, returned to its original black pupil after an intense surge of pain. Faced with this situation, Orochimaru had no choice but to act. He formed hand seals and decisively severed the 8-headed great snake's heads. Although these heads could regenerate, it was equally a tremendous drain on Orochimaru. Under his control, the 8-headed great snake attacked you once more. Blood flowed from Yu's left eye as well. Meanwhile, dark clouds in the sky began to converge, forming a pitch-black canopy. Suddenly, a massive bolt of black lightning struck down from the heavens, hitting the 8-headed great snake's body directly. This black thunder contained extremely powerful force, its might chilling to behold. Instantly, the 8-headed great snake suffered grave injuries and roared in agony. Orochimaru's body shuddered violently as a mouthful of blood spewed from his lips, yet his stance remained steady. His voice was low and hoarse. "So this is the power of your eyes." A pained expression crossed Yu's face. His body trembled slightly as though he might collapse at any moment. He spoke with difficulty. "I still can't win." Orochimaru's hands moved rapidly through seals. The central white serpent opened its massive maw, and a dazzling white light beam shot toward you like a gigantic cannonball. The earth erupted in clouds of dust and chaos. But as the debris settled, a black skeletal framework appeared around you, completely protecting him. A flicker of astonishment passed through Orochimaru's eyes. He muttered "Susanoo." His expression instantly grew grave. He sighed. "It seems I must go all out." Amid the terrified gazes of the Sound Village onlookers, the black skeletal framework rapidly condensed into meridians and flesh, gradually forming a complete giant silhouette. This giant possessed formidable power and defense. Its lower body gradually manifested, covered in sturdy armor. The giant wielded a black short sword in one hand and a black long spear on its back. The enormous black Susanoo swung its sharp long sword, sending forth fierce sword chi that instantly severed 2 of the 8-headed great snake's heads. The remaining 6 heads continued charging at Susanoo, but their attacks could not inflict the slightest damage. Orochimaru controlled the largest central head, which fired a powerful white light beam at the black Susanoo. But Susanoo's sword easily split the beam in 2, dispersing the remaining force and leveling the forest behind. Seeing this attack fail, Orochimaru decisively gathered massive amounts of chakra. All 8 giant serpents opened their maws simultaneously, beginning to condense brilliant white light within. Witnessing this scene, you knew Orochimaru's next attack would be even more powerful. The black Susanoo retrieved the long spear from its back, with black lightning rapidly wrapping around its shaft. All 8 heads of Yamada no Orochi simultaneously converged their gathered white light into a single searing beam. A torrent of overwhelming energy surging toward the black Susanoo. Confronted by this devastating assault, the black Susanoo unhesitatingly hurled its obsidian spear forward. Like a bolt of lightning, the weapon streaked through the air, meeting the white wave head-on with thunderous, unyielding force. In that fleeting instant, the sky above Odogekure seemed stripped of all color. Only stark black and blinding white clashed in violent elemental opposition. The colossal shockwave shattered windows across the village. Glass shards exploded outward in glittering chaos. Many villagers were flung violently to the ground, left battered and disoriented. When silence finally settled, Orochimaru lay sprawled upon the cold earth. His body crisscrossed with grievous wounds, his face deathly pale, his breath shallow and ragged. Yu staggered forward step by trembling step toward Orochimaru, his eyes blazing with unwavering resolve and ironclad determination. Each footfall agonizing yet never faltering. "Now, you may tell me, what was that experiment all those years ago?" Yu's voice rang with fierce conviction, carrying the weight of a long-awaited reckoning. "Lord Orochimaru, are you unharmed? You wretched brat! How dare you wound Lord Orochimaru so gravely?" Villagers of Odogekure surged forward, encircling you with furious glares, their eyes burning with accusation, resentment, and readiness to strike. Yet Orochimaru coughed weakly, spitting crimson blood onto the ground before raising a frail hand to dismiss them. "Withdraw, all of you." Then, lifting his gaze with labored effort, he rasped to you, "If you truly seek the truth, go to the 3rd room on the right in the laboratory. There lies the answer you have pursued for so long." You stared down at the fallen Orochimaru, then whispered softly, "I'm sorry." Without another word, you turned and walked away. Though hearts burned with outrage, the villagers stood frozen, bound by Orochimaru's command, powerless to intervene. You pushed open the door with a slow, heavy creak. His footsteps echoed hollowly down the desolate corridor. As he entered the room, his gaze sweeping over towering stacks of experimental reports, until it locked upon one. His breath caught. He froze, entirely motionless, as if carved from stone. Slowly trembling, he reached out and lifted the report, his eyes tracing each line with unbearable intensity. Each sentence pierced him like a blade. His breathing quickened, sweat beaded upon his brow. With every passing line, his face drained of color, growing paler, emptier, until it resembled marble carved from grief. His eyes flew wide in horrified disbelief. He dropped the report as if scalded, clutched his face with both hands, and shuddered uncontrollably. His body racked by silent, convulsive tremors. The sun sank low, gilding Yu's youthful features in fading amber light. He stood silently at the threshold, staring into the distance, his eyes vacant, adrift in an endless sea of uncertainty. "Was I truly meant to come to this world?" he murmured, his voice thick with sorrow. Days passed, and news of Yu's assault on Odogekure swept across the shinobi world like a tempest. Whispers erupted everywhere. Shocked, bewildered, disbelieving. They say Orochimaru, one of the Sanins, still hangs between life and death. Someone gasped in astonishment. Isn't you a Konoha shinobi? Didn't he win first place at last year's Intervillage Shinobi Exchange? Another asked, perplexed. Your intel is outdated. He attacked Konoha's 8th Hokage candidate Moegi, and has since been exiled from the village, boasted a self-assured informant. Adewagakure Suigetsu's hand trembled violently as he raised his teacup upon hearing the news. Why would he fight Orochimaru? What on earth is happening? Kuratsuchi set down her report and frowned deeply. He attacked Moegi. That doesn't fit his nature at all. Kuratsuchi murmured, puzzled. Meanwhile at Kirigakure, Mei and Terumi exchanged stunned, speechless glances. Countless enigmas coiled around every mind. Impenetrable, suffocating. None could fathom why you had done what he did. 3 days earlier. Moegi stirred awake from unconsciousness, finding himself lying in a hospital bed, surrounded by anxious faces. Naruto rushed forward the moment he saw Moegi's eyes flutter open. Moegi. Are you alright? Did you really attack you? Moegi nodded firmly. Yes, the white spear. Even the crimson-veined one, and his fighting style, there's no mistaking it. It was you. Ino, growing impatient, stepped forward. Naruto. Let me handle this. She pressed her fingers together, focused her chakra. And in an instant Moegi's eyes glazed over as she slipped seamlessly into his consciousness. It was the Yamanaka clan's forbidden technique, mind-body switch. After a long, tense silence, Ino emerged from the trance, crestfallen. Naruto, Moegi's account is true. Upon hearing Ino's words, Kageyoshi choked on his breath. Sakura steadied him, her own expression clouded with doubt. No, it can't be. Yuki still refused to believe it. Shikamaru turned to Naruto. Naruto, it's time to decide. Naruto paused. Then made his choice. Shikamaru, announce it publicly. You is no longer a shinobi of Konoha. Naruto, that's not enough. Shikamaru began, only to be cut off. Shikamaru, do as I've said. With that, Naruto turned and walked away, leaving behind a somber Shikamaru and the rest, his silhouette etched with quiet sorrow and unshakable resolve. The next day, official notices plastered every street and alley of Konoha. You, having assaulted Moegi, was formally exiled from the village. Villagers gathered in clusters, voices rising in shocked sympathy or grim acceptance. But the decree had spread far beyond Konoha, echoing across the entire shinobi world. Back in the present, Byakuya and Koisher hadn't slept in days upon learning of Yu's exile. This can't be real, Byakuya. Koisher cried, incredulous. Byakuya wore a frustrated scowl. Uncle Kakashi confirmed it. But I know you would never do something like this. Naruto slowly rolled up the scroll in his hands and gazed out the window. His eyes shadowed with quiet dread. What's happened to you? And now, far away atop Myobokuzen, the very you, whom everyone mourned, closed the diary left behind by Karin, whispering softly, Mother, forgive my selfishness. At night, Konoha village was ablaze with lights, filled with a festive atmosphere. People poured into the streets to celebrate the harvest, gathering together in joy. Baizai looked at the bustling streets, his face brimming with excitement. That's where your favorite. However, his words abruptly stopped. Xiaozi also fell into recollection. During the last harvest festival, Yu was the champion eater at that little dumpling shop. Baizai's gaze grew resolute. Xiaozi, I believe you will come back. Xiaozi nodded earnestly. On a nearby mountain peak, Yu looked disconsolately at the lively Konoha village. The last harvest festival. If only it could stay like this forever. These eyes are growing blurrier. Night fell and the lively streets gradually quieted down. At the Uchiha Sasuke residence, Sarada, exhausted after a long day, dragged herself to her room. She tossed her backpack aside and collapsed onto the bed. Just as she was about to fall asleep, a shadow silently slipped into her room. Sarada sensed something amiss and opened her eyes, only to see a pair of blood-red eyes with a spiral pattern. Those eyes exuded an evil and icy aura. With just one glance, Sarada was trapped in a genjutsu. Sorry, the nightmare will end soon. A low, hoarse voice whispered in her ear. Taking advantage of Sarada's unconsciousness, Yu reached out his right hand and brutally gouged out both of her eyes. Blood gushed from Sarada's eye sockets, splattering onto Yu's face, making him look as hideous and terrifying as a demon. Without pausing, Yu swiftly transplanted Sarada's eyes into his own sockets. He felt a surge of astonishing ocular power, and his vision returned to normal. Orochimaru's experiment report. It was true after all, Yu murmured. But at that moment, Sasuke in the next room suddenly sensed something unusual. He snapped his eyes open and dashed toward Sarada's room. When Sasuke saw Sarada's bleeding eye sockets and Yu's blood-stained fingers, his eyes burned with murderous intent. It seems Karin didn't lead you onto the right path. Sasuke's voice was icy cold. Yu's eyes gradually turned cold as well. You have no right to mention Mother's name. With that, Yu flickered and transformed into a black shadow racing toward the back mountain. Sasuke, what happened to Sarada? Sakura, hearing the commotion, rushed over. Naruto's good disciple gouged out Sarada's eyes. Sakura, take care of Sarada. Sasuke handed Sarada to Sakura and gave chase. Little Yu. Sakura couldn't believe it, But without time to think, she began performing medical ninjutsu on Sarada. You sensed a scorching aura behind him. An arrow wreathed in black flames was flying toward him. He condensed lightning-natured chakra in his right hand and hurled a white spear toward the black flames. A massive white spiral hemisphere illuminated the sky above Konoha village. The rumbling sound jolted people from their dreams back to reality. What's happening? Was that thunder? Honey, bring the clothes in. On the other side, Naruto saw two figures rushing toward the back mountain and was startled. That's Sasuke and you? Without a second thought, Naruto followed. Along the way, he encountered Kakashi, Shikamaru, Tamari, Konohamaru, and others. Naruto, what's going on? Shikamaru looked at Naruto, ahead, puzzled. Naruto frowned, his eyes filled with unease and worry. He replied in a low voice, I don't know, but I just saw Sasuke chasing little you. Meanwhile, Nan's Qingying lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Suddenly, she keenly sensed a familiar yet unfamiliar chakra, and an inexplicable impulse surged within her. Without hesitation, she got up and followed the direction of that chakra. In a dense forest on the back mountain, Sasuke used a Meno Tajikura to constantly close the distance with you. But just then you suddenly stopped. Sasuke halted immediately, his gaze filled with boundless murderous intent. I thought you would keep running. It's time to end this. Without further ado, you used Shunshin to appear before Sasuke, wielding a short sword gleaming with white lightning, slashing at Sasuke with fierce momentum. Sasuke raised his Kusanagi sword, its blade wrapped in Chidori, blocking Yu's attack. Their forces clashed, producing a violent shockwave, shaking the surrounding trees. Two figures darted swiftly through the forest, their swords carving arcs of lightning through the air, as fast and deadly as bolts of lightning. Sasuke seized the moment and kicked you away. You crashed heavily onto the ground but quickly regained his footing. Just then, several powerful dragon-shaped flames descended from the sky, bearing down on you with scorching heat. Fire-style Great Fire Dragon Technique. Sasuke roared, manipulating the flames to attack you. He was unfazed, quickly condensing lightning-natured chakra, in both hands forming two white spears. He hurled the spears toward the flames. The spears collided violently with the fire in midair, producing a powerful explosion and shockwave. Flame and lightning intertwined, incinerating the surrounding trees. As the smoke cleared, you looked up to see Sasuke drawing lightning from the storm clouds above with his right hand. A massive Kirin made of lightning loomed over him, snarling, radiating a terrifying power that seemed ready to annihilate everything. Facing such a powerful jutsu, you dared not be careless. He clenched his right hand, channeling two different types of chakra. Lightning-style Kirin. As Sasuke's right hand fell, the lightning surged toward you, like a colossal beast carrying a terrifying force. You took a deep breath and swung his right hand. Lightning Fire Spiral Shadowless Spear. A white spear with crimson patterns flew from his hand toward the Kirin. The moment the Kirin and the spear met, a blindingly brilliant light burst forth, so intense that one could not look directly at it nor keep their eyes open. With a deafening roar, the forest on the back mountain seemed to have suffered an apocalypse. The once lush trees were all gone, leaving only a barren, scorched earth emitting a pungent smell of burning. You clutched his injured right hand, his face dark, eyes filled with murderous intent, as he stared at Sasuke, gnashing his teeth. Damn it! Naruto couldn't help but exclaim. Little you actually managed to infuse both fire-natured and lightning-natured chakra into the Rasengan at the same time. That's incredible. Taking advantage of the brief pause in their fight, Naruto quickly asked, Sasuke, what happened? Why did you suddenly start fighting? Sasuke's face was expressionless, his voice cold. He gouged out Sarada's eyes. What? Naruto and the others were stunned. Without another word, Sasuke's right eye, the Rinnegan with 6 tomo, slowly rotated as a powerful force gathered. Then a massive arrow formed of black flames materialized in midair, carrying the momentum of annihilation, speeding toward you. You did not dare to be negligent. He quickly condensed a white spear in his right hand and hurled it at the arrow. However, the spear was instantly consumed by the flames upon collision, while the arrow continued its swift advance. At that moment, a black skeletal arm suddenly emerged from the void, firmly grasping the black flame arrow. Simultaneously, Yu's eyes underwent a startling transformation. His originally black pupils now displayed a blood-red spiral pattern with 6 additional tomo. How can this be? Naruto had not expected little Yu to possess the Mangekyo Sharingan. Meanwhile, Nan's Qingying stared at the black skeletal arm exuding evil chakra, and her unease grew stronger. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the black skeleton gradually coalesced, meridians, flesh and blood, its body encased in a layer of hardened armor. In its hand it gripped a massive black short sword, and a black long spear was slung across its back. Is this your trump card? Sasuke's dual pupils swirled, and then a complete purple Susanoo materialized before everyone's eyes. The black Susanoo could only reach the knees of the purple Susanoo. You must have seen my Susanoo before. Why do you still have the courage to challenge me? Sasuke looked down at you, finding it difficult to comprehend his reckless arrogance. You remained silent, manipulating the black Susanoo to retrieve the long spear from its back. Black lightning coiled around it, crackling with a sharp sound. The next moment, the black Susanoo swung its arm violently and hurled the spear straight at Sasuke. Overreaching, Sasuke said indifferently as the spear howled toward him. The purple Susanoo swung its long sword, sending a crescent-shaped black flame flying toward the black spear. In the blink of an eye, the black flame easily destroyed Yu's spear and continued to advance. Several mountain peaks along the way were split open by the immense force. Under that single strike, the black Susanoo shattered instantly. Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward. Seeing Yu so utterly vulnerable, Sasuke's gaze was cold, devoid of any pity. He gathered his chakra again, and a black arrow appeared in the hand of the purple Susanoo. The arrow glimmered with an icy light brimming with killing intent. Whoosh! With a piercing sound, the black arrow flew toward Yu. If it struck, you would surely die. At that moment, a figure was rushing toward Konoha village with all its might. It was Yugo, who had just left Orochimaru. His heart was filled with anxiety as he prayed incessantly. Little Yu, you have to wait for me. Gazing at the unavoidable black arrow, Yu's thoughts were scattered. When had he obtained this power? Was it during that fight with the Kimura brothers when he was on the verge of death? Or was it when the pendant was destroyed at the Ninja World Exchange Conference? Seemed like neither. This power felt innate, growing with his anger and hatred. If only he had been stronger back then, perhaps he could have protected his mother. Indeed, weakness was the root of all this. Just then, to everyone's astonishment, the black arrow vanished instantly before Yu. Their eyes widened in disbelief at what they had just witnessed. When they looked closer at Yu, an even more astonishing thing happened. The crimson spiral pattern in his pupils had transformed into purple Rinnegan. That's the Rinnegan. Kakashi stared in amazement at Yu's eyes. Konohamaru clenched his fists once more. Sensing the earth-shattering changes in his eyes, Yu let out a fierce roar. In an instant, the complete black Susanoo appeared wielding a black short sword, and with 6 black long spears floating behind it like a god of death from the deepest abyss. The black Susanoo, its sword entwined with black lightning, swung toward Sasuke with an aura that could overturn heaven and earth. Sasuke's expression turned grave. The purple Susanoo's sword, wrapped in black flames, blocked the strike. The collision of colossal forces caused the mountains behind them to erupt with a thunderous blast. To avoid harming the villagers, Sasuke directed his Susanoo to fly into the sky, and Yu's black Susanoo followed closely behind. The 2 complete Susanoo hovered above the rear mountain of Konoha like 2 radiant stars. The villagers of Konoha looked up at the awe-inspiring sight, their murmurs rising and falling. "What is that? So magnificent!" exclaimed a villager. "Don't you know? That purple armor giant is Lord Sasuke's Susanoo," explained another. "And the black one?" someone asked curiously. The crowd fell silent, for none of them knew who the black Susanoo belonged to. Above the rear mountain, Yu's purple Rinnegan pulsed with ocular power. He manipulated the Susanoo to trace a black afterimage across the sky, charging at Sasuke with immense speed. Sasuke frowned slightly, his 6-tomo Rinnegan operating at full capacity. Vast ocular power continuously converged into his eyes. The purple Susanoo's sword, shrouded in black flames, met the black Susanoo's lightning blade. The powerful shockwave from their collision scattered the surrounding dark clouds, leaving only a deafening roar. In the sky, the 2 complete Susanoo exchanged blows, their offensive and defensive stances shifting in an instant. After a fierce exchange, they momentarily distanced themselves. "It's time to decide the victor," Yu murmured. He gathered all his chakra, and the 6 spears behind him shot forth with a howl, spinning rapidly in the air as black flames and black lightning intertwined. Sasuke's expression grew extremely serious. He manipulated the purple Susanoo, its right hand, wrapped in blue lightning, while a Menotajikara appeared at the center of the lightning, flying toward Yu. Seeing this, Yu waved his right hand, and the 6 spears wreathed in black flames and black lightning raced toward Sasuke. The 2 immense forces collided violently, in the air, each struggling against the other, plunging the entire sky into a deathly stillness. Suddenly, terrifying black energy burst forth in all directions, shattering the surrounding mountains and tearing the roofs off nearby houses. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the purple Susanoo broke through the assault of the 6 spears and pierced straight through the black Susanoo. And in Sasuke's hand, the black Chidori, gleaming with a dread-inducing light, pierced through Yu's chest. "You shouldn't have hurt Sarada," Sasuke said coldly. Yu coughed up blood, continuously falling like a broken kite toward Konoha village. "Little Yu," Nanzi Chingying shouted in desperation. "Yu!" Snow cried out anxiously as she rushed toward Konoha. In the end, Yu landed heavily at the entrance of the Ninja Academy. His heart was severely damaged, and his consciousness gradually faded. "Finally, it's over," Yu murmured to himself. But then Yu suddenly felt a violent tremor in his heart. He let out a pained scream, as if something was trying to take over his consciousness. A pillar of black light shot straight into the sky from Yu's chest, engulfing everything around it. Several people returned to Konoha village. Looking at the scene before them, Nanzi Chingying's unease reached its peak. Sensing something wrong, Sasuke once again formed a black Chidori in his right hand, used a Menotajikara to appear before Yu, and prepared to make a final end. But at that moment, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Yu's body, sending Sasuke flying. Meanwhile, Yugo, seeing the black pillar shooting into the sky from Konoha, sensed something ominous. A memory resurfaced in his mind. "Karin, is this really worth it?" Looking at Karin, whose hair had turned white, Yugo still couldn't understand. Karin said weakly, Even if Little Yu destroys the entire ninja world in the future, I still want him to live. Just as the crowd was stunned, the black pillar of light vanished instantly, and a sinister black shockwave radiated outward at an astonishing speed. Reacting quickly, Mingren unleashed the Nine-Tails chakra, attempting to halt the shockwave, but it effortlessly tore through the Nine-Tails defense and continued to spread. This sudden upheaval caught everyone off guard. When Mingren opened his eyes again, the sight before him filled him with overwhelming grief. The once joyful Konoha village, filled with laughter and celebration of the harvest festival, just yesterday now lay in ruins, engulfed in flames and billowing smoke resembling a hell on earth. Cold bodies lay scattered across the ground, and survivors could only wail in agony amidst this catastrophe. This scene was even more devastating than Pain's assault on Konoha. Even more horrifying, Mingren's eyes were bloodshot, his body trembling slightly, fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms, drawing blood as boundless rage and sorrow surged within him. At that moment, Zhuozhu condensed a black thousand birds in his right hand and used heavenly hand power to appear before you. However, just as he was about to strike, a black shadow suddenly lunged at him with incredible speed. Zhuozhu felt a powerful force slam into his chest, sending him flying dozens of meters before crashing heavily into a ruined house, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The few protected by Mingren stared at the black shadow in shock. A tail. Behind you, a black tail had appeared, slowly drooping down. At this moment, Yu's eyes were filled with nothing but madness, and a constant stream of sneering laughter escaped his lips, sending chills down everyone's spine. This sneering laughter completely shattered Nan's Qingying's psychological defenses. A golden glow emanated from Mingren, and his gaze sharpened as he instantly entered Sage Fox mode. Just then, a figure appeared beside him. Zhuozhu, who had swapped positions using heavenly hand power. As soon as Zhuozhu steadied himself, he saw Yu suddenly twist his neck, producing a cracking sound, then transform into a ghostly black shadow, charging at Mingren with astonishing speed. Yu's right hand formed a claw carrying a fierce wind as it aimed for Mingren. Mingren did not dare to be careless. He punched out with a fist wreathed in golden light, blocking Yu's attack. But Yu did not relent. His body vanished like a phantom, disappearing from the spot. Seeing this, Zhuozhu flashed forward, condensing a black thousand birds in his hand, charging toward Yu's position like lightning. In the blink of an eye, the black thousand birds in his right hand was already before Yu, seemingly about to strike. Yet, in that instant, Zhuozhu found his body uncontrollably returning to its original spot. What's happening? Zhuozhu's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Meanwhile, Mingren had no time to ponder as Yu's attack came again. Yu's fist, wrapped in black chakra like burning flames, slammed fiercely toward Mingren. Mingren quickly raised his arms to defend, but was still knocked back over 10 meters by the immense force. Mingren, be careful. That might be the power of the reincarnation eye, Zhuozhu warned. I know. Mingren mobilized his chakra, conjuring a giant nine-tails fist, which smashed toward Yu with overwhelming momentum. Yu let out a series of sneers, raised his right hand, and a powerful repulsive force erupted from his palm, forming a circular barrier that deflected Mingren's nine-tails fist. Seizing the opening, Zhuozhu activated heavenly hand power again, swapping positions with a stone to Yu's right. The black thousand birds in his hand glinted coldly as he prepared to strike. Suddenly, Yu turned his head, and Zhuozhu was astonished to find himself back in his original spot. Mingren, I have a hypothesis I want to test. Help me distract him. Mingren nodded, instantly transforming into a golden light and charging at Yu. Yu casually raised his hand and unleashed divine punishment, the powerful repulsive force sending Mingren flying back. But at that moment, Zhuozhu had silently circled behind Yu, the black lightning tinged thousand birds in his hand, thrusting viciously toward Yu. Yu used instant teleportation to evade Zhuozhu's attack. Zhuozhu communicated with Mingren. Mingren, this guy's reincarnation eye ability can revert objects within its field of vision to a previous state, but the exact limit and duration need further verification. What? Mingren's expression turned grim. He then transformed into a golden light, once more his golden fist crashing down on Yu like a meteor. Yu raised his hand to unleash divine punishment, but this time Mingren actually managed to withstand the force of divine punishment, forming a spiraling sphere in his left hand bearing the pattern of the one-tailed Shoha. Sage Art Magnet, release spiraling sphere. A blue spiraling sphere appeared in his hand, laced with a hint of sealing power. At the same time, Yu's reincarnation eye suddenly rotated, and in the next instant Mingren was teleported back to his original position. Seeing this, Zhuozhu immediately used heavenly hand power, appearing behind Yu in an instant. However, Yu seemed to sense something, quickly forming a black energy sphere in his right hand, which collided with the black thousand birds in Zhuozhu's right hand. The collision produced a massive wave of energy, leaving a bottomless pit on the ground, and further damaging the already ruined buildings around. Zhuozhu's pupils flickered, and a purple skeletal arm materialized again, slamming down toward Yu. Yu's reincarnation eye ability activated once more, returning Zhuozhu to his original spot, and the purple skeleton dissipated. Zhuozhu said slowly, Mingren, this guy's reincarnation eye has a cooldown roughly twice the time it takes to revert an object. Mingren nodded, his right fist wreathed in dazzling golden light, and said to Zhuozhu, Zhuozhu, take that guy somewhere else. The village can't take any more damage. Zhuozhu understood instantly. He activated his left 6-tomo reincarnation eye, and you found himself before Mingren, greeted by Mingren's golden fist brimming with anger and sorrow. Mingren's punch sent you flying over 100 meters. You steadied himself now above the Konoha forest. The next moment Mingren and Zhuazhu appeared before him. Mingren turned into a golden light and appeared before you, his right fist glowing with golden light, colliding with Yu's right fist, which was enveloped in dark energy. The last time their fists met was at Mount Mayaboku, a sign of mutual recognition, but this time it was a fight to the death. Zhuazhu used heavenly hand power to appear before you, slashing at him with the Kusanagi sword. Yu's reincarnation eye ability activated, returning Zhuazhu to his original spot, but the Kusanagi sword remained beside you. Zhuazhu activated heavenly hand power, swapping positions with the Kusanagi sword, and kicked you dozens of meters away. Then, transforming into a flash of lightning, he appeared above the flying you, a black thousand birds in his hand, descending. You could only activate his reincarnation eye ability again. But the next moment, a spiraling shuriken wrapped in lava release chakra appeared before you. You raised his right hand and unleashed divine punishment, but was still struck down to the ground by the spiraling shuriken. Sage Art Lava Release Spiraling Shuriken. The hemispherical lava devoured the ground with irresistible force, leaving a bottomless pit. However, Mingren and Zhuazhu keenly sensed that the chakra within the deep pit was increasing. Just then, an even colder pillar of dark light pierced the sky, surging upward with unparalleled power. Then you rose slowly from the pit, black wings spreading behind him. The blood-red nine-tomo reincarnation eye on his forehead gleamed like a demon's eye, sending chills down one's spine. He raised his hand and instantly dozens of enormous black pillars of light descended from the sky like falling meteors. These black pillars possessed immense power, enough to destroy everything. Sasuke did not hesitate. The purple complete body Susanoo spread its wings and soared into the sky, charging toward the black pillars to intercept them. Xiaoyu, who exactly are you? Naruto gazed at the sky, somewhat dazed. Naruto, don't hesitate. The voice of the Nine Tails echoed in Naruto's mind, snapping him back to reality. Kurama, thank you, Naruto said gratefully. As his words faded, a golden light surged from Naruto's body, and he entered the tailed beast mode. Naruto performed the shadow clone technique, and 6 identical Ninetails appeared on the ground. 5 of the clone Ninetails simultaneously fired tailed beast balls at the black pillars above, engaging in fierce opposition. The original Ninetails gathered 2 massive wind-release Raisin Shurikens in its hands, and hurled them toward the black pillars. The sword in the purple Susanoo's hand, wreathed in black flames, slashed through the black pillars one by one. The remaining pillars were also destroyed by the tailed beast balls and Raisin Shurikens. As the smoke gradually cleared, 16 black pillars materialized behind you once again. These black pillars emanated a terrifying aura and charged toward the purple Susanoo at an astonishing speed. Facing this sudden assault, the purple Susanoo continuously swung its long sword, trying to sever the black pillars. However, several pillars pierced through the defense and struck the purple Susanoo. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Sasuke's mouth. Sasuke! Naruto shouted anxiously, for clone Ninetails soared into the air, charging fiercely toward you to stop his attack. Meanwhile, Naruto and the original Ninetails quickly arrived beside Sasuke, using their sharp claws to destroy the black pillars that had pierced the purple Susanoo one by one. However, on the other side, the 4 clone Ninetails were unfortunately all pierced by the black pillars and eventually vanished into the air. Seeing this, you raised both hands, and a colossal black pillar shot toward Naruto with ferocity. Sage Art Boil Release Unrivaled Strength. Naruto borrowed the Boil Release chakra from the Five Tails Kokuo, and in one breath elevated his own chakra to its peak. His power erupted, instantly dissolving the enormous black pillar completely. But before Naruto could catch his breath, another colossal black pillar came hurtling toward him. The black pillar pierced straight through the right side of the Ninetails' abdomen. Naruto spat blood, gravely wounded. Looking up, Naruto was stunned to see 16 colossal black pillars floating behind you. Suddenly a hand landed on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto, let's go together. The Ninetails' body began to be covered in layers of purple Susanoo armor, and a purple longsword appeared in its right hand. Let's go together, Sasuke and Naruto said simultaneously. The armored Ninetails charged at you at incredible speed. You raised his right hand, and the 16 colossal black pillars flew toward the Ninetails. The armored Ninetails dodged sideways, swinging its sword directly, severing several colossal black pillars. The remaining pillars began to coalesce into an even larger black pillar. It fell toward the Ninetails. Sasuke's right Mangekyo Sharingan swirled with power, and the sword in the armored Ninetails' hand, wreathed in black flames, pierced straight through the black pillar. His left 6-tomo Rinnegan activated, swapping positions with you and the shattered black pillar. You used the Rinnegan's ability to rewind the armored Ninetails back a few seconds. But the cooldown of Ameno Tajikura was faster, and you was swapped again. You could only block with his 2 wings, but the sword wreathed in black flames easily broke through his defense, and his body was instantly split in 2. Ah! You let out a painful scream, and a stream of blood flowed from his 9-tomo Rinnegan. However, astonishingly, his lower body instantly regenerated. Is this the ability of that blood-colored Rinnegan? You murmured to himself, a hint of shock and disbelief in his eyes. You slowly rose into the air, his gaze becoming firm and resolute. He raised his right hand toward the sky, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. A massive black energy sphere comparable to the size of the moon appeared in his palm. The survivors of Konoha stared in terror at the boundless black energy sphere. They collapsed to the ground, their hearts filled with despair and fear. "You've got to be kidding me, is this really the power of a human?" someone asked in a trembling voice. "Xiaofeng, wait for me, I'll be with you soon." Another person whispered, their eyes full of sorrow and helplessness. Meanwhile, the people of the hidden stone village also sensed this earth-shattering change. Kuratsuchi, hearing the commotion among the crowd, woke up from her sleep. Her eyes wide, she looked out the window and saw the black energy sphere hanging high in the sky, as shocking as the apocalypse. "Is this a natural disaster?" Kuratsuchi stared blankly at the scene, unable to help but sigh. In the hidden mist village, Terumi, Mei tightly held Terumi Haru, her eyes filled with worry and determination. "Haru, don't be afraid, mommy will always be here to protect you." She gently stroked Terumi Haru's hair, as if transferring all her strength to her. In the hidden sand village, Gaara anxiously asked the communication ninja, his voice tinged with urgency. "Have you contacted Konoha? Any news from them?" His eyes revealed concern and worry for the hidden leaf village. The communication ninja stammered, "Lord Kazekage. Not yet. No signal." His voice carried a hint of helplessness and frustration. In the hidden cloud village, the fourth Raikage impatiently directed his subordinates, shouting, "Hurry up and bring out my chakra cannon. Prepare to deal with any possible situation." His face was full of tension and determination, as if ready for battle. "Kurama, are you ready?" Naruto called out to the clone Ninetails, sitting cross-legged on the ground, his tone revealing a mix of anticipation and anxiety. "This is all the natural energy I could absorb." After the clone Ninetails dispersed, Naruto felt a powerful and unfamiliar chakra surge within him. That power was like surging waves, causing his body to tremble slightly. A massive blue bow appeared in the hands of the armored Ninetails. The chakra of the nine-tailed beasts, accompanied by lightning, began to coalesce into an arrow of earth-shattering power. He waved his hand and the black energy sphere descended toward the land. Arrow of the Six Paths. The magnificent lightning arrow flew toward the black energy sphere, and the resulting massive lightning storm clashed with the black sphere. The ground began to shake violently, and the sky flickered between white and black like a world-ending catastrophe. The black energy sphere continued to descend. "Sasuke, hold on." Naruto spat blood. "Idiot, of course I know." Blood trickled from Sasuke's six-tomo Rinnegan. Torn by that dark energy, Yu's consciousness was barely remaining. Scenes from the past continuously replayed in his mind. Times of joy and sorrow, gains and losses. Even if he no longer held hope for life, at least until he accomplished that task, he would not fall here. The dark energy never expected Yu's fighting spirit to be so tenacious. In that moment of distraction, Naruto and Sasuke sensed Yu's abnormality and seized the opportunity, roaring to the sky. The arrow of the Six Paths directly pierced through the black energy sphere, and Sasuke's Kusanagi blade also pierced the nine-tomo Rinnegan on Yu's forehead. The black energy sphere then dissipated, and Yu fell heavily into Konoha village. As the Rinnegan with nine-tomo vanished from Yu's forehead, he felt all the chakra within him dissipating, and his body finally regained control. Yet at that moment a sharp pain struck him as the Kusanagi blade disappeared from his brow. A figure, its right hand wreathed in blue lightning, appeared beside Yu. That figure was none other than Sasuke, his expression blank, ready to end everything. Just as Sasuke was about to make his move, a familiar voice rang out. "Sasuke, anyone can kill Xiao Yu, but not you." Yugo arrived at last, his face etched with anxiety and concern. Yu's voice, however, was exceptionally weak. "Uncle Yugo, don't say any more." Sasuke paid no heed to Yugo's words. His Chidori blade continued its descent as if to utterly annihilate Yu. But Yugo shouted regardless, "Xiao Yu is an artificial human created by Karin's request to Orochimaru using cells from you and Karin." These words exploded like a thunderclap in the air. Sasuke halted his movement, his eyes filled with incredulity. "What did you say?" Sasuke's eyes widened as if he could not believe what he had just heard. The arriving Sakura, Sarada, Naruto, Setsuna, Nans, Chinying, and others were also frozen in place, stunned into silence by the sudden revelation. The experiment failed countless times. When Orochimaru and Karin were about to give up, the sound of a baby's cry came from the container. But the dark chakra within that infant, the nine-tomo Rinnegan on its forehead, and the Rinnegan in its pupils aroused Orochimaru's murderous intent. Yugo's voice choked with emotion, his eyes brimming with sorrow and pain, as if he had returned to that moment. It was Karin who sacrificed 20 years of her lifespan using her pendant to set the first seal, sealing the pupils and part of the chakra, and the second seal with death as its boundary, sealing the Rinnegan on the forehead and the remaining chakra. A complex emotion stirred within Sasuke. He remained silent for a long time, then joined the rescue efforts. Naruto also said nothing, organizing the survivors to carry out the rescue. He knew this was not the time for lamentation. There were more people in need of his help. The entire scene became tense and busy as everyone threw themselves into the rescue, hoping to save the trapped as quickly as possible. Setsuna longed to rush to Yu's side, but she suppressed her impulse and followed Naruto's footsteps. As the dark chakra and the nine-tomo Rinnegan gradually faded, the unease in Nan's Chinying's heart also dissipated. Yet her heart was shrouded in an indescribable pain. She could not comprehend this feeling, only that her heart ached terribly. Suddenly Nan's Qingying swiftly formed hand seals, and a massive green formation appeared above Konoha village. The light within the formation like warm sunlight healed every wounded person. However, the excessive chakra consumption took its toll. Eventually she vomited blood and collapsed to the ground. Yu lay still on the ground, his gaze hollow, a faint bitter smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He seemed to have made an important decision, trembling as he struggled to his feet. "Uncle Yugo, please help me to the Hokage building." Yu's voice was weak but resolute, revealing a determined resolve. The Hokage building, a structure symbolizing the power and responsibility of Konoha, stood at the village's center. It towered into the clouds, majestic and solemn, having witnessed countless rises and falls of the village. As Yu and his group passed by Ichiraku Ramen, they saw the old master Tucci, kneeling on the ground, tears streaming endlessly, his face filled with despair and grief. Iam lay motionless, having lost all signs of life. When Tucci saw Yu, his face instantly darkened. In fury, he grabbed a bowl of ramen from the ground and hurled it violently at Yu. Yu did not dodge. The bowl struck him directly on the forehead, leaving a deep gash as blood trickled down his cheek. "Why did you do this?" Tucci glared at Yu, his eyes filled with disappointment and hatred. Yu silently gazed back at Tucci, his heart heavy with guilt, but he could not answer the question. He knew his actions had brought immense harm to the village, and now he could only choose silence. Yu did not stop. He continued walking toward the Hokage building. Along the way, more and more villagers joined the ranks of those accusing him. They hurled eggs, shovels, and even kunai at Yu. Yu's body was already covered in egg yolk and dirt, his clothes torn, revealing wounds beneath. Yugo tried to shield Yu from the attacks. But Yu stopped him. "Uncle Yugo, this is what I must bear. Let me handle it." Yu knew these were the punishments he deserved, and he was willing to accept them all. Yu struggled through the crowd, each step accompanied by curses and thrown objects. Yet he did not retreat. He pressed on toward the Hokage building with unwavering determination. Along the way, Yu saw the once familiar Yamanaka flower shop, now reduced to rubble. He recalled the moments from his childhood with the shop's owner Ino, and a wave of sorrow surged within him. He had bought flowers here for Hinata and had received encouragement and support from Ino. Now all of that was gone. Finally, Yu and Yugo arrived before the collapsed Hokage building. Yu took a deep breath and said to Yugo, "Uncle Yugo, wait for me." With that, he stepped into the ruins. The power of his Rinnegan surged, and he formed the ram seal with both hands, holding it for several seconds. The King of Hell descended upon Konoha once more. The King of Hell opened its mouth, releasing countless souls of the deceased. Those souls danced in the air, then slowly descended into the crowd below. Each soul found its original body and merged back into it. Then a green radiance emanated from the King of Hell, enveloping all the bodies of the fallen. That green light was as warm as a spring breeze, soothing the wounded hearts of the people. The outer path samsara of heavenly life technique. In front of Ichiraku Ramen, Tucci was weeping prostrate on the ground, when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Dad, why are you crying?" Tucci looked up, his eyes filled with disbelief. He saw Iam standing before him, her face carrying a hint of confusion and concern. Iam blinked, seemingly not understanding why her father was so sad. A young genin immersed in the grief of losing his partner wept silently. He murmured to himself, "Xiaofeng, I never thought I'd survive. After I observe 3 years of mourning for you, I'll find another companion." Suddenly a hand reached out, grabbed his ear, and yanked him up. The genin cried out in pain and turned to find his wife Xiaofeng. She glared at him, eyes blazing with anger. "Only 3 years, and you're already thinking of finding another?" Xiaofeng's voice brimmed with fury and resentment. The genin said nothing but wrapped his arms tightly around her, feeling her warmth and heartbeat. Such scenes unfolded repeatedly throughout Konoha village. Such a scene had occurred before when pain attacked Konoha. Those who had experienced the pain attack on Konoha had deep memories of the sight. Naruto suddenly remembered something, his emotions becoming extremely agitated. "Has anyone seen you?" The people around him shook their heads one after another. At that moment Nan's Chinyue hurried over carrying a box. "Lord Hokage, just now an orange-haired man brought this box and said I must personally deliver it to you." Filled with doubt, Naruto nonetheless took the box and gently opened it. However, when he saw what was inside, he was instantly stunned. Inside the box were a pair of purple Rinnegan still stained with blood. Yu expended his last chakra to return to Mount Mayaboku. Shima Sage, seeing Yu's hair turned white, asked anxiously, "You, what happened to you?" Yu coughed incessantly, each cough spraying bright red blood. He trembled violently, as if his entire body was being torn apart. After a long while he finally stopped coughing and raised his head with difficulty, a weak but resolute smile on his face. "Granny Shima, don't worry, I'm fine." Shima Sage's eyes were filled with worry and anxiety. "You, what happened to your eyes? Why has it come to this?" Yu smiled slightly and replied calmly, "I returned my eyes. Granny Shima, I can't see now. Can you take me to my mother?" Supported by Shima Sage, Yu slowly returned to the cave, where Karin was laid to rest. He sat down quietly. "Mom, I beat up Uchiha Sasuke for you. But he hit me hard too." Yu said with a smile to Karin, though he knew she could no longer hear him. Mom, I really wanted to revive you, but the Rinne rebirth technique couldn't do it. Yu continued speaking, tears streaming down his pale cheeks. Night fell. Naruto sat in a hastily set up tent, quietly reading the report handed to him by Shikamaru. All the buildings in Konoha had collapsed, but fortunately no one had died. Shikamaru came to Naruto's side and reported the injuries of the critically wounded were under control. Everyone was now highly motivated, actively participating in the reconstruction work thanks to Chinying, Sakura, and the others. Suddenly Shikamaru changed the subject. Naruto, everyone being revived this time. Is it because of you? Naruto nodded slightly, his mood somewhat low. Sasuke doesn't know the Rinne rebirth technique, so that's the only possibility. But I've seen the one who used it before, and in the end. At this, Shikamaru fell into silence. Just then a commotion came from outside the tent. Yamato had collapsed from exhaustion due to overusing wood release. Choji was leading the Akimichi clan members, using the expansion jutsu to carry building materials. Meanwhile, Byakuya and Metal were competing to see who could carry more, treating it as training. Hyuga Kaiten rolled his eyes at them, childish. Yet he himself refused to be outdone, moving faster than anyone else. As night deepened, everyone gradually grew tired and returned to their tents to rest. Naruto lay on his futon, his mind filled with thoughts, unable to fall asleep for a long time. He tossed and turned, the image of Yu constantly appearing in his mind. Hinata, lying beside him, sensed his inner turmoil. She gently turned over and asked softly, "Naruto, are you thinking about Yu?" Naruto nodded slightly, his voice hoarse, as if weighed down by heavy thoughts. "Hinata, do I really deserve to be a teacher?" Hinata gently stroked Naruto's face, her eyes full of understanding and comfort. In another tent, Sakura sensed movement beside her. She slowly opened her eyes and saw Sarada sitting up, her expression sorrowful. Sakura asked softly, "Sarada, are you all right?" Sarada's eyes glistened with tears. She choked out, "Mom, my eyes are crying uncontrollably. Is it because Yu is crying?" Sakura tightly hugged Sarada, saying nothing, only gently patting her back. Meanwhile, in the white mist forest, a mysterious figure in a black robe was hopping about, searching for something. This figure had no hands, only a left foot. Suddenly his eyes emitted a bright light, as if he had found his target. He excitedly picked up an object with his mouth and then hopped away from the scene. "When my brother arrives, it will be your doom. Especially you, I will make you suffer 100 times more pain." As time passed, the night gradually dispersed and the light of dawn began to spread across the land. Deep within Mount Myaboku there was a tranquil cave. Faint light flickered on the cave walls, illuminating the scene inside. In the center of the cave, Yu lay quietly on the ground. Despite his powerful vitality, death had finally come. His heart had stopped beating and his consciousness had completely vanished. However, after his death, Yu found himself on an endless dark path. He did not know how long he had walked, only that everything around him was pitch black, with only the path beneath his feet guiding him forward. Finally, in the distance ahead, Yu saw a faint glimmer of light. It was a warm beam of light illuminating the road ahead. When he approached, he realized the light came from a burning campfire, and beside the fire sat a figure. Yu's eyes gradually adjusted to the light, and he slowly made out the figure's face. Tears instantly welled up in his eyes, flowing uncontrollably. He was so excited he could barely speak, eager to step forward and tightly embrace Karin. However, the moment he took a step, Karin suddenly stood up, reached out, and knocked hard on Yu's head. Yu felt a sharp pain covering the quickly swelling bump on his head, wincing in pain, but a happy smile spread across his face. "Mom's fist is still the kindest," Yu murmured, his voice filled with longing and dependence for his mother. However, before he could finish, Karin rushed over and tightly embraced him. Her eyes were full of love and heartache, tears streaming down her cheeks. "You idiot, why did you come so soon?" Karin said softly, her tone revealing reluctance and concern for her son. Yu felt the warmth of his mother's embrace, his heart filled with emotion and happiness, savoring this rare moment of reunion. "Mom, I gave Uchiha Sasuke a thorough thrashing on your behalf. Excellent, that fellow has been wearing a scowl all day, and I've long wanted to teach him a lesson." "Mom, then why did you fall for that guy? He saved me when we were kids and I fell in love with him." "Such a cliché story." Bang. Karin casually gave Yu a flick on the head. "Little Yu, do you hate Mom?" "No, I don't. I know you're the one who treats me best in this world." Bang. Karin gave Yu another flick on the head. "Then why did you want to do something foolish?" Yu slowly closed his eyes, sinking into deep thought. "Mom, in this world full of suspicion and distrust, what exactly do people live for? To become a member of the village, I have been fighting tirelessly. But why do Master and Teacher Chinying doubt me?" Yu said in a low voice, his tone tinged with unwillingness and sorrow. "Here only in front of Mom can you pour out his true thoughts without reservation. Ever since Mom left, I've been searching for a reason to keep living, but in the end I discovered that I'm nothing but an experiment. Isn't that laughable?" Yu's eyes revealed deep self-mockery. Karin gently stroked Yu's head, gazing at him with a firm look. "No, little Yu, you are absolutely not an experiment." At that moment, a dazzling white light suddenly flickered from Yu's heart area, and a powerful force burst forth instantly. Immediately after, a ceiling barrier gradually dissipated and Karin's figure began to blur, as if it could vanish at any moment. It seems time is up and Mom must leave this world. Karin murmured, a trace of reluctance flashing in her eyes. You widened his eyes, disbelief written all over his face. What time? Mom, where are you going? Aren't we supposed to go together? He tightly grasped Karin's hand, afraid she would suddenly disappear. Karin smiled softly, her eyes full of affection. She gently stroked Yu's cheek and spoke tenderly. I have seen everything you've been through during this time. You are Mom's pride. Although Mom doesn't understand those big principles, I hope you can be happy every day, carefree. Life itself has no meaning, it is you who give it value. Listening to Karin's words, you couldn't stop the tears from flowing. Karin's figure gradually became ethereal, as if it would dissipate at any moment. You reached out his hand trying to grab her, but only caught emptiness. Yugo wasn't entirely right. I actually left you 3 seals. The last seal, Thousand Wheel Reincarnation, uses the caster's 20 years of life to leave a sealing barrier at the target's heart. When the target dies, the sealing technique will convert into 2 years of vitality and return it to the target. Karin's voice gradually faded, as if coming from a distant sky. You stood frozen in place, never having imagined that Mom had sacrificed so much for him. Sorry, Mom can only give you 2 years of life, but I believe in you. Karin's voice gradually disappeared, and her figure slowly dissipated into the darkness. He was already sobbing uncontrollably, tears gushing out like a broken dam. After a long, while listening to the sound of a nearby stream, you found himself in a cave of Mount Mayaboku. He wiped away his tears, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself. I'm sorry, Mom. All along I never knew the value of life. I even thought of dying at the end, letting Sarada inherit my eyes. It's only now that I realize my life carries such heavy weight. Mom, I will definitely live on, and then. In the following days, Yu's injuries gradually healed. Though he still couldn't see, his movements became more agile, stumbling significantly less, and he could even return to the small wooden cabin on his own. During this time, aside from playing with Gamakichi, Yu spent all his time trying to recondense chakra. Although the process was extremely difficult, he never gave up. But the 9-tomo Rinnegan on his forehead had been pierced, and all the meridians in his body were severed, making it seemingly impossible to gather chakra again. Yu did not give up because of this predicament. He firmly believed he could find a way to restore his power. On the advice of Fukasaku, Yu began to try absorbing natural energy. Although Yu had extremely high affinity with natural energy, making the absorption process exceptionally smooth, the severed meridians prevented the natural energy from staying in his body, let alone being converted into chakra. However, Yu did not get discouraged. He persisted in trying. Day by day, Yu kept striving to find a way to restore his chakra. After a few more days, Yu was savoring the insect cuisine made by Shima. Seeing Yu eating so happily, Shima couldn't help but shed tears of emotion. After little Jiraiya passed away, only little Yu likes my insect cuisine. At that moment, Gamakichi was laughing heartily beside them, mocking Yu for actually liking insect cuisine. As a result, Shima picked up a wooden stick and gave it a thorough beating. Just as they were laughing and playing, a violent tremor suddenly shook the ground, as if the whole world was trembling. Yu and the toads immediately became alert, knowing that this tremor was no ordinary one. One person and several toads ran outside, only to feel the ground shaking incessantly. Father of the child, could it be? Shima asked anxiously, looking at Fukasaku. Fukasaku's expression turned serious. It seems the legendary Sanluo Cave Heaven has appeared again after 100 years. Meanwhile, at Ryuchi Cave and the Shikatsu Forest, the ground was also shaking incessantly. On Mount Mayaboku, Shima felt the ground vibration not weakening but growing stronger. Father of the child, something seems wrong. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire Mount Mayaboku tore from the ground, slowly rose into the air, and then vanished from the ninja world, leaving behind a bottomless pit. When Yu opened his eyes again, he found that Mount Mayaboku had arrived in an unknown space. Ahead lay an endless forest, and deep within the forest a towering tree reached into the clouds, awe-inspiring. The trunk of this tree was immensely thick, as if supporting the entire world. Its dense canopy covered the sky, blocking out the sun. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled patches of light and shadow like a mysterious painting. Yu and the toads were stunned by the sight before them. They had never seen such a gigantic tree. Where exactly is this place? How did we get here? Yu asked in confusion. Shima and Fukasaku exchanged a glance, a trace of worry appearing on their faces. It seems we've run into big trouble. This place is probably the legendary Sanluo Cave Heaven. So this is the Sanluo Cave Heaven, Master Fukasaku. Yu gazed at the magnificent scenery before him, his heart filled with profound awe. He saw a colossal mountain peak, its summit shrouded in mist and clouds, as if leading to another world. At the foot of the mountain, a crystal-clear river flowed, its banks shaded by green trees and blooming with flowers. In the distance, a dense forest echoed with the chirping of birds. Yes, but in the past, when the Sanluo Cave Heaven emerged, it only created a portal on Mount Mayaboku, not like this time where the entire Mount Mayaboku has been transported here. Master Fukasaku furrowed his brow, seemingly perplexed by this situation. Just as the group was puzzled, a strange sound of footsteps suddenly emerged from the front of Mount Mayaboku. They looked up and saw countless humanoid skeletons wielding weapons and shields charging toward Mount Mayaboku. These skeletons were numerous, orderly, and marched in unison, clearly a well-trained army. Not good children prepare for battle. Master Fukasaku shouted loudly. Upon hearing his command, the battle-ready toads, Gamabunta, Gamaken, Gamahiro, and Gamakichi, charged toward the skeleton army. They were huge and imposing, engaging in fierce combat with the skeleton army. He was extremely anxious. He wanted to rush forward to help but found himself unable to see the path clearly, and in his panic he ran in the wrong direction. You this way. Gamatatsu quickly pulled you back. With Yu's modest assistance, the toads finally annihilated the skeleton army, leaving scattered bones all over the ground. However, before anyone could catch their breath, the bones on the ground began to stir, as if summoned by some mysterious force, gathering together to form a colossal skeletal giant towering 30 meters high. Gamakichi couldn't dodge in time, and was struck hard to the ground by the skeleton giant's fist. Brother! Gamatatsu, burning with anxiety, carried you on his back and rushed toward Gamakichi. You bastard! Gamabunta was furious. He swiftly drew his dagger, and leaped toward the skeleton giant, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. However, the skeleton giant reacted swiftly, raising its hand to easily block Gamabunta's attack, and then punched him back dozens of meters. Father! Gamatatsu couldn't help but cry out at the sight. Gamaken and Gamahiro attacked the skeleton giant simultaneously, but the giant effortlessly grabbed their weapons, locking them in a stalemate. Just then a commotion came from the forest, and a massive skeletal beast charged at Gamaken with astonishing speed, biting his shoulder and causing blood to splatter instantly. Gamaken groaned in pain. Pain. At that moment, a powerful water jet blasted the skeletal beast back. It was none other than Sage Fukasaku who made the move. Gamaken and Gamahiro took the opportunity to retreat to safety. However, another sound came from the forest, and two more skeletal beasts charged out. All the toads were locked in intense battle. Even the timid Gamatatsu bravely joined the fray. You listened to the toad's cries of pain, his heart filled with anxiety. Suddenly a gentle breeze brushed by, and you suddenly thought of something. I seem to have been caught in a misunderstanding all along. Time flew like a fleeting white horse passing a crack. In the blink of an eye 3 years had passed. This day the sun was bright and the sky was as clear and pure as a sapphire. 6 ninjas, each wearing the Konoha headband, were darting through the forest at astonishing speed. Leading the team was none other than the passionate and energetic Rock Lee. His trademark thick eyebrows and determined expression made him instantly recognizable. Following behind him were 5 young ninjas, Hyuga, Kaiten, Metal, Seo, Byakuya, and Cheyenne. 3 years had gradually stripped these youths of their former naivety, making them more mature and composed. Seo and Cheyenne had now grown into graceful, beautiful young women. On Hyuga Kaiten's face, the former cold expression had gradually faded, replaced by a restrained steadiness. Metal still maintained his innocent, naive appearance, always looking a bit adorably silly. Byakuya, however, bore a deep scar on his face, revealing a maturity beyond his years. Seo winked mischievously at Cheyenne, a slight smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Cheyenne, your teacher Qingying is quite busy these days. Hearing this, Cheyenne couldn't help but fall into memories, a faint feeling of longing rising in her heart. Yes, it's been a long time since I last went on a mission with teacher Qingying. After days of arduous travel, the group finally arrived at their destination, the Hidden Mist Village. Led by the ninja responsible for reception in the Hidden Mist Village, they crossed the bustling streets and arrived before the Mizuki's office. In the spacious and bright office, ninjas from the 5 great shinobi villages had gathered, each wearing their village's headband. Many of them were familiar faces. From the Hidden Cloud Village, Urajetsu Erasure served as the captain, followed by Urajetsu III and Ikizan. From the Hidden Sand Village, Kankuro led 3 cannon fodder, named by numbers 1, 2, and 3. The Hidden Rock Village was led by Tukongdashi, also accompanied by 3 cannon fodder numbered 4, 5, and 6. Chojuro sat leisurely in a chair with Terumi Mei and Terumi Chin standing at his right side. 3 years had passed and Terumi Mei still maintained her unique aura, while Terumi Chin had grown even more delicate and refined. Upon seeing the Konoha team Urajetsu, I couldn't help but sneer. Oh ho, so Konoha has brought so many people this time. And you've brought 2 defeated opponents. Have you finished rebuilding Konoha? Hearing this, Metal immediately wanted to step forward to argue, but was stopped in time by Byakuya. Byakuya ignored Urajetsu I, instead turning his head to coldly stare at Urajetsu Arashi. Is this how you manage your subordinates? Letting him snap like a mad dog? Seo and Cheyenne hid in the shadows, covering their mouths and giggling silently. Urajetsu I's face turned green with rage, and Urajetsu Arashi's expression was also livid. Seeing the 2 sides locked in a verbal standoff, Chojuro cleared his throat lightly. Everyone, you didn't come here to argue, did you? Hearing this, the atmosphere eased slightly. Chojuro continued. Recently there have been frequent disappearances of ninjas along the west coast of the Hidden Mist Village. Based on the preliminary assessment of the 5 Kage Summit, it may be related to the disappearance of ninjas from the Land of Wind 3 years ago. Kankuro nodded and spoke slowly. When we investigated the disappearance of ninjas from the Land of Wind last time, we discovered that the mastermind was a person named Blood Zero. He could strip ninjas of their souls and create blood-colored figures. However, Blood Zero is dead, but there is still an accomplice at large who might be the mastermind behind this incident. Urajetsu Erasure frowned and asked, Does that accomplice have any distinguishing features or abilities? Kankuro continued. According to Snow, the accomplice wears a black robe and has a pair of Byakugan. Kaiten was surprised to hear this. Byakugan. Chojuro nodded and added. At that time we conducted thorough searches of the White Mist Forest several times but found no trace of him. I never expected that guy was still hiding in the White Mist Forest. Kankuro continued. Moreover, that fellow has a Rinnegan in each palm of his hands. Rinnegan? The ninjas from the Hidden Rock and Hidden Cloud villages were stunned. That was the legendary Rinnegan, the Eye of the Six Paths sage himself. Yaejing's resolve wavered. Kenjiro paid no heed to Yaejing and continued recounting the past under the combined assault of Yu, and Shue the black-robed man had lost one hand entirely. His other hand and one foot were also severed beyond recovery. At these words, several shinobi from Iwagakure and Kumogakure froze in stunned silence. Xiao Zi silently marveled. So 3 years ago, you had battled someone this formidable. At that moment Byakuya suddenly recalled a crucial question, and turned to Chojuro. Water Shadow-sama, did you recover the severed hand during your investigation? Chojuro shook his head. No trace had been found. Byakuya then voiced his suspicion. That hand has likely already returned to the black-robed man's possession. If my conjecture proves correct, we must prepare ourselves for battle against the Rinnegan's wielder. Hearing this, every face darkened with grim gravity. They well understood the Rinnegan's terrifying power, and knew full well that confronting its bearer would be perilous beyond measure. After meticulous pre-battle preparations, the group finally arrived at the outer fringes of the White Mist Forest under Chojuro's leadership. Do not let your focus waver upon entering the White Mist Forest, Chojuro warned solemnly. Its mist is deceptively dense. One misstep and we shall lose our bearings entirely. The moment they crossed the threshold deep within the forest's heart, a black-robed figure seated in the palace slowly raised his head. So soon another rat has dared trespass upon my domain. His voice was glacial, resonant with chilling depth. Unbeknownst to them, thick as the mist was a colossal black Rinnegan hung suspended overhead, its lid slowly blinking down upon them. Yaejing tread cautiously amid the formation, scanning left and right, until he glimpsed a hauntingly familiar silhouette. Terror seized him, his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground trembling as he pointed stiffly toward the left front. Look over there, Yaejing stammered. All followed his trembling finger, only to behold a black-haired youth standing motionless atop a massive boulder. When they recognized his features, all stood frozen in disbelief. Yealon fixed his gaze upon the youth, teeth clenched, and spat. Byakuya sensed something amiss and cautioned, stay vigilant. How could you possibly remain unchanged after 3 years? You remained silent. His right hand crackled with blinding white lightning, and with a swift flick he hurled a spiraling lightning shadow lance toward the group. They scattered backward in haste. The white spear detonated with thunderous force, unleashing a vast hemispherical vortex of lightning. Grenade 4 of Iwagakure failed to evade it, reduced instantly to ash. Grenade 4. Witnessing his comrade's demise, Tsuchikage Daisher's eyes burned with fury. But before grief could take hold, his right arm, wreathed in searing white lightning, blazed forward like a silver bolt, aiming straight for Grenade 5. Tsuchikage Daisher swiftly formed hand seals. A colossal wall of stone surged upward between Yu and Grenade 5. Seizing that instant of obstruction, he yanked Grenade 5 backward to safety. Grenade 5! Snap out of it! Yet Grenade 5 stood paralyzed, eyes wide, breath stolen, as he watched Grenade 4 fall, cut down without resistance. His mind had gone utterly blank. Yu pressed onward, hunting down the remaining grenadiers, each scattering in panic. Then, suddenly, a volley of wind chakra-infused shurikens streaked toward him from above. Xiao Zi arriving at last to reinforce the team. Wind release shuriken shadow clone technique. Confronted with this sudden barrage, he was forced to abandon pursuit, retreating swiftly to evade the lethal projectiles. Yet even as he recoiled, a figure cloaked in sapphire lightning erupted beside him, appearing on his right flank like a streak of living thunder. Before you could react, Yealon delivered a crushing blow, fist slamming into his chest with devastating force, hurling him violently into the earth, carving a crater deep and wide. As you struggled to rise from the rubble, jagged slabs of rock surged forth from all sides, coiling around his body like ravenous serpents, binding him tight. Who are you? Byakuya demanded from afar, wary and watchful. Yu offered no reply, merely raised his right hand. A flash of white lightning arced across his skin, and the encircling stone shattered into dust. Seeing Yu remain silent, Byakuya sealed his hands into rapid succession, and the ground beneath Yu's feet collapsed inward, swallowing him whole into a yawning chasm. At that instant, Terumi Haru arrived and struck her seals. Scalding boiling water cascaded from the heavens, pouring ceaselessly into the abyss below. When the chasm fell silent, the group closed in, only to stare in astonishment. Within the steaming waters there was nothing. Not even ash, not even vapor. Could that wretched Yu truly have been boiled away, bone and soul alike? Yaejing chuckled, gloating. Fool, Byakuya retorted coldly. Kenjiro's squad and Lee Rock's squad arrived late, delayed by the impenetrable white mist. Byakuya surveyed the scene and murmured. The one who appeared just now was likely not you. No sooner had the words left his lips than Jing shot back, "Impossible. Only you wields that white spear." Byakuya's tone turned frostbitten edged with quiet menace. "Then tell me. Did you know you also commands a technique far more devastating than that white spear?" Kanjiro gave a slight solemn nod, acknowledging the truth. "It is a white spear forged from fused fire and lightning nature chakra, veined with crimson sigils. I witnessed its might firsthand. Its detonation once overturned an entire subterranean palace." Jing fell silent, unable to counter. Yet deep within Byakuya's thoughts lingered a faint nagging disquiet, as though some vital thread had slipped through his grasp. Pressing forward, the group entered the palace at the forest's heart. The black-robed figure rose from his throne, kicking aside a skull at his feet with contemptuous ease. Blood oozed steadily from the Rinnegan embedded in his right palm. Cursed fate, if only I retained both Rinnegan. He was the very black-robed man Yu and Shui had confronted 3 years prior. Suddenly a nearby transmission array flared with brilliant white light, and 2 figures emerged. "At last, you arrive, though I confess I did not expect you to." Gazing upon the orange-shirt white-haired man, and the azure-robed white-haired man, the black-robed man's expression soured with disdain. The orange-shirt man sneered at the black-robed man's ruined state. "Ashi. Mere years apart, yet you've decayed into this. How pitiful indeed." The black-robed man's face darkened. A murder gleamed in his eyes. "Koshi, you court death." At that moment the azure-robed man interjected. "Ashi, enough squabbling. Many are converging upon this place. Should you jeopardize the king's design, even Lord Reisher cannot shield you." Before Ashi could retort, Koshi vanished, blasting outward from the palace at unimaginable speed. His form dissolved into thin air, leaving only his mocking echo behind. "Ashi, learn from me." As they cautiously advanced, they discussed their battle plan in low voices. Suddenly Huitan noticed an unusual disturbance ahead, and hastily warned, "Watch out. Something is approaching." The moment the words fell, the group was astonished to see a white-haired man in an orange short-sleeved shirt appear before the sand village's cannon fodder like a phantom. Chojuro recovered first, his gaze sharpening. Gripping Hiramakarei tightly, he swung it without hesitation at Gangshur. Yet shockingly, Gangshur merely extended his left hand and effortlessly blocked Chojuro's attack. Then his right fist struck like lightning, slamming into the cannon fodder and shattering him into pieces. "What?" Chojuro's eyes widened in disbelief. "One," Gangshur said expressionlessly, as if everything that had just happened was unrelated to him. Without pausing, he dashed straight toward Seo. Seo stared blankly at the blood and flesh scattered before her, her heart filled with fear and panic. Before she could even think, she hastily pulled a kunai from her ninja tool pouch, but her hands trembled uncontrollably. Just as Gangshur was about to succeed, a green figure suddenly appeared and kicked toward him with lightning speed. Konoha Whirlwind. With a roar, Gangshur was sent flying dozens of meters by the sudden spinning kick. "Seo, are you all right?" Rock Lee, his entire body glowing green, asked with concern, giving Seo a thumbs up and flashing a bright smile. Gangshur dusted himself off, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "That bowl cut of yours isn't bad." Only then did everyone get a clear look at the man in the orange short-sleeved shirt. To their surprise, he had Byakugan eyes. Gangshur slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, finally resting on Huitian. He frowned and muttered, "Those eyes? Must be the bloodline left by Princess Kaguya, right? Humph, how annoying." Suddenly Gangshur clenched his right fist, and a powerful surge of energy gathered rapidly around his knuckles. He threw a punch, hurling the energy fiercely at the group. "Not good." Tsuchikura Oishi and Byakuya exclaimed simultaneously, quickly forming hand seals to erect several thick earthen walls in an attempt to block the terrifying energy. However, the energy effortlessly pierced through the walls, shattering them instantly. As the smoke slowly cleared, only a few remained standing. Chojuro, Rock Lee, Terumi, Mei Kankuro, Tsuchikura Oishi, Byakuya, Yatsuki Arashi, and Huitian were all injured. The rest had collapsed on the ground unconscious. Tsuchikura Oishi stared at the forest behind him, now reduced to rubble, his face filled with terror, as he whispered, "No way." Gangshur shook his wrist, a hint of excitement in his smile. "So many still standing. Wonderful." Just then Gangshur saw a blur, and a figure crackling with blue lightning appeared before him in an instant. Hellstab, three-pronged thrust. Yatsuki Arashir gathered a massive amount of chakra into 3 fingers, forming sharp electric arcs, and then thrust them swiftly at Gangshur. But Gangshur did not dodge. He calmly threw a punch to meet the attack head-on. The fist and electric arcs collided with a deafening roar. Yatsuki Arashir was blasted back over 10 meters, his fingers throbbing with excruciating pain and trembling uncontrollably. The onlookers were stunned. The mighty 3-pronged thrust had only left a faint white mark on Gangshur's fist. At that moment Rock Lee noticed Seo lying on the ground and glared with fury. A green blur flashed by as Rock Lee appeared in front of Gangshur, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying into the air. Leaf Shadow Dance. Rock Lee executed the Leaf Shadow Dance, kicking toward Gangshur. However, Gangshur stabilized in midair and countered with a heavy punch, sending Rock Lee crashing back. Seizing the moment when Gangshur threw his punch, Kankuro, manipulated the puppet scorpion's shoulder-mounted double spiral blades to slash at him. Yet this seemingly fierce attack was easily snapped off by Gangshur with his bare hands. Then the puppet scorpion was pinned to the ground by Gangshur. Just as he was about to tear it apart, Byakuya moved swiftly. His right fist, encased in hard rock, slammed into Gangshur's chest with astonishing force. Gangshur's body swayed slightly but only staggered back half a step. A smirk had just formed on Gangshur's lips when a gigantic chakra blade flew in like lightning, striking him hard and sending him flying. Interesting. Gangshur wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He focused his gaze. Chojuro now held Hiramakarei, its two circular holes, releasing powerful gas, the entire weapon radiating a brilliant glow. I've been idle for too long. My apologies for making you wait. Chojuro gripped the unleashed Hiramakarei tightly and charged at Gangshur without hesitation. Gangshur immediately turned his fist into a claw, engaging in a fierce battle with Chojuro. For a time the two were locked in a stalemate, exchanging blows back and forth. Suddenly Gangshur launched a counterattack, moving like lightning to appear in front of Chojuro in an instant. Startled Chojuro reacted swiftly, unleashing the full power of Hiramakarei, with a brilliant flash to meet the white-haired man. After dozens of exchanges, the glow of Hiramakarei dimmed noticeably, while Gangshur grew more ferocious, turning his claw into a fist, and delivering a blow that sent Chojuro flying back over 10 meters. Pale-faced Chojuro coughed up blood, but he stubbornly refused to fall, preparing to continue fighting. However, Gangshur gave him no time to recover. He flickered, ready to pursue, only to find his feet immobilized. Looking down, he saw his feet encased in a thick layer of mud and rock, as if stuck in a quagmire. Then massive boulders hurtled toward him from both sides. Gangshur's expression shifted, and he quickly channeled his energy, unleashing two powerful blasts that shattered the boulders instantly. But just then he felt the temperature around him rise sharply, a scorching heat wave washing over him. Looking up, he saw countless brilliant flames descending from the sky like a peacock spreading its tail feathers, forming a sea of fire. Morning Peacock. The attacker was Rock Lee, now in the Gate of Life state. Gangshur roared, releasing a powerful burst of energy that forced the flames aside. At the same time, he stomped his feet, finally breaking free from the mud and rock, intending to eliminate Tsuchikura Oishi, who had bound him. But several light spikes suddenly pierced through, landing precisely on his joints, rendering him temporarily immobile. Hiramakarei blood, mist blade art, bone extraction. Chojuro, draining his remaining chakra, successfully sealed Gangshur's movements. Then Niji Hyuga activated his Byakugan and launched a frenzy of strikes at Gangshur's chakra points. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Gangshur's defense shattered instantly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Yatsuki Arashi, his entire body cloaked in lightning chakra, delivered a powerful kick to Gangshur's head with unstoppable force, causing him to vomit blood again. Lightning release, righteous thunderbolt. Not far away, Terumi Mei and Shizuka performed hand seals, simultaneously combining boiling water and a violent cyclone into a formidable force. Boil, release, cyclone blast. The scorching whirlwind howled toward Gangshur, inflicting severe burns over his skin, causing him agonizing pain. Finally, he collapsed to one knee. It's over. Just as Yatsuki Arashi prepared to deliver the final blow, a powerful force yanked his body and slammed him heavily into the ground. Hearing the commotion, everyone looked up to see a man in a black robe, missing one hand and one leg, leaping out from atop a mountain peak, taunting Gangshur. Gangshur, is this what you wanted me to learn? Gangshur lowered his head, gritting his teeth, remaining silent. Yatsuki Arashi struggled to his feet. The power of the black-robed man was unfathomable. But then another figure emerged from the peak. It was the man in the blue long-sleeved shirt, who gazed calmly at the group and said flatly, "You've performed admirably, but that's all there is to it." As he finished speaking, the man in the blue long-sleeved robe made a casual gesture with his hand, and a series of sharp wind blades shot toward the crowd like arrows. Seeing this, Baizai and Tukong Dashi quickly formed hand seals to execute their ninjutsu, attempting to block the wind blades with a wall of rock. However, those wind blades sliced through the sturdy rock wall with ease and continued flying toward the group. Everyone hurriedly dodged, but many were struck, leaving deep gashes on their bodies. At this moment, the man in the blue long-sleeved robe struck again. He condensed a massive wind blade in his right hand, which hurtled toward the crowd with overwhelming might. In this critical moment, Chojuro gritted his teeth, gripped the Hiramakarei tightly with both hands, and used all his strength to block the attack. Blood burst from his tiger's mouth, staining his palms crimson, yet he stubbornly held his ground against the onslaught. "Take the others and flee. Leave this to me. I'll hold them off as long as I can," Chojuro shouted, panting heavily. "Lord Mizukage, we will never abandon a comrade." Rock Lee was about to rush forward to support Chojuro, but Chojuro stopped him with a sharp command. "If you still consider yourself a teacher to these children, take them away now. They are the future of the ninja world. They cannot die here." Hearing this, Ishur burst into laughter, his voice echoing throughout the forest. "Haha, if I had both hands I would applaud you. But alas, the ninja world has no future. Because you will all become nutrients for the Otsutsuki clan." A savage grin twisted Ishur's face. These words sent shock through everyone present. "What? The Otsutsuki clan?" Ishur, stop wasting words. Finish them quickly. the blue-robed man beside him urged impatiently. As he spoke, he rapidly condensed a green tornado in his right hand, its powerful energy fluctuations distorting the surrounding air. He hurled the tornado toward the crowd. Wherever it passed, trees along the way were swept up and instantly torn into countless fragments. Chojuro, barely holding on with his grievously wounded body, prepared to sacrifice himself to block the attack. Suddenly a purple armor materialized, shielding the roaring tornado from the group. A storm of astonishment surged within the blue-robed man. His nearly full-force strike had been so easily intercepted by this sudden newcomer. His eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. When Chojuro recognized the figure, he finally let out a relieved sigh. The newcomer was none other than Uchiha Sasuke. However, Sasuke's expression was unusually grim, his gaze fixed intently on the palace entrance. Just then 3 silhouettes slowly emerged from within the palace. Among them, the appearance of the man with long purple hair and the one with long red hair sent an unprecedented sense of tension and pressure surging through Sasuke. Far surpassing even Uchiha Madara he had faced in the past, and even Kaguya herself could not compare. Ishire's eyes lit up with joy at the sight of the purple-haired man. He hopped over to him and exclaimed excitedly, "Brother, you've finally come." The purple-haired man's expression darkened when he saw Ishire's pitiful state. His tone remained calm, but the coldness in his eyes sent chills down one's spine. "Ishire, who did this to you?" Ishire's face twisted with malice as he pointed at Sasuke and the others and said venomously, "It was one of their companions. A brat with short black hair. I almost died at his hands." The purple-haired man's gaze was cold and indifferent, sweeping over the people below before finally resting on Sasuke. When he noticed the 6-tomo Rinnegan in Sasuke's left eye, he suddenly became intrigued. "A Rinnegan? You must be Uchiha Sasuke, the one the king mentioned." Hearing the purple-haired man's words, Sasuke was startled. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the man rapidly condense, a purple lightning energy ball, radiating a terrifying aura. Sasuke quickly warned, "Quick! Gather around me." The moment the words left his mouth, the energy ball in the purple-haired man's hand shot toward the crowd like lightning. Where it passed, the air itself seemed to freeze, suffocating all who sensed it. Worried about the people behind him, Sasuke did not hesitate for a second. He immediately summoned the complete body Susanoo to block the energy ball. With the ground trembling violently, an unparalleled wave of terrifying energy swept through the entire white mist forest. When the smoke cleared and the people inside the Susanoo opened their eyes, they were all frozen in shock. The once vast white mist forest had been reduced to nothing but scorched earth. Yi Weijing was about to celebrate their survival when he noticed the tense expressions of the others. Following their gaze, he saw that the indestructible Susanoo armor now bore several fine cracks. With the need to protect everyone and fight an enemy of this caliber, not to mention the 5 Otsutsuki surrounding them, Sasuke made a swift decision. The purple Susanoo spread its wings and sped toward the hidden mist village with the group. The purple-haired man sneered contemptuously, extending his right hand toward the Susanoo. "Since you've come, you might as well leave a little gift." Lightning crackled around the purple-haired man's right hand, and a powerful magnetic field pulled several figures from the Susanoo. Xiao Zi, Xiao Yi, Tao Hui Lu. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Seeing Xiao Zi falling rapidly from the sky, Bai Zai did not hesitate for a moment. He leaped from the Susanoo without a second thought, disregarding his own safety. "Bai Zai, don't." Xiao Zi's eyes glistened with tears, her gaze filled with tenderness and reluctance. However, Sasuke suddenly spotted a purple energy ball hurtling toward them at an alarming speed from below. He prepared to use Amenotajikura to teleport in front of the group, determined to block the fatal strike, even if the Susanoo shattered. In that split second, a radiant white light, as if a heavenly chasm, descended from the sky. It not only obliterated the purple energy ball instantly, but also continued downward toward the purple-haired man. The purple-haired man paid little heed to the white light, casually waving his arm to crush it with ease. Yet he clearly underestimated the immense power contained within that light. After a blinding flash of white, the spot where the purple-haired man had stood was now nothing but a bottomless, chilling pit. The purple-haired man rose slowly from the pit, looking somewhat disheveled. His clothes were stained with dirt and blood, and his eyes revealed a mixture of anger and unwillingness. The red-haired man behind him could not help but laugh, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Lei Shi, I never thought you'd take such a fall the moment you arrived on this planet. The prey has gotten away. Shall we chase after them?" "No need, Yen Shi. They will all die in the end anyway. Don't interfere with the king's plan." Lei Shi's voice was low, clearly displeased by the red-haired man's words. In the hidden mist village, a white-haired youth stood in the middle of the street, a hint of nervousness in his eyes as he murmured to himself, "Just in time." Seeing that the Shui grilled meat restaurant had not yet closed, a bright smile spread across the boy's face. He took a deep breath and pushed open the door. "Shui grilled meat, don't let me down." In a dim and silent world, a young figure slowly advanced along a straight, eerie path. His steps were firm and steady, as if utterly indifferent to the surroundings. However, what was most striking were his eyes, which shimmered with a golden light. "Mom, I will definitely find you." Meanwhile, before the Mizukage building in Kirigakure, A colossal complete Susanoo descended from the sky, causing a violent tremor. The guards, upon seeing the severely injured Chojuro within the Susanoo, instantly turned panicked. They hurried forward, asking with concern, "Mizukage-sama, are you all right?" Chojuro, barely supporting his heavily wounded body, replied hoarsely, "Quickly summon the communication ninja, contact the other ninja villages immediately, and tell them to prepare in advance. There are at least 6 Otsutsuki among the enemies this time. Also notify all combat-capable ninja in the village to enter the highest level of alert." Hearing Chojuro's orders, the guards dared not delay, and nodded in agreement. "Yes, we'll act immediately." Burp. So full. This Suishui barbecue is really good, only slightly inferior to Ichiraku Ramen. The white-haired boy let out a satisfied burp, and was about to get up to ask the boss how many dishes he needed to wash to pay for the meal, when he suddenly heard a commotion. 5 burly men kicked open the shop door aggressively, all of them with towering physiques and ferocious expressions. The leading man roared, "Where's the boss? Get out here. I'm a little short on cash lately, and want to borrow some silver from you." The other customers, pale with fear, put down their bowls and chopsticks and fled in panic without even paying. The white-haired boy sat there leisurely with a toothpick in his mouth, watching the scene with great interest. The boss, a middle-aged man with graying hair, showed a hint of anger on his face. He stood up, walked fearlessly to the burly men, and demanded, in broad daylight, "You dare to commit robbery? Do you have no respect for the laws of Kirigakure?" The leading burly man sneered, "Laws? Haha, now that Kirigakure is on the verge of destruction, who cares about any laws? If you know what's good for you, hand over all your money, or else you'll only face death." With that, he glared fiercely at the boss. Hearing the burly man's threatening words, the boss trembled like a leaf in the wind, his face as pale as paper. He shakily opened the cabinet, took out all the money with trembling hands, carefully put it into a bag, and respectfully handed it to the burly man. Under normal circumstances, the enforcement ninja of Kirigakure would have arrived long ago, but now they were still absent. It seemed that something had indeed happened to the village. The burly man took the money bag, a greedy smile spreading across his face. He licked his lips and said contentedly, "Not bad, really not bad." Just as they were about to turn and leave, they suddenly noticed a beautiful young girl trembling in the corner. The leading burly man said lecherously, "Yasha, pretty girl. We haven't had any fun in a long time. Today is truly a double blessing." Hearing the burly man's words, the boss was startled and hurried forward, pleading, "Gentlemen, my daughter is only 13 years old. Please spare her." However, the leading burly man showed a ferocious expression, punched the boss hard in the face, knocking him to the ground, and cursed, "Baka. How dare you ruin my fun? You're asking for death." After saying that, the leading burly man ordered his underlings to continue beating the boss, while he himself rubbed his hands and walked toward the girl with a sinister smile. "Pretty girl, here I come." The girl looked at the burly man in terror, backing away step by step. Just as the burly man's right hand was about to touch the girl, he was horrified to find that his palm had turned into specks of white light, gradually dissipating into the air. My hand. What's happening?" The burly man screamed in agony. However, something even more terrifying occurred. His right foot, left hand, left foot, torso, and head all turned into white light, one after another vanishing into the air. In the end, all that remained in the world were the burly man's eyes filled with regret. The other 4 underlings, witnessing this horrifying scene, were utterly terrified and at a loss. They tried to flee, only to find that their own feet had already disappeared. Then their bodies gradually dissipated, eventually vanishing without a trace. The boss and the girl stared in shock, unable to believe their eyes. They had no idea what had happened, only feeling a chill run down their spines. At that moment, a gentle voice sounded behind them. "Boss, check please." The white-haired boy slammed 5 money pouches onto the table, producing a crisp sound. "It feels great not to have to wash dishes. Coming right up." The boss responded quickly, then limped over to the white-haired boy's table and began counting the 5 pouches. He marveled inwardly that this money was enough for 100 meals of Suishui barbecue. "Sir, this is too much." The boss looked up, intending to say something to the white-haired boy, but found that he had already disappeared. The girl suddenly came to her senses and hurriedly chased out the door, shouting eagerly, "Hey, what's your name?" The white-haired boy had already walked some distance, but upon hearing her call he stopped and turned around handsomely. Sunlight fell upon him, illuminating his pale hair, making him shine brilliantly. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a bright smile, and he answered softly, "You." The girl stood there dazedly, watching the boy's figure grow distant, her heart filled with admiration. After walking 2 miles, you muttered to himself, "I knew I shouldn't have acted cool. Next time I'll have to wash dishes again." But you wasn't discouraged. "Oh well, I'll go find Uncle Suigetsu and let him help me out." With that thought, you changed direction and headed toward Iwagakure. Meanwhile, inside the communication department of Kirigakure, tension was thick. A communication ninja shouted in panic, "Quickly report to the Mizukage-sama. The communication signal from Konoha has suddenly disappeared." In the Hokage's office of Konoha, Naruto was anxiously waiting for news from Kirigakure, but no reply came. Time ticked by and Naruto dispatched another reinforcement unit to Kirigakure. Standing nearby, Konohamaru couldn't help but ask, "Nanadame, they are still so young. Can they really stand on their own?" Naruto smiled slightly and replied firmly, trust them. When I was their age I had already. But before he could finish, the ground beneath them began to shake violently. Naruto and Konohamaru exchanged a glance and quickly rushed out to see what was happening. They saw that Konoha protective barrier was under an unprecedented fierce assault. Just as everyone was panicking, a calm and steady voice resounded in everyone's mind. The East Gate is under attack. There are 2 invaders, and the one who struck is the black-robed man. On the palm of his right hand there is a Rinnegan. Hearing Nanzawa Chinyink's words, an Umbu ninja with long blue hair beside Naruto shot toward the East Gate like an arrow from a bow. Seeing this, Naruto did not dare to delay and quickly followed, muttering to himself, "What's wrong with Xiaoxue?" By the time Ming Ren and Mu Yi-wan arrived at the East Gate, a considerable number of Konoha ninjas had already gathered there. Xue stood in silence, her gaze coldly fixed on the mysterious figure in black robes ahead. Her tone carried undisguised murderous intent. "You are indeed not dead." By some mysterious means Ishur had reattached his left hand and right foot, yet the Rinnegan on his left palm had not recovered. Ishur still wore a smile on his face, spreading his hands and shrugging casually. "I'm not looking for you. Where is that guy named you? He really made me suffer back then." Before Xue could speak, Mu Yi-wan not far away glared with fury and pointed at Ishur, shouting, "Who are you people? How dare you invade our Konoha village?" Behind him some Konoha ninjas gazed at Mu Yi-wan with starry eyes, swooning. Lord Mu Yi-wan is so handsome. Of course, Lord Mu Yi-wan is now highly regarded by the 7th Hokage, and is being groomed as the 8th Hokage. I want to bear Lord Mu Yi-wan's children. You'd better bear children for Lord Mu Yi-wan's summoning beast instead. Hearing the endless praise from the ninjas behind him, the corners of Mu Yi-wan's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile. His expression was somewhat smug, as if he relished this feeling of being the center of attention. However, Ishur's next words struck like a thunderbolt, hurling Mu Yi-wan from heaven into hell. "Who are you?" Ishur pretended to be deep in thought, furrowing his brows, his eyes showing confusion and puzzlement, as if he truly did not recognize Mu Yi-wan. After a moment, he suddenly slapped his forehead in a flash of realization. "Oh, I remember now. You're the useless waste who was severely injured by the nightmare I created, aren't you?" Hearing Ishur's words, Mu Yi-wan's face turned as pale as paper. His lips trembled slightly, and his expression was filled with disbelief. He widened his eyes, staring intently at Ishur, as if he couldn't believe his own ears. "You? What did you say?" A trace of contemptuous smile curled at the corner of Ishur's mouth. He pointed at Mu Yi-wan, then at Yuan Fei Qing among the crowd, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, sorry, my description just now wasn't clear enough. 3 years ago you and that useless guy were severely injured by the nightmare I created from the fear in your heart, weren't you?" Upon hearing these words, everyone in Konoha village was stunned, momentarily unable to believe their ears. At that moment, at the center of the village's protective barrier array, the graceful woman suddenly felt difficulty breathing. Her face turned pale, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body swayed as if she might collapse at any moment. An old man beside her hurried forward to support her. "Qing, are you all right?" The old man asked with deep concern, his eyes filled with worry. Mu Yi-wan sank into deep self-doubt, remaining silent, as Ishur's words echoed repeatedly in his mind. However, behind him, Yuan Fei Qing had already lost his composure. His expression was nearly manic as he roared, "Impossible! You're talking nonsense. You sent you here, didn't he?" Watching Yuan Fei Qing's psychological defenses crumble, and the Konoha villagers stand petrified, Ishur felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The gloom that had oppressed his heart for 3 years was swept away. Finally, he could vent the anger and resentment within him. Ishur did not waste any more words with Yuan Fei Qing. He directly raised his right hand, and the Rinnegan in his palm began to glow with a mysterious light. Then a gigantic black Rinnegan slowly appeared above Konoha village. As the Rinnegan appeared, a dark energy mass, as if drawn by an invisible force, rapidly extracted from Mu Yi-wan's heart, and landed before Ishur and his companions. That dark energy seemed to possess life, writhing continuously until it coalesced into a black-haired youth. The youth's appearance was identical to that of you who had attacked Konoha village 3 years ago. However, when Ishur saw the youth's back, an inexplicable fear surged within him. This fear intensified especially when he noticed the black wings on the youth's back. What is this? What form is this? Ishur's heart was filled with doubt and unease. Just then the black-haired youth suddenly turned around and stared coldly at Ishur. The 9-tomo Rinnegan on his forehead emitted an eerie, powerful aura. That force plunged Ishur's heart into an abyss of endless terror. The next moment a sharp pain shot through the Rinnegan on Ishur's right palm, and he couldn't help but scream in agony. Simultaneously the black Rinnegan in the sky vanished instantly, and the black figure disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Yet just before the black-haired youth disappeared, the smile at the corner of his mouth pierced Ishur's already shattered heart like a sharp dagger. "You bastard! Even now do you still want to mock me? Aha!" Unable to contain his fury and anguish, Ishur let out a heart-wrenching scream that echoed through the air. At the same time, on the other side, Yuan Fei-qing also let out an equally agonizing cry. Their screams intertwined, forming a soulful chorus of despair and sorrow. But at that moment, the people of Konoha village had no time to attend to the two men's soulful chorus. Ming Ren's pupils trembled unceasingly, and a storm raged deep within his heart, refusing to subside. Ino's emotions completely collapsed. She fell to the ground, covering her face with her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Xiao, you would never have. Tears streamed down her cheeks, dripping onto the ground and splashing into tiny flowers of sorrow. Sai, standing beside Ino, watched her heartbroken state with deep sympathy, but didn't know how to comfort her. He gently reached out and pulled her into his embrace, hoping to offer her some warmth and solace. Suddenly a roar like thunder resounded through the entire Konoha village. I'll kill you. Shue's eyes blazed with boundless murderous intent. Her right hand quickly condensed a spear covered in frost gleaming with icy light, and she charged unhesitatingly toward Ishir, aiming straight for his life. Ishir watched Shue's fierce charge but did not dodge. Instead he raised his right hand. Shinra Tensei. With a shout, a powerful repulsive force swept toward Shue like a raging wind. Shue's body instantly shattered into fragments of ice, falling toward Ishir like shooting stars. Ishir frowned. At that moment Shinra Tensei was in cooldown. With no other choice, he quickly created black rods to strike down all the ice shards. Just then Ishir suddenly sensed an intense killing intent. Turning around, he saw Shue behind him, holding a spear formed of ice already poised to strike. Yet as Shue's spear was about to pierce Ishir's heart, a surge of black energy erupted from the core of Ishir's chest, spreading with terrifying speed, and ultimately forming an indestructible barrier behind him. Shue's spear struck the barrier with a crisp sound. Astonishingly, the spear did not penetrate the shield, but shattered into fragments of ice under the immense impact. Witnessing this, Ishir's features twisted grotesquely, a wild gleam flashing in his eyes. Hey, it's not just you who's grown stronger. Do you know how I've spent these 3 years? Ishir gritted his teeth, his voice brimming with fury and resentment. At that moment, the black energy abruptly transformed, coalescing into a colossal fist in the blink of an eye. Shue, unable to react in time, was sent flying dozens of meters by that powerful punch. Just as she was about to crash into a wall, a flash of golden light appeared, and Ming Ren, now in his immortal fox mode, caught her steadily. Ming Ren's expression grew solemn. While Ishir's abilities were indeed bizarre, what unsettled him more was the purple-haired man standing nearby, whose entire presence exuded a formidable magnetic field. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Shue's eyes blazed with determination. She prepared to gather her ice power once more and launch an attack at Ishir. However, the purple-haired man suddenly spoke to Ishir. Ishir, that's enough. Yenshir's mission is already complete. Hearing the purple-haired man's words, Ishir ceased his actions and turned to look at him. Then he made a throat-slitting gesture toward Shue, and Muyi won a contemptuous smirk curling on his lips as he spoke. I thought there would be interesting lower life forms here like that brat, but it turns out to be so dull. Truly disappointing. Nevertheless, we shall meet again soon. And when we do, it will be your end. As the two turned to leave, Ming Ren's heart filled with doubt. What exactly are you after? The purple-haired man did not answer Ming Ren's question. He merely said calmly, I am Lei Shi, one of the 4 pillars. I've heard you are stronger than Uchiha Sasuke. Hearing this, Ming Ren felt a pang of confusion. He didn't understand why this man suddenly mentioned Sasuke. Before Ming Ren could figure it out, he saw Lei Shi condense a purple orb of energy in his right hand and hurl it toward him. Gazing at the ever-expanding purple energy sphere, Ming Ren sensed the terrifying power within it. He dared not take it lightly, channeling his chakra to its peak and entering his tailed beast mode. 9 immense golden tails clashed with the energy sphere. A dazzling purple light flashed across everyone's eyes, followed by a deafening roar. The entire ground was upheaved by the impact, forming a massive shockwave that radiated outward. After a long while, the thick smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the scene before them. The golden 9 tails bore varying degrees of damage, clearly having endured a significant blow. Yet they had successfully withstood that terrifying strike, preventing the purple energy sphere from endangering the village. Lei Shi and Ishir had vanished. Ming Ren dispersed his 9 tails chakra and slowly descended to the ground. The people of my village immediately gathered around, concern etched on their faces. Ming Ren looked at Shue, whose expression was somewhat dejected, and then at Mu Yiwan, who kept avoiding his gaze. Just as he was about to speak, a village communication ninja, pale with panic, stumbled over and stammered, Hokage-sama s. Something terrible has happened. Ming Ren patted the ninja's shoulder, trying to calm him down. However, as the communication ninja recounted the events, a chill ran down the spines of everyone present. Hokage-sama, an urgent report from Wuin village. Just a few hours ago, 6 Otsutsuki appeared on the west coast of Wuin village. Among them were the black-robed man from the White Mist Forest 3 years ago, and a purple-haired man adept at lightning techniques. The 3 tails has been seized and the Mizukage is gravely injured. Intelligence from Shain village: they were attacked by 2 mysterious individuals. The Kazekage is critically wounded and casualties are countless. From Yunin village, 3 mysterious assailants struck the Raikage. has fallen in battle and the 8 tails inside Karabi-sama has been taken. We attempted to contact Genin village but no one responded. Hearing the dire news from the various villages, Ming Ren's face darkened, his body trembling slightly, his heart filled with anxiety. Why wasn't I told about such an important matter sooner? The communication ninja bowed his head in guilt, not daring to meet Ming Ren's eyes, and nervously explained, "I'm sorry, Hokage-sama. We don't know what happened either. All the communication equipment in the village malfunctioned, and only just now returned to normal." At that moment Ming Ren recalled the sudden visit of Lei Shi and Yi Shi, and the terrifying magnetic field emanating from Lei Shi. He speculated that the magnetic field had disrupted the village's communication devices. It seems this incident is no coincidence. There must be a massive conspiracy behind it. Suddenly a thought struck Ming Ren. He turned to Lu Wan and said, "The intelligence from Wuyin village mentioned 6 Otsutsuki, but counting Lei Shi and Yi Shi the numbers don't add up. Besides, weren't Lei Shi and Yi Shi in Wuyin village just a few hours ago? Why are they here?" Lu Wan pondered for a moment before replying, "Ming Ren, 3 years ago, a teleportation formation appeared in the underground palace of Sha'in village, capable of transporting people from Sha'in to Wuyin thousands of miles away. This time, they likely used a similar teleportation formation for a surprise attack." Ming Ren nodded, acknowledging Lu Wan's reasoning, but one thing still puzzled him. Why are they after the tailed beasts? Is it because of the 10 tails, or? 3 hours earlier in Genin village, surrounded by mountains, the scene was one of peace and prosperity. Inside the Tsuchikage's office, Hei-Tu, with a slightly swollen belly, leaned contentedly against Shuei-Yu's chest, gazing at the tranquil village. She smiled softly. "Life without war is truly wonderful." "Yes," Shuei-Yu agreed. "I hope such days can last forever." They exchanged smiles, their eyes full of anticipation for a bright future. However, their peace was soon shattered. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. "Come in." A communication ninja pushed open the door, his face grim. "Tsuchikage-sama, an intelligence report from Wuyin village. 6 Otsutsuki attacked the team investigating the White Mist Forest. The 3 tails has been seized, the Mizukage is critically injured and casualties are heavy." "What?" Hei-Tu and Shuei-Yu exclaimed simultaneously. Hei-Tu immediately asked, "Are Tukong de Shi and the others all right?" The communication ninja wiped the sweat from his brow, and replied, "Tukong de Shi is severely wounded and 2 team members have fallen." Upon hearing this, Hei-Tu's mood grew heavy. She took a deep breath, trying to steady her inner turmoil. Just then she heard a loud explosion not far away. Boom! The deafening blast shook the entire Genin village. Hei-Tu and Shuei-Yu exchanged a look of foreboding, feeling rising in their hearts, and they rushed outside. The once peaceful village was now ablaze with fire on all sides, villagers fleeing in panic, and wounded ninjas lying on the ground everywhere. By the entrance of Iwagakure village, corpses had already piled up like a mountain. Yet to protect their home and the families behind them, the ninjas of Iwagakure charged fearlessly at the white-haired man in the yellow short-sleeved shirt, embracing death without hesitation. The white-haired man was Gang Shi, who had previously fought fiercely with the group in the White Mist Forest. Strangely, though he had been gravely wounded, he was now fully healed, his hands transformed into sharp blades, relentlessly reaping the lives of Iwagakure ninjas. On the other side, a white-haired man in a red long-sleeved shirt pointed his right index finger like a gun, firing a crimson light bullet at the fleeing villagers in the distance. When the light bullet struck one of the villagers, it exploded with a deafening roar, its devastating force engulfing all the nearby villagers. The vast cloud of dust stirred up caused Gang Shi not far away to complain, "Hong Shi, your technique is too weak. It only raises some dust." Hong Shi curled his lips and sneered, "Humph, Gang Shi, are you afraid I'll steal your thunder?" As they argued, Hong Shi suddenly noticed a group of villagers fleeing in panic in the distance. A sly smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Die!" A blazing light bullet hurtled toward the villagers, who stared at the approaching horror in terror. Suddenly, a sturdy wall of earth rose swiftly in front of the villagers. With a thunderous crash, the wall was shattered into fragments, but it successfully blocked the attack. It was Kuratsuchi who had arrived just in time. Seizing the moment the earth wall bought, she quickly evacuated the villagers. Just as Gang Shi was about to launch a sneak attack on Kuratsuchi, he sensed a dangerous aura coming from above. Looking up, he saw a sharp broadsword plummeting straight toward him. Gang Shi gave a contemptuous smile, his right hand instantly turning into a blade that clashed violently with the decapitating broadsword, producing a grating sound. Seeing his attack fail, Suigetsu immediately retreated to Kuratsuchi's side, his expression grim. Upon closer inspection, the once smooth blade of the decapitating broadsword was now serrated like a saw. "This guy's arm. It's incredibly sharp," Suigetsu muttered to himself. This opponent was far more troublesome than imagined. But Gang Shi gave them no time to catch their breath. With a flicker of movement, his hands transformed into razor-sharp blades, and he charged at Suigetsu like lightning, radiating a fierce killing intent. Caught off guard by Gang Shi's lightning-fast assault, Suigetsu panicked and hastily raised the decapitating broadsword in an attempt to block the lethal strike. However, upon impact, the decapitating broadsword shuddered violently under the immense force. Worse still, a clear crack appeared on the blade. At that moment Kuratsuchi reacted swiftly. Her hands formed seals in a blur, and she spat out a stream of gray liquid that instantly solidified into hard concrete, tightly encasing Gang Shi. Gang Shi was astonished to find his body had become extraordinarily heavy, barely able to move an inch. Seizing this rare opportunity, Suigetsu gripped the decapitating broadsword without hesitation and slashed down fiercely at Gang Shi. Yet Gang Shi showed no sign of panic. Instead he grinned and said, "Interesting." In an instant an astonishing surge of energy began to gather around him, sweeping outward like a storm. Suigetsu was horrified to discover that the originally powerful decapitating broadsword now seemed caught by some invisible force. No matter how hard he tried, he could not drive it downward even an inch. A foreboding sense washed over Suigetsu. He quickly retreated, holding the decapitating broadsword crosswise to protect both himself and Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi's expression turned equally grave. She formed seals once more, and solid walls of earth rose from the ground layer upon layer, trapping Gang Shi inside. Finally Gang Shi lifted his head from within the earth walls, his eyes brimming with contempt and disdain. A terrifying storm of steel erupted from his body, like a surging torrent, obliterating the hard earth walls with irresistible force. The sheer power tore the surrounding houses to shreds in an instant, and the villagers who failed to escape became tragic victims of this catastrophe. As the smoke gradually cleared, Suigetsu's figure emerged before everyone. His body was covered in wounds, blood staining his clothes, and the decapitating broadsword in his hand was battered beyond recognition. Yet a faint smile appeared on Suigetsu's lips, for the previous attack had not harmed Kuratsuchi. Seeing Suigetsu injured, Kuratsuchi's heart tightened. She hurried forward to support him. "Suigetsu, are you all right?" Suigetsu gently shook his head, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and smiled reassuringly. "I'm fine. Just a scratch." Hearing Suigetsu's words, Kuratsuchi's anxious heart eased slightly. But when she looked around at the devastated houses and the scattered corpses, her eyes blazed with fury. She glared at Gang Shi. "You bastard." Hearing Kuratsuchi's curse, Gang Shi revealed a cruel smile. "I like that look in your eyes. By the way, that fat guy from the White Mist Forest, he was from your village, wasn't he? When I killed his teammates back then, he had the same look in his eyes. Truly a pleasure to behold." Those words pierced Kuratsuchi's heart like arrows. She took a deep breath, struggling to suppress her fury and grief. She knew this was not the time for emotion. Only by staying calm could she defeat the enemy before her. Kuratsuchi slowly raised her head, her gaze firm, as she looked at Suigetsu. "Suigetsu, I'll take the lead this time. I'm counting on you for support." Suigetsu nodded. Their tacit understanding needed no words. Kuratsuchi took a deep breath, then lunged forward. She moved with incredible speed, reaching Gang Shi in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a powerful force began to gather in her right fist, with fragments of rock swirling around it. Earth Release Fist Rock Technique. With a roar, Kuratsuchi swung her right fist fiercely at Gang Shi. Seeing this, Gang Shi transformed both hands into sharp blades, attempting to block the attack. However, just as they were about to collide, Kuratsuchi suddenly shouted, "Earth Release Super Added Weight Rock Technique." This abrupt change caught Gang Shi off guard. A thick layer of rock instantly covered Kuratsuchi's fist, multiplying her attack power several times. With a deafening bang, her fist struck Gang Shi solidly. The immense force sent Gang Shi flying dozens of meters away, crashing heavily into a ruined house. The house collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. "Damn it!" Gang Shi struggled to his feet from the rubble, looking around nervously, but he could not find Kuratsuchi's figure. Just as he grew frantic, an intense pressure descended from above. He looked up to see a giant rock sphere 3 zhang in diameter hanging in the air like a small mountain, heavy and ominous. Kuratsuchi stood firmly atop the sphere, continuously releasing powerful chakra from her hands, applying the super added weight rock technique to make the sphere even more terrifyingly heavy. Gang Shi's expression turned grim. He must not let that rock sphere fall. He swung his arms, rapidly unleashing countless sharp blades like raindrops toward Kuratsuchi. But not far away, Suigetsu, with his index fingers pointed like guns, fired highly compressed water bullets in rapid succession, intercepting every blade. Finally, Kuratsuchi completed her technique. Earth Release Super Added Weight Meteorite. With her furious shout, the giant rock sphere plummeted at an astonishing speed, carrying boundless might, and smashed directly onto Gang Shi. A thunderous roar echoed. The spot where Gang Shi stood was instantly shattered, dust and debris flying the ground, trembling violently. Before Kuratsuchi could catch her breath in midair, a crimson light bullet pierced through her shoulder and exploded. Shuei was greatly alarmed and hurried forward to catch Hei-Tu, who was rapidly falling. Hei-Tu's face was pale with blood at the corner of her mouth, evidently severely injured. But what relieved Shuei was that Hei-Tu was still breathing. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a figure slowly emerged from within. "Thanks," Hong Shi revealed a smug smile. "It's been a long time since I saw Gang Shi suffer a setback. Truly a delight. As a reward, I'll make sure you two die a bit more cleanly." The moment the words fell, a red energy sphere rapidly condensed in Hong Shi's right palm, gleaming with a chilling light. Without hesitation, he hurled the sphere toward Hei-Tu and Shuei. However, at that critical moment, a voice suddenly rang out. multiple lotus self-linking cannon. Immediately after Chong Wu's body began to transform. His cells swelled like barnacles releasing compressed chakra projectiles one after another. These projectiles whistled through the air like a dense barrage, accurately intercepting the red energy sphere triggering a violent explosion. The blast sent a powerful shockwave impacting everything around. Shuei tightly embraced Hei-Tu, shielding him with his own body. Meanwhile Chong Wu took the opportunity to prepare to take them both away from this dangerous place. However, as they turned to flee, a figure suddenly blocked their path. Looking closely, it was Gang Shi. At this moment Gang Shi's wounds had completely healed, as if he had never been injured. Yet the resentment in his eyes grew even more intense, as if it would consume everything before him. Damn it! You made me lose face in front of Hong Shi. I'll make you wish you were dead. Shuei gnashed his teeth. Then he looked at Chong Wu apologetically and said, Chong Wu, take Hei-Tu and go. I'll hold them off here. Before Chong Wu could speak, Hei-Tu struggled to stand up, and said with a firm gaze, Shuei, if even you die, then what meaning is there for me to live on? Hearing Hei-Tu's words, Shuei's eyes grew moist. Just then an untimely applause sounded. Gang Shi walked toward the three with a manic expression, muttering to himself, how touching. But it's time to go. However, the moment Gang Shi approached, a white-haired young man appeared before the three. Just as Gang Shi was about to speak, he felt a dizzy spell, and then he saw his own body collapsing to the ground while his head flew through the air. Faced with this sudden scene, Hong Shi's emotions nearly collapsed. He wanted to turn and flee, but it was too late. Staring at the two headless corpses on the ground, Shuei, Chong Wu and Hei-Tu were struck speechless for a long time. Those two were taken down so easily. Yu retracted the black long sword in his hand and waved at the three. Uncle Chong Wu, Uncle Shuei, US Sister Hei-Tu, long time no see. Ha! Sister Hei-Tu, you seem to have gained weight. Hearing that familiar voice, Shuei rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and said to Chong Wu beside him, Chong Wu, is that Xiao Yu? Chong Wu swallowed hard. Probably yes. Looking at the young man's closed eyes, he became even more certain and walked over to Yu, giving him a solid punch on the shoulder. Xiao Yu, you bastard, where did you go back then? These 3 years I've traveled through many countries, but I couldn't find you. He rubbed his head sheepishly and said with a grin, I was in Mount Myaboku, so of course you couldn't find me. Sister Hei-Tu, are you saying you haven't gained weight? Is that yours and Uncle Shuei's child? Should I call you Sister Hei-Tu? Or Aunt Hei-Tu? Hei-Tu looked at the young man who had been so decisive in killing moments ago, now appearing innocent, and her gaze grew even softer. Just call me Sister Hei-Tu. It sounds more intimate. Looking at the travel-worn Yu, Chong Wu asked curiously, Xiao Yu, what are your plans next? You did not hide anything. In the 3 months since leaving Mount Myaboku, I've been to many places. I wanted to know how I, as I am now, would view the world. Along the way I've seen many things, met many people, and gained many insights. After leaving Iwagakure, the last stop of this journey is Konoha. Hearing you mention Konoha, Shuei asked tentatively, Xiao Yu, you don't intend to destroy Konoha, do you? Yu leaned back in his chair and after a long while said calmly, I don't know. Watching the retreating figures of Yu and Chong Wu, Hei-Tu seemed to make a decision. Hearing Hei-Tu's proposal, Shuei was also surprised. But Hei-Tu said firmly, the Otsutsuki's next target is likely the Ninetales inside Naruto. Meanwhile in Konoha village the atmosphere was tense and ominous. Naruto and Shikamaru were methodically making various defensive arrangements. After issuing the final order, Naruto rubbed his temples wearily. Shikamaru, rare to joke, said, Naruto, weren't you planning to retire recently? Naruto's smile was bitter. Seems a bit premature now. At least let's buy some time for the children to grow. Shikamaru, what do you think of Sarada? Hearing Naruto's words, Shikamaru's expression shifted slightly. After a moment of thought, he said seriously, that child has inherited Sasuke's calm and Sakura's kindness. She has deep feelings for the village. Over the past 3 years, her strength has made a qualitative leap. But she's still a bit young. Naruto nodded and gazed out the window at the Hokage rock, lost in thought. At a waterfall behind Konoha's mountain, the scene was in chaos. Ice fragments and chunks everywhere. Blood dripped from Shue's hands, but a resolute glint flashed in her eyes, as she raised her hands to continue forming hand seals. I am still too weak. Time passed and 3 days went by. During this period the enemy had vanished as if they had never come. But many in Konoha knew this was merely the calm before the storm. The group that had gone to Kirigakure also returned to Konoha. Seeing that everyone was safe, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Sasuke, you okay? Sasuke nodded. After returning from the White Mist Forest, those people went to capture the Six Tails. When I led a team to support, we were ambushed. Fortunately Sarada and Mitsuki arrived, so there were no casualties. But the Six Tails was taken. They seemed to have a special ability to refine tailed beasts. Hearing Sasuke's words, Sarada nearby smiled sweetly. 3 years had passed and Sarada still kept her short black hair growing into a graceful young woman. Most importantly, there's no belt. Beside them, Boruto looked displeased. Hey master, I also contributed, you know. Before Sasuke could say anything, Byakuya curled his lips and said, I wonder who came to rescue but ended up being rescued himself. Upon hearing this, everyone broke into rare smiles. Suddenly a violent explosion shattered this pleasant moment, and then Nan's Chingying's voice echoed in everyone's minds. Enemy attack. The number of enemies. 9. The moment Nan's Chingying's words fell, some ninjas in Konoha showed mocking expressions. Only 9. They're underestimating us. Brother, I can take 5, leave the other 4 to you. All right? But soon they froze as a fireball larger than Konoha itself descended from the sky. Is this some kind of joke? Hey! Am I dreaming right now? Bathed in searing heat, several people widened their eyes, faces frozen in utter disbelief. Their bodies trembled, their legs locked stiff with terror. Yet at that very moment a colossal azure barrier array materialized above Konoha village. A resolute shield that repelled the massive fireball before it could breach the village. Thick dust billowed into the air. As the smoke gradually dispersed, onlookers gasped in awe. The azure barrier had miraculously held against the terrifying fireball. Still, after absorbing that devastating strike, the array's radiance visibly dimmed. Before Konoha's shinobi below could even cheer or celebrate, a crimson-haired man leapt high above the village, clutching 5 blazing fireballs, each radiant as a miniature sun. He hurled them downward toward the barrier with overwhelming force. Not bad for a barrier. But how about now? A faint, self-assured smile curled at the corners of the crimson-haired man's lips. As the fireballs plummeted, they swelled violently, within an instant expanding to match the size of the earlier infernal sphere. The heat they emitted warped the surrounding air like shimmering mirages. Confronted by such overwhelming assault, Nan's Chingying, standing within the barrier chamber, furrowed her brow in solemn focus, yet her gaze remained unflinching, alight with unwavering resolve. At that instant, a crescent-shaped blade of black flame streaked across the sky from afar, like a meteor carving its path, hurtling straight toward the 5 colossal fireballs. Before stunned eyes, the black flame blade collided head-on with the fireballs. An earth-shattering explosion roared across Konoha village. The concussive shockwave forced everyone to clamp hands over their ears, grimacing in agony. When the dust settled, spectators stared in amazement. The 5 immense fireballs had been utterly obliterated midair, scattering into countless flickering embers. High above, a towering purple complete body Susanoo manifested. Over 100 meters tall. Its chakra pulsing with overwhelming intensity. Within the Susanoo stood a raven-haired man, silent and still. His gaze cold, resolute. It was Uchiha Sasuke. The crimson-haired man fixed his eyes upon Sasuke inside the Susanoo, his irises blazing with fierce battle lust. So, you are Uchiha Sasuke. I am Inshiki, one of the 4 divine pillars of the Otsutsuki clan. I trust you won't disappoint me. His voice carried both anticipation and quiet provocation. No sooner had the words left his lips than Inshiki summoned 2 enormous crimson blades, glowing fiercely with incandescent flame. In a blur of motion, he lunged toward the Susanoo. Meanwhile, on the battlefield's far flank, Konoha shinobi stationed at the rear suddenly sensed a vast shadow spreading across the ground. They whirled around, and froze in shock at the silhouette looming behind them. What is that? Someone cried out, voice cracking with disbelief. There, rising beyond the village's edge, stood a colossal stone giant, towering into the heavens, its body hewn from unyielding rock, each step shaking the earth beneath it. As it marched forward, it casually reached down, seized an entire mountain, and uprooted it effortlessly. Then hurled the behemoth mass toward Konoha village as if bent on total annihilation. Just as the mountain hurtled toward the village, a golden light split the heavens. Then, a colossal raisin shuriken soared upward to meet it. The raisin shuriken struck the mountain head-on, triggering a cataclysmic detonation. After a blinding flash of white light, the mountain dissolved into ash. Moments later, a golden 9-tailed fox appeared above Konoha village, its 9 tails swirling through the sky like a luminous golden aurora. Upon the stone giant's forehead, a gray-haired man bellowed, "So the last-tailed beast resides within you. I am Doshiki, one of the 4 divine pillars. Surrender the 9 tails willingly, and I'll grant you a swift end." Naruto's expression remained impassive, unmoved by Doshiki's taunt. Yet as he prepared to charge, a violet bolt shot across the sky like lightning. His body wreathed in crackling violet lightning, he delivered a single devastating punch, sending the 9 tails crashing to the ground and carving a deep crater. As the smoke cleared, Naruto wiped blood from his lip, his face stern as he gazed upward at the violet-haired man hovering in the sky. Raishiki. Doshiki glared at Raishiki and roared, "Raishiki, this was my one-on-one duel. Why did you interfere?" Raishiki merely scoffed, shrugging dismissively, "Doshiki, you fool. This isn't child's play. It's war. If your recklessness jeopardizes the king's plan, you know full well what awaits you." Doshiki shuddered inwardly at the memory of the king's cruelty. But with no choice left, he gritted his teeth and joined Raishiki in launching a dual assault on Naruto. Frowning, Naruto braced himself, only for 2 youthful figures to suddenly appear before him, intercepting the enemy's onslaught. "Dad, let us protect you this time, Hokage-sama. The violet-haired man is ours to handle." Naruto looked upon Sarada and Boruto, eyes burning with determination, and felt a quiet warmth settle in his chest. "All right. Be careful. Don't get drawn into prolonged combat. I'll finish off that giant soon." as Raishiki descended slowly from the sky preparing to mock them. His gaze fell upon Sarada's Rinnegan and Boruto's Jugen. His demeanor shifted instantly, caution flickered in his eyes and arrogance receded. So you're no ordinary brats. Very well. I'll indulge you properly. Meanwhile, Kakashi successfully blocked one Otsutsuki's advance, while the Inoshikacho trio held another at bay. Watching wave after wave of Otsutsuki surge toward Naruto, Lee Shino, and Kiba charged forward desperately, only to be intercepted by a single Otsutsuki who barred their path. No matter how fiercely Lee and the others attacked, they could not break through the Otsutsuki's defense. From Konoha's rear, Shinobi watched the carnage unfold, suppressing their fear, then roaring as one, and charging toward the remaining 3 Otsutsuki. Even if we die, we will protect the Hokage. Their eyes burned with ironclad resolve, undaunted by death itself. Yet despite Nan's Chinging's protective barrier, the staggering disparity in power rendered the battle excruciatingly difficult. Almost no Konoha shinobi could withstand even a single blow from an Otsutsuki. Each clash was life or death. Every second claimed more fallen comrades. The horrifying rate of casualties left Sakura frantic. The slug summoning technique couldn't keep pace with the wounds. Watching familiar faces fall one by one, grief and fury surged within her. Gritting her teeth, she pushed past near-exhausted chakra reserves, fists clenched, and charged headlong at an Otsutsuki, only to be casually swatted aside. As he raised his hand to finish her, a golden-haired woman struck with crushing force, sending the Otsutsuki flying dozens of meters. Tears welled in Sakura's eyes as she gazed upon the woman, her voice barely a whisper. Master! The arriving figure was none other than Tsunade, the 5th Hokage of Konoha village. Behind Tsunade walked a pale-faced man who surveyed the battlefield with palpable intrigue. The nearby Konoha ninjas' faces lit up with surprise at Tsunade's arrival, but when they noticed the man following her, they could not help but feel bewildered. Lady Tsunade and Orochimaru. Tsunade observed the demoralized crowd, raised her arm and shouted loudly, "My little ones, now is the time for our counterattack." Oh! Under Tsunade's leadership, the younger generation, including Byakuya and Hui Tian, fought with soaring morale, growing ever bolder, and the 3 Otsutsuki gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. On other fronts, the allies also held a firm upper hand. Only Sarada and Boruto still struggled, but they managed to hold on. Sasuke manipulated Susanoo, swinging his sword wreathed in black flames, striking Enshi heavily to the ground. By now Enshi bore several gruesome wounds, and his earlier nonchalant demeanor had vanished entirely. His gaze turned grave, no longer as carefree as before. Though slightly drained, Sasuke was clearly victorious. Hovering in the air, he looked down at Enshi and said, "It seems your conspiracy has failed." Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Enshi did not grow angry. Instead he burst into raucous laughter, a sound like a demon from hell, sending chills down one's spine. "You seem to have forgotten one thing. The 4 pillars, there are 4 of them." Enshi sneered with contempt. "Pity she is not skilled in combat yet. She is the king's most favored. Do you know why?" As he spoke, Enshi took out a blue orb and tossed it into his mouth. The orb instantly transformed into a stream of azure light, merging into Enshi's body. In the next moment, the wounds on Enshi's body began to heal, and his once depleted energy gradually recovered to its peak state. Witnessing this, Sasuke's pupils constricted violently, his expression turned grim. Realizing something was amiss, he swiftly scanned every corner of the battlefield. As expected, just as he had anticipated, the Otsutsuki each produced a blue orb and tossed it into their mouths. Within a few breaths, their injuries vanished and their energies rapidly restored. In an instant, they stood at full power, regarding their opponents with disdain. Now the tables had turned. The allies who had held the advantage had expended much of their chakra and stamina in the fierce battle. Facing the Otsutsuki at their peak, everyone felt a wave of helplessness and gradually fell into a disadvantage. One of the Otsutsuki sent Tsunade flying with a heavy blow, and then charged toward Xiao Zi. "Xiao Zi, dodge!" Tsunade shouted anxiously. However, Xiao Zi did not retreat. She gripped her shuriken, tightly ready to meet the enemy's attack. Xiao Zi kept hurling shuriken infused with wind nature chakra at the Otsutsuki, but these projectiles could not even scratch him. Seeing Xiao Zi in imminent danger, Tsunade's heart raced with anxiety, but she was severely wounded and unable to assist in time. Byakuya far away wanted to help but was too late. "Xiao Zi!" he shouted, his heart filled with dread. Just at that critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared. A fist wrapped in rock slammed into the Otsutsuki's face, sending him flying. The crowd looked closely and saw that the newcomer was the 4th Tsuchikage, Heitu. Byakuya exclaimed with delight, "Lady Tsuchikage, why are you here?" Heitu chuckled lightly. "Years ago Naruto saved the entire ninja world. Now it's our turn to help him. Not just me. Everyone is here." Her voice was firm and resolute, as if carrying endless determination and courage. Byakuya and Xiao Zi raised their heads and gazed into the distance. Behind Heitu stood Suigetsu and a vast number of IWA ninjas. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Naruto had expended a great deal of chakra after a fierce fight. Facing the continuous assault of the rock giant, he gradually struggled to keep up. Just then the rock giant seized the opportunity, punching the golden nine tails to the ground. It then lifted its massive foot poised to crush Naruto, who stood on the Nine-Tails' forehead. At that critical moment, a colossal sand wall suddenly rose from the ground, blocking the rock giant's attack. The golden Nine-Tails seized the chance, whipping its 9 tails to send the rock giant staggering back. Naruto followed the trail of the retreating sand and broke into a radiant smile. It was Gaara wrapped in bandages along with the ninjas of Suna. "Naruto, are you all right?" Gaara asked with concern. Naruto wiped the blood from his mouth, then flashed a determined smile. "Don't worry, I won't go down so easily." With that, he erupted with immense chakra, and the golden Nine-Tails threw a punch directly meeting the rock giant's fist. The fists collided, generating a massive shockwave that even pushed the clouds apart. A deafening roar echoed and the rock giant's arm shattered instantly. The reinforcements from IWA and Suna ignited Naruto's fighting spirit. "Kurama, let's go." "Oh!" Meanwhile, Eshi, consumed by rage, was mercilessly slaughtering the Konoha ninjas. He could no longer use his nightmare ability. It must be that 9-Tomo Rinnegan. "Damn you!" Just as Eshi was about to deliver a fatal blow to a defenseless Konoha ninja, a blast of biting frost swept in, freezing Eshi into a solid block of ice. Eshi fixed his gaze and saw a blue-haired girl standing not far away. It was Shue. Eshi sneered contemptuously, and the ice encasing him shattered instantly. "Didn't expect you, my former loser, again. By the way, killing you should make that you suffer, right?" Eshi mocked, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. Hearing Eshi's words, Shue's eyes turned icy cold, and a chill emanated from her. In her hand she quickly condensed a spear of frost brimming with murderous intent, its tip gleaming like a beautiful yet lethal sculpture. Shue hurled the frost spear with all her might, accompanied by a piercing gale and boundless killing intent. It pierced through the air, hurtling straight toward Eshi. Facing the lightning-fast spear, Eshi curled his lips in a contemptuous smirk. He dodged with a light sidestep, effortlessly evading the attack. Simultaneously, his left hand conjured a black rod, and he engaged Shue in a fierce exchange on the battlefield. Their figures intertwined, weapons clashing with crisp sounds, each strike sending ice chips flying. Snowflakes danced in the air, forming a beautiful wintry scene, yet brimming with lethal intent. After dozens of exchanges in the snowy landscape, Eshi appeared completely at ease, his movements fluid and agile, while Shue gradually fell into a disadvantage, several wounds already appearing on her body. Eshi keenly detected a flaw in Shue's defense. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a powerful blow that sent Shue flying over 10 meters. But Eshi gave her no respite. He raised his right hand and murmured, "Universal pull." The moment the words left his lips, an immense gravitational force erupted from his palm, yanking Shue toward him. Her body dissolved into shards of ice, raining down upon Eshi. Just then a black energy barrier materialized in front of Eshi, blocking all the ice. This tedious farce ends here. The massive black energy coalesced into a terrifying giant hand, brutally seizing Shue. Yet Shue's expression remained utterly calm, her eyes icy. "Indeed it ends here." Suddenly Shue released layer after layer of thick solid ice, freezing herself and the black energy into a block of ice. Eshi was baffled, unable to comprehend why Shue would do this. But when he looked up, a wave of cold washed over him. He was stunned to find that the ambient temperature had plummeted to an extreme. His gaze followed the chill upward, where a colossal ice phoenix, its broad wings spread wide, looked down upon him with merciless detachment. In an instant, countless blue glowing feathers from the ice phoenix shot toward Ishur like arrows. These feathers were razor-sharp, carrying an endless chill that made one feel a bone-piercing cold. Ishur finally realized that this lower creature had used itself as bait to break the black energy sphere from his control, and had concealed such a deadly killing move during their previous exchange. Ishur cursed inwardly, having no time to think further as the overwhelming ice feathers rushed toward him. Facing this sudden assault, he had no choice but to fully unleash Shinra Tensei to defend himself. Ishur's body was enveloped by a transparent shield, attempting to block those sharp feathers. However, the Ice Phoenix's attacks were extremely powerful and numerous, making it difficult for Ishur to withstand them. Ishur's face turned as pale as paper, a trace of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but he still gritted his teeth and desperately resisted the Ice Phoenix's assault. As time passed, the power of Shinra Tensei gradually weakened, and ultimately it could not withstand this immense impact. The Ice Phoenix's wings breached Ishur's defenses, mercilessly tearing his body, leaving countless wounds of varying depths. The ground too was torn apart by the fierce battle, as if ravaged by a storm. Seeing that he was about to die, Ishur's eyes were filled with despair and madness. He exerted all his strength to channel the power of the Rinnegan, a black sphere flying from his hand straight into the sky. At the same time, a massive rock suddenly rose from the ground in front of Ishur, blocking the Ice Phoenix's attack. Then the surrounding environment began to undergo astonishing changes. Massive rocks, along with the ninjas standing on them, slowly rose into the air, as if drawn by an invisible force. "What's going on?" someone exclaimed in surprise. "What happened?" Others gazed in astonishment at the scene before them. "Oh wow!" a few people couldn't help but exclaim. Shue widened her eyes, staring in shock at all this, her heart filled with confusion. She realized that the ground beneath her feet was also affected by this powerful gravitational force, beginning to slowly rise. Sensing the danger, Xue quickly reacted, smashing the rock beneath her to seek an opportunity to escape. However, Ishir had no intention of giving Xue any chance to catch her breath. He manipulated two massive rocks and hurled them violently toward Xue. Xue quickly condensed an ice spear piercing through the rocks, but in a moment of inattention, a sudden flying rock spike pierced her arm. In the end, Xue, along with the nearby ninjas, was sealed inside the giant rock floating in the air. Mingren witnessed this thrilling, seeing his heart burning with anxiety, and wanted to rush forward to rescue them immediately. But at that moment, Ishir blocked Mingren's path, preventing him from moving forward. Ishir gasped heavily, his gaze ferocious, as he looked at the massive rock that blotted out the sky above, a malicious smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he said, "What a pity. If you were here, I would love to see the expression on his face, ha 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 ha." Meanwhile, at the Yile Ramen shop in the village of Konoha, the bustling, noisy shop now had only 4 lonely figures inside. The villagers had already been evacuated to safety, but Master Yile stubbornly refused to leave. Changpu, worried about her father's safety, resolutely stayed as well. Sitting inside the ramen shop were a white-haired boy and an orange-haired man. The white-haired boy was enjoying his 30-second bowl of ramen with a beaming smile, as if everything outside had nothing to do with him. Zhongwu sat at the table, but his gaze never left the window, his expression extremely grave. Occasionally, he turned to look at the white-haired boy, his mind swirling with thoughts unable to calm down. Master Yile, on the other hand, was quite fond of the white-haired boy. With a smile on his face, he kindly reminded, "Child, eat slowly, don't choke. Today Yile Ramen is free of charge. Even if we go to the other world, we must not go hungry. Back in the days of war, we often couldn't even get enough to eat. When one gets old, one tends to ramble." The white-haired boy quietly ate his ramen, while earnestly listening to every word the old man said, a smile still on his face. Inside the rock sphere, the air gradually thinned, and a deadly suffocation crept over everyone. Xue felt waves of sharp pain from her arm, and her consciousness began to blur. I really want to." In a daze, the image of you crying appeared in Xue's mind. "If I die like this, you will surely be very sad, won't you? But I don't want to see you cry anymore." Outside the rock sphere, just as Ishir was about to attack the remaining ninjas, he suddenly saw a layer of icy mist surrounding the rock sphere. In an instant, a dazzling red light flashed, and the enormous rock sphere actually turned into blood-red ice. Ishir's expression turned grave, realizing something was wrong. However, before he could react, the rock sphere began to peel away layer by layer as the ice shattered. The surviving ninjas inside looked bewildered, as if they hadn't yet recovered from the crisis. Ishir, however, felt a deadly chill, and his body trembled involuntarily. A red-haired girl appeared holding a blood-red ice spear with a pair of icy wings behind her. Enhanced by the icy wings, she moved like a phantom and instantly appeared before Ishir. Ishir's eyes widened. He wanted to unleash Shinra Tensei to defend against her attack, but was horrified to find that his power seemed frozen, unable to be exerted at all. Blood splattered, and Ishir was pierced straight through the heart by the spear, his face full of disbelief. "How? Is this possible?" Ishir murmured, his life rapidly fading away. The red-haired girl's eyes held only endless killing intent, her red hair dancing like a blooming flower of death. "If not for you, you would never have suffered such humiliation," the red-haired girl said in a low voice, her tone tinged with sorrow and anger. As her words fell, Ishir's body slowly collapsed, his eyes still full of shock and reluctance. Ishir wanted to say something, but his gaze gradually dimmed, as if his life force had completely drained away. Seeing that everything had settled, a deep sense of weariness surged in Xue's heart. Her hair also returned to its usual blue. She was about to turn around and support other battlefields, but suddenly a figure appeared beside Ishir's corpse. "Little brother." The newcomer was Lei Shur, bursting with murderous intent. Haruto and Sarada, who had been battling with Lei Shur, now lay on the ground, severely wounded and powerless. That guy was hiding his true strength. Holding the corpse of Ishir, a venomous glint flickered in Lei Shur's eyes as he glared at Xue. "I will make you taste the deepest despair and pain." Before Xue could react, Lei Shur's fist sent her flying dozens of meters away, crashing heavily into the wall of Konoha village. Xue's bones were broken countless times, and purple lightning ravaged her meridians, bringing unbearable agony. The excruciating pain nearly caused her to faint. Xue coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, her body swaying, but she did not fall. Struggling to support herself, she stood up shakily and walked step by step toward Lei Shur. Behind her was the Konoha village she had to protect at all costs. Seeing Xue rise again, Lei Shur's expression darkened, and a flicker of displeasure stirred within him. He raised his finger and shot several dazzling lightning beams toward Xue, which flew at astonishing speed, threatening to pierce her heart. Just then, a series of blue formation arrays appeared before Xue, forming a solid defense. These arrays shimmered with light, intercepting Lei Shur's lightning beams one by one. However, as the arrays collided with the beams, they shattered into countless fragments. Meanwhile, in the formation room, Nan's Qingying's consciousness began to fade. Continuously supporting the ninjas on the battlefield, Nan's Qingying's chakra was nearly depleted. Yet she steadfastly guarded the village and protected its comrades. This was not only his ninja way but also her own. Lei Shur, repeatedly blocked, now felt his anger reach its peak. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, a manic grin spread across his face. Since you all want to protect this broken village, I'll destroy it completely. Lei Shi roared madly. At that moment Lei Shi soared into the air, rapidly condensing a colossal purple-black lightning orb in his right hand. The light around it warped, causing the sky to flicker as if doomsday had arrived. Naruto and Sasuke keenly sensed the terrifying energy contained within the orb. If Konoha village were struck by it, it would be utterly annihilated. Their hearts burned with urgency as they tried to intervene, but too sure, and was sure blocked their path with mocking expressions. Inside the formation room, Nan's Qingying took a deep breath, a glint of madness and determination flashing in her eyes. With that, a dazzling huge blue formation array appeared above Konoha village, its brilliance blinding and impossible to gaze upon. Meanwhile, in the formation room, Nan's Qingying spat out a mouthful of blood, but she clenched her teeth and persevered stubbornly. Yet the instant the array touched the lightning orb, it shattered into countless fragments. Nan's Qingying coughed up another stream of blood, then lost consciousness, her breathing growing fainter. Shui, gazing at the oppressive energy ball, condensed a spear of ice from her remaining chakra and murmured to herself. You, if it were you, even in this situation you would never give up. Her eyes were resolute, as if she had made a decision. Meanwhile, inside Ichiraku Ramen, the tension was at its peak. The three sat in silence, watching the terrifying purple-black orb outside the window. Just then Yugo could no longer contain himself and stood up, staring at the white-haired youth, with a complex glint in his eyes. Suddenly the white-haired youth spoke. Uncle Ichiraku, why would those people risk their lives for the village for strangers? His voice was low, tinged with confusion and doubt. Uncle Ichiraku smiled gently and said slowly, because that is the bond between everyone. Hearing Uncle Ichiraku's words, the white-haired youth was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. He shook his head and said softly, I still can't understand after all. But his tone grew increasingly serious. Uncle Ichiraku, sister, I'm sorry for the terrible things I did to you before. Though I cannot grasp these bonds, I will not let those people destroy Ichiraku Ramen. The white-haired youth's gaze was firm. And I will not watch my friends die. Before the words faded, the white-haired youth had vanished from his spot. Staring at the terrifying purple-black orb, Byakuya, Karin and Metal tried to stop it, but could not budge it in the slightest. Their hearts burned with anxiety, yet they were helpless. Just then Xiaozi suddenly shouted, Look, what is that? Her voice was filled with surprise and doubt. Everyone turned to where she pointed and saw a black long sword wrapped in white light, descending from above toward the lightning orb at an incredible speed. The sword fell like lightning, piercing through the lightning orb in an instant and landed firmly before Shui. The crowd below felt as if the world had lost all sound, everything turning silent. Time seemed to freeze until the orb exploded with a deafening roar, breaking the stillness. As the purple-black orb vanished, sunlight once again bathed the earth, warm and bright. A white-haired youth suddenly appeared before Shui. Lei Shi stared at him, a flicker of caution in his eyes. Who are you? You, the white-haired youth replied softly. From a distance Byakuya caught sight of you, and could not contain his excitement. Haha, I knew you weren't dead. Nearby Ino gently wiped the glistening tears from the corners of her eyes and murmured, Thank goodness. Naruto turned his gaze to the white-haired youth, the heavy stone that had been weighing on his heart finally settling. Sasuke, standing with his back to the others, allowed a faint imperceptible smile to curve the corner of his mouth, revealing a trace of relief. Just then a gentle breeze brushed past Yu's pale cheeks, and the warm soft sensation on his back made him blush. Shui embraced Yu tightly and whispered, You're alive, that's really wonderful. Hearing these words, Yu's heartstrings seemed to be gently plucked, a strange emotion surging within him. He slowly turned to face Shui's beautiful moving eyes, then firmly raised his thumb and sincerely praised. Shui, I've been watching your battle all along. That crimson spear was beautiful. Shui quietly gazed at Yu's familiar yet unfamiliar face. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye 3 years had passed. Now the youth's face had shed its former innocence, replaced by an increasingly resolute and handsome countenance. After a long moment, Shui slowly reached out and gently wiped the soup residue from the corner of Yu's mouth, smiling. Could it be that someone was secretly watching my battle from Ichiraku Ramen? Yu, caught off guard, felt embarrassed. He opened his mouth to explain, but at that moment a piercing roar filled with murderous intent echoed in his ears. You can chat about this nonsense after you die. It was Lei Shi's spine-chilling howl. Yu paid no heed to Lei Shi's clamor, not even sparing him a glance. Suddenly a dazzling green radiance burst forth in his right hand like the warm spring sun, emanating boundless vitality. In the blink of an eye, Shui discovered with astonishment that the numerous scars covering her body had vanished as if by magic, as though she had never been wounded. Yu turned around slowly, his voice gentle yet firm as he whispered, Leave this one to me. Despite knowing the enemy before them was unfathomably powerful, for some reason deep in her heart Shui had unwavering faith in Yu. Shui nodded earnestly, then without hesitation turned and dashed toward the other fierce battlefields, rushing to aid their comrades in distress. Seeing Yu completely ignore his presence, Lei Shi was consumed with rage. His eyes bulged and his 5 fingers curled like sharp eagle talons, around which blinding purple lightning coiled like serpents, lunging straight at Yu with ferocious might. Faced with the menacing and murderous Lei Shi, Yu remained composed and unruffled. Calmly he picked up the pitch-black longsword that had fallen to the ground, held it horizontally before him, and effortlessly blocked Lei Shi's ferocious strike. In an instant the blade clashed with the claws with a thunderous impact. Upon the longsword a pure white light flowed like a surging torrent, while the deep purple lightning was like a snarling tiger. The two entwined and clashed, as if in a breathtaking life-and-death duel. Instantly a violent surge of air spread like towering waves, and some of the less skilled ninjas unable to withstand the force were thrown to the ground. Xiaozi stared wide-eyed at the familiar white light before her, instinctively covering her slightly parted lips with her hand and murmuring, "Bai Zai." Indeed, it was Xiao Yu who saved us. Seeing his sudden fierce attack so easily deflected, Lei Shi felt an unprecedented shock. Yet this emotion did not make him retreat. Instead it fanned the flames of his rage even hotter. He turned his claws into fists, exerting all his strength, making each strike more fierce and ruthless. But astonishingly, no matter how fiercely Lei Shi fought, all his attacks were effortlessly blocked by Yu. Yu's expression remained calm and indifferent, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he said lightly, "Is this all you've got?" Though spoken casually, the contempt in those words was like a sharp sword piercing straight into Lei Shi's heart and igniting the burning rage within him to its peak. Lei Shi let out a deafening roar, then raised his right arm, rapidly gathering a dazzling purple lightning energy ball in his palm. The energy ball exuded a terrifying aura that made one's heart tremble. With a wave of Lei Shi's arm, the massive ball of energy hurtled toward Yu like a cannonball. Seeing this, Yu gave a slight flick of his wrist, and the long sword in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning cleaving toward the oncoming energy ball. With a crisp crack, the seemingly indestructible energy ball was split in two in the blink of an eye. However, surprisingly, the two halves of the energy ball did not dissipate but instead seemed to gain life, continuing to attack Yu. Yu furrowed his brows slightly, his long sword dancing in an impenetrable web, striking down the menacing energy clusters one after another. The energy clusters split further, multiplying in number. Finding it tedious, Yu suddenly made the black longsword in his hand erupt with a dazzling, enormous white light like a brilliant star streaking across the sky. This light struck the black energy clusters with the force of a thunderbolt, and in an instant all the dark power was utterly shattered and dispersed. At that very moment, Lei Shi, who had been biding his time, finally revealed a vicious expression. His right eye glinted coldly, and his right hand blasted forth a powerful beam of energy, swift as the wind and fierce as lightning, straight at Yu. Facing such a swift and fierce assault, Yu easily sidestepped, but the black long sword in his hand was knocked away by a second sudden energy beam. Then Lei Shi said in a venomous tone, "Without that sword you're just a blind man with no chakra." With that, Lei Shi struck with both hands, unleashing a terrifying energy wave of deep purple and black like a roaring dragon charging straight at Yu. With an earth-shattering roar, the very ground seemed to tremble, as if mountains were collapsing and the heavens were splitting. Rolling dust rose into the air, swiftly spreading and obscuring half the battlefield. "Xiao Yu!" Ino, watching from afar, cried out involuntarily, her face full of concern for Yu's safety. Lei Shi burst into a triumphant laugh, but the laughter did not last long before it abruptly ceased. For as the dust gradually cleared, everyone was astonished to find Yu standing there unscathed. His body was enveloped in a layer of pure white mysterious light, like a holy and flawless armor shielding him completely. Not only that, but his clothes were as clean as new, without even a speck of dust on them. "Fool!" Yu clenched his right fist, and a dazzling white light coiled around it like a serpent, as if wrapping the fist in a mysterious and powerful coating. Before Lei Shi could recover from his shock, Yu moved like lightning, instantly closing in on him. Then, with a thunderous sound, Yu's fist, like a meteor burning with fury, slammed into Lei Shi's abdomen. In an instant, a terrifying force surged forth like a landslide, and Lei Shi was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. His body traced a long arc through the air, flying 100 zhang before crashing heavily into several mountains. With a series of deafening booms, those mountains, unable to withstand the immense impact, shattered and crumbled. Witnessing this from afar, Ming Ren's eyes widened, and he exclaimed in heartfelt admiration, "Xiao, you can use natural energy with such exquisite precision. Truly amazing." 3 years earlier, as a gentle breeze brushed across Yu's cheeks, a sudden realization struck him. If he could not condense chakra-based ninjutsu within his body, why not attempt to master the natural energy that flowed freely throughout heaven and earth? Fortuitously, Yu had wagered correctly, and survived. At that moment, Lei Shi stood battered and broken, struggling upright from a mound of rubble like earth. His once neat hair now hung in wild disarray, veiling most of his face, while a vivid streak of blood trailed from the corner of his mouth. His appearance utterly harrowing. Yet far more unbearable was the crushing wave of defeat and shame surging from deep within his soul. "No! It's impossible! Absolutely impossible!" Gasping raggedly, Lei Shi screamed hysterically. His voice thick with despair and bitter resentment. "How could I lose to a wretch like you?" Before he could utter another word, Yu's figure flickered into view before him. Utterly unheralded, utterly inevitable. Before Lei Shi could react, Yu delivered another thunderous blow. A devastating punch that struck his chest with crushing force. This time Lei Shi was hurled skyward, soaring helplessly into the air. Simultaneously, searing agony erupted in his mouth. Upon focusing his gaze, He saw all his teeth shattered and expelled in a torrent of crimson blood. Watching you close in relentlessly, despair flooded Reishi's heart. Yet it ignited within him a desperate resolve to fight to the death. But you would grant him no such chance. In an instant you blurred forward like a phantom, seized Reishi's right arm with terrifying speed, and wrenched it apart with raw, inhuman strength. Snapping bone and sinew alike. A shriek of unimaginable agony pierced the heavens as though rending the very sky. Pain drove Reishi to the brink of unconsciousness, yet primal instinct compelled him to flee. But you lunged forward, pressing his other hand firmly atop Reishi's skull, and plunged downward with him, accelerating toward the earth. With an earth-shattering detonation, the ground, unable to withstand such cataclysmic impact, shattered, violently fracturing into countless intersecting fissures that spread outward like a vast, intricate spiderweb. Reishi's world spun violently, his mind dissolved into chaos, his body utterly unresponsive. Every attempt to rise rendered futile. Just as you raised his hand for the final strike, a Otsutsuki warrior, locked in fierce combat with Tsunade and others, abandoned all defense against Tsunade's assault, and charged headlong toward you without hesitation. You met the onslaught with serene composure, casually launching a single punch. Deceptively effortless yet brimming with unfathomable power. In the blink of an eye, the Otsutsuki warrior exploded into a mist of crimson gore, scattering like vapor across the air. Witnessing this, Tsunade murmured in awe, "Unbelievable. 3 years have passed, yet this boy, having lost both eyes and chakra, has ascended to such heights." Just as you prepared to end Reishi's life, he noticed, astonished, that the seemingly moribund Reishi had somehow crawled like a wounded stray dog, limping and bleeding to the corpse of Eshi. As you watched in bewilderment, Reishi threw open his blood-stained jaws and devoured Eshi's body whole. Instantly, a chilling ripple of unnatural energy surged across the battlefield like a tidal wave, threatening to tear reality itself asunder. Every onlooker recoiled in visceral horror, their gazes locked in stunned fixation upon this grotesque, inexplicable spectacle. Stunned silence fell as Reishi's forehead erupted with a pair of monstrous jagged horns, and his skin darkened to an abyssal black as if a demon had stepped forth from the netherworld. His frame swelled with terrifying speed. Within mere breaths, he transformed into a colossal beast wreathed in violet black lightning, towering, wrathful, and unmistakably akin to the legendary Yakusha descending upon the mortal realm. Enshi and Toshi stared, faces frozen in disbelief. Reishi, driven to this extremity, Reishi's mind had shattered. No longer distinguishing friend from foe, he rampaged blindly across the battlefield, obliterating everything in his path. His destructive might was beyond comprehension, and Nan's Kiyotsuki, caught directly in the path of the lightning-wreathed Yakusha, had nowhere left to flee. Annihilation loomed mere instants away. At the critical moment, a colossal tree erupted from the earth, a titanic pillar of wood surging upward like a living serpent, and coiled tightly around the Yakusha's descending foot. Sakura, watching from afar, breathed a quiet sigh of relief, assuming Yamato had intervened just in time, only to glance sideways and discover Yamato himself already unconscious nearby. Sakura's brow furrowed slightly, her eyes flickered with swift calculation. Then she pivoted sharply, locking her gaze resolutely upon you. Yu's hands moved swiftly through a series of seals, unleashing a torrent of chakra so immense it roared forth like a primordial flood. Vast, radiant, and unstoppable. Then, towering hundreds of feet high behind him, a colossal statue of the thousand-armed Kanin manifested. Not carved but conjured. Majestic as a mountain, radiant as dawn. Its golden form blazed with celestial light, encircled by countless massive arms. Each limb pulsing with apocalyptic force, each finger capable of shattering worlds. Kakashi, observing from a distance, gasped faintly, "The first Hokage's true 1,000 hands. A technique long relegated to legend, now made manifest before our eyes. That boy truly possesses transcendent talent, peerless brilliance." At that moment, the colossal Kanin statue unleashed its assault. Its myriad arms descended like meteorites from the heavens, each strike bearing cosmic weight, each impact heralding annihilation. Crashing down upon the lightning-wreathed Yakusha below. In an instant, blinding radiance engulfed the entire expanse, accompanied by deafening thunderclaps that sent shockwaves rippling outward in violent concussive waves. Nearby shinobi instinctively shielded their eyes, dreading even a glancing touch from that overwhelming energy. "The legendary true 1,000 hands." Someone cried out in awe. "It's beyond anything we've ever imagined. Beyond comprehension." Another voice echoed fervently. "With such a technique, surely the Yakusha will be obliterated, reduced to dust." A third added eagerly, just as all believed victory sealed, when calamity erupted anew. Suddenly a colossal pillar of violet-black lightning erupted skyward, striking with blinding speed and precision, slamming directly into the Kanin's outstretched arms. In the blink of an eye, over half those divine limbs crumbled under the assault, shattering into shimmering motes of gold, vanishing silently into the void. The Thunder Yakusha, though covered in wounds, still broke through all obstacles and charged towards the 1,000-armed Guanin like a burning meteor. It wildly swung its claws wreathed in purple lightning, destroying the incoming giant hands. Finally the Yakusha reached the Guanin statue, and with astonishing force severed the colossal wooden statue at the waist. In an instant the entire space seemed to tremble, The yaksha raised its head and let out a piercing eerie roar towards the sky, as if proclaiming its victory and power to the world. Orochimaru, observing from the sidelines, couldn't hide his surprise. How unexpected. Even a technique like the 1,000-armed cannon couldn't suppress this creature. Moreover, after devouring Leishire's power, seemed to grow exponentially. Interesting, I wonder what that little one will do next. As he spoke, Orochimaru extended his long tongue, lightly licked his lips, and then turned his gaze with interest towards you in the distance. At this moment you stood alone, making a single-handed seal with elegant composure. Surprisingly, his expression remained remarkably calm. Just then you murmured softly, "Mystic with Thunder God." A dazzling white lightning bolt suddenly descended from the sky, striking the ground precisely in front of the yaksha. The thick trees that had been buried deep underground sprouted rapidly like bamboo shoots after rain, and in the blink of an eye they tightly wrapped around the white lightning like armor. In the blink of an eye, only the white pupils flickering with mysterious light remained outside the armor, exuding a frightful pressure. And on the wrists of the solid gleaming armor, two ghostly white flames eerily coiled, wavering like specters. These mysterious flames seemed to possess life, constantly dancing and leaping, sending a chill down one's spine. At the same time, a jet-black longsword suddenly appeared in the giant hand of the wood-style armor giant. Feeling the overwhelming mountain-like pressure from the armor giant, the Thunder Yaksha's heart surged with fear. But its survival instinct drove it to fight back, emitting piercing, ferocious roars. Its sharp claws gathered all its remaining power like two bolts of lightning tearing through the sky, and it lunged fiercely at the armor giant. However, facing the Thunder Yaksha's desperate struggle, the armor giant stood motionless like a mountain. His arm holding the black longsword slowly rose, and instantly dazzling white lightning and blazing flames coiled around the blade. With a swift swing of his arm, the terrifying longsword imbued with lightning and fire cleaved toward the oncoming Thunder Yaksha with the force of a thunderbolt. Just a single simple slash, yet it contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. In that instant, time seemed to freeze and space itself twisted and warped. The moment the longsword contacted the Thunder Yaksha, a blinding light engulfed the sky above Konoha village. Immediately after, a crisp, sharp sound of breaking echoed through the sky, and the Thunder Yaksha was severed at the waist without any resistance. Cut into two pieces, the Thunder Yaksha plummeted from the sky like a broken kite, and its body began to rapidly revert to its original form before hitting the ground. At this moment it was already on the verge of death, clinging to life by a thread. Leishir looked at you with endless hatred and regret. Damn it. Damn it. Lowly. Meanwhile, you, who had been watching coldly from the side, slowly walked towards the cornered Leishir, his sword-like eyebrows slightly raised. A strange snow-white flame suddenly appeared out of thin air, and like a spirit snake it tightly coiled around Leishir's already dying body. That seemingly soft and harmless white flame actually harbored deadly intent. As soon as it touched Leishir's body, it instantly displayed its eerie destructive power. Leishir discovered with horror that the flame seemed to be burning his very soul to ashes. He writhed in agony, trying to break free from the terrible bonds, but all efforts were in vain. He could only watch as his life and soul were devoured bit by bit. Aya! Demon, you are a demon! Extreme pain surged like a tide through his heart. Leishir's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He opened his mouth and let out a series of piercing screams, as if trying to vent all the agony inside him. But no matter how he struggled or screamed, he could not change his fate of being consumed by the flames. In the end, amidst the blazing fire, Leishir's body gradually vanished, not even a trace of ash remained. Witnessing this shocking scene, the other Otsutsuki members were already pale with fear, their eyes wide open, faces full of disbelief. Their hearts were filled with boundless terror, and their once high morale had completely vanished. Especially Yenshir and Tushir, who as one of the four pillars alongside Leishir knew well the extent of his power. Yet now they witnessed him being effortlessly annihilated by that white-haired brat. What was even more chilling was that the brat's methods could be summed up in two words: ruthless. Thinking this, Yenshir and Tushir exchanged a glance. They could not sit idly by. Thus, with perfect coordination, they launched a feint attack, then, without hesitation, turned and fled into the distance, moving like lightning, instantly disappearing from sight, leaving the other bewildered Otsutsuki members standing there dumbfounded. Naruto and Sasuke did not pursue them, instead joining the battle below. The remaining Otsutsuki members were now trapped like birds in a cage with no escape, and were eventually all slain. Before his death, the last Otsutsuki glared at Naruto and the others with venomous eyes and snarled, "When our king descends, your aunt's time of death will come." King. Upon hearing this title again, Sasuke's expression turned grim. "Shall you? We owe you this time." Naruto walked towards you, his heart filled with gratitude. He extended his fist, intending to bump fists with you, but you merely gave him a cold glance, then vanished like a phantom with a flicker. Watching the direction you had gone, a trace of loneliness appeared on Naruto's face. But what was more important now was to handle the post-war affairs and prepare for the 5 Kage summit. After all, the remaining 8-tailed beasts were still in their hands, and also the king they kept mentioning. On the other side, you returned to Myaboku Mountain. He lounged lazily on the soft grass, closing his eyes, as if the entire world had nothing to do with him. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying the fresh fragrance of grass, soothing the mind. By this time Mayaboka Mountain had undergone earth-shattering transformations. It was like a breathtakingly beautiful painting enchanting all who beheld it, leaving them utterly captivated. Lush, dense forests were encircled by winding streams. The water was crystal clear like a giant mirror, vividly reflecting the stones and moss beneath. Rather than calling it Mayaboka Mountain, it was more aptly a paradise jointly formed by Mayaboka Mountain and the Sanluo Cave Heaven. You, along with Shima Sage and the others, had pondered long and hard before finally deciding to name this realm Mayaboku Cave Heaven. Shima Sage, returning from foraging, encountered you on the path. Her face was brimming with joy as she excitedly called out, "Little you, I have great news. I recently stumbled upon a miraculous plant that can be kneaded into delicious noodles. Let's try my latest invention tonight. Caterpillar Ramen. But you seem somewhat disinterested, Granny Shima. I'm a bit tired. Let me sleep for a while." "What? Naruto, you want to merge all the ninja villages?" At this crucial 5 Kage summit, when Mizukage Chojuro heard Naruto's astonishing proposal on the screen, his eyes widened in disbelief. Meanwhile Naruto stated firmly, "That's right everyone. The Otsutsuki clan has been making frequent moves recently, and there must be a sinister plot behind it. If we continue to fight and scheme against each other, as before, we will end up being defeated one by the enemy." The scene shifted to the Cloud Village. Killer Bee, who had survived after losing his tail, energetically gestured a rhythmic rap move, and shouted, "Naruto is right. Let's join forces, strike together, and take back Hachibi. Oh yeah." The 5th Raikage Darui had tragically fallen in battle. Succeeding him as the 6th Raikage was Yatsuki Arashi, the grandson of the 4th Raikage I. Facing Naruto's incredulous proposal, Yatsuki Arashi harbored doubts, frowning, as he asked, "Lord Hokage, are you perhaps using this opportunity to annex the other villages?" Yatsuki Arashi's words were like a stone, thrown into a calm lake, immediately stirring resonance among many high-ranking officials of the villages. They whispered among themselves, clearly deeply suspicious of Naruto's true intentions. For a moment the entire 5 Kage summit was enveloped in a tense and solemn atmosphere. Just as Naruto was about to explain, Sasuke beside him let out a cold snort, his gaze icy, as he looked at Yatsuki Arashi, and replied in a frigid tone, "If I truly intended to annex other villages, would I need your consent?" Sasuke's words struck like a bucket of ice water, causing Yatsuki Ani, who was already wary, to shudder and feel an indescribable fear. Yet faced with such an imposing Sasuke, Yatsuki Ani could not find any words to refute. Seeing the atmosphere grow increasingly heavy and oppressive, Gaara took a deep breath and spoke with a serious expression. "Since the 4th Great Ninja War, although no large-scale conflict has erupted again, various ninja villages still have conflicts of varying degrees. If we fail to take timely measures to curb this adverse trend, there is no doubt that a new war will break out in the future. Therefore I agree with Naruto's proposal." Kuratsuchi softly echoed, "During the 4th Great Ninja War, we formed an allied force to keep the enemy at bay. But this time they cut off our communications and attacked our village. If little you hadn't arrived in time, Iwagakure would have been destroyed. Unity is our only chance to fight back. I also agree with Naruto's proposal." Chojuro furrowed his brows slightly. After deep contemplation, he slowly nodded, indicating his agreement with Naruto's suggestion. Seeing that the other 3 Kage did not object, Yatsuki Arashi sighed helplessly after a moment of silence and ultimately chose to concur. As the communication device was disconnected, a tense and busy atmosphere pervaded. The other 4 villages immediately swung into action, beginning preparations for relocating to Konoha. People busied themselves packing luggage and arranging itineraries, immersed in a flurry of activity. Seeing everything settled, Naruto let out a long breath, stood up, and with a determined gaze turned to Shikamaru beside him, saying, "Shikamaru, let's go. There are still some villages to negotiate with. Sasuke, I leave the village to you." In truth, the idea of merging all ninja villages had been planted in Naruto's heart years ago. Recalling his conversation with Nagato back then, he deeply understood the suffering endured by the insignificant small ninja villages caught in the cracks of war. The children there had never even received a ninja academy education before being forced into brutal combat. Every time he thought of this, immense compassion welled up within Naruto. It was precisely his dissatisfaction and concern over the situation that drove him to resolve to change it, so that everyone could receive the respect and equal treatment they deserved. Unbeknownst, the sun set and night fell quietly. The crisp chirping of cicadas reached the ears like a symphony played by nature. At that moment you felt a pang of hunger. After bidding farewell to Granny Shima, he instantly appeared in front of the Yale Ramen shop. With his keen sage perception, even before stepping inside you sensed several familiar chakra fluctuations within the shop. He was slightly taken aback and paused, but instead of pushing open the door, he turned and headed toward the back mountain of Konoha. Moonlight spilled like water onto the earth, illuminating the path to the back mountain. Yu nimbly made his way to the waterfall, his gaze drawn to a figure training diligently. Looking closer, it was Shue, absorbed in strenuous training. Yu stood silently aside, making no sound, afraid to disturb her. Time passed, and finally Shue seemed to sense something. She stopped her movements and turned to look in Yu's direction. She raised a hand to wipe the fine beads of sweat from her forehead, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips, and said softly, "Why didn't you say something when you came?" You scratched the back of his head, sheepishly revealing a simple smile as he replied, I didn't want to disturb your training. He then walked over and sat down beside Shui. Shui let out a soft laugh, then stretched her body and lay lazily on the soft grass. She gazed up at the brilliant moon hanging high in the night sky, a hint of melancholy in her eyes, and asked softly, Are you doing well? You reclined leisurely on the grass. He stretched out his arms using his hands as a pillow behind his head, and began to pour out to Shui, who was beside him, all the myriad experiences and details of the past 3 years. It seemed only in this scene by Shui's side could you truly empty his mind and forget all the world's disturbances and worries. Shui, however, listened intently to Yu's narrative, her beautiful eyes revealing a trace of concern. Although you spoke with an air of calm and unhurried ease, how could she, as sharp as ice, not know the hardships and difficulties behind it? Along this journey you must have endured countless life and death trials. Indeed, in the ancient battlefield ruins deep within the Sunluo cave, heaven, the terrifying undead army, formed from countless white bones, had pushed you to the brink of utter destruction many times. The commander of the undead army was even more unfathomably powerful, chilling the heart. If not for Yu's serendipitous acquisition of the supreme treasure of Sunluo Cave Heaven, the heart of the divine tree, that encounter would surely have been fatal even with the Uzumaki clan's innate tenacious vitality. Time slipped away like a fleeting white horse. Before they knew it, the two had talked all the way until dawn. As they parted, Shui smoothed her hair and said with a smile, If you have nothing to do tomorrow morning, would you like to take a walk with me in my village? Upon hearing this, Yu nodded in agreement without much thought. Then he returned to the Miaomu Cave Heaven. After pouring out his heart to Shui, Yu felt much more cheerful. At that moment, Sage Shima was busily preparing her latest creation, caterpillar ramen, for Yu with great enthusiasm. Although the taste of this bowl of noodles was somewhat peculiar, even indescribable, Yu still polished it off cleanly. Just as Yu was planning to go to my village to visit Uncle Yugo and others, suddenly a powerful dizziness surged over him like a tide. He groaned inwardly, Damn, am I poisoned again? Then Yu's eyes rolled back, he vomited copious white foam and collapsed to the ground unconscious. Faced with this scene, Sage Shima remained remarkably calm. She unhurriedly took out a small notebook from her pocket and diligently recorded the fact that this newly discovered ingredient was actually toxic. When Yu slowly regained consciousness, night had already fallen silently. He secretly rejoiced that this time he seemed to have been unconscious for only a short while, but then heard the words of Toad Dragon beside him, Little Yu, you only slept for 2 days this time. Much better than last time. 2 days. Yu's heart jolted and he inwardly cried out, Oh no! I'm going to be late again. With that thought, he leaped up like a nimble carp, quickly performed the teleportation technique, and arrived in an instant at the place he had agreed to meet Shui. However, to his surprise, he could not sense Shui's chakra. Just as Yu was puzzled, a clamorous noise suddenly came from nearby, as if a crowd had gathered. Yu also sensed several familiar chakras. The 3 from Kumogakure village, Yujijing, Ijan, and E. At that moment, Shui was supporting a middle-aged woman with minor injuries, and not far away a cart full of fruit was overturned with fruit scattered everywhere. Seeing this, Yu appeared beside Shui in an instant. Shui glanced at him and rolled her eyes. You really are getting better and better at being late. Yu scratched his head, a look of embarrassment on his face. Sorry. What happened? At this moment, Shui's voice suddenly turned icy cold, as if it could freeze the surrounding air. It's that guy with the hooked nose. He came to buy fruit from the auntie. He thought the price was too high, and without a word he kicked over her cart. The auntie was angry and went to reason with him, but he pushed her hard to the ground. If it weren't for the 7th Hokage's special instructions. I understand. Yu nodded slightly, slowly turned around and asked Ijan quietly, Which hand did you use to push her down? He, standing nearby, finally recognized the person before her, and couldn't help but exclaim, You're you. Her face was full of disbelief, as if she couldn't trust her eyes. Yujijing and Ijan then woke up as if from a dream, when they saw Yu's current appearance. Blind and with white hair. Yujijing was about to utter a few sarcastic remarks, but before he could speak, Ijan cut in. Ijan abruptly raised his right arm, pointing his index finger straight at Yu, and shouted, What do you think, this is still the old days? Now you're nothing but a blind cripple with no chakra inside you. Apparently the newcomers were unaware of what had happened the day before. Ijan's words deeply stung Shui's heart. She emanated a fierce cold aura, throwing Naruto's words of caution to the wind. However, just as Shui was about to act, a hand gently rested on her shoulder, stopping her. Shui, leave it to me. As soon as you finished speaking, Ijan suddenly realized in horror that the finger he had been pointing at Yu was gone. Then everyone saw a bizarre white light like a venomous snake winding around Ijan's right hand and spreading up his arm at an astonishing speed. That mysterious white light was like a demon's fang, ruthlessly devouring Ijan's limb tissue wherever it passed. Accompanied by harrowing screams, Ijan felt unprecedented agony, like 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart, and 1,000 cuts making him wish for death. The onlookers who witnessed this horrifying scene all turned pale, a chill of horror rising in their hearts. Just then, 2 enforcement ninjas from my village arrived. They immediately recognized the white-haired youth, standing in the center as Yu, and couldn't help but gasp. Recalling the bloody scenes they had witnessed on the battlefield, the cruelty this god of slaughter had displayed was still deeply imprinted in their hearts. Now faced with such a tricky situation, the two enforcement ninjas felt their scalps tingle. However, when they saw that the Kumogakure ninja's half-arm was already gone, the terrifying white light still showed no sign of stopping. At this moment, the enforcement ninjas knew they had no choice but to muster their courage, step forward and shout, "Please stop! We are enforcement ninjas of my village, and we will surely get a fair and just explanation for this ante." Watching Ijan lying on the ground writhing in endless pain, and wailing, the appearance of Mai's enforcement ninjas slightly calmed Yujijing. He then began to shout, outwardly fierce but inwardly weak. Don't you know that the Hokage is striving to unite all the ninja villages? How dare you recklessly disrupt the harmony between villages? My brother is now the Raikage. If you stop now, I can put in a good word for you. As if, facing Yujijing's threats and bluster, Yu acted as if he hadn't heard. His sharp sword-like eyebrows raised slightly, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Since you won't say, then both hands will stay here. Just as Yu was about to strike, he saw a figure flash like a ghost to Ijan's side. The person's right hand suddenly flashed with black lightning. In an instant, blood spattered as he severed Ijan's entire right arm, preventing the white light from spreading further. The newcomer was none other than the 6th Raikage of Kumogakure village, Yue-lan. "You long time no see." Yue-jing's face was heavy with solemnity, his gaze fixed firmly on the white-haired youth not far ahead. His heart was filled with vigilance and caution. Though the youth before him was blind and no longer possessed any fluctuation of chakra in his body, the eerie white light that enveloped him, sending chills down one's spine, still filled Yue-jing with deep fear and dread. At that moment, Ijan, who had lost his right arm, lay in a pool of blood with blood gushing out from the wound like a spring. He writhed in agony on the ground, letting out the most miserable screams, as if enduring the cruelest torment in the world. Standing nearby, Yue-jing saw that Yue-lan had finally arrived at the scene, and the worry that had been weighing on his heart eased, slightly giving him a bit more confidence. He was about to raise his arm and indignantly question Yu as to why he had been so cruel to Ijan, but then the horrific scene that Ijan had just suffered flashed through his mind. He withdrew his hand timidly and said in a low voice to Yue-lan, "Brother, Ijan only accidentally pushed that old woman a little, and you ruthlessly crippled his right arm. You must seek justice for us." After listening to Yue-jing's account, Yue-lan's expression turned dark. He looked at Yu with a reproachful gaze and said coldly, "You, even if Ijan was at fault first, aren't you being too vicious? We haven't seen each other for 3 years. Today I'd like to see how much you've improved after all this time." 3 years ago, Yue-lan had lost to Yu at the Ninja World Exchange meeting. That defeat for someone who had always been proud and regarded as a genius was undoubtedly a heavy blow, shattering his self-esteem into countless pieces. However, fate seemed unwilling to let him off easily. Only 2 years later, Uzumaki Baruto challenged him, and the result once again plunged him into despair. He lost again. In the long days that followed, driven by his relentless pursuit of victory, he trained day and night without rest. Through unremitting efforts, he finally defeated his once invincible grandfather and the powerful Darui. Now standing here, Yue-lan had only one belief to wash away the humiliation he had suffered in the past, no matter how ridiculous he might appear. When the crowd heard Yue-lan's words, it caused an uproar. People whispered among themselves, "Is that white-haired youth you? I heard he was the top scorer in the Chunin exam and the Ninja World Exchange meeting 3 years ago." Someone exclaimed, 3 years ago, was it this guy who attacked our Konoha village?" Another asked with a puzzled look. "Don't talk nonsense. The Hokage has clearly stated that you resurrected the villagers who died in that turmoil. Didn't you hear what that white-haired Otsutsuki said a few days ago? You was framed." A bystander quickly explained, "I never expected that Yue-lan, now the Raikage of Kumogakure, would be so shameless as to openly bully a blind youth." An angry rebuke came from the crowd. At that moment, Kuratsuchi and Gaara, among others, also arrived at the scene. Kuratsuchi stared intently at Yue-lan, who seemed ready to strike, and her voice was filled with irrepressible excitement. "Haha, this 6th Raikage is about to have some bad luck. To be honest, I've been fed up with him for a long time." Gaara, standing beside her, said calmly, "This Raikage is indeed a bit young and arrogant. However, experiencing some setbacks might not be a bad thing for him." To everyone's surprise, Yu directly refused Yue-lan's challenge. Suigetsu, standing beside Kuratsuchi, remarked, "It seems that in these 3 years Yu has grown not only in strength." Seeing Yu's blunt refusal, Yue-lan, instead of giving up, became even more aggressive. He pressed on, "What are you scared?" Just then a clear and loud young voice came from not far away. Everyone turned to look and saw Baruto walking over with a swagger, followed by Sarada, Byakuya, and Xiaozi. Sarada's gaze first fell on Yu, and a flicker of tenderness seemed to pass through her eyes, barely noticeable. Then she shifted her gaze to Yue-lan and replied coldly, "Lord Raikage, how about I spar with you instead?" When Baruto and Sarada appeared in his sight, Yue-lan felt a sudden surge of retreat. These two had grown so rapidly over the past 3 years that they were like monsters, leaving everyone astounded. Facing such formidable opponents, Yue-lan knew he was no match for them, so he reluctantly led the armless Ijan away. "I suddenly remember I have urgent business. Some other time." Looking at the fleeing figures of the Kumogakure ninjas, who seemed somewhat embarrassed, the surrounding crowd could no longer suppress their laughter and burst into uproarious laughter. Naruto and Sarada, who had turned their attention back, intended to reunite and chat with you, but then realized that you and Shui had already vanished without a trace. It seems he's avoiding us, Byakuya murmured. Are you still troubled by what happened 3 years ago? Shui asked solicitously. You did not answer, only nodding slightly. Seeing this, Shui continued softly, do you still hate them? Hearing this, you slowly shook his head, but a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. To be honest, I actually hope they don't hate me anymore. If I really have to talk about hatred, I only resent those 2 people. Shui wanted to say something more, but then saw you suddenly stop in his tracks. Curiously, she followed his gaze, and saw the rebuilt mountain flower shop. Time rewound 3 years ago. That devastating dark shockwave mercilessly tore apart this once peaceful and beautiful mountain flower shop, leaving it in ruins. If there were anyone you felt deeply guilty towards besides the kind-hearted old man Ichiraku, it would be the gentle and kind sister Ino. Just as you was lost in memories and self-reproach, a figure slowly walked out of the shop. The blonde woman spotted you at once, froze for a moment, and then tears burst forth like a flood. She ran straight to you and held him tightly in her arms. Xiao Yu, I'm sorry. Her voice was filled with endless regret and pain. Seeing Ino crying so sorrowfully, Yu's heart was filled with guilt. He said softly, Sister Ino, the one who should really apologize is me. Ino gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, and forced a bright smile. In that case, let's call it even. Hearing this, Yu scratched the back of his head with relief. It's settled then. After reminiscing with Ino for a long while, Yu slowly rose, bid her farewell, and stepped out of the mountainside flower shop. Along the way, Yuki sensed a subtle shift in Yu's inner state. The lingering gloom that had clouded his heart gradually lifted, replaced by a quiet lightness and profound relief. Gently she spoke. How could anyone possibly blame you? 3 years ago, when you restored life to them all, many hearts already wavered. And now, 3 years later, Orochi revealed the truth before everyone. Everyone stands with you, indignant on your behalf. Suddenly, you halted, turning toward the dormitory building he knew so well. Time had left its mark. The structure bore fresh renovations. During that earth-shattering shockwave, it stood directly behind Naruto, sparing much of its core framework from destruction. Without needing sage mode perception, you effortlessly located his own room, guided solely by deep ingrained memory. He pushed open the door, and froze. Inside, every detail remained exactly as it had been, furniture arranged with meticulous care, surfaces immaculate, untouched by dust or time. You glanced questioningly at Yuki, who merely shook her head in equal bewilderment, utterly unaware. As the two stood lost in silent speculation, a familiar set of footsteps echoed up the stairwell. You needed no sage perception to know who approached. It was none other than Nans Kagegage, little Yu. Upon seeing you, Nans Kagegage could scarcely contain her surging emotions. Though still recovering, she rushed toward him without hesitation. Yet the moment she reached the spot where you had stood, he vanished. Silent, swift, and utterly imperceptible, like a wisp of mist. A soft night breeze drifted past, whispering secrets only silence could hold. Only Nans Kagegage, motionless and speechless, and Yuki, thoughtful and watchful, remained. Once outside the ninja dormitory, you, burdened by restless thoughts, walked heavily into Ichiraku Ramen. Night deepened, the ramen shop neared closing. Only Tuchi, the shop's elder, and his daughter Ayam remained inside, busily tidying up. Spotting you, Tuchi's face lit with warm fatherly affection. Ah, little Yu. You haven't eaten dinner yet. Ayam, quick. Prepare Yu's special deluxe ramen. On my tab. You gazed at Tuchi's kind, weathered face and asked quietly, Tuchi-san, do you truly not hate me? The moment you spoke, Tuchi's gentle eyes sharpened with solemn gravity. When I cradled Ayam's cold body in my arms, that instant my hatred for you burned white hot. Then Naruto told us. It was because of you that we all lived again. That truth shook me to my core. I asked myself, how could a boy like you, so compassionate, so fiercely just, ever commit such cruelty? Just then Ayam emerged gracefully from the kitchen, bearing a steaming bowl of Ichiraku Ramen. Rich, aromatic, lavishly topped. Her smile radiant, her voice tender. Of course you're a good boy, you. Come, eat while it's hot. Hearing those sincere, heartfelt words from Tuchi and Ayam, you felt deeply moved. At that very moment, Sarada, astonished to find her eyes long dry of tears, brimming once more with glistening drops. Just as you tried to mask his emotion with a loud slurp of noodles, a young woman with shoulder-length black hair gently pushed open the shop's door and entered. You instantly sensed the chakra radiating from her, and recoiled in alarm, ready to teleport back to Miyaboka Mountain with his bowl in hand. But before he could react, a firm hand clamped down on the back of his head. Then came a sharp, resonant thunk as he received a solid, playful knock. You come back and don't even look for me. Think your wings have grown strong enough to fly solo? She teased, feigning indignation. Though painless, the gesture flooded you with warmth and nostalgia. Kajizuki-san. It's been far too long, you murmured softly, his eyes shimmering with genuine affection. Nans Kajizuki offered no pleasantries. She ordered ramen, plopped down beside you, and watched the boy she hadn't seen in years with quiet, searching concern. Where have you been these past 3 years? Everyone worried sick about you. She said, her voice thick with unguarded worry. You recounted his perilous journey without reserve. As his tale unfolded, Nan's Kajizuki's expression grew increasingly grave. Her brow furrowed, her breath held tight, each twist of his story tightening her grip on her chopsticks. When you finally fell silent, Nan's Kajizuki exhaled deeply, her gaze softening with sorrow and tenderness. Little you. Your path has been unbearably hard. Had this been 3 years earlier, you might have broken down and buried his face in her embrace. But now he simply smiled faintly. A quiet, resilient curve of the lips, and shook his head gently. It's all behind me now. Then, as if recalling something, you asked, by the way, Kajizuki-san, why are you eating so late? Taking the steaming, fragrant bowl from Nan's Kajizuki beamed with delight, and without delay lifted it high, inhaling deeply before slurping a generous mouthful. After swallowing, she replied leisurely, there's been an overwhelming influx of new students enrolling at the Ninja Academy lately. I've been helping process their registrations, and assigning them dormitory rooms. As she spoke, Nan's Kajizuki suddenly remembered something vital and continued urgently. Oh, by regulation your old dorm room should have been reassigned. But Kachikage-san intervened. She insisted it be kept vacant for you. And every so often she personally cleans it herself. You nodded slightly, saying nothing further. Before parting, Nan's Kajizuki wrapped you in a firm, heartfelt hug. You. Thank you for saving me. And welcome home. After bidding Nan's Kajizuki farewell, you did not teleport to Miyaboka Mountain as usual, but turned instead toward the ninja dormitory. With keen perception, he immediately discerned the room was empty. He opened the door, stepped inside, and collapsed onto the bed. Yet sleep eluded him. His mind churned. Restless, turbulent, unable to settle. Meanwhile, in that serene, secluded realm, the golden-eyed youth finally reached the end of his path. Time flowed quietly, and several days passed in the blink of an eye. The grand vision for unifying the shinobi villages advanced steadily and methodically. Across the vast, boundless expanse of land near Konoha village, new dwellings sprouted like bamboo shoots after spring rain. This remarkable progress stemmed entirely from the seamless collaboration between Team Yamato's construction unit and shinobi from every village. During this time, you continued residing in his former dormitory. Though he still felt a lingering sense of unfamiliarity, his sleep had markedly improved. Each day, he wandered leisurely through the village, savoring its profound serenity and tranquil harmony. Meanwhile, Naruto and Shikamaru returned triumphantly to Konoha after their mission abroad. Their journey proved far smoother than anticipated. Only a handful of villages harbored prejudice, while the rest readily embraced the monumental unification initiative. The reason was singular. This audacious, world-shaking proposal bore the name of none other than Uzumaki Naruto. Trusting Naruto with unwavering faith, the leaders of all participating villages gathered at Konoha to convene the inaugural summit. Regarding the newly established position of Supreme Village Leader, only Yagura chose to abstain. All others unanimously cast their precious votes in favor of Naruto. The name of the newly founded village discarded all former prefixes, leaving only the simple resonant title Shinobi Village. Before the astonished assembly, Naruto bowed deeply and spoke with solemn sincerity. Thank you for placing your trust in me. I will never betray it. Not even at the cost of my life. I shall protect this village with everything I am. Then with a radiant sunlit smile he added, because keeping my word, that is my shinobi way. Amid thunderous applause and cheers, he moved on to the next agenda item. Recently, the Otsutsuki clan launched raids against several villages, seizing 8-tailed beasts. Though we jointly defeated them during their last assault on Konoha, 2 Otsutsuki escaped. For several days now, reconnaissance teams have failed to locate them. Remain vigilant. Stay alert and prepared. Understood. Within a long-abandoned, overgrown trial ground in Kirigakure village, and Shiki and Tashiki, the once celebrated twin pillars, sat slumped upon moss-covered stone steps, utterly despondent. Their eyes were hollow and vacant, as if all hope for the future had been extinguished. To their right stood a colossal white transmission array inscribed with arcane glyphs pulsing with a faint yet unsettling luminescence. This array loomed like a threshold to an unknown realm, tethered tightly to a small luminous orb no larger than a river pebble. Though diminutive in size, the orb radiated an unfathomable depth of chakra, vast and turbulent as an ocean, within which all 8-tailed beasts were sealed. And Shiki no longer bore the confident, resolute bearing he displayed upon first arriving here. Instead, exhaustion and despair lined his face as he pleaded softly to Tashiki beside him. Tashiki, what are we eating tonight? I've had enough of that revolting rat meat. Tashiki curled his lip in disdain and scoffed. Humph. Rat meat is a luxury, you know. Lately the entire region teams with reconnaissance patrols. If we're spotted, we'll be on the receiving end of a Rasengan. As Shiki and Tashiki sat speechless, weighed down by dread, the silent white array suddenly flared without warning. Startled by the abrupt change, they instantly snapped to attention and rose, staring tensely at the shimmering, shifting light of the array. A blinding flash erupted, and from its center stepped forth a silver-haired woman draped in elegant robes and exuding regal grace. And Shiki exhaled in relief. Tsukihime. What brings you here? She was the final of the 4 divine pillars. The king approaches. Tsukihime's voice was soft and melodious, yet it sent chills racing down in Shiki's and Tashiki's spines. You mean, the king is coming? Surely you jest. This array lacks the energy required for his descent. Tsukihime merely touched the array with a slender finger. The king sensed Raishiki's death and concluded your plan had failed. He has chosen to descend in physical form, enduring the stellar tempest, to the site where Raishiki's life sign vanished. He is already orbiting this planet. And Shiki and Tashiki stood frozen hearts hammering, overwhelmed by a storm of disbelief too fierce to subside. Between the Otsutsuki's home star system and this planet lay the stellar tempest, a mysterious formidable magnetic barrier. This force resembled a cosmic leviathan wielding terrifying annihilating power. Once Shiki's predecessor, the former four-pillar, had attempted to traverse the tempest using sheer physical might. In an instant, his body tore apart like fragile parchment scattering into oblivion across the void. Traditionally, the Otsutsuki could cross such distances only when projected safely across galaxies by their supreme omnipotent sovereign. This operation, however, broke precedent entirely. Seizing the sovereign's temporary absence, the king secretly evaded the other two kings and activated Kagaya's ancient transmission array, successfully transporting numerous Otsutsuki to this world, to harvest the immense chakra stored within nine-tailed beasts, thereby powering the array for his arrival. Yet none foresaw the extraordinary strength of Kagaya's bloodline, precisely what renders this planet uniquely potent. Realizing the gravity of the moment, Shiki and Tashiki bolted toward Konoha without hesitation, and Tsukihime followed closely behind. Far beyond the planet's atmosphere, a crimson beam, vivid as fresh blood, plunged downward at unimaginable velocity. It seemed to carry apocalyptic force threatening to rend the tranquil heavens asunder. At that very instant you sensed something, and instantly teleported beside Setsuna. Soon every villager gazed upward, drawn by the eerie, ominous spectacle overhead. Eyes wide with shock and dread, they stared at the scarlet column, bewildered, terrified. Look! What is that? Someone cried out involuntarily. An asteroid? No, it doesn't look like one. Voices buzzed in confusion, yet no one could identify the phenomenon. Yet the brilliant red light streaked like a burning meteor, hurtling straight toward the open field before the village gates. With a deafening sky-splitting detonation, the earth convulsed violently, as though gripped by a colossal hand, resembling a cataclysmic earthquake. Houses trembled on their foundations, fissures gaped wide across the ground, dust choked the air, blotting out the sun. As the haze slowly settled, a man with blood-red hair emerged calmly from the crater. He smiled faintly toward the village gate and teased, "Oh, have you all gathered just to welcome me? Greetings. I am Otsutsuki Chiyo." Facing him stood Naruto and Sasuke. Behind them stood nearly every shinobi force the world had ever known. When they saw the full appearance of the red-haired man, the ninja behind could no longer suppress their emotions and began to mock him. But the red-haired man's current state was utterly appalling. His abdomen was horrifically perforated with a ghastly gaping hole, as if it had been violently torn apart by some powerful force. Moreover, his right leg had completely vanished from the knee downward, leaving only a stump, a shocking sight. Worse still, his entire body was drenched and wrapped in thick scarlet blood, as if he had been pulled from a pool of blood, making him look utterly miserable and terrifying. However, despite the red-haired man's grievous injuries and disheveled state, the eerie aura he exuded stirred a strange sense of familiarity in Sasuke, who stood nearby. Just then, with three piercing sounds of breaking air, three figures plummeted down like meteors, landing steadily on the ground. They were none other than Yen Shur and his companions, who had arrived in haste. Yen Shur and Tu Shur, their faces solemn, respectfully bowed their heads, and presented the mysterious orb containing the eight-tailed beasts to Shue Shur, speaking humbly. "King, please forgive us. The plan for this operation has failed. The legacy left by Kagaya was far too powerful, far exceeding our expectations. Especially that white-haired brat, Lei Shur, was killed by him." Shue Shur expressionlessly reached out and took the orb, then, under the shocked gaze of Naruto and Killer Bee, directly tossed it into his mouth and swallowed it. A faint smile appeared on his face, and he said softly to Yen Shur and Tu Shur, "You are alive. That's truly wonderful." Hearing the king's words, Yen Shur and Tu Shur could not suppress the joy on their faces. They looked up with delight, only to see a pair of eyes filled with boundless greed and cruel, murderous intent. In an instant, a chill ran down their spines. They instinctively tried to step back to avoid the terrifying pressure, but at that moment Shue Shur suddenly extended his hands, gripping their necks like iron clamps. Everyone present was stunned, their faces full of shock, as Shue Shur before their very eyes brutally tore Lei Shur and Tu Shur apart with his teeth. Amidst the flying flesh and blood, he unhesitatingly swallowed the pieces into his stomach. Even more shocking, the severe wounds on Shue Shur's body began to gradually heal. Yuji sensed danger and quickly turned to retreat. However, how could Shue Shur easily let her go? Just as Shue Shur was about to strike and recapture Yuji, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared, blocking his path like a barrier. It was you who had arrived just in time. "Kid, long time no see." Shue Shur glared at you with fierce, sinister eyes, gnashing his teeth. "If it weren't for that worthless red-haired midwoman, how could my plan have been delayed until now?" Hearing this, Sasuke's expression turned hesitant. Before he could speak, He saw you holding a pitch-black longsword instantly teleporting before Shueisha like a phantom. At the same time the longsword was enveloped in a layer of pure white brilliant light, and it swung fiercely at Shueisha with unstoppable force. Xueling, I have been longing for the day I can personally kill you. However, facing such a fierce assault, Shueisha remained exceptionally calm and composed. He slowly raised his right hand, and in an instant a boundless sea of blood surged forth, devouring the dazzling white blade light. Seizing this brief moment, Shueisha quickly gathered power and threw a punch. The strike was like a thunderbolt slamming into you, and sending him flying dozens of yards away. In the array room, Nan's Qingying snapped back to reality, and quickly cast a gentle white formation to catch you steadily. You somewhat awkwardly freed himself from the formation. The attack had not caused him much harm. Just as you teleported back to the battlefield, he saw a one-armed black-haired man gripping the Thousand Birds blade engaged in a fierce battle with Shueisha, each strike a lethal blow. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't help teasing you. That Sasuke, though he looks cold on the surface, he's actually warm inside. See, when his own son was at a disadvantage, he rushed in. Before you could respond, Naruto instantly activated his nine-tailed sage mode, flashed, and joined the battle. You said nothing, gripping the black longsword, and charged at Shueisha. On the battlefield, four figures darted like lightning, leaving a trail of phantom afterimages. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows, their speed astonishing. Watching from behind, Sakura and Hinata's faces showed gratified relief. This might be the first and perhaps the only time that father and son, master and disciple, fought side by side. Naruto seized the opening when Shueisha dodged Yu's attack. His right arm shimmered with dazzling golden light like a burning meteor, slamming into Shueisha with tremendous force. Shueisha was sent flying into the air by the powerful blow, but he quickly adjusted his stance, preparing to strike at Naruto. However, what greeted Shueisha was a shuriken that came whistling through the air. A faint, disdainful smile curled at the corner of Shueisha's lips. He raised his arm and conjured a sturdy blood shield, effortlessly blocking the shuriken attack. At that moment, Sasuke used his heavenly hand power to swap positions with the shuriken. A pitch-black Chidori surged in his right palm, striking at Shueisha with the force of a thunderbolt. Caught off guard, Shueisha was slammed to the ground by the attack, sending up a cloud of dust. Amidst the haze, a gleaming Thousand Birds blade descended from above. With the extraordinary vision of his Rinnegan, Shueisha effortlessly evaded the fatal strike of the Thousand Birds blade, and quickly raised his right hand, gathering a dense ball of blood mist. Suddenly, the Thousand Birds blade swapped positions again. And this time what appeared before Shueisha was you gripping the black longsword. The pitch-black blade was now entwined with dazzling white lightning and blazing flames, as if containing the terrifying power to destroy the heavens and earth, like a ferocious dragon, claws bared slashing at Shueisha. Faced with such a relentless assault, Shueisha could only raise his blood shield to defend. A deafening roar pierced the sky. As the scorching flames gradually dissipated, lingering strands of lightning still roamed and crackled across the ground. Now Shueisha's right hand was continuously flowing with bright red, scalding blood dripping down in a steady stream. Clearly, even a powerhouse like Shueisha could not emerge unscathed after withstanding such an earth-shattering blow at close range. Yet despite his severe injury, Shueisha's deep eyes burst with boundless blazing battle intent. The wound on his right hand began to heal at an astonishing speed. Not bad. I don't know how many years it's been since someone made me fight at full strength. The ninja watching from behind blinked, and in that instant Shueisha had already appeared behind Naruto, Sasuke, and you. Blood spurted from the three's chests. What had just transpired? Confusion clouded the minds of all present. They had clearly failed to perceive what Katsushiki had done. Sasuke stared down in astonishment at the wound across his chest, blood welling steadily from the gash. Katsushiki's speed was extraordinary. So swift that even Kagami no Tsukai could not activate in time. Kurama's expression hardened as he warned Naruto, "Naruto, be wary. This foe's strength far surpasses our expectations." Naruto nodded solemnly at the warning and placed a hand upon Sasuke's shoulder. Instantly a wondrous energy surged forth from within him, and Sasuke's wounds began to mend before their very eyes. Then Naruto turned toward you and murmured softly, "You let me heal you." You lowered his gaze to the wound still bleeding profusely, brow faintly furrowed, when suddenly a radiant emerald light blazed forth, encircling the injury with dazzling brilliance. Before Naruto's astonished eyes, Yu's wound sealed itself at an astonishing pace. You had not anticipated that Katsushiki could so effortlessly breach the defensive barrier woven from natural energy. Katsushiki fixed an impatient, haughty stare upon the trio, Naruto, Sasuke, and you, and declared coldly, "Shall we continue?" Even as the words left his lips, you formed a single-handed seal. A colossal serpentine with dragons surged forward, lunging straight toward Katsushiki. Faced with the dragon's thunderous charge, Katsushiki made no attempt to evade. Instead, he stood immovable, and without hesitation thrust both hands forward, halting the dragon's cataclysmic assault barehanded. In the next breath, he seized the dragon's body with his fingers and tore it cleanly in two. Then came a deafening roar. Katsushiki unleashed a torrent of savage crimson aura that exploded outward from his core, sweeping across the battlefield like a tempest. Suddenly, a blinding golden pillar erupted skyward, towering like a celestial column, piercing through the heavens with incandescent force. Simultaneously, a Ninetales cloaked entirely in shimmering gold manifested midair above the battlefield. It raised its head toward the heavens and unleashed a thunderous defiant howl. At the same moment, a fully realized Susanoo, vast as a mountain deep violet in hue, descended with earth-shaking force as though capable of subduing all existence beneath its weight. At the battlefield's heart, Katsushiki slowly raised his hand, eyes gleaming with glacial intensity. Yet abruptly caught sight of you materializing before him like a phantom moving with preternatural swiftness. You gripped a black blade wreathed in searing white light, its edge humming with palpable dread, cleaving the air with a razor-edged gust. As you strike neared its mark, Katsushiki vanished in a flash of crimson, like lightning arcing backward across the sky. In the same instant, he flicked his arm upward and a torrent of surging blood chakra erupted, coalescing into a titanic crimson hand that descended upon you. Yu's blade carved a luminous white arc through the air, a crescent moon cleaving the night. Then a blinding white slash tore through the void, striking the descending blood hand with the fury of heaven's wrath. The collision detonated in a thunderclap that shook the firmament. The resulting shockwave rippled outward like a maelstrom, warping the very air, distorting light and space in its wake. The golden Ninetales, refusing to yield, lashed out with razor-sharp claws, while the sword-wielding Susanoo advanced in perfect synchrony, both converging upon Katsushiki. Their coordination was flawless. Attack after attack cascaded like a hurricane, pressing Katsushiki into uncharted peril. He darted between Naruto's and Sasuke's relentless assaults like a shadow, eyes sharp, focus absolute, as he searched ceaselessly for an opening to counterstrike. At last, seizing a fleeting opportunity, he swept his arm wide. Two crimson prison barriers shot forth like bolts of bloodlight, ensnaring both the Ninetales and Susanoo with lethal precision. First, I'll eliminate this brat. Nearby, you tightened his grip on the blade, the hilt trembling violently as a radiant white light burst forth from the steel, blazing like a miniature sun suspended in air. Then he launched himself skyward, raising the sword high above his head, and brought it down in a single devastating overhead cleave. At that moment, heaven and earth recoiled. A colossal white slash rent the void, bearing down upon Katsushiki with apocalyptic force. Yet Katsushiki merely lifted one hand, casually, almost dismissively, and the seemingly indestructible bladelight shattered upon contact with his crimson mist as if made of fragile glass. Just then the golden Ninetales and Susanoo strained in unison, and shattered the blood prisons with raw, unyielding power. To the right, the golden Ninetales extended its left claw, within its palm coalescing a massive raisin shuriken. To the left, Susanoo swung its right arm, cradling a roaring inferno, the sacred flame of Kagetsuchi. Miraculously, these two utterly disparate chakras began to merge, fusing into a single overwhelming torrent of primordial energy. Sakura watched, a smile blooming on her lips, then faltered into quiet contemplation. That technique. Its name is, I can't quite recall it. High above, Naruto grinned proudly and bellowed, "Ha! My old man named it. The Scorch Release Lightwheel Swift Wind Black Arrow Zero style." The spiraling shuriken, wrapped tightly in black flames, spun like a celestial windmill, hurtling straight toward Katsushiki. His expression shifted instantly. He sensed the sheer, terrifying magnitude of its power, unlike anything he'd ever faced. Swiftly he raised his right hand, within his palm forming a dense pulsating sphere of crimson chakra drifting lazily toward the oncoming shuriken. For a heartbeat, the world narrowed to a single clash of vivid red and oppressive black. Then an unimaginable storm erupted, tearing across the land. Spectating shinobi instinctively shut their eyes against the onslaught. When the aftershocks faded, they gasped. Katsushiki's right arm had vanished entirely. Yet astonishingly, his grin widened, brighter, more fervent than before. "Let me savor this a little longer." Instantly a new arm sprouted from his stump, growing visibly cell by cell. Then thick crimson mist surged inward from every direction, blanketing the entire battlefield. Within moments, the solid earth transformed into a vast viscous blood pool. Naruto and Sasuke attempted to ascend, but their chakra felt anchored, suppressed, dragging them slowly downward. At the critical moment, a colossal tree erupted from the pool's center, its canopy towering into the heavens, lifting both the Ninetales and Susanoo clear of the mire. It was you who had acted, now gazing upon Katsushiki, whose aura continued swelling with terrifying intensity. Sasuke placed a hand upon Naruto's shoulder. "Naruto, we go together." Over the Ninetales' immense form, layers of enigmatic purple armor began to crystallize. Yet even now its presence paled beside Katsushiki's rising might. Then a vivid emerald light coiled around the purple plating, spreading rapidly, etching ancient resilient patterns across its surface. Those patterns pulsed with boundless vitality, causing the Ninetales' aura to surge exponentially until it rivaled Katsushiki's own in sheer awe-inspiring magnitude. Yu's voice cut through the air, cold, precise, unwavering. "This is our only chance." Hearing these words, a flash of ferocious light flickered in Schwescher's eyes. In the next instant, countless thick, blood-colored arms erupted from behind him, reaching out wildly toward the armored Ninetales. Facing this ferocious assault, Naruto's expression turned stern. The armored Ninetales tightly gripped the pitch-black long blade in its hand and swung it with all its might. In an instant, the blade's radiance flashed, With a single simple strike, all the blood arms collapsed in the blink of an eye, dissolving into clusters of crimson blood mist that dissipated into the air. Seeing this, Schwescher quickly raised his arms to launch an attack. But before he could make a move, the ground beneath his feet suddenly trembled violently. Several towering trees burst forth from the earth, their branches as hard as steel tightly entangling Schwescher's body. Schwescher struggled desperately, trying to break free from the bindings, only to find that the armored Nine Tails wielding the black long blade had already teleported right before him. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the black long blade of the armored Nine Tails. Black and white lightning intertwined with blazing flames, the energy fluctuations released causing even the sky above to change color. At this moment, Schwescher's face, now immobilized, turned extremely grim. He felt an unprecedented pressure but did not easily give up resistance. Just then, the surrounding blood mist seemed to respond to a summons, rapidly gathering behind him, gradually condensing into 32 enormous blood-colored spikes. These sharp weapons glinted with cold light, shooting toward the armored Nine Tails like a storm of arrows. When the spikes struck the armor on the Nine Tails' body, reinforced by the green patterns, they shattered continuously. Seeing the black and white thunder flame half-blade hurtling toward Schwescher with terrifying energy, Schwescher frantically mobilized all the surrounding blood mist in an attempt to block the strike. But the moment the blood mist touched the half-blade, it was as fragile as paper against a sharp blade, instantly shattered and dissipated. Then the scorching thunder flame raged mercilessly, searing Schwescher's body. Rolling black smoke rose into the sky like a massive volcano about to erupt, blocking out the sun and making it impossible to look directly. Finally, as the smoke gradually cleared, the exhausted Naruto and Sasuke could finally catch their breath. They stared at the empty charred land ahead, just about to relax. Suddenly, to everyone's utter shock, a blood-stained hand pierced through Naruto's chest. And the owner of that hand was none other than Schwescher, battered and disheveled. Even Yu's face showed disbelief. He had not detected any energy fluctuation from Schwescher at all. Naruto coughed up a mouthful of blood in pain, his eyes filled with confusion, his voice trembling as he said, How is this possible? Not even the chakra nor the malice could be sensed. However, facing Naruto's bewilderment, Schwescher revealed a twisted, ferocious expression, because you are mere ants. Before the words faded, Yu and Sasuke charged at Schwescher with their blades. But Schwescher dodged with a flicker, easily evading their fierce attacks. When he reappeared before everyone, he held a massive ball of chakra. Was it the Nine Tails just extracted from Naruto's body? Schwescher opened his mouth wide, gulped down the Nine Tails chakra whole, then let out a satisfied loud burp. Finally gathered. All nine-tailed beasts, even the legendary Uchiha Madara, who once shook the ninja world, could not achieve this. At the same time, Schwescher's aura underwent a cataclysmic transformation, its might so overwhelming that everyone present paled in horror. Yu's heart sank. He knew clearly that he could not allow Schwescher to complete this transformation. Gripping the pitch-black long blade tightly, he turned into a bolt of lightning, charging straight at Schwescher. But despairingly, despite Yu's every effort, he could not get even an inch closer to Schwescher, as if an invisible barrier stood in the way. On the other side, Sasuke acted swiftly, quickly supporting Naruto, whose tailed beast had been forcibly extracted, and was on the verge of death, and retreated to a safe area. Hinata and Sakura, their faces filled with anxiety, hurried to Naruto's side. Sakura, suppressing the deep fear and panic within her, pressed her hands continuously on Naruto's chest, trying to keep his gradually weakening heart beating. With an extremely weak voice, Naruto said to Sakura, Sakura, don't waste your strength anymore. Hearing this, Sakura's tears slowly fell, and she choked out, idiot. Shut up. It's always like this, always like this. Naruto tried to raise his hand to wipe away Sakura's tears, but his frail body seemed crushed by an invisible weight, making his arm unable to move an inch. Helpless, he could only call out in a voice so faint it was almost inaudible to Ino, who stood beside him with eyes already soaked in tears. Ino, there are some things I hope you can pass on to everyone. Looking at the fallen Naruto and Schwescher, whose aura was rising at a terrifying speed, many present fell into deep despair, collapsing weakly to the ground, their hearts like ashes. Even Uzumaki Naruto cannot defeat such an enemy, so what can we do? Someone murmured, their voice filled with endless sorrow and helplessness. Perhaps waiting quietly for death is a relief for us. Another person's words cut through the last shred of hope, like a blade piercing many hearts. Just as morale hit rock bottom, an exceptionally firm and loud voice like the dawn's light exploded in everyone's hearts. It was Naruto. Everyone, don't give up. My senior brother Nagato once told me that villages are filled with hatred. Back then I wondered, how can we eliminate the hatred between villages? Perhaps only by uniting everyone into one whole will this hatred gradually fade. Now is the moment for us to change the fate of the ninja world together. Don't let yourself regret it. Don't be like me back then. Sorry. You? Naruto's voice was suddenly cut off, as if gripped by an invisible hand, abruptly stopping. Hinata, tears streaming down her face, her heart aching unbearably, still forced herself to endure the pain, gently stroking Naruto's increasingly cold cheek. Naruto's eyes slowly closed, and the hand that had been gripping his forehead protector gradually loosened, letting it slip silently onto the cold ground. Seeing this, Sakura's eyes revealed an unwavering determination. Swiftly and precisely, she carefully cut open Naruto's chest, and pressed her hands firmly against his heart, which had already stopped beating, trying to maintain a faint circulation of blood. Suddenly the forehead protector that had fallen to the ground vanished in an instant, reappearing in Yu's hand. Yu quickly tied the forehead protector on, took a deep breath, and said in a voice loud enough for all to hear, "Aunt Sakura, buy me some time. I'll get the tailed beasts back." Just as Yu finished speaking, an utterly discordant and piercing voice slashed through the air, like a razor-sharp blade, shattering the hopeful atmosphere and stabbing directly into the ears of the newly inspired shinobi. "Take it back, Yu, ha 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 ha." This outrageously arrogant laughter detonated in the sky like thunder, drawing startled glances from everyone present. All turned toward the source of the sound, and there stood Chishire laughing wildly without restraint. His vivid crimson hair whipped violently in the wind, while waves of frenzied violent energy radiated from his body like countless unblunted blades unleashed with manic abandon. Strikingly, he had not become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki like Obito or Madara before him. Instead, he had seized the Ten-Tails' colossal energy outright. Facing Chishire's brazen contempt and challenge, he remained silent, his gaze sharpening instantly. As a gleaming white spear materialized in his hand, its surface etched with pulsating red runes and radiating overwhelming energy fluctuations. In one fluid motion, Yu hurled the spear toward Chishire. That's the technique that felled the Crimson Giant. Kankuro, watching from afar, recognized the weapon at once, and a flicker of joy rose in his heart, only to freeze rigidly on his face within a heartbeat. Chishire did not retreat a single step. Merely raising one eyebrow, he watched as the spear exploded midair into a swirling cloud of scarlet blood mist. Yu vanished, reappearing instantly behind Chishire, his black blade blazing with crackling lightning and roaring flames as he brought it down in a decisive strike. Chishire's right hand shot forth a pitch-black iron chain, howling with lethal force, slamming Yu backward with crushing impact. Seizing the opening, Chishire raised his hand, and a torrent of blood-red arrows rained down like a merciless storm. Just as the arrows neared Yu, they froze midair, solidifying into jagged shards of ice. At that moment, a red-haired girl appeared behind him. Snow whispered softly, "You don't worry. We're here. Give it everything you've got." Her words warmed his heart, but also stirred deep confusion. "We." A short-haired woman dashed headlong toward Chishire, Kuratsuchi, her right fist clenched tight, encased in thick rugged stone. "Little Yu, don't be afraid. We," Kuratsuchi shouted as she ran, but her voice cut off abruptly as a chain struck her full in the face. The sheer force sent her flying backward like a severed kite, crashing violently into a sturdy building, sending plumes of dust and shattered bricks billowing into the air. Watching Kuratsuchi fall, Suigetsu cried out anxiously, "Jugo! Ready yet?" Jugo stood fully transformed, his right arm now a massive armored cannon wreathed in cursed seal energy. Suigetsu, having assumed his elemental form, coiled inside the cannon's barrel. Then, a shockwave erupted, and he shot forward like a high-velocity artillery shell. Simultaneously, he gripped his razor-edged executioner's blade, and swung it downward with devastating power toward Chishire ahead. Yet faced with such a ferocious, awe-inspiring strike, Chishire remained unervingly calm. He simply raised one arm, and effortlessly blocked Suigetsu's fatal blow. Then, with a sudden brutal punch, Chishire shattered Suigetsu's entire body into liquid, just as he prepared to finish him off. At that critical instant, the earth beneath Chishire trembled violently, cracking open in jagged fissures. Kakashi surged upward from below, his right hand blazing with the lightning cutter striking with blinding speed. Sensing the threat from below, Chishire stepped back just slightly, and delivered a vicious kick that sent Kakashi hurtling far away. Though Kakashi's assault inflicted no real damage, that fleeting retreat ignited fierce determination among the watching shinobi. Their morale soared. Under Niji's command, they united as one, launching coordinated masterful ninjutsu techniques against Chishire. Though none could pierce his defenses, their relentless barrage began to visibly irk him. Enraged, Chishire spread his palm, and several crimson energy spheres glowing with malevolent brilliance streaked across the sky like falling stars, hurtling straight toward the encircling shinobi. Gazing upon those terrifying orbs hurtling toward them, the shinobi in the rear recoiled in abject terror. Suddenly, a colossal sand wall over 100 zhang tall rose like an impregnable fortress, intercepting every energy sphere with unyielding force. The one who raised it was Gaara. Seeing this, Chishire narrowed his eyes, his expression shifting ever so slightly to intrigued curiosity. His hands blurred, conjuring several new energy spheres larger and brighter than before, hurtling toward Gaara like meteors. Gaara's expression hardened as he braced for total defense, only to witness two complete body Susanoo manifestations surge forward. With an earth-shaking roar, their swords cleaved every energy sphere apart, scattering them harmlessly behind. Sasuke's violet Susanoo and Sarada's white Susanoo stood shoulder to shoulder, swords drawn, as they charged toward Chishire. Confronted by such a fearsome assault, Chishire's expression grew grave. Then from all directions countless crimson blood hands erupted, swarming the Susanoo like a tidal wave of slaughter. These hands were grotesquely unnatural, swift beyond measure and devastatingly powerful. The slightest misstep would leave one ensnared forever. Though Sasuke and Sarada fought fiercely, cleaving wave after wave of blood hands with relentless sword strokes. They were overwhelmed by sheer numbers and terrifying regenerative speed. Gradually the Susanoo faltered, its divine might waning under relentless assault. At that very moment Chishire felt an icy chill lance up his spine. From behind, glancing down he saw his right hand already encased in thick blood-hued ice. Yet Chishire was no ordinary foe. With a single violent sweep of his arm the unbreakable ice shattered, exploding into glittering shards that scattered like frozen rain. Meanwhile a red-haired girl, graceful as a blooming crimson plum, stood poised gripping a scarlet spear with effortless elegance. She let out a sharp cry, and lunged forward, the spear's tip flashing cold light. Unstoppable, lethal. Chishire reacted instantly. Whirling his iron chain in a blur, metal clashed against metal, ringing clear and sharp sparks flying like dying stars. After several exchanges Chishire drove Snow back, preparing to press the attack. At that precise moment you appeared at Chishire's right flank. Black blade drawn wreathed in swirling azure white and crimson light. A chill gripped Chishire's heart, an ominous premonition surging through his veins. He summoned his immense blood chakra, unleashing it like a tsunami, roaring toward you with cataclysmic force. In an instant 2 titanic torrents of energy collided, blinding light erupting as if reality itself tore apart. Within that maelstrom the tricolored light gradually gained dominance, piercing through layers of crimson mist, surging forward with unstoppable momentum. With a deafening explosion Chishire suffered unprecedented devastation. His body flung backward like a broken puppet, soaring dozens of zhang before barely stabilizing. His right arm lay severed, crimson blood gushing forth, staining the earth beneath him. Kakashi breathed in, incredible. This child has somehow fused lightning, fire, and wind chakra, 3 utterly incompatible natures, into perfect unity. Chishire's earlier composure had vanished, his face twisted in fury, eyes burning with venomous hatred as he snarled, "You insignificant insect." Before the words fully left his lips Chishire ascended, hovering aloft like a demon god descending upon the mortal world. He raised his right hand high, and in his palm bloomed a colossal blood-red sphere of energy, vast as the moon itself, radiating an aura of soul-deep dread. As the heavens darkened completely, swallowed beneath an endless sea of crimson shadow, the vast majority of shinobi felt primal fear and utter helplessness devouring their very souls. Gazing at the slowly descending energy sphere, those who had endured the cataclysm 3 years prior were instantly overwhelmed by an abyss of terror. Had it not been for the 7th Hokage and Sasuke-sama's heroic intervention, the village would long since have been reduced to ashes. Yet now the 7th Hokage, "Everyone, this is not the time to surrender." Gaara raised both arms high, countless grains of sand surged skyward, hurling themselves toward the energy sphere. Alas, before a single grain could make contact the sphere's searing heat incinerated them into nothingness. Sand remains too light. As Gaara pondered this in silence, Kuratsuchi's voice cut through the air. "Gaara, try again." Under the effect of the ultra-heavy rock technique the sand's mass multiplied geometrically. Yet even this densified granular torrent could not withstand the blistering heat for more than a fleeting moment. Nevertheless, as wave upon wave of sand ascended like a tempest, the sphere's descent visibly slowed. Then, 2 colossal Susanoo erupted from the earth, blazing across the heavens like twin radiant meteors. Clutching blades forged from black flames that shimmered with eerie luminescence, they struck the monstrous sphere again and again, undaunted, unyielding. Though each blow yielded barely perceptible effect, it bought precious time. Time essential for Shikamaru's plan to succeed. "Everyone, did you hear clearly?" Shikamaru shouted. "Understood." A thunderous chorus rose from below, echoing across the sky. In perfect unison their hands flew into intricate hand seals. Moments earlier, through Ino's mind transmission technique, Mei Terumi had imparted the foundational water release water bullet technique to every shinobi present. In an instant torrents of water, sharp, powerful, and relentless, lanced toward the sphere. Yet against its terrifying heat, they vanished in a breath, dissolving into vapor. Above, Katsuryu gazed down, a sneer curling his lips. He shook his head faintly. How absurd. The last writhing of ants before annihilation. Below, the shinobi did not falter. Not for an instant. Clenching their jaws, they poured every ounce of strength into sustaining the torrential streams. Gradually, however, shinobi collapsed one by one, their chakra utterly depleted. At that precise moment, Shikamaru, calm, watchful, issued a quiet command. "Yukiko, it's your turn now." At his words, Yukiko's gaze hardened. Unwavering, this time failure was unthinkable. Just as Katsuryu stared in utter disbelief, the colossal energy sphere, vast enough to rival the moon, was entirely encased in thick crimson ice. How can this insignificant insect wield such overwhelming power? Could it be? Katsuryu's eyes widened in incredulity. Yukiko had seized the very vapor swirling around the sphere, and frozen it solid. Immediately thereafter, a titanic tree burst forth from the earth, its crown piercing the heavens, cradling the frozen sphere, and halting its descent at last. Below, exhaustion momentarily lifted from the shinobi's faces, replaced by flickers of relief, only to freeze instantly into expressions of boundless dread. For there suspended above the moon-sized sphere loomed another, vastly larger, dwarfing its predecessor many times over. Ketsuryu gasped raggedly. His already grotesque visage twisted further, a cruel, malevolent smile stretching across his lips. I'd planned to conserve some chakra to summon the divine tree. But now let me show you true despair. After all, once you're gone, every drop of chakra will return to this world. At his words, the last embers of resolve among the shinobi flickered and died. Their faces paled to parchment, eyes filled with raw terror and helplessness. I don't have even a drop of chakra left. One shinobi cried out in despair. How can we possibly defeat him? Another trembled, shouting into the sky. Even Gaara and Kuratsuchi sank into profound uncertainty. Shikamaru's brow furrowed deeply. His mind raced like lightning, searching desperately for a path forward. Yet against such absolute, overwhelming power, every stratagem felt hollow, futile. Yukiko's remaining chakra waned, her flowing crimson hair gradually fading back to blue. Still her gaze remained serene, fixed quietly upon the colossal tree beneath the sphere. Suddenly several perceptive shinobi sensed something amiss, and pointed upward, crying out, "Hey! Look! What is that?" Hearing the cry, others swiftly turned their eyes toward the towering trunk. There, scaling the impossibly tall tree with breathtaking speed, raced a boy with snow-white hair, hurtling straight toward the awe-inspiring energy-wreathed sphere. That boy hasn't given up yet. The thought stirred in many minds. Shikamaru, seeing echoes of Naruto in use, stepped beside Ino. "Ino, I need to speak to everyone." As Ino activated her mind transmission technique, the ambient natural energy subtly shifted. Use memories flooded every shinobi's consciousness, the panic of fleeing with Karin, the joy of meeting Byakuya and Komomo, the awe at first seeing the blue-haired girl, the fury upon witnessing comrades gravely wounded, the fear confronting the vast black shadow, the guilt battling the Mura brothers, the sorrow watching Karin die, the sting of being misunderstood, the shattering revelation of his origins, the resolute sacrifice of those eyes, the quiet peace of reuniting, embracing Karin once more. And finally the scene returned to Myobokuzen, where Naruto once asked you, "What is your ninja way?" Yu's youthful face, so earnest, so unwavering. "To protect everyone I hold dear." That boy's resilience and optimism amid unimaginable hardship struck every heart like a hammer, deep, resonant, unignorable. His trials moved even those who had surrendered, rekindling hope within them, igniting courage, compelling them to rise once more. "We will not be outdone by this boy," someone snarled, eyes blazing with conviction. "Now is the hour to live or die, for our ninja way." Another voice rang out. "Firm, fearless brothers. If our chakra runs dry, we still have our tools. If tools fail, we still have taijutsu. Charge together." Roars surged, fierce and unrelenting, stirring souls to action. Ino wiped away a glistening tear and turned urgently to Shikamaru. "Right? Shikamaru, you said you had something to say. Once I finish transmitting this message, I'll rush to support you." Shikamaru watched the surging tide of resolve, before him a faint quiet smile lifting the corners of his mouth. "No need. Let's go." Countless figures surged after you like a living tide, leaping onto the spiraling, sky-piercing trunk, racing upward without hesitation toward the apocalyptic sphere suspended midair. Shueisha stared incredulously at the tide of ninjas surging before him, a sense of dread he had never known silently germinating in the depths of his heart. "No, this is utterly impossible. How could I feel fear? Even if there are countless of them, they are nothing but ants." Shueisha roared furiously, abruptly raising his palm, as 3 beams of blood-red light shot forth from the energy sphere, hurtling downward like lightning bolts toward the ninjas below. Sasuke and Sarada, manipulating their shuzwa Nanghu, swung their razor-sharp longswords, and successfully severed 2 of the sanguine beams. However, the remaining beam still charged forward with overwhelming force. At the critical moment, Kuratsuchi and Gaara joined forces, straining to block the majority of the blast. Kakashi and his shadow clones darted through the air at blinding speed, simultaneously unleashing lightning cutter to completely sever the last vestige of the blood-red beam. Just as Shueisha prepared to launch another ferocious assault on the ninjas, he suddenly detected a chilling, utterly terrifying chakra. Shueisha turned his head in astonishment, only to see red cyan and white chakra frantically swirling and intertwining around Yu's right hand in the distance. Faintly, a fourth hue, a deep blue radiance, began to emerge. A heavy foreboding sank into Shueisha's heart. "What kind of technique is that? I cannot allow that ant to complete it." Without a moment's hesitation, Shueisha acted, decisively, swiftly separating 4 miniature energy spheres, each imbued with terrifying power from the colossal sphere, and sending them racing toward you. These miniature spheres flickered with an eerie light, carrying boundless murderous intent and destructive force. Just as the spheres were about to strike you, a roar tore through the heavens at the critical moment. Daytime Tiger. With the roar, a figure shrouded in dense blue steam swung a fist toward 2 of the miniature spheres. The wind from the punch howled, coalescing into a ferocious, menacing, tiger-shaped air cannon that slammed violently into the 2 spheres. In an instant, a thunderous blast echoed, and the miniature spheres were obliterated into nothingness under the devastating attack. It was Xiao Li having opened the gate of wonder. However, after unleashing such a ferocious strike, the blue steam enveloping his body vanished, as if drained away, disappearing without a trace. His body grew unbearably heavy, and he involuntarily began to fall. Meitar rushed forward and caught him steadily. Shue entered her red-haired state again, and the remaining chakra could only freeze one of the miniature spheres. Meanwhile, another brown-haired man fearlessly lunged toward the last miniature sphere. His eyes were resolute and unyielding as he murmured to himself, "You, now is the time for my atonement." Mu Yuan bit his finger and shouted, "Hama Wulong, let's go together." The smoke cleared, but Hama Wulong did not appear. Ha! Mu Yuan's face was full of confusion, yet the miniature sphere was already upon him. A violent explosion followed. Mu Yuan, who had withstood the sphere with his bare body, was charred black and fell from midair. Wudong caught him. The fellow was still alive. The Sarutobi clan indeed lived up to its reputation. Yu was speechless. Had this guy not used the summoning technique in 3 years? Ever since the teleportation from Nyamu Mountain to Sunluo Dongtian 3 years ago, the connection between summoning beasts and the outside world had been severed. But still, thanks to that fellow, he had bought himself some time. For light swirled in Yu's right palm. To condense this fourth light, his perception range had shrunk to 3 meters, and his movements had slowed considerably, but it was still far from enough to break the energy sphere above. Suddenly a fifth light, yellow, flashed in Yu's palm, and then cracks began to appear on his right arm. Seeing his attack blocked, Shueisha flew into a rage. He tried to extract more energy spheres, but a kunai struck his face. Though it couldn't harm Shueisha, it was utterly humiliating. Shueisha looked down, and saw a dense rain of kunai shuriken, and even sandals flying toward him. Rage instantly boiled in his heart. "You damned ants!" Shueisha freed his right hand, condensed a blood sword, and severed the front half of a giant tree, sending many ninjas tumbling down along with it. Then Shueisha sent the blood sword flying toward you. Sasuke wanted to intervene, but it was already beyond the range of his heavenly hand power. At that moment, a woman in a black trench coat appeared before you, her left hand forming a red array, and her right hand a purple array, the two interweaving. Thunderfire array. The terrifying power born of wild lightning and raging flames clashed incessantly with the blood sword, but the sword still broke through the defense and flew toward Nanzawa Qingying. Nanzawa Qingying did not dodge, shielding you behind her. Just as she was about to meet her end, you shoved her aside, and the blood sword pierced his own abdomen. Xiao Yu. Nanzawa Qingying tried to cast a healing array, but she saw you forcibly pull the blood sword out, blood splattering. The sword seemed to erode flesh and blood, rendering even Yu's terrifying regenerative abilities useless. "Don't follow me." Bearing the pain, Yu threw out the cold words and continued running upward. Behind him, Nanzawa Qingying's expression faltered at his words, but she still followed. Seeing you nearing the treetop, Shueisha bellowed in fury, and drove the energy sphere down at you with all his might. You leaped from the treetop into midair, and at that moment the fifth light coalesced. In the palm of his right hand appeared a 5-colored spiral sphere shimmering with red, cyan, white, blue, and yellow, representing the chakra of fire, wind, lightning, water, and earth respectively, and it met the energy sphere, which was many times larger than the moon. 5-element spiral sphere. Xiao Yu can actually fuse 5 nature transformations into a spiral sphere. Amazing, truly amazing. Go Xiao Yu. Take back the tailed beast. Don't lose to him, little one. Amid the ceaseless cheers from below, the 5-colored spiral sphere brimming with infinite might streaked across the sky like a meteor, and collided with the energy sphere in a cataclysmic impact. In an instant, the brilliant red, cyan, white, blue, and yellow lights intertwined as if about to tear the blood-red sky asunder. Finally, countless cracks appeared on the surface of the colossal energy sphere, and then it exploded with a thunderous roar, scattering into countless fragments across the heavens and earth. And the long-lost warm sunlight once again fell upon the faces of every ninja below. At that moment, you, holding a black longsword in his left hand, drove it into Shueisha's heart, amid the latter's terrified expression. Shueisha coughed up a mouthful of blood and kicked you away with all his strength. You seemed to lose his sense of direction and fell from midair. Just then Nanzawa Qingying caught him. You said weakly, "Take me to my master." Nanzawa Qingying did not hesitate. She brought you to Naruto's side. You reversed his grip on the black longsword and drove it into Naruto's heart. At the very instant Yu's black blade pierced Naruto's heart, a familiar chakra surged like a sinuous celestial dragon, racing swiftly back along the blade and flooding into Naruto's body. Noticing the confusion flickering across everyone's faces, you spoke weakly. I recovered the missing fragment of that ancient short sword from a forgotten ruin. When fused, they formed this black blade. And inscribed stone tablets left behind revealed its extraordinary capacity to store chakra. Just now, as it pierced Katsushiki's heart, I reclaimed the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts. Wonderful! A chorus of jubilant shouts erupted from the surrounding shinobi, their faces radiant with uncontainable elation. Yet Nan's Kageo sensed something amiss. She hastily activated a healing formation. Her voice trembling. You? Your right hand. Only then did the others snap out of their daze and turn their gaze toward Yu's right hand, which he had kept concealed behind his back all along. In that split second, every onlooker froze in stunned silence, struck speechless. Yu's right hand now consisted only of a slender ghastly white bone barely sheathed in a thin taut layer of flesh, horrifying to behold. No matter how fiercely Nan's Kageo channeled her healing formation, the severed limb refused to regenerate. Standing nearby, Yuki suddenly recalled something and pressed urgently. "You. Can that mysterious emerald light you once used to heal me restore your arm?" Before Yu could utter a word, a blood-stained massive hand clamped down hard around his throat. He looked up, and saw Katsushiki himself. The grotesque wound across Katsushiki's chest had vanished entirely. Yet his aura, once overwhelming, now waned markedly. His face twisted into a mask of unhinged fury, eyes burning with bottomless madness as he glared at you and snarled through clenched teeth, "Wretched insect. You dare thwart my meticulously orchestrated grand design. Again and again. Today I shall force you to watch them perish in excruciating agony. Right before your eyes." Beside him, Sasuke and Sarada grew frantic, desperate to rescue you, who now hung suspended in mortal peril. Yet just as they lunged forward, Katsushiki flicked his arm with casual disdain, and an immense tempestuous force erupted, crashing into them like a typhoon. Caught utterly off guard, Sasuke, Sarada, and the others were hurled backward like severed kites, slamming hard onto the ground. "So, whom shall I begin with?" A cruel, languid smile curled Katsushiki's lips, as if savoring the intoxicating thrill of absolute dominion over life and death. His murderous gaze, cold and serpentine, swept mercilessly across each person present. Then, with the detached precision of a butcher selecting lambs for slaughter, he slowly raised his right hand and focused a searing crimson beam of bloodlight upon Yuki. Just as that lethal ray neared Yuki's heart, a pitch-black sphere shot forth, striking the beam with flawless accuracy and deflecting it completely. The truth-seeking balls. The sight sent a jolt of dread rippling through Katsushiki's core. He whirled about, frantically scanning the surroundings for the assailant, only to recoil in shock. You had vanished, utterly inexplicably, before his very eyes. Simultaneously, the truth-seeking ball drifted lazily toward a distant point. Katsushiki followed its path with his gaze. Instantly his pupils contracted sharply, and disbelief contorted his features. There stood a man crowned in snow-white hair, draped in the enigmatic six paths Haori, and hovering behind him 9 truth-seeking balls pulsed with overwhelming primordial power. "Uzumaki, Naruto." Naruto gazed upon Yu with quiet warmth, and gently placed his right hand upon Yu's scarred, battered shoulder. In that very moment, Yu's mangled right hand began regenerating. Visible, rapid, miraculous. Sakura stared awestruck at the white-haired man. "Are you Naruto?" Hearing the uncertainty in Sakura's voice, Naruto smiled, a sunlit radiant grin, and whispered softly, "Sakura, Yu is in your hands. I'll bring this to an end." With those words he turned, his gaze hardening into steel, locking unwaveringly onto Katsushiki in the distance. "It is time you paid for your crimes." His voice, low and resonant, carried an immovable resolve. Yet Katsushiki did not flinch. Not even a trace of fear crossed his face. Instead, he threw back his head and roared with unrestrained laughter. Channeling every ounce of chakra, he forged a blood sword, and sneered contemptuously, "Ha ha ha. For millennia I have slain enough souls to fill this entire planet. And you dare speak such arrogance." Naruto shook his head gently. "Not me. Us." As he spoke, 9 truth-seeking balls shimmered into place behind him, each infused with the colossal chakra of one-tailed beast, radiating an aura so profound it stirred the very air. Senjutsu, ultra-tailed beast Rasengan. 9 spiraling spheres, vivid, distinct in hue and elemental affinity, blazed across the sky like meteors, hurtling toward Katsushiki with cataclysmic force. In an instant, Katsushiki's blood sword collided head-on with the Rasengans. Yet the Rasengans unleashed devastation beyond comprehension. Within a heartbeat, Katsushiki's vaunted blood sword shattered into countless fragments, vanishing into mist. Undeterred, the 9 Rasengans surged onward, carrying the furious wrath of all 9-tailed beasts, flooding over Katsushiki's body like an unstoppable torrent. "Impossible. I am the sovereign of the Otsutsuki clan. How could I fall to the descendants of Kaguya herself? My 2 elder brothers, and my father, will never forgive you. When they arrive, your annihilation shall be absolute." Katsushiki bellowed, eyes wide with raw, unyielding fury, but his words died mid-roar, his entire being disintegrating beneath the Rasengan's onslaught, reduced to nothingness, scattered across the boundless heavens. "Have we truly won?" One shinobi whispered, staring numbly at the aftermath. "I must be dreaming." Another rubbed his eyes fiercely, trying to awaken from what felt like a blissful illusion. "No, it's real. We defeated that monster. We survived." A second shinobi cried out, voice trembling with joy, tears glistening in his eyes. Murmurs rose and fell among the survivors. Relief, awe, bewilderment, all interwoven. Yet one truth remained unshaken. Dawn had broken over land long shrouded in shadow. Naruto slowly turned back, his bright, steady gaze settling upon the shaken crowd. Raising his right hand high, he declared with unwavering conviction, "Yes, we won. This victory belongs to every single one of you." As his words washed over them, the survivors stirred, rising slowly, leaning on one another, until cheers erupted swelling like waves across the battlefield. Ino's eyes lingered on Naruto, centered in the crowd like a beacon of triumph, and she murmured softly to Shikamaru beside her, Shikamaru. When exactly did you first believe Naruto was the one destined to lead our village into the future? Shikamaru offered a faint wry smile, laced with quiet reverence, then shook his head lightly and spread his hands. From the very first moment I met him, the first rays of dawn crept silently through the window, casting a gentle glow upon Yu's slightly pale face. As consciousness gradually returned, the surrounding darkness deepened, and the memories of losing his sight surged back into his mind. He had indeed completely lost his immortal perception. The Rasengan imbued with the 5 chakra natures required an immense gathering of the world's chakra. It seemed somewhat overwhelming for him, but that no longer mattered. Nanzawa Qingying, who had kept watch through the night, hurried over upon seeing you awake, her voice filled with concern. Xiao Yu, are you all right? Her eyes revealed deep worry and anxiety. You did not answer. He merely raised his right hand silently and gently clenched his fist, feeling no discomfort. The power of yin-yang release. He almost missed it. Meanwhile, the youth with golden eyes, having emerged from the dim path, gazed at the ancient gloomy iron gate above which was carved the words, Netherworld, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. The depths of the ancient ruins in the Sunluo cave indeed led to the mysterious Netherworld, the dwelling place of the god of death. The youth gently pushed open the heavy iron gate, and the sight before him stirred a hint of confusion. The shattered houses and the fallen guards all indicated that a fierce battle had taken place here. Suddenly the youth keenly detected a faint aura. His figure flickered several times, instantly traversing dozens of zhong, arriving at a palace deep within the Netherworld. Above the palace, a white-haired man with purple skin, horns, and a demonic visage sat silently. The youth recognized him at once. It was the same man who had taken away his mother's soul 3 years ago, the one known as the god of death. Yet now the god of death appeared utterly wretched, his body covered with several hideous wounds. Curiosity surged in the youth's heart. Could the god of death also die? At that moment the god of death slowly raised his head, his voice weak. You have finally come. You? As if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The youth's appearance was exactly the same as Yu's, the only difference being the golden pupils in his eyes. Yu looked at the god of death in confusion and asked, Do you know me? The youth who lost his sight 3 years ago when you obtained the Rinnegan. I sensed your presence then. Taking so many souls from the Netherworld stirred quite a commotion. Before he finished, the god of death suddenly began to cough violently, blood spurting from his mouth. You noticed that the god of death's figure was becoming increasingly ethereal, as if it might dissipate at any moment. After a long while the god of death's aura stabilized slightly. He raised his head with difficulty, looked at you and continued. But I never expected that in just 3 years you would abandon the Rinnegan and acquire a new power. I have been waiting for you. Only you have the potential to stop the supreme being of the Daetongmu clan. Hearing the god of death's words, you frowned and asked with doubt, Daetongmu? Was it the Daetongmu clan that attacked this place? What is their purpose? The god of death's eyes grew increasingly hollow, as if all life had left them 3 days before you stepped onto the ancient path. The supreme being of the Daetongmu clan, along with the 2 kings of Daetongmu, came to the Netherworld. We fought desperately but ultimately failed, and the Samsara heart was taken from us. Samsara heart? What is that? You had never heard the term before, and his heart was filled with confusion. The Samsara heart is the core that governs the Netherworld's operation, birth, death, and the 6 realms of reincarnation. Without it, the souls of the living world cannot find peace, and the souls of the Netherworld cannot be reborn until they vanish, completely ceasing to exist. The god of death's voice grew weaker, as if he might fade away at any moment. You suddenly thought of something and asked, Why did the Daetongmu clan want to steal the Samsara heart? The god of death paused for a moment, then spoke slowly. The Daetongmu clan has an extremely long lifespan, but it is not infinite. Legend has it that those who obtain the Samsara heart and the life fruit can truly master life and death and achieve immortality. The Daetongmu clan spread the seeds of the divine tree to cultivate the life fruit. Yet for tens of thousands of years, the efforts of countless Daetongmu members have failed to produce a single life fruit. Suddenly the god of death changed the subject, his tone growing grave. But there is one planet where over thousands of years countless heroes have emerged. The life force within these heroes is extraordinarily powerful, unknowingly nourishing the growth of the life fruit. To extract the life fruit, the entire planet must be refined until it loses all vitality. You couldn't help but scratch his head. Are you talking about Earth? He recalled the battles he had experienced, the enemies from outer space who seemed to have a special interest in Earth. Now that I think about it, perhaps there is a connection between Earth and the life fruit. Yes, the Daetongmu clan left the Netherworld several days ago. It will probably take them only a few days to reach Earth. If the Netherworld loses the Samsara heart for too long, the souls dwelling here will all dissipate. Young man, the task of maintaining world peace is entrusted to you. Do you have any more questions? You scratched his head sheepishly and asked softly, Do you know where my mother lives now? I came here mainly to visit her. Hearing Yu's words, the god of death spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at you with wide eyes, shook his head helplessly, then pointed to the right and said, Turn right after you leave the door. You walked toward the direction the god of death had indicated. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped, waved his hand back at the god of death, and said softly, "Although I'm not too interested in maintaining world peace no matter what kind of Daetongmu Xiatongmu or Atongmu, I will protect the people I cherish." At that moment, the god of death's figure began to gradually dissipate. In the final moment before vanishing, he heard Yu's words, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. As the god of death's form completely disappeared, the entire space fell into a profound silence. You stood still for a moment, feeling the quiet and tranquility around him, then took a deep breath and stepped forward with determined strides. After turning right outside the door, you found himself in an immensely vast world. Apart from the architectural style being vastly different from the human world, there was not much difference. Souls retaining the appearances they had at death lived in peace here, unwilling to be reborn. Just as you was searching for Xianglin, a figure appeared behind him. In Konoha Hospital, Naruto extended his right hand and gently covered Yu's eyes, channeling Inyang release to its utmost limit. Yet still failed to restore Yu's sight. Naruto frowned in bewilderment. It had failed. Could it be due to the Rinnegan? "Xiao Yu, let's try once more." You offered a faint smile, soothing his master. "Master, no need. Let's go. We'll have ramen at Ichiraku." With that, he prepared to rise from the bed. Nan's Qingying reached out to support him, but you evaded her touch. "I can walk on my own." You drew forth his black longsword, using it as a cane, and slowly made his way toward Ichiraku Ramen. Though he stumbled several times along the path, he ultimately arrived at his destination. Ninjas and villagers lining the streets stared in shock upon seeing Yu's condition, sparking an immediate wave of murmurs. One curious voice asked, "What happened to you? Could he truly be blind?" Another sighed in a "We owe our survival to him." Yet most simply whispered in sorrow, "Such a pity." Old man Ichiraku spotted Naruto and Yu and cheerfully greeted them. "It's been ages since I've seen you two, master and apprentice. Dining together. I am bring 2 deluxe bowls. I'm treating." "Thanks, old man Ichiraku." Yu cautiously probed for a nearby seat with his black longsword. Noticing something amiss, Ichiraku's voice softened with concern. "You. How are you holding up?" Yu laughed lightly. "I eat well, sleep soundly, and walk without fatigue. What more could one ask?" "Old man Ichiraku, I've even mastered the art of savoring ramen without sight." Though Yu wore calm ease like armor, Naruto knew the unbearable weight he carried. The loss of vision 3 years prior, now compounded by the severance of sage perception. An ordinary soul would have shattered long ago. After finishing their meal, Yu bid farewell to Naruto, and walked alone down the street, leaning on his black longsword. His silhouette seemed solitary yet serene, quietly absorbing the world around him, feeling every detail with his heart rather than his eyes. Though most knew Yu had lost his natural energy perception, gratitude and sorrow lingered in their hearts. Yet shadows stirred among the crowd. Petty souls hiding in alleys, smirking with ill intent. As you passed a narrow alley, a familiar voice rang out ahead, thick with fury and resentment. "You. Today fate has delivered you into my hands. I shall make you taste every ounce of the humiliation I endured." Hearing the challenge, Yu merely smiled faintly, halted his steps, and replied with quiet composure, "Ijan. Has your hand truly healed so swiftly?" Ijan clutched his still aching jaw and shoulder, his face twisting into a snarl, as he ordered 2 underlings to charge you. Before you could move, however, a crimson barrier erupted before him. Blazing flames surged forth, instantly sending Ijan's underlings scrambling away in agony, shrieking in terror. Ijan sneered coldly, cursing their incompetence under his breath, and turned to leave. Suddenly a razor-sharp gust sliced through the air. Ijan barely dodged, just in time to glimpse a shadow flash past his vision, followed by searing pain. He looked down, to find his remaining left hand severed, blood gushing freely. Staring at the black long sword that had cleaved it clean off, Ijan let out a guttural pig-like wail, his face draining white as parchment. Terror flooded his eyes as he stared at you. Then just as he spun to flee, Yu's voice echoed behind him, "Pick up your hand." But Ijan's courage had shattered entirely. Reason fled, leaving only one primal instinct: to escape this demon. Yu shook his head in quiet resignation, estimated where his black long sword had fallen, stepped forward to retrieve it, and spoke in a voice as frigid as winter steel. "Meddling is unnecessary. I told you not to follow me." You turned toward Nan's Qingying, who had intervened, his gaze icy and unyielding. Qingying's eyes shimmered with tender concern as she murmured softly, "I was worried, so I followed." You gave a hollow laugh, his voice hoarse. "If you truly worry for me, then stay far away, teacher Qingying." His words struck like a blade, piercing Qingying's heart. Yet you granted her no time to respond. He simply turned and walked away. Only after you vanished did Qingying stir from her daze, her heart heavy with anguish and desolation. Meanwhile, within the council chamber, tension thickened like storm clouds. Led by Yewelan and Chijuro, the hardline faction had already set their sights on you. "Naruto, you harbor secrets no one knows." In just 3 years, having lost both his eyes and chakra, his strength has grown terrifyingly immense. Naruto rejected the proposal outright. "What secrets you keeps are none of our concern." Kuratsuchi pointed fiercely at Yewelan and roared, "You whelp. If not for you, you'd have turned to ash long ago. How dare you spew such arrogance now?" Chojuro interjected calmly, Precisely because you once wielded such overwhelming power, we seek to bestow that strength upon select members of our village. Though Ketsuryu perished, his 2 elder brothers, and his father, posed threats beyond measure. We need such power to safeguard Konoha. Gaara's gaze sharpened as he fixed it upon Chojuro and countered coldly. Or is it not true that you hope to wield that power, not to protect but to rival Naruto himself? The chamber grew suffocatingly tense, the air thick with unspoken hostility. And among the upper echelon, support for Yayuelan and Chojuro outnumbered dissent. As dusk bled across the sky, you headed home. When suddenly a familiar voice called from behind, "Xiaoyu, wait." Nan's Qingyue approached, clapped you lightly on the shoulder and grinned. "Come on. Let's hit Ichiraku, my treat." Though Yu's spirit weighed heavy, he found himself unable to refuse Qingyue's warm invitation. Inside Ichiraku Ramen, Yu and Qingyue slurped noodles while chatting. "Xiaoyu, I heard you've lost sage perception." "Yes, Xiaoyu. Tell me secretly. When you were blind before, did you ever shove noodles up your nose?" Sometimes." "Xiaoyu, you seem troubled just now." Yu set down his chopsticks, his voice low and grave. "Jejia. How do I face teacher Qingyin? Why didn't she believe me back then?" Seeing Yu's sorrow, Qingyue's heart ached. She could no longer keep the truth hidden. "Xiaoyu, your sister closed herself off, refusing to trust others. Because of something that happened 4 years ago. 4 years ago, the squad my older sister belonged to was ambushed by several rogue ninja while on a mission. During their retreat, the other 3 teammates, driven by jealousy of her prominent status as a formation master, abandoned her to danger. If the 6th Hokage had not arrived in time, the consequences would have been disastrous." Nan's Qingyue's voice trembled with emotion as she continued. "But ever since then, my older sister has never gone on missions again. She locks herself in her room every day studying formations in solitude. The 6th Hokage felt this could not continue, which is why he recommended my older sister to be your team leader. You have given her immense strength, especially you, Xiaoyu. But ever since the Ninja World exchange, you seem like a completely different person. You feel strange to me, even frightening." Hearing Nan's Qingyue's words, Yu's heart churned with unrest for a long time. If only I had not kept the matter of the blood-red figure hidden in my heart back then, but instead trusted everyone and faced it together, perhaps everything would be completely different now. After bidding farewell to Nan's Qingyue, Yu leaned on his black longsword and walked forward step by step, his spirits sinking to their lowest point. He did not know where he should go. He simply wandered aimlessly through the streets. Before he realized it, Yu found himself at the training ground of the Ninja Academy. Although he had lost his visual and sage perception, he could still clearly sense who stood before him. Nan's Qingying. Hearing the faint footsteps behind her, Nan's Qingying quickly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, turned around and saw Yu walking toward her. A look of surprise flashed across her face, though tinged with a hint of loneliness. She spoke gently, "Xiaoyu, why are you not home yet at this hour?" However, before Nan's Qingying could finish her words, Yu had already thrown himself into her embrace. Yu's tears fell endlessly like beads from a broken string. "Teacher Qingying, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Nan's Qingying felt the sincere emotions buried deep within Yu's heart. With aching compassion, she held him close, gently patting his back. Tears also slowly streamed down her face as she whispered softly, "Xiaoyu, it's all right now. Everything will be fine." The hazy moonlight bathed the two of them. 2 wounded souls leaned on each other, finding mutual salvation. That night, Yu and Nan's Qingying talked for a long time. About the past, the present, and the future. Unknowingly, the sky gradually grew bright. Yu smiled and scratched the back of his head, saying, "Teacher Qingying, it's been a long time since we went to eat Ichiraku Ramen together." Nan's Qingying couldn't help but tease. "Alright, I'd also like to see if your dishwashing speed is as impressive as you claim." The two arrived at Ichiraku Ramen shop, chatting and laughing. Old man Ichiraku, seeing Yu smile from the heart after such a long time, felt genuinely happy for him. "Xiaoyu, today's on me. Eat your fill." Yu readily agreed. "Old man Ichiraku, thank you. I'll handle all the dishes in the shop today." Yu and Nan's Qingying had barely found a seat when cheerful laughter echoed from outside the door. It turned out to be Boruto and Sarada entering, followed by Byakuya, Xiaozi, and other young prodigies from various ninja villages. Upon seeing Yu, everyone's expressions differed, but most were filled with excitement and joy. In the past, Yu might have slipped away quietly, but this time he stayed and waved to everyone. "Hello everyone, it's been a long time." Even Byakuya, who had grown considerably, could not help but tear up. He stepped forward and punched Yu lightly, his voice thick with emotion. "You guy." Others also gathered around, catching up with Yu. Ichiraku Ramen shop was bustling with liveliness, filled with a joyful atmosphere. Old man Ichiraku watched the scene, his eyes growing moist. He sighed with emotion. How wonderful it is to be alive. Watching generation after generation of children grow up healthy and strong truly brings comfort. However, at that moment, a group of uninvited guests shattered this harmonious atmosphere. These people were none other than Yasuelan, Chojuro, and others. Leading them, Yasuelan spoke with an air of righteous solemnity. "You, over these past 3 years, where have you obtained such tremendous power? I hope you will not conceal it. This could very well be the key to our victory over the Otsutsuki clan." Hearing Yuzwalin's hypocritical words, Boruto could not suppress his contempt and sneered repeatedly. Yuzwalin, you really have the audacity. How can you say something like that with a straight face? Come on, let's settle this outside and see just how thick your skin truly is. Sarada spoke in a cold tone. Is that all of you who came? Seems a bit thin, doesn't it? Nan's Qingying gently sipped her tea and said calmly. You all seem to have overstepped. A purple formation slowly appeared beneath Yuzwalin and the others. Byakuya looked somewhat excited, rubbing his hands together, eager to fight. Teacher Qingying, Yu Shaozi, it's been a long time since we fought side by side. Just as the two factions stood on the verge of confrontation, the atmosphere inside Ichiraku Ramen shop became extraordinarily tense. Suddenly a chilling coldness permeated the air. The tables and chairs inside the shop were instantly covered with a thin layer of ice, and the frigid aura made everyone shiver. At this moment a red-haired girl walked in from outside. An endless killing intent radiated from between her brows as she said coldly, "What a bunch of clownish fools. It's only been a few days since I left, and you're already strutting around so arrogantly." The newcomer was Shui. However, even more surprisingly, behind Shui followed a blonde-haired man and a blue-haired woman. It was Naruto and Yueji, one of the four divine pillars. Yueji examined the scene before her with keen interest. Naruto's face was as cold as frost. His hair instantly turned white, the six paths cloak unfurled behind him, and 9 Chibaku Tensei spheres floated forth. I do not wish to repeat myself. I hope everyone will not push their luck. Just then Yu stood up and his black long sword appeared in his hand. He gave it a gentle flick and tossed the sword to land before Yuzwalin, smiling as he said, "Have you not all been curious about why I possess such tremendous power? This sword will tell you the answer." Hearing Yu's words, Yuzwalin felt a surge of hidden joy and stepped forward, wanting to pick up the black long sword. But the moment his fingertips touched the hilt, a horrifying sight unfolded. Yuzwalin's right hand instantly withered, the signs of aging spreading rapidly up along his shoulder. Reacting quickly, Yuzwalin wrapped lightning around his left fingers and severed his right arm, barely escaping death. Watching Yuzwalin collapse on the ground, blood gushing, gasping for breath, everyone finally snapped out of their shock, their faces filled with astonishment. Could this sword devour life force? Then why is Yu unharmed? Yu calmly stepped forward and grasped the black long sword, speaking slowly. I should have died long ago. It was only by merging with the fruit of life that I managed to survive. The fruit of life. What is that? Upon hearing Yu's words, everyone present wore expressions of confusion. Among the four pillars, Yueji's breathing grew rapid and her heart began to race. Naruto noticed Yueji's unusual state and asked with concern, Yueji, are you alright? Yueji barely suppressed her inner turmoil, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. As far as I know, countless members of the Otsutsuki clan once roamed the boundless cosmos, planting divine trees, all with the purpose of cultivating the legendary fruit of life. However, for nearly 10,000 years all that hatched were incomplete and defective products. Only this planet gave birth to the first complete fruit of life. At that time, Shueisha, taking advantage of the absence of the other two kings of the Otsutsuki clan, and the Supreme Being, led us four pillars and numerous guards on a long journey to this planet with the sole aim of seizing that precious fruit of life before anyone else. It is said that if one can possess both the fruit of life and the heart of the underworld, they will obtain an unprecedented power, even the ability to command the cycle of life and death. Just as everyone was immersed in the shock of this astonishing secret, crisp applause came from outside the door. Yueji, you answered quite well, but it seems you have betrayed us. Everyone turned to look and saw a man with white hair and black robes walking in from the door, clapping his hands. The moment she saw this man, Yueji's face turned extremely pale, as if she had encountered the most terrifying demon. Her body trembled uncontrollably, her eyes filled with fear, her lips quivering but unable to utter a sound. In an instant, the white-haired man was already before Yueji. His right hand enveloped in a white light shot toward her throat like lightning. However, Naruto's reaction was equally swift. In a flash, he threw a punch at the white-haired man, forcing him back. Who are you? You are not welcome here. Naruto stared coldly at the white-haired man, his eyes filled with vigilance and hostility. The white-haired man shook his hand and said in a gentle tone, So you are the remnant of Kaguya who obtained the divine tree. Let me introduce myself. I am the White King of the Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki Guangshi. That worthless Shueisha is my younger brother. The moment his words fell, Guangshi quickly raised his right hand and several energy spheres glowing with white light shot toward Naruto like meteors. Naruto's expression instantly turned serious. He swiftly conjured a giant chakra hand and decisively hurled the light spheres along with Guangshi out of Ichiraku Ramen. Then Naruto vanished in a flash, chasing after Guangshi. I will not allow you to wreak havoc here. The light spheres exploded violently in midair, their blinding brilliance plunging the nearby villagers into temporary blindness. The ninjas inside Ichiraku Ramen hurriedly stepped out to watch the battle, knowing that a fight of this caliber was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Nan's Kayakage and Yuki carefully helped you to walk outside. At that moment, the two dazzling white lights in the sky collided with astonishing speed, each impact producing a thunderous roar. After a heavy punch sent Guangshi flying dozens of yards away, 9 Raisin Shuriken of different colors and forms appeared behind Naruto, hurtling toward Guangshi with unparalleled momentum. Sage Art Super-Tailed Beast Raisin Shuriken. Interesting. As Guangshir's voice faded, a dazzling white light rapidly expanded outward from his body, forming a massive white energy barrier in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the 9 devastating Raisin Shuriken slammed into the energy barrier, triggering a series of deafening explosions. However, despite suffering some damage from the blasts, the barrier successfully blocked the Raisin Shuriken. As time passed, the battle grew increasingly fierce. Both combatants accelerated again, engaging in a series of breathtaking clashes in the sky. Each exchange generated powerful shockwaves, distorting the surrounding air. At this moment, Yuki watched the battlefield with a grave expression, amazed by Guangshir's strength. She murmured to herself, "I never expected Guangshir to be so powerful, no weaker than the current 7th Hokage." Beside her, Yueji overheard Yuki's words and gently shook her head, explaining, "Rather, it is Naruto Uzumaki, who has merged the power of all 9-tailed beasts that can match Guangshir blow for blow. You must understand, Guangshir has followed that great one in battle for thousands of years, possessing an incomparably rich combat experience." But Yueji seemed to have more to say, but at that moment, she suddenly noticed the 2 figures in the sky standing opposite each other with vast amounts of chakra converging around them. Behind Guangshir, 5 white arrays floated their centers, continuously drawing eerie patterns, as if a mysterious and powerful force was gathering. Guangshir looked solemnly at Naruto Uzumaki before him and spoke, "Naruto Uzumaki, let us settle this with one final move." Naruto remained silent, slowly extending his right hand. 9 truth-seeking balls swiftly gathered in his palm, as if drawn by a magnet, then miraculously merged together. Next, the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts poured in endlessly, forming a shuriken shining with 9 colors. At that moment, the arrays behind Guangshir suddenly activated, and 5 beams of white light emitting eerie energy shot toward Naruto like meteors. Simultaneously, the 9-colored Raisin Shuriken in Naruto's hand had coalesced, and he hurled it with all his might toward Guangshir. Azura Shuriken. The 5 dazzling white beams and the 9-colored shuriken clashed in midair in a breathtaking and fierce collision. For a moment, the sky flickered between light and darkness, as if the world was ending and the very heavens and earth were collapsing. Finally, the earth-shattering collision gradually subsided and everything returned to calm. Guangshir's right hand hung limp, blood continuously trickling from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Naruto only showed slightly labored breathing and considerable chakra consumption without any serious injury. Just as Naruto prepared to seize the opportunity and press the attack to finish off Guangshir, a dark figure appeared without warning, kicked Naruto fiercely, and sent him crashing heavily into the ground. Naruto slammed into the earth, kicking up a cloud of dust, and a bottomless pit instantly appeared on the ground. Below, the shinobi watched tensely as the black-haired, white-robed man kicked Naruto skyward. Astonished to find he bore a striking resemblance to Kagami, nearly 7/10 alike, Naruto rose slowly from the deep crater. Nearby, Tsukihime urgently warned him, "Naruto, be cautious. He is the last king of the Otsutsuki clan, the one I mentioned earlier, Yamashiro." Naruto gazed solemnly at the black-haired man. One-on-one, perhaps he still held a chance. But before he could devise a counter-strategy, Kagami and Yamashiro charged forward in perfect unison, their assault fierce and razor-sharp, gradually overwhelming him. Just evading Kagami's strike, Naruto found Yamashiro's fist already surging toward him like lightning. At the critical moment, a thick wall of sand materialized before Naruto, only to shatter instantly beneath Yamashiro's blow. No! Gaara's heart lurched inward. He had never imagined his fully concentrated sand barrier would crumble without even a moment's resistance. Yugao and Kuratsuchi desperately tried to intervene, but could not match the trio's blinding speed, gripped by utter helplessness. With a sinister smile, Yamashiro hovered, his right fist wreathed in an eerie black vortex. "The divine tree is ours now." Greed gleamed in his eyes, as if victory were already dawning on the horizon. Just as Yamashiro's fist neared Naruto's chest, Naruto vanished from sight. All present stood frozen in disbelief, utterly bewildered. In the next instant, a black-haired man appeared where Naruto had stood. His left arm wrapped in bandages, crackling with black lightning as it pierced toward Yamashiro's heart. Yamashiro barely reacted in time, dodging just enough for the blade to pierce his abdomen, blood erupting violently, nearly claiming his life on the spot. Staring at the black-haired man before him, Yamashiro felt a chill of dread. He had sensed no trace of the man's presence. Not a whisper, as though he had materialized from nothingness. Sarada's face lit up with irrepressible joy. "Dad, where have you been all this time?" The man before them was none other than Uchiha Sasuke. His gaze was cold yet resolute, radiating an aura of immense, unshakable power. Sasuke's arrival instantly reversed the tide of despair, kindling hope anew among them all. From afar, Orochimaru watched Sasuke with barely contained exhilaration. Indeed, the Hashirama cells have transformed him. Sasuke-kun is no longer quite the same. Sasuke's expression softened as he looked upon Sarada. Quietly he said, "Sarada, once we win this war, we'll speak properly about the past." Yet at that very moment, Yamashiro, his wounds fully healed, let out a wild, mocking laugh. "Ha ha ha ha, win? What makes you think you possess the right to speak of victory?" His voice dripped with boundless confidence and contempt. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of white light descended from the heavens. Naruto appeared beside Sasuke, 9 shimmering orbs of truth-seeking balls hovering behind him. Sasuke's long hair stirred in the wind, his enigmatic Rinnegan, each eye bearing 6 tomo, seemed to pierce straight into the soul, sending a tremor of fear through both Kagami and Yamashiro. Clearly these were no ordinary Rinnegan. Kagami gasped as Yamashiro instantly vanished, while Naruto, his right arm blazing with golden light, appeared before Kagami in his stead. Kagami had no time to react. Naruto's fist sent him hurtling backward. Meanwhile Yamashiro, now occupying Naruto's former position, raised his arm to block Sasuke's descending Kusanagi blade, only to be flung away by a single kick. Kagami and Yamashiro finally grasped the truth. This was the unique ability of Sasuke's Rinnegan. Regrouping swiftly, they launched another ferocious assault, only to have every strike effortlessly deflected by Naruto and Sasuke. Kagami struggled to believe it. Naruto and Sasuke fought in flawless synchrony, matching, even surpassing his own millennia-long partnership with Yamashiro. Yet victory remained uncertain. Kagami and Yamashiro exchanged a glance, and instantly understood each other's intent. If Uchiha Sasuke's Rinnegan posed such a threat, then they would exploit its weakness, forcing the two to bear the full brunt of their ultimate technique head-on. A radiant white seal bloomed behind Kagami, a deep black seal coalesced behind Yamashiro. Together they merged like sun and moon, radiating an awe-inspiring, overwhelming force. Gaara Kuratsuchi and the others recoiled in alarm, sensing imminent catastrophe, and turned urgently toward Naruto and Sasuke. To their astonishment, Naruto and Sasuke smiled. Then twin beams of white gold and violet light erupted skyward. Thereafter a colossal purple Susanoo armor, over 1,000 meters tall, enveloped 9 titanic chakra forms, each glowing with brilliant white gold energy. An awe-inspiring spectacle. Simultaneously, the Susanoo gripped a luminous white lightning spear, its surface pulsing with searing thunderlight, like a god of war incarnate. At that moment the black and white seals fused, darkness and light intertwining into a grotesque dual-hued death beam, descending inexorably upon Naruto and Sasuke. Then, suddenly, the white spear in the Susanoo's grasp blazed with incandescent gold light, as if poised to illuminate the entire world. Next, the 6 paths Chibaku Tensei-powered Ten-Tails hurled the spear toward the black and white seals. 6 paths Choshin spear. The white gold weapon collided midair with the death beam, both forces locked in titanic struggle, neither yielding. But as time passed, the white gold spear began to dominate, shattering the black and white light, then surging onward toward Kagami and Yamashiro. At last the white gold spear shattered the death beam entirely, and streaked unerringly toward Kagami and Yamashiro. After an earth-shattering explosion, both Kagami and Yamashiro lay grievously wounded, blood gushing from their mouths, their terrifying regenerative powers rendered utterly inert. Our pride, the ultimate fusion technique, defeated. Father, why do you not descend? Yamashiro stared in utter disbelief, unable to accept reality. Yamashiro, don't you see, we are merely disposable pawns to father. Kagami's face fell into despair. He knew all hope was lost. No, Kagami, we still have a chance. Refusing surrender, Yamashiro resolved to unleash his final desperate gambit. Before Kagami's horrified gaze, Yamashiro seized him with his remaining right hand, and shoved him whole into his own mouth, teeth grinding mercilessly. Blood sprayed outward as swirling black and white light coiled around Yamashiro, then shot upward like a celestial column. Naruto and Sasuke steeled their expressions, utterly vigilant. In the next breath, a man with black and white hair tore the armored Ten-Tails apart, splitting it cleanly in two. An hour earlier, in the realm of the dead, a figure silently appeared behind you, and delivered a sharp knock on his head. You turned around, and when he recognized the face of that figure, he froze. After a moment, he tightly embraced the red-haired woman. Mother, I finally found you. Karin gently stroked Yu's head, but the next moment she raised her hand again, and gave him another sharp knock. Child, why did you come here so soon? A flicker of pain flashed in Karin's eyes. Yu smiled and rubbed his head. Mother, this isn't my real body. Thanks to you, I'm still alive. Yu recounted the tumultuous experiences of the past 3 years. Karin listened quietly, feeling both heartache and immense pride. Xiao Yu, what do you think of this ninja world now? Back on the battlefield, the armored Ten-Tails was destroyed by Enshire's dark technique. Naruto and Sasuke coughed up blood, their faces deathly pale. They never imagined that after devouring Guangshi's power, Enshire's strength would rise to such a terrifying level. Enshire felt the overwhelming energy within him, and he couldn't help but wonder how it compared to his father's. Seeing the gravely wounded Naruto and Sasuke, Ensure formed a black and white energy sphere at the tip of his right finger, preparing to deliver the final blow. How dull. After I kill you, I'll refine the life fruit. Though Naruto and Sasuke had almost no chakra left, they refused to give up, standing up again through sheer willpower. Just then, countless ninjas and even villagers behind Naruto and Sasuke surged forward toward Ensure. You ugly freak, taste my butcher knife. A villager shouted. My fruit knife is no less sharp. Another villager brandished a small blade. Don't you dare harm Lord Naruto and Lord Sasuke. Many voices interwove into a powerful force. Naruto and Sasuke, moved by the people advancing beside them, stepped to the front of the crowd. and Sure watched the massive throng with contempt, then sent the black and white energy sphere hurtling toward them. Nan's Qingying and Shui held you tightly, ready to protect him at the cost of their own lives until the very end. But at that moment a blue-gold light descended from the sky, landing precisely on you, who was in the arms of Nan's Qingying and Shui. When the light faded, Yu's figure had vanished. At the same time, in the realm of the dead, Yu gradually dissipated, leaving only a single sentence echoing in the air. Mother, I think I've discovered that this ninja world isn't so bad after all. Just then Naruto and Sasuke suddenly noticed a figure enveloped in blue-gold light, standing ahead, a black coat fluttering without wind. The terrifying energy sphere had vanished without a trace. Panic flickered in Shure's eyes and his voice trembled. Who are you? The blue-gold figure slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of golden pupils accompanied by a blue glow like a god descending, inspiring awe. Weren't you always looking for me? Or rather, the life fruit inside me? Yu's voice was calm as still water, yet filled with authority. A black long sword materialized in Yu's hand, and Shure suppressed his inner fear, spread his arms, and unleashed countless black and white beams of destruction that rained down on you. But facing this dense barrage, Yu merely swung his blade once, instantly shattering all the beams. Then with a flicker he appeared behind Shure. And Shure's eyes widened in boundless terror and regret, as he vanished completely from the world. Everything happened too fast. Everyone stood frozen, as if time had stopped. Naruto snapped back to reality and asked tentatively, Shao Yu? Hearing Naruto's words, Yu smiled and nodded. Then he coldly gazed into the sky, as if seeing through the endless darkness. Skulking coward, show yourself. The crowd looked up, their faces filled with disbelief. The once pitch-black starry sky now revealed a Rinnegan larger than Earth, radiating a chilling aura. A voice that shook the soul echoed in everyone's ears, as if from the depths of the distant universe. I am Otsutsuki Kamishiki, life, fruit. Every word was like a thunderclap, jolting the hearts of all who heard it. As Kamishiki's voice faded, Otsutsuki clan members from across the starry realm were continuously teleported above the earth. Their numbers were vast, dense as a black cloud covering the sky. Faced with an enemy of such scale, even Naruto had to be cautious. Just as he was about to command the ninjas to counterattack, he heard Yu's calm voice. Everyone have some tea. It'll be over soon. Holding the black longsword, Yu leaped into the sky, instantly appearing above the earth. At the same time, the Otsutsuki behind him turned into streams of blue light and dissipated. Yet the loss of his clansmen did not affect Kamishiki in the slightest, as if they were irrelevant to him. A giant white hand suddenly appeared and lunged at Yu. Without hesitation, Yu swung his blade to sever it, but the force of the hand sent him flying thousands of zhang away. He barely managed to stabilize himself. Yet Yu's fighting spirit only blazed brighter. He slowly extended his right hand, and a Rasengan containing a vast galaxy formed in his palm. Star Rasengan. With a furious roar from Yu, the dark starry sky erupted in a dazzling multicolored radiance. This immense energy obliterated the giant hand, which was several times larger than Earth. And in that flash of light, everyone finally glimpsed Kamishiki's true form. His eyes alone were comparable to Earth in size, let alone his colossal body. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure weighed on everyone's hearts. Life, fruit. From the endless void of space, countless white hands surged toward you like turbulent waves. Yet Yu's figure flickered like a phantom, easily evading the attacks. He appeared instantly before Kamishiki, the black longsword wrapped in blue-gold light swinging with fierce momentum toward Kamishiki. A blade of light that split the starry sky howled forth, carving a deep gash in Kamishiki's chest. Though the wound healed instantly, you keenly sensed the sinister aura emanating from Kamishiki's heart. Is that the heart of the underworld? Just then, Kamishiki's countless hands merged into a single blindingly bright energy sphere. The radiance of the sphere was so brilliant that even the light of nearby stars paled in comparison. Kamishiki's voice resounded across the entire galaxy, submit or die. Facing such immense power and threat, you showed no fear. His voice also spread across the vast cosmos. Do you know how to knead dough? Can you arrange flowers? Do you know how to clean? Kamishiki clearly could not comprehend Yu's string of bizarre questions. Confusion and bewilderment filled his eyes. Below, the many ninjas could not help but laugh at Yu's words. Yu's expression grew solemn. The black longsword that could devour life force rapidly disintegrated, turning into countless strands of underworld energy that merged with the rich life energy emanating from his right hand. In an instant, a black gold Rasengan appeared in Yu's palm. How could someone like you, who only invades others' homes and steals lives, ever understand the value of life? Kamishiki let out a deafening roar, and the dazzling energy sphere shot toward you like a meteor. You flickered into the starry sky, and the black gold Rasengan in his right hand struck out, instantly shattering the energy sphere, and then piercing straight through Kamishiki's chest. That power, transcending the boundary of life and death, relentlessly erased Kamishiki's existence. My 10,000-year scheme has become another's trophy. I am not willing. With his final words fading away, Kamishiki vanished completely into the endless cosmos. The scattered life energy like spring rain nourishing the earth, revitalized countless surrounding planets. You reached out and firmly grasped the black orb slowly descending, which was filled with boundless death energy. Is this the legendary heart of the underworld? You felt his heartbeat quicken, as if a mysterious resonance had formed with the life fruit within him. Below, the ninjas, seeing the dust settle, burst into cheers. Time flew by like a fleeting horse. 3 months had passed since that earth-shattering war. One morning the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze brushed by. Many ninjas gathered at the training ground of the Ninja Academy, watching the white-haired youth at the center. Yu, with a serious expression, raised his hands, and hopped on his left and right feet, dancing around the training ground in a ridiculous bird-like manner. Nan's Qingwei lazily turned groggily to Nan's Qingying beside her and muttered, "Sister, we've been watching Xiao Yu dance all morning. Nothing seems to be happening." Suddenly the clouds in the sky were stirred by an invisible hand, rapidly converging into a massive vortex. The once clear sky turned dark in an instant. Then a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the entire training ground. At that moment, a huge black iron door appeared in the center of the training ground. The door was covered in strange runes and patterns, exuding a suffocating deathly aura. Yu's right hand continuously released green life energy, wrapping around the iron door. As time passed, the door began to creak open slowly. A black-haired man stepped out from within the door, a black robe fluttering in the wind. When the onlookers saw his face, they were all stunned. Especially Sasuke Uchiha, whose eyes shimmered with mixed emotions. Tears involuntarily streamed from his eyes as he murmured, "Brother." Yu slapped his forehead in frustration. "Wrong. Let's try again."